Good afternoon. The committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. Before we start our formal proceedings, I want to mention that today is the birthday for Congresswoman Leisure Fernandez. So let's give her a happy birthday greeting. Well, first you got to get that cake with the candles and blow them all out, right? So we're not going to sing the Boehner song to you. Today, the Rules Committee is convening to consider a single measure, the Senate amendment to H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. With the Senate having completed its respective process, H.R. 1 has returned to the People's House for final consideration. And while I don't often think that the other body improves our legislation, it's important to recognize that much of what the House included in H.R. 1 when we initially passed it is still included. And I'm sure that our committee chairman will bring attention to that. Things like tax relief for working families, reducing waste, fraud, and abuse in government programs so they remain focused on those who truly need the programs, a historic investment designed to strengthen our armed forces, protect our borders, and keep Americans safe. I could go on and on about all the great things in this one big, beautiful bill. However, I think it's important to recognize that when this passes, it will go directly to the president's desk so that he may sign it into law and deliver a long line of massive wins for the American people. Indeed, this process has been long, and the thoughtful deliberations and efforts on part of committees, members, and staff is highly commendable. And while those diligent efforts have been undertaken by many, we have still heard the same doomsayers yelling to the rafters week after week about this legislation. Each week, they head back to the rhetorical trough, select a new inflammatory claim, and broadcast it feverishly to the masses as if the threat of the sky falling is imminent. For the record, the sky is not falling. We're all too familiar with this worn-out song and dance routine. The fact is that Americans are not fooled by these ludicrous claims. They're not buying into the fear-mongering because they know better. They see the One Big Beautiful Bill Act as a monumental opportunity, an opportunity that will spur even more prosperity within the nation and further propel America into the golden age where it truly belongs. As the Speaker laid out very succinctly, this bill gets Americans back to winning again, and yes, it's been a long time coming. From delivering historic tax relief to reigniting our economic engine, creating massive investments in border security, to capturing generational savings and much more, H.R. 1 is the embodiment of the America First agenda. And there are provisions within this legislation that Democrats and their media bedfellows remain noticeably mum about, such as the establishing of savings accounts for newborns, increasing the child tax credit by an additional $500 per child, strengthening paid leave and child care tax credits. This legislation does not have a bowed posture and the frailty of a pipsqueak. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act is the real deal. It's what Americans voted for when they put their trust in President Trump and our Republican majorities in the People's House and the Senate. And here's a sharp dose of reality. A failure to pass this legislation carries with it serious negative implications, not only for hardworking taxpayers, but also the nation. The largest tax increase in American history would be levied against everyday men and women. Millions of jobs would be wiped off the map. Small businesses would be decimated. Wages would vanish. GDP would plummet, and nationwide economic ruin would erupt. Resources to ensure the continued protection of our nation's borders would dry up and turn to dust. Our nation's military would be rendered ill-prepared to confront existing threats to the American homeland, meet the quality of life needs for service members, and keep our adversaries in check. This isn't blatant fear-mongering like what our Democrat colleagues have been doing incessantly for months. These are just facts. President Trump has his pen in hand and is waiting for us to move forward. At this critical juncture, failure is not an option. We're kicking off the final leg of this process here in the Rules Committee today, and we're making good, yet again, on our commitments that we have made to the American people. Let's get this done and keep the wins coming. With that, I yield to the ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any comments he wishes to make.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. The chairwoman just said that Democrats were going to say that the sky is falling. Well, I'm not going to say the sky is falling. I'm going to say that health care is going to get ripped away from millions of people. I'm going to say that food is going to be taken off the table of many families in this country who rely on SNAP as a way to make sure that they don't go hungry. And I'm going to say that the richest among us are going to get a tax cut. So it has nothing to do with the sky. It has everything to do with what is right and what is wrong. We are here today on a bill that just dropped from the Senate, hot off the press, passed only an hour ago. It's massive. Here it is, nearly 1,000 pages long. And I've got to ask, have any of you read it this time? Because last time we met on this legislation, many of our Republican colleagues had not. And that's no accident. It's by design. It's a direct result of Republican leadership and the White House jamming this bill through Congress with zero transparency. Now, let's be totally honest. This entire process has been legislative malpractice. It's been negotiated in back rooms from the start. In April, conservatives argued for and ultimately got aggressive instructions in the budget for committees to slash spending. I wonder how they feel now that the Senate has violated their hard-fought instructions by over $500 billion. And let's not forget, this bill was jammed through the House in May so quickly that some Republicans said they would have opposed it if they'd known what was actually in it. And now, after another series of backroom negotiations in the Senate, we're getting jammed again, without any chance for the public or independent experts, for that matter, to fully review the bill. And let me make a prediction. If this ugly bill passes, it's going to get a lot uglier when people realize what's in it. And not even Donald Trump's new $300 bottle of cologne will cover the stench. This bill will hurt people in every congressional district in this country. And Republicans are racing to get it passed before the American people can figure out what's in it. There's no real deadline. There's no real deadline that we're working against, none. July 4th is just an arbitrary marker that Trump made up. He wants a victory lap on Friday, just weeks after throwing himself a military birthday parade, complete with tanks rolling down Constitution Avenue, one that cost taxpayers tens of millions of dollars. He now wants to have a 4th of July signing ceremony at the White House for this dumpster fire of a bill. We're rushing, not because the country demands it, but because he wants to throw himself yet another party. This isn't policy, it's ego management. So why not slow down? Why not actually do the work? Why not fix the problems instead of pretending that we're in the middle of some 5-alarm emergency? I mean, Vice President Vance just had to break a tie in the Senate. Many of the Republicans who voted for this bill acknowledge that it is that in its current form, it is seriously flawed. And listen to this quote from Senator Murkowski, who just caved and voted for this bill. And you got to love this. She said, quote, "My hope is that the House is going to look at this and recognize that we're not there yet," end quote. I mean, my question to her is, if you really believe that, then why the hell did you vote for this bill? It doesn't make any sense. It's a dereliction of your duty as a United States Senator and as a representative for the people in Alaska. I mean, when was the last time this current House of Representatives has fixed or solved anything? I mean, where have you been, Senator Murkowski? This Republican House is dysfunction on steroids. And let me say to my Republican friends, I understand that the Senate just jammed you, but you don't have to be complicit. I get it. I know the Republican leadership and Trump don't want scrutiny. They don't want the American people to understand what's really happening here. This bill is a middle finger to millions of Americans. It isn't just a bad bill, it is the most dangerous piece of legislation in modern history. Dangerous because of the very real damage it will do to real people, sick people, hungry kids, families just scraping by. If this is Republicans' top legislative priority this Congress, it tells us everything about where your values lie. And it's not with working families, not with struggling communities, but with mega corporations, billionaires, and Donald Trump. Madam Chair, I know that once I'm done, you will say, as you did at the beginning, that I'm fear-mongering, that Democrats, nonpartisan scorekeepers, analysts, experts in industry, doctors, children's hospitals, food banks, utilities, organized labor, and journalists, all what they say about this bill, every legitimate critique that we have heard about this bill, you will say that it is hyperbole. But just because you say that, it doesn't make it so. Facts still do matter, and the facts say that this bill is terrible. Now, we know Republicans are about to gut Medicaid and cut Medicare. That's a fact. That's not an opinion. This bill rips health coverage away from roughly 17 million people. Of those, 11.8 million will lose health care due to the Medicaid and Affordable Care Act cuts. Another 5 million will lose their health care because Republicans are allowing premium assistance to expire for those who qualify for help with paying for health insurance on the ACA exchanges. Now, that's not my opinion. That's the conclusion of the CBO and every single other credible budget expert across the country. The Joint Committee on Taxation, Penn-Wharton Budget Model, Yale Budget Lab, Tax Policy Center, and even right-leaning organizations like the Tax Foundation and researchers at the American Enterprise Institute. This bill will devastate rural hospitals, shut down nursing homes, hammer community health centers. It will punish people we ought to protect, the elderly, the disabled, low-income kids, and working families just trying to survive. It will end nutrition assistance for millions. We are the richest country on earth, and you will be taking away food from our own children. Why? To shovel tax breaks to billionaires and corporate executives? I mean, give me a break. This bill will kill thousands of clean energy jobs and raise Americans' energy rates while rewarding big oil with billions in subsidies. Because Republicans think welfare is okay if you're ExxonMobil, but not if you're a family struggling to pay your skyrocketing power bill, or a grandma who stays in assisted living, or our parents struggling to put food on the table. It gives $150 billion more to the Pentagon, not for peace or security, but to line the pockets of defense contractors. This is on top of record levels of defense spending that we already provide the Pentagon in our annual spending bills. For all you budget hawks out there, let me ask you, when was the last time the Pentagon passed an audit? The answer is never. You're worried about someone on SNAP who gets an average of $2 per meal, might get $2.75 per meal, but you couldn't care less when millions of dollars are wasted by defense contractors and cost overruns. There is $900 billion for giant corporations, corporations that are known to lay off hundreds of workers as they stash their inflated checks in offshore tax havens like in the Cayman Islands. And this bill showers the wealthiest Americans with tax cuts. Get this, a family making less than $50,000 per year, they'd get less than $1 a day in tax cuts. I mean, you can't buy a damn cup of coffee with that. But those making $1 million a year or more, well, they'll get more than $250 a day in tax breaks, or $96,000 tax breaks on average in a single year. I mean, that's even worse than the original House bill. That's how rigged this bill is to benefit the wealthy. The average millionaire gets more in tax cuts
than most families earn in an entire year. And to be clear, there is deep support on the Democratic side for extending the middle-class tax cuts and passing no tax on tips. We'd be happy to work with you on something that delivers just that. But Republicans are holding bipartisan initiatives hostage to provide handouts to billionaires and gut Medicaid and SNAP. Now, meanwhile, the new standards for the child tax credit leaves 1 in every 3 eligible children behind. Because this bill doesn't invest in children, it abandons them. All this, and Republicans are adding more than $3 trillion to the national debt. You hear that? Over $3 trillion. Now, I know some of the Republicans on this committee consider themselves real fiscal hawks. Well, you cannot, with a straight face, say that you care about deficits and the debt if you vote for this bill, whether that's out of this committee or on the House floor. This bill even raises the debt ceiling by $5 trillion because Republicans know that policies in here will explode our debt. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. This is the biggest transfer of wealth in American history, stealing from the poor to give to the rich. This is Republicans' let them eat cake moment. It robs from the most vulnerable to pay off the already powerful. It tells every kid without wealth, this government has nothing for you, that the American dream is only for trust fund babies. And here's what baffles me. You all know the truth. You all know the truth. You know this bill is cruel. You know that it will hurt millions of Americans. But Trump wants you to fold. And the sad fact is that many of you will fold in a nanosecond. You'll vote for this even though you know it's bad for your own constituents. You're absolutely terrified that the guy in the White House will get mad and try to find someone to run against you in a primary. Like one of our Republican colleagues said this weekend on CNN, and I quote, "Everyone in the House knows the peril they're in if they vote no on this thing. They know that their jobs are at risk," end quote. You're terror-stricken that what happened over the weekend to Senator Tom Tillis will happen to you. Well, Senator Tillis did the right thing, speaking truth to power. You should listen to him when he says that the Senate's version of this bill betrays President Trump's promise not to take Medicaid away from its rightful recipients. He decided to retire because he wanted to put his constituents first, and quite frankly, I think he's tired of dealing with the relentless MAGA threats and BS. Truly, I've never seen anything like this in my life, the kind of petrified fealty we're seeing on the right, scared by a man who called voting against this bill the ultimate betrayal. Like, what kind of president talks like that? That's the language of dictators, not the language of a president. But let me remind you all of something. The people you should be afraid of, betraying are not in the White House or dining at Mar-a-Lago. They're back home. The people in Boone, North Carolina, in Moorhead, Minnesota, in Rock Hill, South Carolina, in Austin, Texas, in Salem, Indiana, in Jamestown, New York, in Tifton, Georgia, in Abington, Virginia, in Noonan, Georgia. They're the ones who hired you. And if you vote for this bill, you're voting to screw them over, plain and simple. When their kids go hungry, when their health care is gone, when their energy bills skyrocket, when they watch big oil rake in profits while they get pink slips, when they realize that billionaires like Jeff Bezos are getting 40 times the tax breaks that they're getting, when they watch the wealthy get richer and they're left behind, they are going to feel the pain that you brought on them. And I think you're going to see that reflected in the next election. The American people are watching. They deserve better than this. They deserve certainly better than this cowardice, better than this cruelty, better than this betrayal. So I'm asking all of you to have a spine, find your moral compass, vote no on this bill, and come up with something better. There's still time. Work with us on tax relief for people who are not making millions and billions of dollars. Let's go back to the drawing board. We can come up with a bipartisan consensus. And so, Madam Chair, for a million reasons, from process to substance, and quite frankly, to give Republican members a chance to read their own bill, I move that the committee do now adjourn.
I thank the gentleman. The question is on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Ask for a roll call, Madam Chair.
The gentleman asked for a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leger-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Leger-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The motion to adjourn is not agreed to. Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. I now welcome our first panel, Chairman Arrington and Ranking Member Boyle from the Committee on the Budget, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Craig from the Committee on Agriculture, Chairman Guthrie and Ranking Member Pallone from the Committee on Energy and Commerce, and Chairman Smith and Representative Moore from the Committee on Ways and Means. Your full statement will be submitted for the record, and we ask you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Arrington, I welcome your testimony.
Well, the ranking member knows how to get me off topic here. I've got a prepared set of remarks, but I'm just going to speak from my heart. And I appreciate the opportunity to be back before this committee, a little like Groundhog Day, because we've been covering this subject matter, which is important to pour over for the American people. But I got to say that the people from West Texas sent me here, and especially in this last Congress, to reverse the curse of the last 4 years. The lawlessness and chaos at the border that has devastated my home state of Texas, and I would say probably communities in every state in the country, because of the open border and the crime, criminals, and drugs that have been pouring into our communities. It is the most imminent national security threat to the country. And the last president did not faithfully uphold the laws of the land, nor did he take serious his constitutional mission to provide for a common defense. That has to change. It's changed on day one with the new commander-in-chief, and we aim to give him the tools and resources to continue to do that job. Secondly, they all suffered from the 21%, roughly, regressive inflation tax. Why? Because of Democrats' failed policies and their wild, unbridled $8 trillion in deficit spending. I'm sure we'll have some good back and forth, but let me be clear. The American people and our great economy has suffered as a result of paying people not to work, of taxing and regulating small businesses, and then, of course, spinning us into 40-year high inflation. That hasn't gone over well for the people in West Texas. So they sent me here to make America stronger, safer, and more prosperous. And that's the mandate they gave our president. That's the mission I'm on. And I'm going to work every day to that end. I believe this bill gets us closer to that vision. I believe that the most important thing we can do is equip our sons and daughters to be safe and successful in providing a common defense. We're long overdue to invest in military readiness vis-a-vis our adversaries. There are lots of things that go into unleashing economic prosperity, but a centerpiece of that is pro-growth tax policy. We had the highest levels of investment, job creation, repatriation of capital after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, not to mention the lowest poverty rates and unemployment rates on record. So this was after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which, by the way, the people at the bottom half and the bottom 10% did far better than the top half and top 10% in terms of wages, in terms of income, and the top 10% or the top 1% paid a greater share of taxes after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So I think so much of this is misleading nonsense and ripping people off the safety net. My last comment is this. I heard quotes about the CBO and 7.8 million people being ripped off the safety net. Let me tell you who those people were according to the nonpartisan CBO. People here illegally, people ineligible, people who have access to other subsidized government health care programs, and people who are work capable but refuse to work. That's not me, Mr. Ranking Member, I assure you. It's the CBO, the same source that y'all quote ad nauseum about us ripping the safety net. Listen, the American people are for what we're doing. They're on our side. They don't want their tax dollars to flow to waste, fraud, and abuse. They want to help people, and they want the program to help their fellow Americans into the future. And none of this stuff is sustainable. None of it. And we should do more. You're right about the debt. We should do more. That is an area that I think we have to do a lot more, or it's going to undermine all of it. The economy, security, our leadership in the world, my children's future, all of it. And every party, both parties, I should say, both parties have come up woefully short in that regard. And so I hope we can get a commitment from our Democrat colleagues. Let's work together on those things that we know will not be done unilaterally. And then we'll take a first good shot at cleaning up the waste, fraud, and abuse and the entitlements and the mandatory programs that are driving us closer to that dangerous and irreparable debt crisis. With that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Arrington. Mr. Boyle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Ranking Member, and all the members of the committee. It is an honor to get to be able to testify before this committee. It is an honor in this moment and a privilege to be here because the next 24 hours might be the most important of our entire careers. The health care of 17 million people who have it today and may lose it by the end of the week, that's all on the line. The food assistance that another 4 million currently get and may have taken away from them, that's on the line. So I can tell you this, there is no place I would rather be than right here, right now, in this moment, when each and every one of us can make the critical difference. When this bill passed the first time, it was only by one vote in the House. Just an hour ago in the Senate, it was passed by one vote in the Senate. I think this will come down to one vote yet again, whether or not this becomes law. And if it does, it will be the greatest loss of health care in American history. Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office has confirmed 17 million Americans. And let me explain how they arrive at that number. Roughly half of that is due to the largest Medicaid cuts in American history. But another half of it is due to changes and allowing certain tax credits and provisions to expire in the Affordable Care Act, or Obamacare. I give the other side credit. They have been working like hell for 15 years to do away with Obamacare. This is the closest that they've ever come. Millions and millions today currently on Obamacare will lose it if this becomes law. And that's not all. As we confirmed again from CBO a few weeks ago, due to the massive increase in deficit spending in this bill, there have to be 4% Medicare cuts. That's over $500 billion worth of cuts to Medicare. So Medicaid cuts, Affordable Care Act, ACA cuts, Medicare cuts, the largest loss of health care in American history. I referenced nutrition assistance moments ago. Also the largest cuts to SNAP in American history. Cuts to higher education programs, cuts to Head Start. It goes on and on. And yet, as large as that is and as bad as that is, that still does not fully pay for the over $5 trillion in tax cuts that mostly go to the hyper-wealthy. How is the rest of that financed? Through deficit and debt. The same crowd that would bemoan the last 4 years there was a Democrat in the White House about the deficit and debt is adding more to our national debt in this bill than any other piece of legislation to pass since I've been here. We can do far better than this. The American people are smart. When they've been asked about the provisions of this bill, I have never seen poll numbers, truly, I have never seen poll numbers this terrible. By a roughly 2-to-1 margin, the American people oppose this bill. They oppose millions of Americans losing their health care. They oppose millions of Americans losing their nutrition assistance. They oppose the idea we're racking up even more deficit and debt, which we both acknowledge is a serious problem in our country and bound to get worse. They oppose making a bad problem even worse. And why? For what higher noble purpose? To give tax cuts that mostly benefit the top 1% of Americans. This is going to be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, votes in each and every one of our careers. I am proud to be here doing everything I possibly can to say, hell no, let's kill this bill. I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Boyle. Chairman Thompson, you're recognized.
Well, thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of this committee. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today concerning the agriculture title of the One Big Beautiful Bill. I'm proud of our product. We're delivering $120 billion in net deficit reduction while delivering a generational investment in the farm economy, giving farmers the tools to expand international markets, and ensuring that top-tier agricultural research can be conducted here instead of China. We saved close to $200 billion from the SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, by making necessary changes to restore integrity to the program and preserve its ability to serve the most vulnerable long into the future. These represent the largest and most significant reforms made to SNAP in the history of the program. This bill ensures SNAP works the way Congress intended it to, by reinforcing work, rooting out waste, and instituting long overdue accountability incentives to control costs and end administrative overreach. This program is in dire need of reform. Since just 2019, SNAP costs have skyrocketed from $60 billion to $110 billion annually, an 83% increase, while enrollment has grown from 36 million to 42 million. And in 2024, over $10 billion in erroneous SNAP payments were sent out. That's disgraceful, not only to the taxpayer, but also the SNAP recipient. The agriculture title of the bill includes several improvements to the SNAP program, including preventing future administrations from unilaterally increasing SNAP benefits beyond inflation, focusing on a core principle that everyone receiving the benefit that can work should work, and modernizing the work requirement and closing loopholes that allow for widespread waivers. Closing various loopholes that states exploit, such as gaming the system to artificially increase SNAP benefits, and creating incentives to ensure states run the program more effectively and more efficiently. SNAP is the only federally funded state-administered entitlement program where the state has zero skin in the game on the benefit. It's human nature to be more careful when you're spending your own money than when you're spending others. And that's why we put forward a cost-share structure that requires states with high error rates to pay a portion of the SNAP benefit beginning in fiscal year 2028. In addition to the most significant reforms to SNAP in history, our committee was able to deliver a historic investment in the farm safety net and infuse critical investments into rural America. It's imperative for Congress to rebuild the safety net, the farm safety net. These much-needed changes mitigate further unbudgeted ad hoc spending and prevent a full-blown financial crisis in farm country that could devastate the food and ag supply chain, let alone the economy. Finally, on the investment front, we take care of a few other important items like investment in trade promotion, animal disease preparedness, specialty crops, dairy, research, and some programs that currently are without standing baseline. In closing, I'm proud to deliver a historic amount of savings to the taxpayer and to do so in a way that will ultimately have positive outcomes for low-income individuals who get back into the workforce while also standing by our farmers, our ranchers, and our rural communities. This is a win-win. I have great respect for the chairwoman, the ranking member, and the members of this committee, and I thank you once again for the opportunity to come before you today, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Ranking Member Craig, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. The more the American people learn about this big, ugly bill, and it's nearly $200 billion in cuts to food assistance, the less they like it. I honestly don't know how a single one of my colleagues could vote for this bill. 17 million Americans lose their health insurance or lose their health care. Millions and millions of people across our country are going to lose access to food assistance. You know, most Americans don't even know this yet in our country, but I promise you they will. A recent Fox News poll found that 59% of voters oppose this bill. The American people are not buying what the Republicans are selling, even on Fox News. The American people, like House Democrats, want to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse. This bill doesn't reduce waste, fraud, or abuse. It gives government-sponsored tax breaks to the wealthiest among us, and you pay for it by taking food and health care away from seniors, children, veterans, and people with disabilities. And it isn't even paid for. It adds nearly $4 trillion to the national debt. So much for fiscal responsibility here. The American people, including Minnesotans, know the cost of living is too high. This bill does not lower the cost of living. It makes meeting the basic needs like groceries and accessing medical care more expensive. I promise you this bill will raise health care costs for everyone. The American people want efficient and effective governance. This bill doesn't do anything to improve good governance. It makes it worse by pushing billions in new expenses onto state and county governments, forcing our state and local governments into a position where they have to decide between taking food away from their friends and neighbors or slashing other local services or raising taxes. And I mean that in 10 states across this country. Folks are going to have to look at raising county taxes in order to pay for the administration and perhaps even the benefit of cutting food assistance. In Minnesota alone, where the burden for SNAP cuts will fall to the counties, the Association of Minnesota Counties projects they'll have to raise property taxes by an average of more than 5% to pay for it, and by even more in some counties. Many of you sitting here today do not even know the effect that this bill will have on your counties. Republicans have managed to do almost the impossible. Miraculously, you've created a bill that takes food and health care away from millions of Americans in a way that does not save taxpayer dollars, but instead adds trillions of dollars to the national debt. Minnesotans and Americans in every corner of this country are asking, how is any of this actually possible? It's simple. You've picked tax breaks for large corporations and ultra-wealthy people in our country over hardworking families. Republicans are selling the American people down the river. This bill sells out our farmers and the families they feed. Of course, we need all the elements of a farm bill. Mr. Chairman talked about the elements in this bill. We should be doing this in a farm bill, a full 5-year farm bill with 12 bipartisan titles. It sells out the hopes and dreams of millions of Americans struggling to keep food on the table. It sells out more than 300 rural hospitals that are at risk of closing due to Medicaid cuts. It also cuts hundreds of billions of dollars from SNAP, our most effective anti-hunger program, by taking $6 a day out of the pockets of vulnerable seniors, veterans, children, and people with disabilities, and putting that money back into the pockets of billionaires. Taking food away from the people who need it forces seniors to choose between having a meal and paying for medicine. And let me just say this, because we were in committee for over 20 hours, and over I heard my Republican colleagues talking about that this activity would not cut access to veterans' nutrition benefits. This is exactly what the Senate version does, and many of you don't even know what this version says. We had 1 hour to come into this room. Many veterans, as we know, suffer from behavioral or physical health issues connected to their service. 1 in 3 working age veterans with disabilities aren't sure where their next meal will come from. 1 in 4 working age veterans who can't find work are food insecure. Our veterans can't pay for meals with Support the Troops bumper stickers, and they can't eat thoughts and prayers. And it doesn't stop there. This bill takes food away from former foster youth, leaving the foster care system, who may not have the same level of support from families that many of us benefited from when we were just starting to make our way in the world as 18 or 19-year-olds. I just don't understand where these values are coming from. The American people are right not to trust this bill. The bill doesn't save us a cent. It adds to the debt. If passed, it will pass millions and millions along to the nation. This bill was a disgrace when it left this chamber. Most of you haven't read it to know that it's even more of a disgrace now that it's back. And folks, this is one of the worst mistakes anyone who votes yes for will make in your political career. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Craig. Chairman Guthrie, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. Thank you for holding this hearing today. And the One Big Beautiful Bill Act cuts wasteful spending, defends our nation's energy dominance, supports the rapid innovation of American industry, and preserve and protects Medicaid for the Americans who are most in need. We will send a bill to President's desk that delivers on Americans' leadership across industries, spurs technological innovation, and supports individual workers. We will unleash American energy dominance through strategic investments while also putting an end to wasteful subsidies. We will spur technological innovation by renewing American wireless leadership through spectrum auction authority that protects national security. This legislation begins to refill our dangerously low strategic petroleum reserve and creates new investments to generate reliable energy that will secure our grid and power AI. This bill also raises $85 billion of new revenue through a historic agreement reauthorizing the FCC Spectrum Authority while protecting U.S. national security. Our priority has been to strengthen, secure, and sustain Medicaid for expectant mothers, children, people with disability, and elderly. Our legislation stops billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse in the Medicaid program by beginning to close loopholes, ensuring states have the flexibility to remove ineligible recipients from their rolls and removing beneficiaries who are enrolled in multiple states. H.R. 1 ends coverage for deceased beneficiaries, limits the ability of enrollees to obtain duplicative coverage, and ensures individuals with million-dollar homes are no longer eligible to qualify for Medicaid coverage. These are all common-sense policies that will return taxpayer dollars to middle-class Americans and families. Republicans seek to return the core intent of the Medicaid program, which was created to protect health care for Americans who otherwise could not support themselves. Democrats expanded the program far beyond this core mission, allowing spending to grow into trillions if not addressed. Our common sense work requirements and community engagement policies for able-bodied adults who choose not to work encourage individuals to re-enter the workforce and regain their independence. This provision speaks to Republicans' commitment to strengthening Medicaid to ensure it is available for those who need it most, and this is an issue that resonates favorably with the majority of Americans across the board. H.R. 1 fulfills President Trump's promise of generational growth, prosperity, and health for the American people. It fulfills our commitment to lowering taxes for working families, unleashes American energy, and safeguards Medicaid for patients that need it the most, and supports the rapid innovation of American technology. It's time to pass this vital legislation and see it signed into law, and thank you, and I will yield back.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member Pallone, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I respect you a lot, but when I heard you in the beginning talk about Democrats fear-mongering, I just want to assure you that when I went home on Friday and this short weekend that we had, I was not fear-mongering, and I was actually shocked because I live in my district. A lot of it is at the Jersey Shore. You know, it's almost July 4th. People were out at the beach in their bathing suits, having a good time. I thought, oh, I'm not going to hear much about this bill. But in reality, it was the opposite. I couldn't go anywhere without people talking to me about this bill. First day, Friday, I found out that the county commissioners in my home county, which is a Republican county, consistently votes Republican, had passed a resolution unanimously opposing the bill, all Republicans. Then I went to church, I guess, on Sunday. It was a church, I have to be honest with you, that is, most of the people there are Republican. There aren't too many Democrats in the church. And literally some of the trustees came up to me and said, I'm so glad that you're voting against this bill. Please continue the fight against it. I went to a concert. This wasn't a rock concert. This was the Ocean Grove Camp Meeting Association. Maybe the name will give you an idea. Methodist Camp Meeting Association. And it was a classical concert. I couldn't even get out of the room without the hall without people coming up to me and saying, you know, this is a terrible bill. I hope you can stop it. Then I also met with the governor over the weekend because on Monday our state adopted the state budget. It was about $57 billion state budget. And he and the health commissioner said to me that we're not going to be able to deal with this. We don't know what's going to happen. They estimate about $3.5 billion cut for the state of New Jersey out of a budget next year that, as I said, was just adopted Monday, $57 billion. What is that, about a 6%? They don't think we can survive. So, you know, in all honesty, you know, you said, well, we're fear-mongering, we're, you know, same as doomsday, destroying the healthcare system. But that's what people are saying to us. That's not what we're saying to them. That's what they're saying to us, because they realize that hospitals will close. They'll realize the shortfall in funding for nursing homes. They realize that the deficit spending not only is going to lead to sequestration of Medicare by 4% across the board, but that it's going to hurt the economy, and the economy could actually go into recession because of the level of deficit. So I just want to assure you, this is what Democrats are hearing from our constituents. It's not what we're necessarily saying, it's what they're saying to us. Now, the other thing I want to stress is that, look, the reality is that every time this bill moves forward, more and more people lose their health insurance. I think when it was before our committee, the CBO figures, Mr. Chairman, were like 13.5 million people would lose their health insurance. Then when it passed the floor, it was like 14, 15. Now the CBO is saying that the Senate bill is almost 17 million people that will lose their health insurance. So it becomes crueler. I don't want to say ugly. I'm going to say cruel, more cruel, as we proceed. And I don't know, you know, whether we read the bill or not. This is what whether you read the bill or not. The CBO is saying that we're talking now about almost 17 million Americans that are going to lose their health insurance. And what does that mean? It basically means that the hospitals, the nursing homes, community health centers are not going to get the third-party payment that comes from people who have health insurance. And so much of this is now uncompensated care, which means people will go to the emergency room at the hospital, they can't afford to pay it, and it becomes uncompensated care. And then the hospital, what do? They either raise prices, which means that insurance premiums and co-pays go up for people that have insurance. You know, we still know the majority of Americans get health insurance for their job. So those policies are going to be more expensive. The co-pays are going to be more expensive. And people, all these people that don't have insurance are going to go to the emergency room and they don't get care. They don't see a doctor on a regular basis. They get sicker. And the consequences of the healthcare system really are devastating. Now, the other thing I wanted to say, too, is that one of the things that got significantly worse in the Senate bill is the provider tax. In other words, in the House bill, it was bad enough that the level of direct payments that states could make to failing hospitals or nursing homes was cut. But now it's made even worse in the Senate bill. The provider tax limitations in the House bill made it so that whatever your provider tax revenue was, it couldn't grow, right, or it couldn't change. But what they did in the Senate is to basically cut back on it. So over the next few years, the amount of money that states can raise through provider tax actually decreases. It's not the status quo, it decreases. And that means because of what happens with that provider tax and it going back to the hospitals and nursing homes, that they're going to have even less money to deal with and more likely to close, more likely to have cutbacks in services. So look, in my opinion, this is an extreme bill. And it's not about waste, fraud, and abuse. It's not about whether you work or not. Instead, the Republicans are taking away health care from some of the poorest Americans so they can give these big tax breaks to the billionaires, to the large corporations, and they're putting all kinds of paperwork, burdensome paperwork, time-consuming roadblocks in the way people who are trying to get by, people who are working, or people who can't work because they're disabled. And now, all these barriers are being put in the way of their being able to get Medicaid or the ACA. If you're not eligible for Medicaid because of these roadblocks, then you're also not eligible for the ACA because of these same roadblocks. Now, let me just talk a little bit beyond healthcare, because we're mostly talking about healthcare and SNAP today, but our committee, as you know, deals with a lot of other things. So I think I need to also stress before I conclude that this bill is going to raise energy costs. It's going to prioritize corporate polluters over people. It's going to undermine our efforts to fight the climate crisis, which people care about as well. When we passed the Inflation Reduction Act 3 years ago, Congress took a massive step forward towards lowering energy bills for American families. However, that progress is reversed in this bill by rescinding a lot of those programs that were lowering energy costs and helping to build clean energy manufacturing here in the United States. It's a disaster for the environment. I know I'm using these tough words, Madam Chair, but I have to. It's a disaster for the environment because it guts critical environmental protections or programs that were in the IRA. It rescinds the unobligated funds for virtually every Environmental Protection Agency program that was put into the Inflation Reduction Act. It repeals the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. It also undermines the landmark methane reduction bill and the fee that holds polluters accountable and just gives another leg up to the fossil fuel industry while eliminating clean energy initiatives. I believe in all of the above. I believe we need fossil fuels, we need nuclear, we need clean energy. What you're doing in this bill is eliminating the clean energy portion and saying that the rest is okay. But that's not the way it works. We need to move forward with clean energy as well. And then the last thing I think, because my chairman mentioned it, about spectrum. He was very proud of, I think, from what you said about the spectrum. But the bottom line is you're taking $80 million from a spectrum auction, which traditionally we have used to help, expand options for the public. Like we funded grants with spectrum for next generation 9/11, or to make high-speed internet more affordable for American families. That's what spectrum auction should be used for. It shouldn't be used to give tax cuts for billionaires and large corporations. So I know I've heard you guys say this is the big, beautiful bill. I've heard our guys say this is the big, ugly bill. I think it's a big, cruel bill because American families are really going to suffer, and they shouldn't have to suffer in the ways that I described today. We should be trying to help them with affordability, with making their lives better. This bill is going to be the opposite. So it's really the big, cruel bill, in my opinion, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Pallone. Chairman Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Fox and Ranking Member McGovern, for this opportunity to testify on how the one big, beautiful bill is delivering on historic tax relief for blue-collar workers, middle-class families, farmers, and small businesses. We're at the point now that both the House and the Senate have had their voices heard. And while some of the bill has changed, its promises have not. We are delivering an American economy that prioritizes the working class and the families that make up the heart of this great nation. We embrace policies that were cheered by the small businesses, the farmers, the moms and dads that appeared before the Ways and Means Committee in field hearings and in tax team meetings throughout the country over the course of more than 2 years. In fact, we visited more than 30 different states to hear to those small business owners, those working moms, those farmers. This disproves the Democrats' claim that this bill is rushed and was created behind closed doors. The American people know exactly what is in this bill. 77 million Americans voted for this bill. We should do the same. Democrats used one-party control of Washington to supercharge the IRS with more middle-class audits and more reporting requirements for gig workers and small businesses. They spent over $600 billion on handouts to the wealthy, well-connected, and the political class. The Republicans' one big beautiful bill not only ends Democrats' lavish green handouts and stops the threat of a $1,700 tax increase on working families, but because of a bigger child tax credit and increased standard deduction, Americans will get an immediate tax cut compared to what they would pay today. Households earning less than $100,000 get a 12% tax cut compared to what they are paying right now. Wealthy Americans will pay a greater share of the tax burden than they do now, just as what happened after the 2017 tax cuts. Democrats want to tell a different story, but simple math shows who pays more taxes under this bill. With the one big beautiful bill, we will protect or create more than 7 million jobs. Small businesses alone are projected to create 1 million new jobs annually. Democrats' spending fueled price hikes. Republicans' tax cuts will boost pay raises. Under Democrats, American families experienced rampant inflation caused by President Biden's lavish spending. Under these Republican tax cuts, a typical family of four will see their take-home pay increase by upwards of nearly $11,000 per year. Real wages for workers will rise by as much as $7,200 per year. We go even farther by including President Trump's promises of no tax on tips, no tax on overtime pay, and no tax on auto loan interest of autos made in the United States, and tax relief for seniors. The waitress making her living on tips gets an extra $1,300 in her pocket because of this bill. The lineman working overtime to restore power after a natural disaster gets an extra $1,400 because of this bill. 40 million American families will see a permanent increase in the child tax credit to $2,200. For the 91% of Americans who use the standard deduction to file their taxes, they will see a permanent increase of up to $31,500. Democrats want Washington to tell families what to do. Republicans believe parents know what works for them. For education, we give parents and students more opportunity to choose schooling that best fits their needs, including trade schools, by expanding 529 education savings accounts. For family growth and health, we enhance the adoption tax credit, make permanent the paid leave tax credit. We increase the child and dependent care credit, as well as flexible spending arrangements, and we expand health savings accounts. For our children's future, Trump accounts put children on a financially secure footing, pegged to America's economic success. Under Democrats, families could barely get by. Under Republicans, one big, beautiful bill, families will thrive. This is a historic opportunity to build on the successes of the 2017 Trump tax cuts and provide additional relief for workers, families, farmers, and small businesses. more investment, more growth, and more jobs right here in America. In fact, even before this bill's passage, policies contained within it have already notched huge victories. With the recently announced G7 Global Tax Framework and Canada ending its unfair digital service tax, the G7 agreement alone will stop foreign governments from stealing upwards to $120 billion of revenues from our country's coffers. That's a huge, huge win, Madam Chair. We are prepared to get pro-worker, pro-family, and pro-America tax relief to the President's desk so families and Main Street businesses can start planning their own futures as soon as possible. I want to thank you for your time, and I look forward to the questions.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Representative Moore, my classmate,
Thank
you
you.
are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. I'm a little congested here today, so it won't be possible for me to be my loud self. But you know, I'm really glad to be the last one to speak on this distinguished panel, because I think that you've heard two different arguments here. On one hand, you hear about people getting $11,000 more tax breaks at the lower end of the income spectrum. You know, it's all these benefits. And on the other hand, you've heard members talk about the draconian cuts and the impact that it'll have on hospitals and on poor people. So whose report do you believe? And I think that this is the conundrum for the American people. Well, given in my own faith tradition, I look toward Matthew 7:16, which says, by their deeds, you will know them. And no matter what, I know many of us have been here for many years, Madam Chair, more years than you and I have been here. And people have already decided what their legacy in this place will be. But no matter what you think your legacy was, today will seal your legacy. Your legacy will be sealed in the next 36 hours by virtue of how you vote on this bill. And I think that the American people are now seeing the soul of the formerly grand old party. This Republican Party is nothing like the GOP. You know, the Committee on Ways and Means was asked to increase the U.S. debt by trillions of dollars. And boy, did we meet that mark with this bill. We done good with regard to meeting that mark. And what did the American people buy with the $4 trillion in debt? Massive tax goodies for billionaires at the cost of 17 million Americans losing health care coverage and more hungry school children. By their deeds, you will know them. This is the moment for all of us to stand on the shores of the Rubicon, where you can never go back on your legacy. As Senator Tillis from the great state of North Carolina, he has decided that he cannot go back, whatever happens in North Carolina, that he would rather resign than to go back on his values as a human being. So as we once again consider the billionaires' bonanza bill, which of course the Senate made worse. I mean, it's hard to imagine, but they did. The Republican senators found a way to provide more debt, more lost health coverage, and stifling clean, renewable energy of the future. You know, our nation's founding fathers entrusted this House of Representatives to tax and spend. They felt that the House would act more responsibly with this awesome power because we are responsive to the people. And yet, this legislation is nothing short of a total betrayal of the founding fathers' faith in this body. You know, I take particular, and I'm representing the Ways and Means Committee, we take particular offense at the characterization of millions of citizens as cheats, fraudsters, and wastes in order to justify the cuts. The dehumanization of people has been extraordinary in order to create the narrative. You know, because this bill, in fact, will make this country sicker, less educated, hungrier, and deeper in debt. And for what? So that billionaires and corporations can have more and more and more. By their deeds, Madam Chair, you shall know them. Back in May, when we went through the paces on this bill, we had a bill that handed out billions and billions of dollars to millionaires. In fact, when we looked at this bill, on average, a person making over $1 million got a tax cut of $81,500. The bill in front of us, sent back by the Senate, has an average tax cut for a person making over $1 million at $96,000. That's right. The United States Senate took our House bill and said $81,000 in tax cuts just isn't enough for millionaires. We got to give them even more tax cuts. Now, let's check in on the average Americans who are teaching our children and building our roads in Milwaukee and Greensboro and New Brownsville and Rock Hill or Bloomington. In May, we learned that on an average, a household that makes under $50,000 got a tax cut of just 73 cents per day. That was about $247. Spend it wisely, America, because it's going to cost you your health care and your child's education. By their deeds, you will know them. And by the deeds of the United States Senate, we saw that we provided even more and more and more to millionaires and billionaires. The Senate saw that 73 cents a day that we were providing the average American was just too much. So they clawed back a nickel. That's right. If you made under $50,000 on average, you were getting 68 cents a day. That's not even enough to buy a Snickers. And that's what the Senate did. They took away the 73 cents a day and made it 68 cents a day. By their deeds, you shall know them, American people. When we were here in May, we learned that in just 2027 alone, the top 0.1%, not 1%, 0.1%, the richest of the rich, that is people making over $2 million a year, the people who we are told pay the most taxes, well, they got $50 billion in tax cuts just in 2027. $50 billion with the capital B. That was a House bill. But you know what? That $50 billion just wasn't enough for the Senate. They thought that because they objected to it not making enough cuts, so they decided to squeeze more and more and more from the old, infirm, and children. So they moved that number to $60 billion that they gave tax cuts to. That's right. In 2027 alone, the top 0.1% got $60 billion in tax cuts. Now, imagine the need in this country for better schools, child care, and job training. Imagine the needs we could address with the money. Nope. Republicans want to give a stimulus boost to the super yacht market. Madam Chair, back in May when we were here, I expressed my deep sadness that in order to, quote unquote, pay for these tax cuts, Republicans were kicking millions of the most vulnerable Americans off health care. Well, you heard it here from this panel. The Senate upped that number to 17 million people. What will we do? What will the Americans in nursing homes do when that money is moved from health care to the banks of the wealthy? Put them into the streets and hope for the best? Maybe they can get online and do a GoFundMe for all their health care needs. By their deeds, you will know them. Finally, Madam Chair, when we were here last May, we had a bill that the CBO said would blow up the deficit by $2.4 trillion. And when you add interest costs to that, you get $3 trillion. I know we have a lot of people among our Republican colleagues that don't like debt, but for some reason, they like this debt. And the Senate saw this and they were thinking, gee, $3 trillion in debt, we can afford a little bit more debt. Why don't we just juice that number and make the debt number $4 trillion? Yep. So I don't know what it means to be a fiscal hawk, because if you vote for this bill, you're adding $4 trillion to the debt. You know, I know that Republicans have gone on TV for months and months and months, solemnly insisting to the American people that this bill is going to cut the debt, that this will not hurt anybody on Medicaid, just those lazy bums and you know, unworthy people. They've given us fantastical growth projections coming out of the White House. They're going to look at revenue from tariffs that are going to save the country and generate all these savings. Well, by their deeds, you're going to know them. Maybe this is what the Senate was thinking when they said that trillions of dollars in tax debt, we don't know the exact number yet, but somewhere between $4 to $5 trillion in tax debt equals zero. I got 3 great-granddaughters. I don't know how in the world I'm going to teach them that math. So, Madam Chair, I'll close with this. I know that sometimes here we're prone to exaggerations. I've heard a lot of exaggerations here today about how, you know, people are going to get $7,200 more in income and all these tax breaks. I don't know, a lot of drama around here. But I'm not being dramatic when I say that this lipstick on the pig is the worst bill I've seen since I've been in Congress. Showering millions on millionaires and billionaires with tax cuts they don't need, sticking our grandkids with the tab, kicking 17 million people off health care, cutting the neediest off of SNAP benefits, cutting off our energy, clean energy future. The moral failings of this building are just too many to count. And yet, rather than step back and ask ourselves, is this really what we want to do? We're barreling toward an arbitrary deadline. And I'll tell you, the American people will not be celebrating on the 4th of July. They'll be looking at us, and when they ask me, what's the difference between Democrats and Republicans? I will refer them to H.R. 1, the Senate amendment to H.R. 1, and say, by their deeds, you will know them. And I yield back.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moore. Chairman Smith, Chairman Arrington, I've heard hyperbole before, but to say this is the most dangerous piece of legislation in modern history really is the beyond hyperbole, I believe. But we're hearing this constant refrain that this bill benefits no one and harms everyone. Can you expand on how this bill benefits low and middle income Americans? I'll start with you, Chairman Smith, and then come to you, Chairman Arrington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's first say, if you vote against this bill, you're voting against the child tax credit being at $2,200 per child. At the end of this year, it will drop to $1,000. That makes a huge impact to 40 million hardworking Americans. And it's simply, when they vote no, they're voting against a $2,200 child tax credit, and they're okay with $1,000. They're also voting against no taxes on tips. There's a lot of millionaires and billionaires that gets tips. No, there's not. But if you listen to the Democrats here, they said this is all about billionaires and millionaires. No tax on tips. No tax on overtime work. How many millionaires and billionaires, Madam Chair, works by the hour? I don't think there's one. So by saying that this bill is for the billionaires and millionaires, it's just completely false. Because no taxes on overtime, no taxes on tips, tax relief for seniors. This affects real Americans. You have permanency for paid family and medical leave tax credit, helping workers balance family and careers. Partial refundability of the adoption tax credit. Numerous items could go on, but they'll try to say that this is all about the millionaires and billionaires. But let me tell you, in addition to stopping a $1,700 tax increase, we're stopping a $1,700 tax increase by passing this bill. Working families making between $15,000 to $30,000 will have their taxes cut by 21%, the largest of any income group in the distribution title. The largest. And that's a fact from CBO. As a result, the one big beautiful bill, the top 1% will pay more in federal taxes. They did before TCJA, over 40% of all federal taxes. And so it's important to know that 66% of the one big beautiful bill's tax cuts benefits American families making less than $500,000 a year. That's a tax cut for real Americans, and it counters the false narratives that we have heard this day.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Chairman Arrington.
Madam Chair, I agree with Chairman Smith. I can't imagine working families sustaining a tax hike after the inflation tax, which, as I mentioned, was 21%. These good people from everyone's district have suffered a cost of living crisis, the likes of which we haven't endured or experienced in 40 years. So I agree with Chairman Smith. I mean, let's start with do no harm. Let's not have a 22% hike on top of the 21% hike, which is thousands of dollars from these families' pocketbooks. But I think the best way to predict the future is past performance. And if you look at what happened after TCJA was passed, I would say, coupled with deregulation and other good economic policies, but we had the highest wage increase in a quarter of a century. $5,000 for the median household. The people on the lower end of the spectrum did better than those at the top in terms of the value of the tax cut. And wages grew 2 times as fast in the bottom 10% as the top 10%. The bottom 50 income grew. The bottom 50% of income earners grew 3 times that of the top 1%. And as the Chairman Smith said, the top 1% actually paid a greater share of their taxes. So not to mention small businesses that support working families and family farms. And so the list goes on. But I would say for those lowest income earners and those that need the safety net, I think this helps them by not allowing illegal immigrants and folks who are otherwise ineligible from siphoning money off and jeopardizing the sustainability of these programs into the future. And in fact, Numbers USA says that it's $9,000 in social services, taxpayer funded, for people here illegally. That's more than we spend per American citizen on Medicaid. So to Ms. Moore, who's a friend, to her comment about we will be known by our deeds, how about the Democrats in the Senate, all except 4, who voted against the prohibition of illegal immigrants getting taxpayer-funded health care? When we can't sustain 51% increase over the last 4 or 5 years, 400 to 600 billion roughly on Medicaid, it will be $1 trillion in the next, over this next budget window. It's not sustainable. So, Madam Chair, this couldn't be a better time or better policies to strengthen working families.
Thank you very much. Chairman Guthrie, out of all the fear-mongering we've heard, the most ridiculous is the claim that people will die if this bill is passed. The health care provisions in this bill target waste, fraud, and abuse in our Medicaid program to ensure it's sustainable for future generations and can continue to provide for our most vulnerable populations, such as women and children for whom the program was intended to serve. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. Mr. McGovern.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I have questions for everybody. But before I do, I have a question for you, Madam Chair. I'm just reading some of the, this is a post from Fox News saying that Andy Harris, who's our colleague, the head of the chair of the Freedom Caucus, has said that he will vote no on the rule when this rule comes before the full committee. He said that he'll vote no on the rule for the big, beautiful bill. He said that I don't think it's going to be in the next couple of days, but it's going to have to be a compromise between the House and the Senate, basically saying we're not there yet. I guess if the head of the Freedom Caucus is now publicly announcing he's against not the bill but the rule, then what the hell are we doing here? Because if you lose 3 or 4 members, then we're spinning our wheels here. So do you have any information on how many Republicans are going to vote no on the rule? Because I can assure you every Democrat is voting no on the rule.
No, sir, and as you know, we are the Speaker's Committee, and it's our task to hold this hearing on the bill, and we'll continue until we're given directions that there is no chance that the rule or the bill will pass.
Okay, I just wanted my colleagues to know that, and I'll keep announcing as people on the Republican side announce that they're voting against the rule, because I think that's relevant information. But
Thank you, Mr. McGovern.
I just want to say for the record, I mean, Chairman Smith said that Democrats said that this bill is only for billionaires. That's absolutely not what I said in my opening remarks. And I'll say it again, this bill mostly benefits the well-off, but I said I would support, some of the tax relief in this bill. The bottom line is that I support extending the tax benefits for the middle class. Told you I supported tax relief for, on tips. And so I think we have some consensus there. Where there is disagreement, I think on the tax stuff, is the millionaires and billionaires. And I don't know whether you felt you were constrained for time in your opening testimony or not, but you didn't say anything about the benefits, why we're doing, why there's tax relief for millionaires and billionaires. So you might want to, I'm happy to give you the time now to explain why do we need tax relief for millionaires and billionaires, especially when people are worried about increasing the debt and, people losing health care and SNAP benefits, but this is going to cost us. So why does Jeff Bezos need a tax break?
Ranking Member McGovern, usually when you hear people say that we're cutting taxes for millionaires and billionaires, they point to Section 199A, which is the small business deduction. Almost 80% of all businesses in the United States are pass-through entities. And by making that permanent, That small business deduction, that is what helps create so many jobs. And that is where your side of the aisle continues to talk about the millions and billionaires. And the other section that you talk about it is
Is Jeff Bezos not getting a tax break in this bill?
the other section that you all are talking about within tax cuts is that we're keeping existing tax rates as they are today, moving permanently. We're not reducing those tax rates. We're just keeping them the same. So the fact that we're keeping them the same, you're saying that we're giving Jeff Bezos a tax cut.
But he gets a tax cut in this bill. I mean, I'm looking at at some of the statistics here. According to the way I interpret this bill, the top 1% get 22% of the benefit. The top 5% get 43% of the benefit. The top 10% get 52% of the benefit. And the top 20% get 66% of the benefit. And I don't know about your district, but most small businesses in my district are multimillionaires or billionaires. And, you know, you mentioned the child tax credit in your opening. The child tax credit goes down next year because Republicans designed it that way. You made it temporary, but you made tax cuts for corporations permanent. So that's why we're dealing with that. You know, Republicans want to pretend that this bill provides meaningful tax relief to families through their child tax credit modifications. This is patently false. In fact, what Republicans are doing with the child tax credit in this bill is in many ways even worse than doing nothing at all. Under this backwards proposal, 1 in 3 children in America will be ineligible for the full child tax credit. That means millions of American citizen children will lose access to this life-changing assistance that they're currently receiving. In addition, families making more than $400,000 per year will be able to get the full value of the credit, but inexplicably, lower-income families will get nothing or just a fraction of that due to how Republicans structured the tax credit. So the official nonpartisan Joint Committee on Taxation estimated that next year, if this bill passes, 17 million American citizen children will be blocked from getting the full value of the credit. Now, Republicans claim that they want people to work, but that's just false, because this bill actually strips the child tax credit away from children whose parents do work, but just don't earn enough. So under your proposal, even if parents work full-time for an entire year, they'll earn too little to get the full credit if they're paid minimum wage. And again, this is all happening while some of us are astonished by the way that the tax benefits seem to go toward those at the top. And the people who are, this is not just me or Democrats on the Ways and Means Committee expressing concern about that. I mean, the Children's Hospital Association put out a statement opposing this bill, saying the new version of the budget reconciliation bill is a crisis for children's health care, hospitals, and providers nationwide, and we ask Congress to oppose it, as an act to support America's children. But again, I didn't really get a good answer to why Jeff Bezos needs a tax break. Ms. Moore, I want to make sure that I have this straight, because I talked about this, previously, and I couldn't believe it, but the House bill got rid of the nearly 100-year-old excise tax on gun silencers, right? But that wasn't enough for the Senate. They also got rid of the tax on sawed-off shotguns. I mean, I got to admit, I'm not much of a gun enthusiast, as some of my colleagues here might be, but I would imagine that it's easier to conceal a sawed-off shotgun or rifle, under your clothes. So Republicans are basically doubling down on what I call the hitman handout. Congresswoman Moore, am I right about that? How much would the hitman handout cost taxpayers? And can you talk about any other special interest giveaways in this bill?
Thank you, Mr. McGovern, for that question. The Senate got rid of the tax on sawed-off shotguns. You're absolutely correct. So there will be no tax on sawed-off shotguns.
Are there any other little giveaways that we know about, or are we going to have to wait for a few days before we we find out if there are other.
Well, I think that some other things that we're seeing is that while we're cutting educational opportunity for millions of people, we do provide a tax credit for the so-called choice program that will provide tax credits to those investors that invest in non-public education. We also see that there's a special carve-out for banks of certain loans that will not be taxed. Of course, we do see the protectionist movement toward fossil fuels.
No, and I'm just saying, I think in the coming weeks, we're going to find, coming days, if this becomes law, we're going to find out more stuff. I know, Mr. Smith, I know you wanted to.
Right, and of course, you remember the silencer.
Oh, yeah, no, which is, like, I don't, but Mr. Smith, did you want to respond to why Jeff Bezos deserves a tax cut?
I would be happy to talk about the tax on suppressors and the short barrel rifles that you were asking.
Yeah, but that wasn't my question, but you can, if you want to talk about, explain to us, people want to know, like, why does someone like Jeff Bezos need a tax cut when all this other stuff is being cut? And I think that's not an outrageous question. It's what's on a lot of people's minds. By the way, not just Democrats, but independents and Republicans. That's why all the polling, that's what the polling tells us, is that people don't quite get it. But if there's a quick answer as to why Jeff Bezos or people who earn what he earns deserve a tax cut, then I'm happy to yield to you.
So I'll just say the reality is this legislation is specifically focused on delivering more jobs, permanent tax cuts, and bigger paychecks for hardworking Americans. That's why the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and the tax relief for seniors.
He just spent $50 million on a wedding, and he's getting a tax cut. But whatever. But
I didn't get invited.
Mr.
Did you
McGovern,
get
I did
invited?
find the answer to your question.
yeah.
The $2 billion tax cut on the sawed-off shotguns and so forth comes to about $2 billion.
Thank you. The dedicated, nonpartisan civil servants at the Congressional Budget Office, provide fact-based estimates on how much bills will cost the American taxpayer, how many people will gain or lose health coverage, and other important quantifiable pieces of information that all of us, I think, want to have before voting on legislation. And we should be thanking them for the work that they do, and yet Republicans vilify them now. I don't know why. Maybe because Republicans may be threatened by the facts, but I think the facts are important. We need to know how many people are going to lose their health care. We need to know how many people are going to lose their nutrition assistance. We need to know how much it's going to add to the debt. Chairman Arrington, do you agree with CBO's analysis that this bill will add $3.3 trillion to the deficit? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. As the current chair of the Budget Committee, do you agree with President Trump that CBO is, quote, run by Democrats?
I think they are mostly Democrats, and most likely they're biased in that regard
Right. Well,
philosophically.
in fact, the current director of the CBO is a Republican.
Yeah.
And that's according to a recent interview he gave with the Wall Street Journal.
That's
And
true.
do you know what you said about the current CBO director when he was reappointed to his position 2 years ago?
Probably something good, I
Yeah,
hope.
you did. You said he has the two key ingredients to faithfully execute the role as our nation's budget scorekeeper, objectivity and integrity. And then now we hear a whole different version because, Republicans don't like the numbers. And it's not just CBO saying that your bill will cost trillions. It's every budget modeling organization with any credibility. Do you agree with the Yale Budget Lab that your bill will add trillions of dollars to the deficit, even when accounting for growth? Yes or no?
I probably disagree with most of what's coming out of Yale
Do you
University.
agree with the
Including that.
Penn-Wharton budget model that your bill will add trillions of dollars to the deficit, even when accounting for growth?
I disagree.
Do you agree with the right-leaning tax foundation that your tax cuts will add trillions of dollars to the deficit, even when accounting for growth?
I disagree with every organization you've mentioned because of a growth rate assumption.
And they account for growth. Do you agree with the right-leaning American Enterprise Institute that your bill will add trillions of dollars to the deficit, even when accounting for growth?
May I make a clarification?
Yeah.
I mean, you're running through a pretty good list, but I
I'm
think
almost done with it.
I think I'll let you finish.
Do you agree with the Tax Policy Center that your tax cuts will
No,
add
sir.
trillions of dollars to the deficit?
I don't.
And what about the House Freedom Caucus? That these tax cuts will, they have a lower estimate, but will add over $1 trillion to the deficit and is way more expensive than the House passed bill.
Here's my position. I don't think Democrats or Republicans have gotten serious about addressing the cumulative deficits into the future. And even when President Trump, before he put his hand on the Bible and took his oath for his second term, CBO projected $20 trillion. So I think a lot of organizations will lump the entire $20 trillion. What I would say is this bill is focused on the growth part of the fiscal health equation. And what we have attempted to do is make sure we don't make the deficit problem worse while reaching out to my Democrat colleagues.
So you would disagree with the Freedom Caucus then? Yeah, I assume that's one of the reasons why Andy Harris is voting against the rule, is because he's concerned about what this is going to add to the
I think there are a
deficit
number
debt.
of people concerned about that issue, Mr. McGovern, to be honest with you.
Yeah, in March, you said, and I quote, "If the Senate is simply using current policy to get tax cuts permanent while avoiding or skirting the responsibility to bring down spending commensurately, then that is a non-starter." That's end quote.
Yeah.
Then in our April hearing on the budget, when I asked you if you were here supporting a non-starter, you told me I opposed the notion that in the final reconciliation bill that we would have a deficit increase on the watch of a party that claims fiscal responsibility as a core principle. And as recently as June 10th, you signed a letter that said, and I quote, "We remain unequivocal in our position that any additional tax cuts must be matched dollar by real enforceable spending reductions. That union is the cornerstone of the House framework adopted in Section 4001 of H. Con. Res. 14, and it's the minimum standard for our support," end quote. So you've been very consistent in your demands, and so I have to ask you, did the Senate follow the House's reconciliation restrictions?
They did not.
All right, I mean, according to the latest analysis from the Committee on Responsible Federal Budget, the Senate violated the House's instructions by over $500 billion, and the final bill will add $4 trillion to the national debt, including interest. So here we are with a final bill that does something that you called a non-starter, that violates your core principles, and it doesn't meet what you called the minimum standard for your support. Have your core principles changed since April? I mean,
No, sir.
I mean, do words minimum and non-starter not mean what I think that they mean? Like, I don't understand, like, why, I mean, if I were on the right of this, I mean, I don't know why, you know, you wouldn't take this opportunity maybe to follow Lisa Murkowski's advice to, you know, maybe have a conference with the Senate and try to work something out. You know, it seems that everything that
You
everybody.
may be onto something.
Yeah, well, it's it. Well, and again, if that's the case, then I don't know why we're here in the Rules Committee taking up your time. But Ranking Member Boyle, it seems to me to be the prevailing view of literally every credible budget expert across the country that the Republicans' proposal will blow a multi-trillion-dollar hole in our debt. Even Republicans can't seem to get their stories straight. The Trump White House claims that the bill will reduce the deficit by trillions using magic math. Senate Republicans are opting to pretend that $4 trillion in tax cuts don't count as new tax cuts. And a select few House Republicans, like Congressman Massey, and I hate to add to his misery, Congressman Roy, actually admit that the bill will raise the deficit. Ranking Member Boyle, can you explain in very simple terms what Republicans are doing here by ignoring current law and using an alternative way to estimate the cost of their bill? And is it true that the new version of the bill adds hundreds of billions more to the deficit than what the House Republicans passed earlier this year?
Yes, thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. I have to give Republicans credit for this. They have been able to get left-leaning groups and right-leaning groups both on the same side, saying exactly the same thing, that this bill adds trillions of dollars to our deficit and debt. To be specific, $4 trillion. Now, one of the ways, process-wise, that the Senate Republicans achieved this is actually truly historic. Ever since 1974, we have operated under the Budget and Impoundment Control Act. That's what created House Budget Committee, Senate Budget Committee. It's what gave birth to the Congressional Budget Office. It was to ensure that all members would have accurate numbers. The official scorekeepers, the Congressional Budget Office, would initiate 10-year projections. And within the process known as reconciliation that was created, these numbers needed to add up. If you were going to have new spending, it needed to be paid for. If you were going to give out tax cuts, that also needed to be accounted for, either through cuts or additional revenue elsewhere. Ever since 1974, we have used something called the current law baseline. So for example, with these tax cuts, the original 2017 TCJA tax cuts, they're set to expire midnight December 31st of this year. If you want to extend them the following day, the following month, the following year, following decade, so be it, you have to pay for it. Now, because of this legislation, for the first time in 51 years, that will be violated by switching to something that's called current policy baseline. It is an intellectually bankrupt concept. Current policy baseline is jargon for essentially this concept. I bought a donut this morning. I paid for that donut. Now tomorrow and the next day and every day for the rest of my life, that donut will cost me nothing. According to current policy baseline, that is true. This bill uses, make no mistake about it, current policy baseline. And again, because I'm being magnanimous, I want to give Republicans credit. You have just solved Democrats' problem and come up with the way Democrats will pay for Medicare for all. You have actually solved it by using current policy baseline. This is a new precedent that has been set, and when this bill becomes law, if it, God forbid, does become law, this will be the new standard that the Democratic side of the aisle will absolutely follow from now on.
Well, I thank you for that. Chairman Thompson, I want to go to something that Ranking Member Craig mentioned in her opening, because I think this is important. When our committee marked up this big, ugly bill in May, I recall you saying that your bill protects veterans. In fact, you actually took credit for the exemptions from work requirements for veterans, former foster youth, and homeless people that were signed into law as part of the Fiscal Responsibility Act. And as we're here now with a bill that actually gets rid of the protections for veterans, for former foster youth, and for homeless individuals, Mr. Chairman, I know you know this, but I'll lay this out for members in this room who don't serve on the Agriculture Committee, like us, and for people watching this at home. This means if this bill gets signed into law, veterans, former foster youth ages 18 to 24, and homeless individuals will now be kicked off of their SNAP benefits after 3 months. So a 64-year-old veteran who can't find a job has nowhere left to turn. I mean, he will go hungry in 3 months. A 19-year-old girl, a 19-year-old who lived a complicated life in and out of different foster homes gets SNAP for 3 months, and then she's out of luck. A person who can't find stable housing and is trying to find a place to stay is kicked off of his food benefits in 90 days. And so, you know, when we're talking about people being hurt, I mean, these are the people that we're talking about. And so my question for you, I mean, do you support removing the protections for veterans?
Well, Mr. McGovern, I'm hesitant to correct you, but my statement was President Biden was the one that was pushing those three populations of having them exempt. From what I saw, and I complained about this at this time in those negotiations, we were cheating those three populations from greater opportunity because we were not going to be able to provide them access to the SNAP employment and career and technical education benefit, which we invest significant monies on. If they can't work, as you know, being on the committee as long as what you have been, and being a champion for nutrition, which I appreciate your passion, that there's two other alternatives: is an average of 80 hours a week working, or 80 hours of volunteer work a month. I'm sorry, 80 hours a month, yeah, of working, volunteering, or engaged in, and quite frankly, it's my favorite. I'll be honest with you. It's engaged in 80 hours of SNAP employment and career and technical education. And so just because somebody can't find a job doesn't mean their benefits stop after 3 months. They could volunteer an average of 80 hours a month and still be eligible. Or better yet, let's give them a shot at the American dream, which is not stuck in poverty. It's having access to that ladder of opportunity.
Well, I want to make sure that I'm not misquoting you here, because this is from 5/14/25, when you said, quote, "This committee, Mark, continues to exempt veterans. That was part of the negotiations I reached with President Biden during the Fiscal Responsibility Act negotiations. Our veterans are exempt from the SNAP work requirement. That is the law. We are not proposing to change the law."
Well, those
you said it.
negotiations
So now
are,
you changed.
negotiations are give and take. That was
Yeah.
not my position. I thought we were cheating those three populations. And the House version did leave them intact, given the fact that they would naturally expire on their own after just a few
And
years.
with respect that somehow we're cheating them of opportunities, I mean,
Well,
look.
if we're leaving them stuck in poverty, we're cheating them.
Most states operate voluntary programs and can assign people who are interested in SNAP, E&T, to the program regardless of work status. These programs are severely limited.
That's right, and
Due
they
to
were
a history of
exempt under.
underfunding by both the state and the federal government. So even if you're subject to the paperwork requirements, there's no guarantee that you can participate in training because states don't have enough spaces. So this bill subjects millions of new people to the time limit in SNAP, and there aren't nearly enough E&T slots. So to put it in perspective, there were just over 300,000 E&T slots total. The demand is high. And we aren't here talking about more funding for E&T. We are here talking about you kicking more people off of benefits. And just to be honest about what you're doing, please, I think it's important to state that. I don't know, Ranking Member
Well,
Craig, whether you want to add.
Mr. Ranking
Yeah.
Member, I got to
I'm happy
say,
to- no,
I
yeah.
would challenge you to say there are not plenty of volunteer opportunities in every community.
And people's lives are very complicated. In case you're not out and about in your districts, people's lives are very complicated. People don't fit into these nice, neat categories that everybody, that you all outline. That is, life doesn't fall into black and white categories. They a lot of gray area in terms of how complicated people's lives are. Ranking Member Craig?
I would just add, Ranking Member, that these are people who serve this nation in our military, and we each know them. We know homeless veterans, we know those who are suffering with mental illness, and the idea that we are going to take food away from them in their time of need because they can't work 80 hours a month, to me, it's un-American.
Yeah, and I find this a particularly cruel provision in the bill. Ranking Member Craig, this bill sets up a massive new bureaucratic system forcing states to, for the first time ever, cover the cost of providing benefits to people. States have no clue how they're going to come up with the hundreds of millions of dollars to cover SNAP benefits. I mean, CBO and 23 governors wrote to us to say that states may be forced to drop out of SNAP entirely due to the increased cost. States not offering SNAP benefits to people would be catastrophic. It would make hunger exponentially worse in this country and push people deeper into poverty. And I can't even begin to guess what kind of long-term consequences that would have on healthcare costs, workplace productivity, and educational outcomes. So you don't have to take my word for it. We had 23 governors write to Congress, and they said, quote, "If states are forced to end their SNAP programs, hunger and poverty will increase, child and adults will get sicker, grocery stores in rural areas will struggle to stay open, people in agriculture and the food industry will lose their jobs, and state and local economies will suffer," end quote. I ask unanimous consent to insert their letter into the record. Yeah, and in some states, I know Minnesota is one of them, and you mentioned this. And by the way, Mr. Pallone and Ms. Moore, New Jersey and Wisconsin are also on that list. Counties will be on the hook for a portion of that cost. In Minnesota, I think counties will be on the hook for coming up with $43 million per year to continue offering benefits. I know you do your homework, Ms. Craig, and I know you talked to county officials about this. Do county officials in Minnesota have confidence that they can come up with $43 million a year? And if they can't, then what happens?
No, Mr. Ranking Member, they do not. In fact, those county commissioners in Minnesota have been burning up my cell phone all weekend long. States already have skin in the game. 50% of the cost share for administering SNAP goes to the states. And in some states, that cost is even higher. In Minnesota, for example, the cost of administering SNAP mostly, it's about 80%, falls on the counties. And this bill shifts more of the cost for federal food assistance programs onto them. I've heard from a bunch of them in the last 24 hours, and today, the Minnesota Star Tribune, the headline, front page, was Trump's federal spending bill could force Minnesota counties to raise property taxes. Realistically, Mr. Ranking Member, the only thing that those Minnesota counties are going to be able to do with this unfunded mandate is either raise local taxes, county property taxes, or they're going to have to not fund other priorities in the county.
So this could end up being a tax increase at the state level or at the county level, I mean, in order to be able to make sure that people have the basic necessity of food.
Yeah, for many Minnesotans, the tax increase at the local level is going to just completely offset. It's going to be much, much more than the tiny little tax decrease that some of the folks here are suggesting people may end up with. Look, it's a lose-lose for Minnesotans, but, you know, Virginia, New Jersey, the members on this committee, the Rules Committee, and I would suspect a lot of the folks here, Mr. McGovern, don't actually know about this yet, or you've only learned about it in recent days. Colorado, Ohio, and in particular, North Carolina and New Jersey, where counties pay actually 100% of the administrative cost. In fact, I have a statement here from the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners that was issued last week that I'd like to read because I think it should be incredibly important to members of the Rules Committee across the aisle. By reducing federal funding and shifting administrative costs to state and local governments, Congress would force North Carolina and its counties to replace tens of millions of dollars in lost revenue, either by generating new funds through increased taxes or redirecting them from other essential programs. Should the state be unwilling or unable to replace the SNAP benefit reductions, individual counties will be forced to choose between diverting funding from their own programs, raising local taxes, or watching their residents go without this important safety net. Local governments are most disadvantaged to replace SNAP funding. The best way to ensure our residents receive this benefit is to preserve federal funding. It's just really, truly difficult, Mr. McGovern, to see how the people in this room could support a bill that is going to increase taxes at the county level on so many of the states across this country.
And I think this is a big deal. It's a big change. And I do think this should have been the subject of hearings, and we should have heard from people from all around the country as to how they would potentially deal with it or not deal with it, and what the impact would be. I mean, the cynic in me says that maybe part of the deal is to get states to opt out of SNAP and to not provide people a food benefit and just take that off the table. You know, but this is going to have an impact that I think most states don't even have a clue of, right, of what it's going to mean for them.
If I may, Mr. McGovern, the CBO scores that you quoted, that was actually when there was state share, that was scored at a state share of 50%.
Well, that was,
Which was
bill, yeah.
which is outrageous. And of course, the Senate made some refinements to the process. Any error rates under 6% is a zero cost share. The idea here is not to punish anyone. It's to incentivize the states to do a better job.
And
because
understand
it's
too
the
that error rates
the
include underpayments to people. Yeah.
Well, underpayments or
yeah, but-
overpayments, because overpayments get clawed back, and that hurts people in future months.
I would encourage us all to read what actually came back from the Senate, because in fact, 10 states in this country are not going to be subject to the cost shift that others are as a result of a last-minute deal cut over in the Senate by one U.S. senator. And for that matter, I just say last night, the governor of Pennsylvania warned that his state, your state here, some of you here, might
had
have to
abusive
opt
numbers.
out of the program, leaving 2 million people without federal food assistance if these cuts become law. The consequences for that are health, our rates of childhood obesity, of hunger for economy. It would be devastating if this happens.
And just one quick question. Are undocumented immigrants in SNAP?
No, of course they aren't, by federal law. And look, every member of this committee should just go on their phone. I know you all know how to use a phone. The USDA website clearly states, this is a direct quote, SNAP is not and has never been available to undocumented non-citizens. Only American citizens and certain other select groups of documented, that means they're country, in this country legally, non-citizens may receive SNAP. It's embarrassing that any
no,
member of Congress would actually
No,
say
but I
that.
thank you for saying that, because I've heard some of my Republican colleagues on talk shows talking about that.
They aren't, and they never
I don't
have
know
been.
what they're talking about. I just have one last set of questions for Energy and Commerce. Mr. Guthrie, President Trump has said time and time and again, and in fact, he continues to say, that Republicans will not touch Medicaid. But which is, it blows my mind that he says that. But anyway, but if Republicans enact this bill, you will be in clear and total violation of that promise. This bill, as I read it, includes $930 billion in cuts to Medicaid. That's according to the nonpartisan budget scorekeepers at CBO. But just don't take it from me, or even from the budget experts. Listen to the doctors and the hospitals across the country that say this bill will devastate healthcare in this country. The Children's Hospital Association said, and I quote, "The new version of the budget reconciliation bill is a crisis for children's health care, hospitals, and providers nationwide, and we ask Congress to oppose it as an act of support for America's children. Your child, regardless of their insurance status, could see the services they rely on reduced or eliminated with significantly less support to sustain them. The bill amounts to fewer doctors and nurses to see your child, longer wait times, and sicker children," end quote. Hospitals across the country have raised alarms, including in Louisiana, Ohio, and in your home state of Kentucky. On June 26, the Kentucky Hospital Association said that this bill will force hospitals to close and endanger 20,000 healthcare jobs in your state. In total, estimates suggest that more than 300 rural hospitals and over 500 nursing homes could close because of this legislation. The fact that this bill cuts Medicaid has even been confirmed by key Republicans, including Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina, the Chairwoman Fox's home state, who asked, quote, "What do I tell 663,000 people in 2 years or 3 years when President Trump breaks his promise by pushing them off of Medicaid because the funding's not there anymore?" So, Chairman Guthrie, can you answer that question? Like, what should Senator Tillis tell the hundreds of thousands of people in North Carolina who will be pushed off of Medicaid because of the cuts in funding? And what about the 40,000 people in my district in Massachusetts who will lose their health care? I mean, I think, you think that they deserve to know why cutting these benefits is such a priority, and especially because the offsets are being used, again, not to reduce the deficit or the debt, but to pay for tax cuts for very wealthy people.
Yeah, let me start with, as we were here before, the people who were losing their health insurance on the Medicaid side of it, the people who were most affected, one, were illegal. There are people that are illegal that receive Medicaid benefits through states that choose to do that.
Yeah,
That
not
was,
federal-
that
not
was, that was
federal
birded out of the bill, so that's not part of it. So you got the most.
But never federal Medicaid.
Well, there's two ways to do it. One is they use the federal office that's 90/10, whatever you want to call it, to administer it. So that's what we were looking at, is the administration costs. The other thing is you don't have to verify legal status until 90 days into being on Medicaid. So there's people technically be on Medicaid, and it's scored, so there's no, that it happens with CBO. And that was not allowed in by the Byrd rule. So the other is people that are not eligible because of eligibility rules, and the people that are able to work. It was 4.6 million. That number is of people who were estimated that were able to work. And when we say able to work, it's people all the ones that you talked about with mental health, with all the other, they're exempted out, people with substance use disorder.
Well, according to the Joint Economic Committee, 184,526 people will lose their health care coverage in Kentucky. Are they all deserving to lose their health care benefits?
So I would say if they're able to work and choose not to work, when I say under the restrictions that we have for eligibility, most Kentuckians think, I know there was some criticism that came out from the governor's office of our bill, but if they're defending people that are able to work and they're not working.
That's an awful lot of people in Kentucky. Ranking Member.
Well, Kentucky has one of the lowest workforce participation rates, people who are eligible to work that are working, and they'll be better off if they're working.
Yeah, I want to make just one statement before I go to Mr. Colon. This notion that, all these millions and millions of Americans really are living the easy life, staying home, watching TV, and being on Medicaid,
and being on SNAP is ludicrous. A food benefit that's on average $2 per meal for an individual. I mean, it's just like, it's so offensive to people in this country. And, you know, I mean, I don't know whether you talk to your constituents who are on Medicaid, but I'll tell you, I mean, their lives are oftentimes very, very complicated. And I think part of why this bill is so unpopular is because people think you're talking about them.
I agree that people have complicated lives. Not everybody you said it, not everybody fits into a neat category. But it doesn't make sense to let people there are a substantial number, according to studies, of people that are receiving Medicaid that could otherwise be working. That's why we were very careful to sculpt provisions where people that are on substance use disorder,
Right.
people that are mental health, they're all exempted. People with dependent child at home.
Living through the last 24 hours and watching the machinations of the United States Senate trying to add things, take things out, move things around, using the words "very careful" don't seem to apply here. And I'm willing to bet you anything that if this thing becomes law, you know, you'll find out in a few days that there's something in here that none of us knew was in there, or that has an adverse impact on something that we care about, and it's going to be too late to do anything about it. So I'm just telling you, this was not a very careful process. We don't know all of the implications about what is coming before us
Well, the
today.
eligibility requirements from the House that stood, and those were very carefully drafted because of the points you made.
So Ranking Member Pallone, Republicans continue to falsely claim that the only people who will lose health insurance will be undocumented people or people who sit at home watching TV all day. Can you address this point and discuss who will lose health care under this bill, who is actually losing health coverage, and why do they need Medicaid and the ACA?
Well, let me divide the answer in two parts. One is about the people that lose their health insurance, and the second is about the cuts to providers and the children's hospitals and the other things you mentioned. First of all, the Republicans have to stop, I know they won't, but they have to stop saying that the only thing they're doing here is work requirements or you know, paperwork. The bottom line is that if you talk about the $1 trillion that's going to be cut here, or the 17 million people that are going to lose their health insurance, there's probably only a third of that $1 trillion that's related to the paperwork. Now, that's significant because the bottom line is that, you know, it's not fair. Use the Georgia example I've used a million times, where they estimated there were 300,000 or 400,000 people that were eligible for Medicaid expansion, and only 4,500 of those actually got Medicaid because of the paperwork requirements, meaning, you know, you've got to file every month. You have to show that if you're not working, it's, you know, because of a level of disability that's impossible to reach. You know, that's maybe a third of it. The rest of it is all the other cuts, right? So, for example, with regard to the ACA, the subsidies, the enhanced subsidies are gone. So if your health insurance costs you, you know, is valued at, say, $5,200 a year, and you're paying $100 a month, you're now going to have to pay an extra $4,000 that would have been subsidized, and you can't afford it, so therefore you don't get health insurance, right? So this is not primarily about paperwork requirements, although those paperwork requirements are so awful that a lot of people will lose their health insurance. The other thing I was going to say too is that you're talking about the Children's Hospital. You know, this is what the Senate did that made this so much more onerous. We don't talk about CHIP, right? Much. You haven't heard much about that. But what's been done collectively between the House and the Senate with CHIP is devastating, right? So now there are lifetime and annual limits on how much can be spent for a child on CHIP. There are provisions that say that you have to wait 30 days before you're eligible for CHIP. So the children's hospitals are devastated, in part, not only because of Medicaid and the ACA cuts, but also because of the impact on CHIP. And then what the Senate did with the provider tax was even worse, because you understand that there's two things here that hospitals depend on. If they're failing, a state like New Jersey will give them what we call direct state payments so that they don't fail. Those are significantly cut back in the House and the Senate bill. The provider tax, you know, if you say in the House bill, we said, well, we're going to just keep the provider tax the way it is. You can't raise it due to inflation. You can't change it any other way. But they didn't change the status quo. What the Senate did is to scale back and say every year the provider tax is going to be less and less. And then if you don't get that provider tax at the state level, then you can't give the providers, in this case the hospitals and nursing homes, the level of money so that they can actually operate. So, look, I don't want to eliminate the emphasis on the paperwork or whatever the Republicans call it, the work requirements. That's devastating enough. But you have to understand that that's a certain percentage of this overall cuts. It's not the majority. A lot of this is just directly cutting these programs and the amount of funding that's coming to the providers.
Right.
That's what's going on here.
Thank you. Mr. Guthrie, are you aware how much damage this bill is going to do to the clean energy industry in Kentucky? I mean, I have a letter here addressed to you from manufacturing companies in Kentucky, and the letter states, quote, "There are already more than 14,000 clean energy jobs in Kentucky in the battery, manufacturing, automotive, grid infrastructure, critical minerals, and clean energy industries," end quote. The letter further states that $8 billion in announced funding for these industries to your state has yet to be spent and is at significant risk if this bill passed. That sounds like a heck of a lot of jobs. I mean, what do you say to these employers? And and I mean, on the tax portion of this bill, I mean, what do you tell the thousands of people who could lose their jobs from Kentucky, or for that matter, in Missouri? I mean, who want to work in these high-paying industries? I mean, this bill is a job killer and a climate killer.
Three of the largest battery plants are in my district. One battery plant, Ford offers a good product people are going to buy. They were going to build 2 battery plants in my district. They built 2 plants. They're going to equip one because they make a good product and people are going to buy it. They're not going to equip the other. They're looking for other uses for it. The other one is actually in my hometown. And I say this, and I've told people who've asked me about this, I think if people choose to buy an electric vehicle, that's absolutely their choice. I don't think it's the federal government's job to mandate them to do so. And I think it's better off for the American people, regardless of what the specific issues. But I think people are going to end up buying these cars because they're good products. But I don't think that they should be mandated. I just don't think they should be mandated to be bought.
Yeah, well,
Mr.
yes.
McGovern, our clocks have gone wonky on us. Now it's been going about 40 minutes.
No, and I
think that's really testing.
No, and I appreciate the chairwoman's admonition, but with all due respect to everybody who's here, I mean, this is a big deal, and we don't even have time to read everything in this bill, and for many of us who have looked at the House bill and tried to follow what's going on in the Senate, we are really worried about how it's going to impact our constituents, and so I get it, but we have no other opportunity to be able to ask these questions and get these answers. And so, again, I apologize to the panel, but this is important, and I will.
Can I finish my thought, though?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay.
But if I was a business and my member of Congress was not going to mandate that people buy my product,
But they're not
I might send them a letter as well.
We're not mandating you to buy a product.
Well, they're mandating
No,
you have
we're
to
not.
buy
We're-
electric.
We're actually trying to get an industry off the ground and maybe provide a little help in combating climate change and actually being good to this planet. Yeah, and, so anyway, I think people would rather that than tax cuts for Jeff Bezos. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I want to take 5 seconds. We've heard mention of people who are on SNAP and on welfare having complicated lives. Let me tell you, the most complicated lives of the people in this country who are working 40-plus hours a week to pay their taxes and deal with their children and health care and other things. I don't hear too many people defending those people.
Madam Chair, with all due respect, the majority of able-bodied adults on SNAP work for a living. And the majority of people on the program are children and they're senior citizens. So let's not leave the misimpression that, that program is just for people who don't work.
Mr. Norman?
I want to thank all the committee heads, Chairman, for what you've done. The first bill that we put out, each of you worked hard to get. Each of you had things and were part of the process. Our Democrat colleagues, no one voted for our bill that the House sent over. No one agrees with giving money back to the taxpayer that they earned. And to have my good friend, Mr. McGovern, question whether there were really people who are able-bodied, and it's not that many of them, you hadn't been in the real world. You go to that restaurant, you go to that electrician, you go to that tire manufacturer. Every day, the number one concern is getting people who are willing to do hot work. It's not there. You've been in government too long. And all I would say is that the founders and the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence would be astounded that we're sitting here talking about something that we hadn't read fully. We hadn't got a copy of it. Now, Mr. McGovern, I do agree with you on that. The fact that we should have it in hand. I think the founders and the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence would be astounded that we're adding debt to our children and grandchildren who are defenseless. Debt is a curse. And Jody, you were right. We got to reverse the curse. And what the Senate did is unconscionable. What they did to our bill was unconscionable. And that's why, I will be, unlike my Democrat colleagues, they will not support anything their new leader in New York, Mandani, government-run stores, government-run gas stations, government-run apartments. I wonder how many U-Haulers are now leaving New York, and the socialist theory just does not work. So, yeah, I'm against this because of what the Senate did. I'll vote against it here, and I'll vote against it on the floor until we get it right. And the fact is, the good news, we're going to pass the tax cuts. The tax cuts don't expire until the December of this year. We're going to pass the tax cuts. And I think we're going to go back to the drawing table. It is my hope we'll go back to the drawing table and get very close to what we sent the Senate, because instead of each individual senator getting a goodie bag and sacrificing the health of this country is an abomination to, again, the founders and the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence. So I do think that hopefully we'll get to that. We're not there yet, but I think hopefully we will be, and the American people will be better off for it. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Yes, I'd first yield to Mr. McGovern.
No, the gentleman just took a swipe at me. Let me return a swipe by saying I think he spent too much time at Mar-a-Lago and with people who are well-off and well-connected. He needs to spend a little bit more time talking to people who are struggling in this country. And by the way, I think we just have another announcement of somebody who's opposed to the bill. Are you opposed to the rule, too?
Yes, I'm going to vote against the rule, and I'm going to vote against.
So that's three. If we get one more, then then we're done for today, and you can go and work out something different. So I don't know why we're here if we already know three people who are going to vote against the rule. We're not even get this thing to the floor unless you cave, which has become a kind of a pattern around here. But I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Yeah, it's interesting how many qualms we're hearing from across the aisle, whether the Senate or the senators. Yes, it is. Whether it's senators or members of the House who don't think this bill is ready to go. I couldn't agree more. I think it's the most expensive bill in the history of our nation. I had a town hall this weekend. My constituents have questions about it. I've got a lot of questions about it. All the reports we're seeing come out have that it's the biggest wealth transfer in our nation's history. It's the largest effort to kick people off their health care in history. It's a sweeping assault on nutrition assistance that's going to have kids going hungry and also without health care. So I think it's a monstrosity. I don't think it's defensible either morally or economically. It's supposed to reduce the national debt, and it adds trillions to the national debt. That's because the real purpose is not debt reduction. I think it's pretty clear. The real purpose is to give tax cuts to billionaires and big business in service to this failed economic theory of trickle-down economics, which has proven over half a century to never spur the kind of economic growth to make up for the deficits that tax cuts for billionaires create. If Republicans run through these tax cuts, our economy will not magically overperform to make up the lost revenue. It just doesn't work that way. But we will see even more income inequality as the rich, the Musks, the Bezos, the Mar-a-Lago millionaires get richer and everybody else gets left behind. Some of our colleagues say they hate this bill or they don't like parts of it, but at the end of the day, they have lacked the guts to stand up for the American people, and they have voted for this travesty of a bill over and over again because the head of their party wants it. Time and again, we've seen the only Republicans willing to stand up for their constituents in the country are those who are on their way out the door. So what kind of moral compass does one need to have to think that a millionaire deserves a tax cut, but a working mom should lose her health care? As Ranking Member Moore suggested, our bills, our budgets make clear what our priorities are. And what's clear here is that Trump's Republican Party only cares about rich people and large companies. They don't care about working people. They don't care about kids. They don't care if you need Medicare or SNAP to make ends meet. This bill is an unconscionable attack on the middle class and on our poorest American neighbors. It's a 940-page testament to Republican values, and those values are grim. It's really shocking to see the supporters of this bill trying to justify taking away health care from 17 million people, kicking 5 million people off SNAP, causing the closure of hundreds of nursing homes, community health centers, and hospitals across the country, allowing mining and oil drilling on our public lands and in our public forests, raising energy costs for consumers across the country, while adding nearly $4 trillion to the national debt so that the mega rich can get mega richer. Who in their right minds thinks this is a good deal for the American people? For every millionaire that gets a tax cut, 19 people would be kicked off their health care and 6 people will lose their food assistance. I don't think these measures reflect the values of the hardworking families that I represent in Pennsylvania's 5th. And I don't think it's what most Americans want now that we have the details in writing. And that's why I think this hearing is particularly important, as this bill has been constructed over the weekend with last-minute additions, in, they're out. We all need to be reading this bill and not after taking the votes. This bill puts the government's weight entirely on the side of the wealthy and well-connected. It values caviar over kids. It values hedge funds over health care, and it values Mar-a-Lago over the middle class. The health care cuts alone in this bill are breathtaking. Medicaid, a program that ensures over 90 million Americans, including almost half of all the births in this country, is on the chopping block. The bill slashes state funding, imposing work requirements and paperwork traps, and repealing incentives to expand Medicaid altogether. And the Republican justification for these Medicaid cuts is bull. As we have heard, as anyone who's looked at it knows, federal Medicaid does not cover undocumented immigrants. But it does cover millions of children, including 99% of all foster kids, which I know is a particular concern for Rep. Moore, almost half the births in this country, and 1/3 of all kids with cancer. And that's whose health care coverage is being threatened by this bill. The work requirements are a particularly cruel hoax. They don't increase employment, they just increase the red tape. And I thought our Republican colleagues were against bureaucracy and red tape. When Arkansas tried similar work requirements, over 18,000 people lost coverage, and there was no increase in employment. This bill mandates similar complicated paperwork requirements so that a Medicaid recipient has to prove they're doing 80 hours a month of work or community engagement, even though the vast majority of folks on Medicaid are already working, in school, or caring for a family member. So even though most Medicaid recipients are working, if they forget to file a form, if they miss a verification deadline, if their employer fails to respond, or if their state agency makes a mistake, they get kicked off Medicaid. It's not that they're not eligible, it's that the paperwork gets them kicked off. It's a cruel bureaucratic paperwork trap, not a work incentive. And that's why the CBO found that these policies won't increase employment, but they will cause millions to lose their coverage. When people lose coverage, their illnesses don't disappear, their needs don't go away. They go to the emergency room, they delay care until it becomes catastrophic, they miss bills, they lose their homes. to pay for treatment. Ultimately, people will die due to the loss of coverage. That's the real-world impact of this bill. But many of our Republican colleagues don't seem to get that. Mitch McConnell said people will get over it. Joni Ernst said, and I quote, "We're all going to die." And today, in this meeting, we're hearing statements that show an unfathomable callousness towards the American people who are going to lose their coverage. I had at my town hall meeting this weekend parents of kids with disabilities who overwhelmingly rely on this coverage. And the idea that they could navigate caps on coverage for their kids is simply astonishing. Plus, we're hearing from every corner that the Medicaid cuts are going to cost hundreds of nursing homes. We've got a list now of 537 nursing homes that are at risk of closing. One's in my district, 2 are adjoining. This is going to cause nursing homes, hospitals, and community health centers to close. It is really mind-boggling. We know that more than 60% of long-term care residents rely on Medicaid. But this bill cuts that funding while simultaneously eliminating staffing requirements at our long-term care facilities. So people aren't going to be able to afford the care, and the care they get isn't going to be as good as it is now. That's a recipe for disaster. We're going to see facilities shutting down and horror stories of abuse, neglect, and poor conditions. Then there's the gutting of food assistance. The bill imposes harsh new work requirements for SNAP that would kick millions off the program, including, as we've heard, families, seniors, veterans, and foster youth. It turns LIHEAP assistance into countable income. And for many of our communities, like Chairman Thompson's community, mine, LIHEAP is absolutely essential for people trying to get through the winter. It bans using internet bills in utility and allowances, and that's an especially egregious cut in the 21st century. On top of that, states are going to have to start footing part of the SNAP bill for the first time ever. This is a backdoor cut, and I know my state, as well as I assume many of the others, are not prepared to take that hit to their budgets. Like so many provisions in this bill, the SNAP provisions would shift billions of dollars in cost to the states, in addition to all the paperwork and personnel costs that this bill would add. For example, when you no longer have automatic registration for school lunches because you have untied it from SNAP, all of a sudden, all of our local school districts are going to have to re-engage with an arduous process to make sure that kids are eligible for school lunches. We had a roundtable with our local school districts a couple weeks ago, and they are terrified about this at a time when school budgets are under so much stress. All of a sudden, we're going to require them to hire dozens of new people to make sure kids can get lunches and be able to study while they're at school because their stomachs aren't growling. Multiple analyses have shown that any minimal benefit that we might get from this tax structure for lower-income Americans is going to get eaten up by Trump's tariff wars. According to a new economic analysis put out yesterday by the Yale Budget Lab, this bill is actually going to reduce income for the bottom 40% of earners. A massive chunk of the middle class will actually see their incomes drop as a result of this bill. Meanwhile, people at the top 1% are going to get a $30,000 tax cut, and the top 0.01%, will get a $100,000 handout. So again, every responsible study that is looking at this is showing that we're going to see a wealth transfer from low-income Americans to the wealthiest among us. And all of this is going to be paid for with borrowed money. The bill adds nearly $4 trillion to the debt. That's not me saying it. It's Moody's, the Wall Street Journal, the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. It's going to be the single largest increase to the deficit in American history. Republicans say the tax cuts will pay for themselves. It's a lie. It always has been. It was a lie in 1981, it was a lie in 2001, and it was a lie in 2017. It's still a lie today. The promise of tax cuts for the rich creating jobs and economic growth has never materialized, and we have the data of half a century to show that. What we have witnessed is a massive increase in income inequality an acceleration of corporate concentration, stagnant wages for workers, jobs shipped overseas, and an economy that doesn't revolve around Main Street, but around shareholders, Wall Street, and CEOs. The climate provisions in this big ugly bill are no better. It represents a near total rollback of the historic investments in clean energy and environmental protection that we enacted in the Inflation Reduction Act. These cuts are going to jeopardize 1.75 million good-paying construction jobs and billions of dollars in private sector investment that is growing our economy now with solar, wind, and hydroelectric projects. We're slamming the brakes with this bill on some incredible economic growth and ceding energy dominance to China. Also, our Republican colleagues can placate their fossil fuel donors. This bill is a brazen handout to polluters. It has sweetheart deals for the oil, coal, and gas industries that read like they were written by lobbyists. It mandates lease sales in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, threatening one of the last truly pristine ecosystems on Earth. It opens 4 million acres of public land to coal mining and slashes royalty rates, a direct subsidy to the oil and gas industry. And household energy costs are going to go up as a result of this bill. We've seen 2 studies already showing that costs for energy in my state, in Pennsylvania, in New York, are likely to increase 7 to 8%. In Minnesota, they're likely to increase by 12%, and 16% increase in energy costs for Texas and South Carolina. This bill not only repeals clean energy tax credits for wind and solar, but imposes a steep excise tax on any new wind or solar project that doesn't comply with restrictions that are designed to be impossible to meet. This is a particular burden on Pennsylvania because Pennsylvania's legislature recently passed a law to help our schools convert to solar energy, using some of the credits in the Inflation Reduction Act. And this was viewed as a win-win-win-win because it was good for our construction folks, it was good for our school districts because it was lowering their costs of construction and of energy costs moving forward, and of course it was good for folks who are concerned about the environment. So it was a broadly bipartisan bill. That we now have school districts that have signed up to get the benefits of that and to use solar as they undertake needed renovations in our schools. And now that's all put on hold because of this bill. You know, we've seen the bill's going to gut tax incentives for clean vehicles and for purchasing energy-efficient appliances. For the last year, my office has been holding seminars for consumers so they know how to claim these tax credits. You know, folks, if you want an electric car under this bill, you better buy it before September because it's cutting it off that quickly. The bill also slashes funding for environmental justice initiatives that we're finally beginning to address decades of pollution and disinvestment in frontline communities. And I have many of those in my district, places that are subject to flooding and other environmental harm because they were redlined, because they haven't had the help to address those things. The bill's not just bad for the environment, it's a deliberate, coordinated attempt to reverse our progress on the climate crisis. It's going to cost us jobs, it's going to cost us economic growth, and it's going to cost us leadership in the global clean energy race. Some of us were involved in a roundtable with folks from the UK last week, and one of their business leaders said, wow, you know, Europe and the UK were really ahead of the curve when it comes to clean energy investment and innovation, but then the US passed that Inflation Reduction Act, and if you heard a giant sucking sound, it was all the investment coming out of Europe and going to the US. But they said, but now we don't know because there's too much uncertainty. It looks like you're going to roll that back, and we're probably not going to invest in the US again. So, you know, this is a multi-billion-dollar gift to the most polluting industries on the planet. It is a betrayal of future generations. And when you add the environmental harm to the harm of adding $4 trillion to the deficit, it's a betrayal of our kids. So we've also got issues of the money that's being added to the budget in this bill, especially around immigration. the dollars that are being sent to private prison contracting companies, billions of dollars. We know that they're supporting this administration in its claims that they're only going after the worst of the worst, but certainly the scenes that we're seeing on the ground are telling a completely different story. We've seen masked agents grabbing hardworking people, not hardened criminals, but people with no criminal past from their workplaces, from court appearances. The administration has ripped families apart, detaining grandmas and landscapers without notice and without any information about where they're being held, including disappearing people to countries they've never been to based on tattoos. U.S. citizens have been mistakenly arrested, and we're on track to see more deaths in ICE custody since that information started being publicly reported in 2018. You know, the reality is it's not the worst of the worst. According to a recent report from the very conservative Cato Institute, 65% of the people taken by ICE have had no convictions whatsoever. Clearly, this ICE, et cetera, is not deporting the worst of the worst. They're just trying to meet Stephen Miller's quotas, no matter who gets hurt in the process. So, you know, in addition, we have concerns that this is being done at the expense of legitimate national security and crime-fighting efforts. What we're seeing on our streets is dystopian, it's un-American, and people, including U.S. citizens, are scared of their own government, which is not something I ever thought I'd be saying, and it's really horrific to see. But Americans understand that when an immigrant is denied due process, it's a slippery slope for everyone. Because if the government doesn't have to prove whether someone's a citizen or not, whether there's a criminal or not, then they can take anyone. Without the rule of law, who's to say who's a threat to our national security or just a threat to this White House? So none of this makes people's lives better, but doesn't make our country safer. We do see our colleagues trying to rush through a 940-page bill that touches everything from taxes and healthcare to border security and defense spending. No one has had the time to read all of it or review all the changes it makes. Senate released the text on, I think, early Saturday morning, made major revisions as recently as noon. And there are real consequences when you rush through bills. We saw that with the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. There were major drafting errors in the scribbled provisions in the margins of that bill that it took years to sort out. You know, when the House voted for the first time on this bill, many members of the Republican Party said they hadn't read the text and began complaining about the provisions weeks later when they finally took the time to do that job. So here we are again with a bill that is almost 1,000 pages long, new material added overnight and this morning. Aren't our colleagues, our Republican colleagues, offended that the Senate is trying to jam this bill down your throats, that you're being told, just go ahead and hold your nose and vote for it, don't worry about what's in it, because the president wants it, so you just have to roll over. This is the largest spending bill in history. It costs more than the CARES Act, the American Rescue Plan, the Infrastructure Bill, and the CHIPS Act combined, and it's not paid for. Republicans are going to make the country borrow another $4 trillion, not for clean energy, not to promote health care, not to promote housing, but to pay for tax cuts. It doesn't sit well with my constituents. It shouldn't sit well with yours either. If this bill is passed and it's sent to President Trump, then our Republican colleagues will be responsible for the most expensive and wasteful bill in our nation's history. The biggest transfer of wealth, the biggest loss of health coverage that our country has ever experienced. And I think it's a tremendous failure of leadership that despite all the opposition to the bill, despite its cost, despite the major fiscal implications, that the country's being sent off a cliff. And watching this bill advance is like watching a train wreck in slow motion. It doubles down on policies we all know will leave our country worse off. It's a roadmap to a sicker, hungrier, and more unequal America. Hospitals will close, people won't get the care they need, our kids won't get the food they need, and the rich will get richer, no matter the cost to everyone else. This is a mortgage of our future. It's putting us deeper in debt. It's a legislative failure. It's a moral failure, and it should not become law. You will be shocked to know I have some questions. Ranking Member Boyle, do we have a distributional analysis from CBO for this bill?
Given the Senate changes, we do not. Even with JCT, they were only able to do distribution analysis just on the tax portion. But we do know from previous work CBO did, the totality of this bill when it left the House finds that the bottom 1/3 of Americans will actually be poorer as a result of this bill, again, when you analyze it in terms of all of its components. Bottom third of households, you're talking about households making $55,000 a year or less. They would actually be worse off as a result of this legislation, and with the bulk of the benefit going to the top 1%. Now, the Senate changes will impact somewhat that distribution analysis. All indications are it will actually get worse and not better.
I know we've seen a new budget analysis from the Yale Budget Lab, which in the pale pink is the House version of the bill, and the redder one is the Senate version, and it shows that the bottom 20% of American earners are going to have a household income that is almost 3% less than it is now, while the wealthiest among us are going to be about 2% wealthier. Everybody's getting more if they start with more. And I would seek unanimous consent to enter the Yale budget analysis in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Can you tell us a little bit, there's the carve-outs that were put in the bill for Alaska specifically. Can you speak to that, or is that something for Mr. Pallone?
I can't say I'm an expert on Alaska and what may or may not have been inserted at the last second. You know, I remember there was a piece of legislation 15 years ago famous for the Cornhusker kickback. So this is perhaps the Eskimo kickback. But that would be the extent of my knowledge on this provision. Although I would say it would be a pretty good reason for us to actually have the final text in front of us and have a chance to analyze all of the remarkable changes the Senate was making on the fly, minute by minute, rather than rushing to a vote on the most significant piece of legislation in decades.
Sure, and I mean, I think I heard at my town hall from some of my constituents who were really concerned. They were calling it the caribou kickback, but they thought it was, you know, basically unfair. And as someone who also represents Philadelphia, maybe we should go for the soft pretzel or the cheesesteak kickback. You know, what's sauce for the goose here? We've been hearing a lot of nonsense about how these tax cuts are going to pay for themselves. Can you help us better understand why that's not true?
Tax cuts have never paid for themselves, as even right-leaning economists who've testified before the Budget Committee have acknowledged. Targeted tax cuts can have some stimulative effect, but even then, never so much that they entirely make up the lost revenue. And frankly, we've had a 45-year experiment in this. If tax cuts paid for themselves, then our national debt wouldn't be $36 trillion. The bulk of the added debt since 2001 has actually come from 4 different rounds of major tax cuts. 2001, 2003, their full extension or mostly full extension about a decade later, and then the 2017 TCJA. All told, that combines for more than $10 trillion in missing revenue that would have been there had we just kept in place tax rates as they were in the 1990s under President Clinton.
Thank you. I know we've heard some concern from our Republican colleagues that we have to pass these tax cuts or else middle-class families will get slammed. I think it was a concern for Mr. Norman, although he said, we got plenty of time. That doesn't happen until the end of the year. We could pass a bill to address that. There was an interesting graph that came out from the Joint Committee on Taxation today that shows that if we did keep the tax cuts for middle-class families, that would only, and use the word only advisedly, add 1.6 trillion to the debt. It's the keeping them for all the high-income folks that adds 3.3 trillion to the debt. And then, as someone has mentioned already, the House and Senate bills actually added more tax cuts than are in the 2017 package. So that's how we end up with $4 or more trillion in additional debt. Ranking Member Moore, we heard a little bit about the child tax credit before, and I think it's important that, I'd like it if you could address a little bit. We had an expanded child tax credit during the COVID crisis, which actually did put more money in the pockets of those who need it most. And it was shown to reduce childhood poverty in this country by something like 40%. That's not what we're talking about in this bill, is it? I know there's some changes to the child tax credit in this bill, but that doesn't reach the same people, or it's not likely to have the same effect, is it?
No, ma'am. No, Ms. Scanlon. This is not the same old child tax credit that reduced poverty among children by 40%. And indeed, it's a child tax credit that is more stingy as it left the Senate than what was produced in the House. And what it will do, it's not refundable, which means even if a married couple, both working at minimum wage, worked full-time, they probably would not meet the $30,000 threshold to get the full child tax credit. So it's not about laziness or not working. This child tax credit would inure to the benefit of wealthier people. If you're making $400,000 and your income, you get your income from dividends, you'd be eligible for the child tax credit, whereas there'll be 17 million children whose parents don't earn enough money or any money that will be left behind. So you think of a child tax credit as something that we ought to, that's an admirable thing to add to a bill when we think about the cost of children, the added expense. The group called the True Cost of Living says that when you have a child, that automatically adds $19,000 worth of costs to your family. So certainly those families at the lower end of the income spectrum who could use it will not receive it.
That it seems to be a theme with this bill, that in every instance where there's a choice to be made, the haves get more. So with the child tax credit, it's going to give more benefits to people who already have some means. With this SALT tax deduction that we've heard so much about, that we're not talking about people who get the standard deduction. It's only people who have enough real estate that they're paying a lot of taxes who benefit from that. That the rich get more tax cuts and more benefits. So it just feels like it's an overriding theme throughout this. I wanted, yes.
I just want to point out, the clock is working correctly. We've now gone for 30 minutes, I think 26 minutes.
Okay.
Soliloquy. So I'd like you to please.
I will keep moving along.
Okay.
Okay, sure. I did have another question for Reps Moore and Pallone. We've heard so much about the work requirements in this bill for Medicaid or SNAP, but particularly Medicaid, being necessary to address fraud. But I was doing a lot of research this weekend, and every time we hear about a big Medicaid fraud case, it's not the people who are the recipients of Medicaid who are the ones committing the fraud. It's the insurance companies, it's the medical providers, it's the doctors, it's the healthcare systems that are committing billions worth of fraud. How will work requirements on recipients address the bulk of Medicaid fraud?
Well, the report that came out that talked about fraud, as you said, I think it was from CMS, and it basically was talking about the insurance companies. It wasn't the people themselves, so that's obviously clear. To put it in simplest terms, I think what this paperwork does, right, is it makes you file as much as once a month to keep getting your Medicaid and say that you're working, right? But you can, you know, the people that are actually working, it's a burden because they have to do it every month and they may miss it and then they're out, right? But I think the bigger problem is the fact that if you want an exception to that because you're disabled, because you're pregnant, or the various categories they put in, those are extremely strict, right? So let's use an example, like if you're disabled and you want to get Social Security disability, right? That's a very stringent test, right? There are a lot of people who don't meet that test, but still are disabled and can't work or can't work enough, right? Those people, the way I see the definition, they're out, right? So what they've done is they put all this paperwork and burdens on people that even if you think you can qualify an exception, you're not going to be able to. And that's what happened in Georgia. That's why in Georgia you had those 300,000 or 400,000 people that were eligible for Medicaid expansion, but only 4,500 actually qualified, not because they weren't, they actually weren't able to work. Maybe you're taking care of a relative, right? And that's a category that's in there, but how do you actually prove that, you know, because these are so stringent, that that's legitimate? I mean, this is the problem.
I agree with everything that he said, Ms. Scanlon. I would just add, we've had an example of this in our recent experience when we had an expansion of Medicaid during COVID, and people were told they had to re-up in order to be made eligible for Medicaid. 70%, 70% of the people who fell off of Medicaid were people that fell off because they didn't keep up with the paperwork. They didn't notice and they were eligible. And so I think that this bill, very cynically, is really claiming $1 trillion worth of savings just by frustrating people who may otherwise be eligible by having them on this treadmill of eligibility.
Well, it does seem like an area for reduction of regulations that maybe our colleagues could agree with us about. You know, I think any of us who've done constituent services work know, certainly Social Security, people get denied on their first round, they have to appeal. We deal with this all the time. We saw the same things that you did, Ranking Member, with respect to people who were kicked off and having to try to work with them to get them back on. So I am concerned, and the CBO seems to have affirmed that it's not that it's people who are not eligible getting kicked off, it's eligible people who won't be able to meet the requirements. But I'm more concerned about the fact that if we really want to address abuse, the billions of dollars that is going to insurance companies, to medical device manufacturers or distributors, et cetera, then it's a real problem that this president has fired the inspectors general who go after that fraud and have been very successful in bringing down, you know, major abusers, including some members of the Senate, and that there's now a proposal in the 2016 fiscal year budget process to slash funding for the General Accounting Office, which also works on cutting that kind of fraud and abuse. Ranking Member Pallone, we've been hearing about how this bill is going to increase energy costs. Can you tell us why that's happening? We just saw this new language on Saturday, and we're seeing that, you know, everyone's constituents are going to see higher costs, 5 to 16, 17%.
Well, in general, what we find, you know, I talked before about all of the above, which is my philosophy, right? You want to do fossil fuels, you want to have nuclear, you want to have clean energy, you know, so be it. You can ask Chairman Guthrie, I've never been opposed to any of those, right? But the problem is if you cut off the clean energy, which is, you know, the wind, the solar, whatever, then inevitably, and you put the burden more on fossil fuels, right? Well, right now, those things are more expensive, right? I mean, particularly coal, for example, which everything the Republicans have done in the committee in the last 6 months has been to try to encourage coal. Right now, that's more costly, right? So just in general, by cutting your clean energy arm off, which is essentially what this does, you're raising prices in general, right? In addition to that, as you mentioned, you know, and again, you know, part of this is, my understanding is a lot of these things were in that last I don't know what you call it, I'll call it the manager's amendment at the end, which, I hope I know what was in it, because frankly, it's been difficult. At 12 o'clock, we got them, so I don't think they call it the manager's amendment in the Senate, but whatever they call
wraparound.
it, right? That, from what I understand, just wiped out almost all of the credits, if you will, for any kind of clean energy, right? And they did, I think, have a tax on clean energy, which they got rid of, thank God. So we went from encouraging clean energy to actually taxing clean energy, which now the tax is gone. But I mean, all these things, and we did so many things to try to help people pay their energy bills too, a lot of that, So it's just an across-the-board increased costs, in my opinion, primarily because they've eliminated any help or any movement towards clean energy and moved in the opposite direction. This is in
It
general.
certainly doesn't seem like something that looks towards the future. We have heard quite a bit with respect to the Medicaid cuts about senators being so concerned about the impact of those Medicaid cuts on rural hospitals that they added a fund to try to prop up rural hospitals. I don't have rural hospitals, but I have urban hospitals that are frontline hospitals and have been really challenged. We've lost several in recent years. So can you talk about the impact of these Medicaid cuts on urban frontline hospitals?
Well, first of all, this rural hospital fund is not going to be adequate, right? I mean, it's paltry, right? In terms of the actual monies available. So when you make it, there's so many more people who are on Medicaid lose their Medicaid, or people that are on the Affordable Care Act, lose their health insurance. Now you have these hospitals, a lot of them in rural areas, but now you're talking about urban areas, just as maybe even more dependent on Medicaid, ACA, in those cases, by making those people now uninsured, they have to absorb all the costs of the uncompensated care. And some of these hospitals, disproportionate care hospitals, safety net hospitals, are overwhelmingly dependent on, Medicaid, exchange policies, whatever, as opposed to, insurance that you get on the job. And so what do? Right? They don't have the money. Well, this is all third-party payments that they've now lost. Well, they either raise costs, which means the burden goes on people that have insurance on the job with increased premiums or increased co-pays. But more likely not. More likely, they just don't have the funding, right? Yeah. And so what states have done is many states give them direct payments, like in my state, to help some of those hospitals that could fail, right? Or they also depend on the provider tax. The Senate devastated the provider tax because the provider tax, at least in the House, was made at the current rate. You couldn't increase it because of inflation. That was bad enough. But in the Senate bill, they actually decrease the provider tax even if you already had it. So if you're charging 6% now, and they're going to make it, I don't have the actual number again, it'll go down to 5, it'll go down to 4, it'll go down to 3, to the point where it doesn't even exist anymore. And even though you say, well, okay, you don't have to pay the tax, the bottom line is the way that formula is distributed, as you reduce the provider tax, they get less money in the hospitals back. And that's what's devastating. But any kind of safety net hospital, whether it's rural or urban.
Ranking Member Craig, I had a couple questions for you. Yeah. I'm finishing with the last one. Yes. Understood. I'm really concerned about the impact of this on our schools, especially coming as it did after the administration impounded funding for the local food purchase programs. Can you talk about the impact on both schools, kids who may be hungry, and our farmers who are now not getting the payments they were expecting?
Yeah, it's going to be devastating on top of the administration and DOJ pushing back on some of the appropriated funding for those farm-to-school programs across the country. This is an added layer because the truth is that most people who rely on SNAP as a supplemental way of putting food on the table are folks who are already working and folks with children. And so our children are going to be hungrier, and as we know, the impact on learning when kids are hungry is very substantial. You also asked a few minutes ago about the contours of the agreement that came back from the Senate. We're all still learning that framework, but as it relates to the cost shift to states, my understanding is because the carve-out that was attempted for the state of Alaska could not pass muster with the Senate parliamentarian, they had to go back to the drawing board. And I think about just how ridiculous the policy sounds of now we're going to let DC, Florida, Georgia, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, and Oregon, including Alaska, because one state didn't pass muster, we're going to let them all get 2 bites at the apple of delaying implementation of the cost shift because they are the states with the highest error rates in our country. If I were on the other side of the aisle and this came back to me from my Republican colleagues in the Senate, I'd be calling every single one of them saying, what the hell are you thinking?
Well, I think I may have to renew my request with Ranking Member Boyle that we go for the cheesesteak carve-out, because clearly the policies just aren't passing muster here. So appreciate all of your testimony, and I will yield back.
Very much. Ms. Fishbach, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
I thank the chairwoman and the ranking member, and of course, welcome back to all of the chairs and ranking members, and thank you for your testimony today. I, of course, oppose this bill for all of the reasons that my colleagues, Ranking Member McGovern and Representative Scanlon, articulated. I think it is a terrible bill. I think it's cruel. I think it'll have devastating consequences, certainly for the people of Colorado that I represent, but ultimately for millions of Americans across our country. But I will also just say this before I jump into a few questions that I have for the members that are here today. I think that the process has been abysmal. It's a debasement of the way in which the House is supposed to operate. Most of you, the last time you were here in the Rules Committee was at 2 a.m. 4 weeks ago, when we last considered the House version of this bill, because House Republicans decided, in their infinite wisdom, to schedule that hearing in the dead of night, hoping that the American people would not learn what was in the bill, knowing that it was indefensible. Now, of course, a few mere hours after the United States Senate has passed this bill without any final text on what we're actually going to be voting on, we're here considering this bill. It's laughable, and in my view, deeply disrespectful to the way in which the House of Representatives is supposed to function.
Mr. Neguse,
Of course, I'm happy to yield.
would you yield for a question?
Sure.
Are you aware that the Democrats did this when the Senate passed a 4,000-page bill and sent it over to the House, and the Rules Committee met very soon after that?
When was this?
Perhaps. I think, I'm not sure if it was the IRA. I will get you the specific date, but I don't know if you were appalled at the way the House operated then. But I figured you probably weren't aware that the precedent was set very badly by the Democrats. So thank you for yielding.
Madam Chair, I'm going to yield to the ranking member in a moment. First, I would hope that you might ask the team, your team, to provide us with that example so that we can have a more fulsome colloquy instead of you sort of citing a random example that I'm not aware of. But I also would just say, if I guess that Madam Chair is making the case that
I now have the facts. Consolidated Appropriations Bill in 2023.
So an appropriations bill that was bipartisan that the vast majority of the United States Congress voted on, that's the example you're offering compared to a reconciliation bill that is purely partisan that not a single Democratic member of the United States Senate or the House of Representatives is voting on? That's the corollary to this particular bill? As Ranking Member Boyle, I think, eloquently put it in questioning, or rather in his answers to Representative Scanlon, the precedents that Republicans are setting in this Congress will certainly be leveraged down the road when political winds shift, and we have seen that on full display over the last month and a half. But in any event, the ranking member wished to jump in. I want to deprive him of that opportunity.
I want to withhold my
Okay.
my comments because they won't be productive at this moment.
Yeah, and
so
look,
that-
I think the ranking member, or I suppose maybe the chair thinks the ranking member. I guess my point here is, let's dispense with this notion that, every one of the witnesses who are here today, on either side of the aisle, I think the Democratic members would probably concede to this, that they know what is in this bill. We don't know. It was just approved 4 hours ago. None of the members that are gathered here have gone through in detail the wraparound amendment. And I think it's disrespectful to the voters, to the citizens of the country, to pretend otherwise. Who would I ask, I don't know if it's Chair Guthrie or maybe it's Chair Smith, with respect to changes made to HSAs and FSAs and sort of medical spending accounts? I send that question to you.
Yep.
Okay, so under the prior bill, my understanding is there was a provision that allows individuals to utilize discounted healthcare services at workplace clinics to maintain an HSA. Is that provision still in the bill? Has it been taken out of the bill? What's the?
There's only a couple provisions of the HSAs that stayed intact. The primary care being qualified in HSAs is one.
What about the workplace clinic provision?
I don't believe so.
Okay, how about there was a provision that allows employees to convert flexible spending arrangements to health reimbursement arrangements. Did that stay in?
I will have to get back to you on that one.
Okay, what about, there was a provision, actually, you all testified to this, I remember, hard to believe because it was 3 a.m. in the morning during this Rules Committee hearing, but there was a discussion about permitting individuals below a certain income threshold to be able to contribute additional amounts to their HSA every year. Was that included, excluded?
They cut a lot of our HSAs.
Is that one of them?
That's one of them as well.
That was cut, or?
Yeah, it's not in the bill.
Okay, I mean, part of what I'm getting at here, Chair Smith, because you alluded to this earlier, I hear you with respect to the process that you engaged in prior to the bill's consideration by this committee, the House version. But no one can argue that this is good governance, that we should all gather here and in real time figure out together what provisions of the bill that was passed by the House had survived and which were excised as part of a political gamesmanship to get the necessary votes in the Senate. That's my process point here.
If, in regards to the tax portion of the bill, there's 103 different tax provisions that's in the Senate version. Of those 103, 85% of them are either identical or just technical changes because of the parliamentarian of what we passed out of the House.
What are the new ones? Are there new ones?
Yes, there are. Let me read these to you. So the new ones that they added was the dyed fuels, which is Miss Moore's provision that she likes. New markets was included, made permanent, the new markets tax credit program. They eliminated the deduction on sports teams owners that was in there. They eliminated the SALT workaround that was within the House bill. I'm trying to just do tax through here.
Sure.
The increase in excise tax on private foundations was eliminated, which we had in the House bill. They also lowered the rates on the endowment taxes. We had a 21% rate. They kept the same brackets, but their highest is 8%. They did a child care boost to the CDC, TC, and FSAs. The CHIPS and Science Act tax credit was adjusted in this bill, and also the charitable deduction.
I think you're missing one.
Which one is that?
Whalers.
What's that?
A new tax break for whalers, right? Am I?
Are you talking about allowing someone who
Fishermen.
uses a harpin to deduct the cost of that harpin?
Correct.
That's included. It's a business expense.
It's a new tax break,
It's
right?
a business expense that was capped at $10,000, and now they can deduct it.
Up to $50,000, right?
Yes.
Yes. Why was that added? I think we all know.
You would have
right?
to talk to the senators.
I'd have to talk to the senators. I don't know, it was kind of convenient, Chairman Smith, that was the one the one addition that you omitted from that list you provided, but I think I
There's
would.
probably more that I
Well,
left off
that may be
here.
the case. I think it's emblematic of the broken process that the Senate engaged in. That as we go through this 900-page bill, we will find a variety of different provisions that different senators inserted for their own purposes. And of course, one of them was this whaling tax deduction for the 160 or so people that would be able to claim that in the state of Alaska, so that one of the senators from Alaska would feel comfortable voting for the bill. I don't think that that's, in my view, the way this process should unfold. But in any event, while we're having this colloquy, Chairman Smith,
Is that all it took?
I'm not
I
sure.
mean,
yeah.
Boy, she's a cheap date, if that's
So,
what it took, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, we talked a bit, or rather, I know you talked a bit with the ranking member previously about the way in which this bill's benefits are distributed, and that's been a topic of conversation throughout this hearing. I want to talk about one particular example that, to me, and it's perhaps an ideological dispute, I suspect, between the two of us here, that crystallizes the way in which this bill benefits the wealthy few. This bill includes an increase in the estate tax cap, correct? It goes up to $30 million?
$15 million per person.
$15 million per person, $30 million for a married couple.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Do you know what state benefits the most from that provision?
I can tell you of the family farmers in my congressional district that benefits from that provision, and that is what it's focused on in
what
regards
state?
to Missouri.
No, I know you represent Missouri. I'm asking you, this provision, right? In which state in the union?
How about you tell me? That would be great.
I'm happy to tell you, it's California. California has the most individuals, 742 people to be exact, 742 estates that benefited in the most recent tax year from this particular deduction, right? That is to say, by increasing it, you will, hold on, I'll give you a chance, of course, Mr. Smith, I'm not, but the state that has the most individuals that will benefit from this provision happens to be California. That's not me saying that, that's empirical data. Now, what is the population of Missouri?
Over 6 million.
Over 6 million, it's not similar size to Colorado. How many estates were subject to this tax in the last year?
It all depends. I don't know how many people died in the last year, but what I will tell you, in your district alone, 3,700 farms, just farms, are affected by this provision for family farms.
I can tell you
that's pretty substantial.
that above
37
the limit, above the $30 million limit, right? Or excuse me, under the $28, because right now it's, what's the number now? 26 or $28 million for a married couple?
It's 14 million, 28 million.
Correct, 28 million. So I can tell you that in Missouri, the number is 44. 44 estates that ultimately would be subject to that estate tax.
I don't believe that number.
I will provide you the.
Yeah, people can make a lot of numbers,
Well,
but I can tell you in my district alone,
Sure.
there's over 4,000 family farms that are falling underneath this trap of the death tax.
We will follow up.
Yeah.
And happy to engage with you further on it. Chairman Arrington,
Yes, sir.
welcome back.
Good to be back.
So this is your third time testifying in the last month and a half.
And the third time's the charm. I think I'm going to convince you to support this bill.
Here's where I'm struggling, Chairman Arrington, is that the first time you came on the budget resolution, right? Second time you came on the House version of this bill.
That's correct.
Now you're here on the Senate version of this bill.
Yes.
Every time you testify, this bill gets more expensive, right? I mean, you don't contest that. It's gotten more expensive since the first time you were here.
The Senate bill's more expensive than the House. I'll
Sure.
concede that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
We set the targets the first
course,
time.
yeah.
Second time, we had the policies.
and this isn't, these aren't.
Gotcha question.
Yeah, not a gotcha question. Right? This is the Center for, Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, right? Headline, this is just 2 days ago. Newest Senate reconciliation bill would explode the debt, right? It says here, if you thought the House bill borrowed too much, and it did, the Senate manages to make things even worse. This $4 trillion borrowing bonanza is fiscally dangerous at a time of already exploding debt. It would borrow $1 trillion more than the House bill, violates the House's reconciliation instructions by hundreds of billions of dollars, littered with special interest giveaways, right? So this bill continues to get more and more expensive. Committee for Responsible Federal Budget agrees, the litany of organizations that Ranking Member Boyle and Ranking Member McGovern agree, the House Freedom Caucus, of course, of which we have a number of members here that serve on the committee, that are members of the committee. They concede that as well, right? Tweeted out, the Senate's version adds $651 billion to the deficit, and that's before interest costs, which nearly double the total. Chairman, I have made this request of you every time you're here, that at some juncture, you might say, you know, this is a bridge too far. Because you have championed deficit reduction earlier in your career. But, you know, the Speaker is asking you to defend something that is indefensible with respect to deficit reduction. And it's not me making this case. So I just, and I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond here, but what do you say to the House Freedom Caucus? What do you say to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget? Why not engage in a conference? Why accept what the Senate has sent you at face value? You're the chairman of the Budget Committee.
Well, I think you would agree that in large legislative initiatives like this one, Democrat-led or Republican, there are things you like about a bill, things you don't like about a bill, things that you, and certainly that exists for this bill with me. I have my policy preferences, and I'm certain that my colleagues do as well. I'm concerned that neither party has been serious in addressing this unsustainable debt trajectory that we're on and a debt crisis that looms large for the country. I'm concerned that neither party has.
But you're the chair. I mean, you have the opportunity to guide that now. You've got a lot of authority.
And as you know, I've championed that concern.
Help me understand why did it get more expensive? So here, maybe that's a sort of
I
too
think
simplistic of a question. What happened in the Senate? Why did this bill get more expensive? What did they add that increased the cost?
Well, the savings in the on the SNAP side or in the ag jurisdiction, I think it's about $100 billion loss in savings on the Senate side versus the House side. There were more savings in the Senate on Medicaid reform versus the House side. You know, all of that, when you go through the details on
but it's still way more expensive.
No, I'm going to get to exactly. I think it's mostly a wash on mandatory program reforms. Gain some, lose some. The tax policy is where the additional expenses. That's where the preponderance of the difference in cost in the Senate versus the House.
So why not go through this bill and find some opportunities to get some of the pork out of the bill, which I presume would, maybe satiate some of your colleagues in the House Freedom Caucus, certainly would be a lot less harmful to the deficit. I mean, why not? Let me give you an example. This bill includes a slush fund for OMB upwards of $100 million. You're familiar with that?
I'm familiar with a lot of the funding.
Right,
in this
and
bill.
that wasn't in the House version. So, you're not going to ask all of your colleagues to just give a $100 million blank check to the Office of Management and Budget. That doesn't seem like good fiscal policy to me. I can't imagine that you think that that's good fiscal policy.
Well, if it was used, for example, to
oh, come on, Chair.
No, this is a fair and true statement, and I think I've said it before. If I haven't, I've believed it. I think there are ways to invest money in the oversight and the infrastructure to actually prevent fraudulent and even unintended overpayments.
So is there no pork in this bill then?
There's, and OMB, in fairness to OMB.
No, I'm talking about in the bill. There's no pork in this bill that we can take. It's a pork-free bill in your view? That's it? This is just...
If you'll ask me specifics...
What about the Garden of Heroes? $40 million for President Trump's Garden of Heroes. Can't we, why not just say, you know what? We've got a huge deficit, and that's probably not the most prudent way to spend our taxpayer dollars. Let's just reallocate that $40 million. That's a bridge too far for you?
Well, I think there's not a bill that I have read and reviewed since I've been a member of Congress, certainly since I've been the budget chair, that I felt lived up perfectly to what I thought we ought to do in stewardship of tax dollars.
And I
And what
hear
I
that.
thought was consistent with this, with the constitutional scope and
I hear you.
of this,
I hear you, Chair
of
Harrington,
this
but I
federal
think
government.
you could understand our struggle because, as I said, last 7 weeks, you've testified a few times here. Every time you testify, this bill gets more expensive.
Yeah.
And the answer is always, well, down the road, of course, we could address this, and there are ways in which we can try to identify potential places where funding, where potential cuts can be identified, and so on and so forth. Here is an example right in front of you. $40 million. You could take care of that today. There's an amendment, I believe, that was submitted. You could rule that in order and say, you know what, we're going to put that $40 million towards deficit reduction. If you're serious about wanting to address the fiscal health of the country. But to me, I think this bill couldn't be a worse representation, respectfully, of fiscal discipline. You have a bill that, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, is more aggregated than the CARES Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and the CHIPS and Science Bill combined. Combined. All 4 bills are equivalent. This bill takes the cake. It's bigger than all of them. And I just don't know how one can justify supporting it.
I disagree with that statement.
I
but
know
hear
you
what
disagree
you're
with that
saying. Okay.
assessment
Yeah.
on the, and I'm hoping I can get you, maybe by the end of this hearing, to support the removing the Garden of Heroes funding so that we can at least maybe make a crack at addressing some, fiscal sanity in the country. Maybe Mr. Roy might consider supporting that amendment. We'll see. I wonder, obviously, we've talked a lot about all the folks who oppose this bill. I'm sure you saw Elon Musk has been very vocal about his opposition to this bill. You're aware of that.
I am aware of that.
And
Sincerely held convictions.
you disagree with, you think he's wrong?
No, I think he has sincerely held convictions about the runaway spending.
But then
that's
why not
driving
follow
the
his,
bill.
I mean, he
I
has encouraged everybody to.
I don't follow any man in
You don't follow
particular.
any man?
I follow my conscience.
Let me read you a quote.
If
from
I may,
let
just-
me-
just
let me
because I
just
thi-
finish this quote. I'll read it to you, then you
Okay,
can respond.
and then you'll let me
This is
respond.
from your website. This is from your website on May 29th. Quote, this is the headline, Arrington applauds Elon Musk's leadership. And the quote here is, we should not only appreciate Elon's courageous leadership, but follow it by holding Washington accountable, rooting out waste, restoring fiscal sanity before the debt burden crushes the future of this great nation. So I don't,
Yeah, I
sounds
agree.
like you were telling people about a month ago that
100%.
that folks should follow his lead on debt
100%.
reduction, but it's a different tune you're
No,
singing
it's
today.
not. We cut twice the amount of spending that has ever been reduced in the people's government, in the history of the people's government. So, if you're looking to make the argument this bill isn't perfect when it comes to any principle, including fiscal discipline, you win.
Well, I
Because
appreciate
it's
that.
not perfect. And so you win. I mean, honestly. But to say that, the old Ronald Reagan 80-20, fill in the blank, in not so perfect processes, in a political process, having significant reforms on the fiscal side, like the spending cuts, like the welfare reforms that are long overdue, much needed, like preventing, which 40-some-odd Democrats opposed, preventing taxpayer dollars to flow to people who are here illegally. That, I think, is all consistent with what I
hear you.
understand Elon Musk's
And I hear you,
concerns
Mr.
are.
Chairman, but I would just simply say, I mean, again, it's part of the frustration for me, and I suspect many Americans, that there's sort of this notion that we don't have the agency to shape the bill. So, if we as a Congress decide that we don't really want to have special interest tax breaks for tanning salons, as was the case in the original bill that the House put forward, or for whaling deductions, all right? If we decide that we don't want to spend $40 million on the Garden of Heroes at the White House, we can proceed with shaping policy that does precisely that. And I would just venture to say, Mr. Chairman, that it feels like you have an opportunity here. You have a number of members on this committee, on the other side of the aisle who expressed their opposition to the bill and their indication that they're going to vote against the rule. And I would hope that you take that opportunity to perhaps change course. I want to move to the SNAP cuts and also just the agriculture title of the bill, and to Ranking Member Craig and to Chairman Thompson. So, Chairman Thompson, I guess I want to understand more clearly what you all are trying to achieve with this state cost, this sort of new imposition of state costs with respect to SNAP. Because my understanding was that this was designed originally to try to incentivize improvement in SNAP payments, right? State-based, right? Basically to reduce the error rate. Is that right, or am I?
Yeah, the ultimate goal was to have the state, who's a partner within the SNAP nutrition program. Obviously, they've had no skin in the game before, and as I said in my opening remarks, you know, there is a tendency, if you're spending somebody else's money, you're reckless with it. If you have to spend even part of your own money, you pay closer to the attention of the effectiveness. And we have been, the error rates have been...
It's a real problem.
It's been a real problem. My own state of Pennsylvania, under Governor Shapiro, it was at 17%. I'm glad they got it down to 11% as of the data that came out yesterday, but that's still unacceptable. If it's an underpayment, that's a family that's, once their EBT, is looking to their EBT card to be loaded appropriately, so when they go to the grocery store, you know, they know that resource there. It's not, and it's supplemental. It's in addition to everything else in their lives, right? Sure. But still, if it's an underpayment, it hurts those family members. If it's an overpayment, believe it or not, it hurts even more. They're going to spend it because it's there. But then the states will come back, whether it's 2 months or 6 months, and they'll claw all that back. And all of a sudden, these families find that they have no money in a given month. And so these error rates have been absolutely
the bottom line, we got to get the error rates down.
Absolutely. So this is meant to be an incentive.
Exactly.
And
here's the question.
Yep.
Under the bill as it's drafted now, the higher your error rate, the more likely you are to get a waiver not to have to pay anything as a state.
Well, but it's short term. It's for a number of years.
But why give states?
Well, you know what? You'd have to sit down with the senators to figure out why they did that. Alaska is one of them, I think.
But does that make sense to you?
The gentlelady from Pennsylvania named the states that wound up on that.
Correct, the 10 states, Oregon, New Jersey.
It was a Senate amendment, delayed implementation of state, and it's a delayed implementation of state cost share. It doesn't.
Why does that, I guess what I'm trying to understand, and you may not.
Why did they do it?
Well,
we're all in politics. We know why they did it in the Senate, in order to get certain votes from certain states.
And if that is the case, does that not violate the very objective that you all were trying to achieve? Let me explain why, and I'll give you a chance.
Doesn't long term, because it does result in a state share.
Let's say it
just
this way.
gives them more time to be able to get there.
Let me say it this way. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy's here. Texas has an error rate that hovers around 6%. So right now, under the bill, as it is proposed, Texas wouldn't necessarily, if it stays below that 6%, doesn't have to pay a state portion-based cost for SNAP. If it gets above 6%, say jumps up to 6.5%, for the next several years, Texas, the state of Texas, and Texas taxpayers have to foot the bill of a state pro rata cost.
That's correct.
Hold on, I'm not asking a question. Mr.
They've
Thompson,
never had a payment.
I'm not asking a question. Texas has to
Please
do so.
do.
I will. Texas has to do so. Oregon right now, which has one of the highest error rates in the country, does not have to pay a single taxpayer dollar towards this program. You have designed a program in which you are incentivizing states to have a higher error rate. If you're a state, Ranking Member Craig, I'm asking Ranking Member Craig a question.
It's a transition plan.
She can answer if she'd like. If you are a state with an error rate of 10% or 11% or 12%, if you can get your error rate higher,
That's right.
then under this bill, you won't have to pay a dime.
And you get, under this bill that came back today from the Senate, In fact, you get 2 bites at the apple over 2 years to get your error rate up so that you can not have to pay the cost shift for a period of time.
It's insanity.
It's
So
insanity.
A state like Colorado or Missouri or Texas, the states that are trying to keep their error rates down and are doing a good job of it, they get penalized. Meanwhile, New Jersey, Oregon, Alaska, states with a high error rate benefit. Insanity. I don't, and maybe there's another Republican here, Chairman, and I know this is not outside of your respective departments. So, but if Chair Guthrie or Chair Arrington or Chair Smith want to jump in to defend that particular provision, I don't, and by the way, I mean, before I give that opportunity, I don't know, we'll see if this bill passes in the House. But I can assure you that if it doesn't pass, you know, if there are enough Republican members who say, you know what, this is a bridge too far, this provision is not surviving. It's not going to survive the sunlight of the next 48 hours. There's no way. I am calling it now. I cannot imagine that Republicans are going to say, yeah, we're fine with Portland paying not a dime for a state portion of SNAP. We're going to instead just make sure that we impose these costs on the states that are actually doing a good job.
And you do realize that none of the states will
Are
pay
doing
for
it
the,
now,
imme- for
correct.
the immediate future.
Of
Zero
course.
states, because it is an implementation
Yes, but you've
plan.
delayed it even further for the worst offenders. So this, you know, basically, if you're a state, you are incentivized to get that error rate up, you know, get it up to 18%. That way you can delay having to comply with this mandate as long as possible. Ranking Member Craig?
Mr. Neguse, excuse me, I just want to say I may never have another chance in my entire career here to say that I agree with Chip Roy. So I'd like to get that on the record here in my testimony today. And secondly, beyond the Republicans in this room agreeing that this is a good policy, try going home to your own constituents in a state with a low error rate and explaining to your county commissioners why they, in 10 states across this country, are actually going to have to increase taxes at the local level so that these 10 states, the other 10 states with high error rates, don't have to pay their fair share of taxes. Again, I've just never seen anything as ridiculous as what we've seen come over from the Senate. And I wish my colleagues on the other side of the aisle could stand up and say, no, we need more time, we need to fix this.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you, Ranking Member Craig. I think you articulated it well. As I said, whaling taxes, tanning salons, all the pork and nonsense that has been included in this bill, this provision it really is the most nonsensical. And Chair Arrington?
If I may.
Maybe you might,
Well,
go ahead,
yeah,
of
if I
course.
may.
Yeah.
You know what the cost share is today of states that have an error rate of, let's just use Alaska since it's a subject of
Yeah.
conversation, 60%. 60%, 60 cents on the dollar error rate. You know what the policy is today and under the last 4 years of the Democrat administration and the leadership of my
Sure.
colleagues on the other side of the aisle?
Yes,
Zero.
no cost, yeah,
Zero,
correct.
zero. So I believe you to be a fair person. I'm sure that the indignation that you have over not phasing this in as quickly as maybe we all would want, I certainly would be one to say we should implement it effective immediately, but it hasn't even existed, and I think you would agree.
But why give that special break to New Jersey?
You know,
Over
I
Texas.
don't know that I can answer that, but I can tell you that having 4 years when you all had total control over this process, when you jammed a partisan bill, it was a tax and spending bill called the Inflation Reduction Act, this wasn't addressed then. I would say kudos to Republicans. It's not perfect, once again, but we're going to phase in accountability for states who have a 60 cents on the dollar error rate. If we could get that implemented today, I'd take it. If we can get it
I
in 2
indulge you,
years, that's
Chairman.
better than what it was.
I indulge you,
Okay.
Chairman. I would just simply say, I think that's going to be a hell of an argument to make to the people in West Texas 2 years from now to say, look, I get it. I know y'all are paying more now for SNAP, you know, by virtue of this new mandate, but just rest assured, the people in Oregon and the people in New Jersey who are, or rather the state governments there, who are doing a far worse job with respect to the error rate, don't worry, they're not paying a dime. I don't, that doesn't seem like an argument that I would think Republicans want to make to their constituents, but I'm not a Republican. So, Ranking Member Craig?
Yeah, I just like to, this is, certainly want to make sure all my Republican colleagues know this, but high error rates actually are subject to sanctions. And in fact, USDA fined Alaska $12 million last year for failing to ensure SNAP recipients are eligible. Pennsylvania was fined as well over the last couple of years. So there is a penalty for high error rates in this country.
Thank you.
But now there's a reward for them.
Last question I have for Chair Guthrie. Couldn't of course, didn't want you to feel neglected here. I want to talk about the hospital fee, the provider fees. Ranking Member McGovern kind of cited to some of the criticism and the concern that the Senate bill that we're now considering has elicited from rural hospitals. That's certainly true in my district. I think, as you and I maybe talked previously, I represent a really large geographic district in western Colorado, a lot of rural hospitals who are deeply concerned that if this bill is signed into law, it's going to be devastating for rural parts of my district. And I have read similar refrains from folks in Kentucky, right? So the article that Ranking Member McGovern quoted, the title is Kentucky Hospitals Leader warns Senate megabill would devastate health care and the economy. And I'll just quote to you 2 sentences. The advocacy group for Kentucky hospitals is sounding the alarm about a massive bill that's near passage in the U.S. Senate, saying its cuts to Medicaid could cause the closure of hospitals and loss of 20,000 jobs. The Kentucky Hospital Association has changed its tune on the bill since May, when it supported a version that passed the House, making it an outlier among state and national healthcare groups. So the point here, right, Chairman, is that even those organizations that maybe had a different worldview than mine about the House bill are now ringing the alarm very loudly, saying there will be rural hospitals that could potentially close in Kentucky and in Colorado. And I make the same request of you that I made of Chair Arrington. Why not conference with the Senate and say, you know what, this is untenable. I'm not going to allow Owensboro Health Twin Lakes Medical Hospital, right, which is one of the hospitals in your district, right, that just said recently, while we don't know the direct impact any potential changes would have, we are certain the proposed cuts to Medicaid will harm access to health care not only in Western Kentucky but across the country. I mean, clearly, this is going to have an impact. I just don't think that anyone can argue in good faith that it's not going to.
So if we all discuss this, and we discussed it in the House, and if you look at provider taxes, it goes back to President Obama. So the Senate version takes it to 3.5% for states that didn't expand, or that did expand. Kentucky's an expansion state. President Obama had that number for a safe harbor for provider taxes within his 2014 budget. President Biden called it a scam. I've never called it a scam. It's a loophole. The provider tax is a loophole. And I would understand hospitals and others that if they can take their money, come up, match federal money, and bring it back down to the state. So we knew that it needed to be addressed. We chose in the House version to do it with a freeze so that people would have what they had this year for next year. The Senate has chosen, and we're debating, and we're going to be debating, I'm sure, after we get through this rules meeting, about where we go with it. But if you look at Medicaid policy, a lot of the issues has been that particularly now that it's 90-10 for expansion states, that when it was first designed in the 1960s and through most of the time, states run the policy. It's an open-ended checkbook on the federal government, but the discipline has always been that the states have to put their money in as well. But now they're able to tax the healthcare entities that receive the money. Some states are actually taxing the managed care, Medicaid managed care organizations that receive the money. And so it's just become almost an open-ended checkbook on the federal government. So we're going to debate it and see which way we go. But I will tell you that it needs to be addressed, and we intend to address it, and we'll see where we go.
Well, I will stop. Yeah, I see that my time is running along here, so I appreciate the chairwoman's indulgence. I'll simply say there are a lot of rural hospitals that will close if this bill becomes law.
Well, but that assumes, because I had some people from Kentucky come to me, since you brought Kentucky up, and say, y'all need to make this a priority. When we were debating whether it was going to cut back, y'all need to make this a priority. It's people from Kentucky government. And so that says, well, and then my answer back to him, why don't you make it a priority? Because so the 3.5% is where the state takes the money to match. And so they don't have to put any money in their general fund. So they're wanting us to make it a priority, which I do make it a priority. I want my hospitals to be successful, but the state also has to pay their share as well.
And I would just simply say, similar to the point that I articulated in my colloquy with Chair Arrington, I think it's going to be awfully tough. It's going to be awfully tough for your members to make the argument that you just made. I hear what you're saying. I understand you're saying, well, the state needs to step up to the plate and so on and so forth, and state legislatures will have to. That's an argument that you're obviously entitled to make, but there's a reason that the House bill didn't include the cut that the Senate bill has now proposed with respect to the rate, to the hospital rate fee, and so, or excuse me, to the hospital provider rate. And in my view, I think it's a mistake, and I think it's going to have devastating consequences for rural America. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Mr. Roy, you're recognized.
I thank the chairwoman. It is rare indeed that I have too many reasons to agree in this room, but I do have to go ahead and start with the absurdity of that provision that was added by the Senate. In fairness to our chairman, it was not added on the House side. It was, in fact, the Senate side. It was clearly a mistake and shouldn't have been done. Let's just go ahead and state what it is. It's just an absurd policy. Why would you penalize a state for having a lower error rate and encourage them to have a higher error rate, which I can read the provision to do nothing else. So let's just call balls and strikes here. That was a ball, and it wasn't even close. A couple things here, just to level set for the American people. If I can just go down the line real quick. And none of this is just level setting. We're all here just reacting to what we're reacting to, okay? There's not trying to put anybody on the hot seat or anything else. Can you just tell me whether you've been able to read the Senate bill as it came over from the Senate before testifying here today? Can we just go down the line? Yourself, have you been able to read the Senate bill?
Just within the scope of the agriculture title. So the changes that were made there,
You're able to read the changes to the bill.
the summaries of them, the items that they made.
Ranking member,
No.
chairman,
I am reading through it as we speak.
you're reading the
And
bill.
have not read through the entirety of it.
So you have not read it, you're reading through the bill while we're here.
Correct.
Right.
We continue.
Ranking member.
peruse it.
Yeah, actually, my answer is exactly the same as Jody's.
Chairman.
We're reading the reading the wraparound amendment that affected our area. Briefly, not word for word, to get familiar with the changes before we came here, and we'll be reading it tonight.
Ranking member.
My reaction is the same as Chairman Guthrie. We tried as quickly as possible to get through it, but we only had like an hour before we had to come here, so no, I've not been able to read the whole thing or
Chairman Smith.
Just to read summaries, particularly relating to our jurisdiction on Ways and Means.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Chairman Smith.
The tax provisions we've been following throughout the whole process. The bill that was, the language was dropped on Saturday. I'm very well aware of everything that's in that. The wraparound amendment that was a couple hours ago, I know the details of it, but I know the tax provisions.
I appreciate that. I don't intend to take a whole lot of time for all of our benefit. It's fairly well documented that I've got strong concerns and reservations about the bill. I do think a couple of questions merit observation. And so I'm going to ask, again, in a non-pointed, as a matter of fact, as I possibly can way, to my friend from Texas, if it is our understanding that at least as we accept the CBO analysis, even on a dynamic basis, assuming the Budget Committee's assumption of 2.6% growth and therefore 2.5 or 6 trillion of additional revenue created from that growth, that it would still leave us about 651 billion in additional deficit spending, still accounting for the defense and border plus up. Is that roughly accurate?
That's accurate.
And to the best of our understanding, and I think you answered this question earlier, to the extent that we had a framework in place that we thought was important to adhere to, are we within that framework?
We are, the Senate's bill is about 450 plus 450, I think 5 billion outside of that.
Outside of that framework? And that number is different because it does not factor in the defense and the border plus up. Is that correct?
The 455?
Yeah, that variance
differential?
to the 650
It's mostly
billion.
the cost of tax policy being different than what it was in the House on a current law basis, on a current law perspective.
The numbers we're talking about here in the variance with respect to the CBO calculation, that does not factor in interest. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we were to factor in interest, the number would be necessarily higher if those deficit numbers are correct, presupposing that they're correct, which these are all models. Is that fair?
When you're, for every dollar you borrow, 50 cents on that dollar is going to interest, so it's a significant additional cost.
Would it sound correct that if we're at $651 billion of additional deficit spending, that if you use the CBO's own calculator at the CBO's own assumed 3.5% interest rates, which are far from guaranteed over the coming several years, that would produce over $1 trillion of interest? I'm sorry, let me restate that. Over $1 trillion total when you take the 651 and then add in interest, that we would be in the $1.2 trillion range.
You are in the ballpark.
So that is the concern for those out there trying to observe what we're doing about the extent to which there's deficit implications to the legislation that was moved forward from the Senate and sent to us. I think it's important, and I might ask, might have a question here, just for level setting, because there's differences of opinion here in philosophy. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have opined that kind of mock trickle down and kind of impacted the implications of tax policy. We can have those differences of opinion about where we want dollars to reside. And we believe we want dollars to reside in the pockets of Americans. Whether it's the child tax credit, you can debate the policy, I've got some views on that. Whether it's this doubling of the standard deduction, whether it's the marginal rates, which are lower for people in the lower end of the strata and lower on people at the higher end of the strata, right? We can at least agree to the facts. Those are all true. And that some of those impact people hugely in numbers, people at the lower end of the spectrum. So we're talking about tax rates that are, and tax policies that are helping working class and poorer Americans. We're also talking about tax rates that are, by definition, going to impact and help those at the upper end of the spectrum. You say help, well, they don't need the dollars to live, but the question is whether those dollars are going to create more wealth and jobs in their pockets, right? There's a philosophy on the right side of the spectrum that they do that. I adhere to that philosophy, that the money in the hands of the American people produces wealth. You produce wealth, you create jobs, you create opportunity. I think that's a good thing. Where I think I've got a problem is that the Senate wanted to embrace that part in full. They wanted to go whole hog on that. And they want to go, fine, we'll make tax cuts permanent over 10 years. Great, God bless them. I'd love to do that. I'd love to have rates that don't change and they're permanent and they're low. But by doing that, they're exposing the problem. And that problem is just simple arithmetic. And that is, if you do that, then you're going to have an issue with respect to revenue and with respect to spending. And the last point that I'll address, rather than in the form of a question, is the policy baseline. The policy baseline is a dangerous gambit. It is a dangerous gambit for either side of the aisle. Because to my colleagues on this side of the aisle, please come explain to me, when my colleagues on that side of the aisle are talking about what's going to happen with the Affordable Care Act subsidies, what's going to happen in future policymaking when it comes to things we disagree with, when you just assume what is current policy rather than having us vote on said policy. I've seen a lot of messaging and rhetoric coming from very good friends of mine, talking about how it's somehow anathema or accepting leftist dogma to say and to ask the question about a policy baseline about whether or not that is foregoing our responsibility to do the math. You can believe that the current tax rates that are X, whether it's for the lowest bracket or the highest, should stay the same. And I take on face value that many of my colleagues, the administration, and myself included, would like them to stay at that level or even lower. That's my preference. But if you do that, you have to do math. What will be the impact then on revenue? And my colleagues, I think, in the Senate in particular, because God bless the House, at least we created a framework by which we were trying to do dollar for dollar. I realize my colleagues on the other side of the aisle disagreed with that. But I want to give credit to the Budget Committee chairman for trying to hold a line of saying that there ought to at least be a connection, that we ought to at least say, if we're going to do the tax policy, at least do the spending policy. Have the courage and the fortitude to do what you campaign on when you're talking about balancing the dang budget. Don't just talk about it. Don't talk about balanced budget amendments and then go home and say, look at me. I got a balanced budget amendment vote. Did it fail? Did it? Yeah. No, it failed, yeah. Is it law? No. Right? But I got you your tax cuts, but ignore that inflation that is a result of $37 trillion of debt. My colleagues in the Senate failed us. My colleagues in the Senate failed us. They sent us a bill knowingly, using a policy baseline gimmick. They sent it knowingly. And they sent it knowing that it was going to have increased deficits. Last question, I'm sorry, it's for my good friend from Texas, who I don't really want to put on the spot here in a way that's beyond, I think, the core question, but this matters. Regardless of what one thinks about these policies and wanting to be able to have the economic growth, I want the tax cuts to be permanent, I want all this stuff. But is it fair to say that the lion's share of the deficits will be in the first 5 years of the 10-year budget window? Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair.
Is that relatively irrefutably fair to say?
It's irrefutable to my knowledge.
The only way to refute the idea that in the first 4 to 5 years of the budget window, that we will have significant deficits to the tune of probably close to $2 trillion, $1.8 trillion, even on a dynamic basis, assuming the Budget Committee's numbers, that you have to make up for it in the tail, in the last 5 years of the budget window. The only way to do that, to the best of my knowledge, is to assume more revenue for tariffs and assume higher growth rates. So I think you have to assume, I haven't done the exact math, 3 to 3.5% growth over 10 years, which I hope we have, and we should aspire to get, and tariff revenue at the rate that we currently are bringing it in or more, which CBO has scored, to CBO's math, 2.8 trillion? I just did that from memory, something like that. So it'd be about 280 billion a year. So you have to assume that tariff revenue and assume, call it 3.5% roughly growth. Then you start to kind of wash out what we're doing in Congress by our choice. Everything we just said, we're leaving essentially administration to go carry out. If I'm characterizing anything incorrectly, does anybody want to challenge what I just said mathematically? With that, I will yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and hello to all of our panelists. It is nice to be here when I believe the sun is still out, right? And we haven't had to have 10 cups of coffee just to make it here. So thank you for being here. It is sad to be here yet again to review a proposed bill that will do so much harm. And the reality is, across America, we are hearing loud and clear that this bill represents the Republican Party's moral failure. And I use the word moral failure because we have had faith leaders use that word. We have had your own Republican colleagues use that word. And indeed, this bill, it's shameful. It's a betrayal of your voters because the Americans haven't asked for it. In fact, they've told you they don't want it. It's hugely unpopular among Republican and independent voters. And it's cruel. It's the biggest tax cut to Americans' health care ever. And it takes this riding inequality gap and turns it into a Grand Canyon of inequality. It takes from the working poor and gives to the ultra-rich. And it saddles, as Representative Roy is pointing out, all of us in this room, and importantly, our grandchildren and our children with debt. And nobody can refute that. And this is strange when we are indeed agreeing with Representative Roy. It happens, as they say, a broken clock is right 2 times a day, and we are agreeing with him. We think the numbers are higher than what he has pointed out, but it is debt and deficit. And you know, when you think about this weekend, right, it was a little surreal because we had the Senate Republicans taking action to get a bad bill and make it worse, taking away that $6.16 a day that veterans and children and hungry mothers get for food. That was happening this weekend at the same time that we saw one of the wealthiest Americans float in on his $500 million yacht to have a $50 million wedding. And the reason why that is so important is because those are the two ends of what's going to happen in this bill. Is that the wealthiest, as was pointed out by my good friend, Ms. Moore, are going to get richer and more powerful. And then the working families of America, the veterans, those who can't work, are going to get hungrier and sicker. And that's that's what we were seeing. You know, Chairman Guthrie, Jeff Bezos is worth $237 billion, $237 billion. And we have a little discussion earlier about hospitals in your district. And when we think about Jeff Bezos, they got a lot of tax cuts through Amazon and the large corporations, and those tax cuts were supposed to expire, some of them, right? Some of them were made permanent, but others were going to expire, and that's why we're in this exercise right now, correct?
Which tax cuts are you talking about?
Well, but we are in this exercise because there are some of the tax cuts are expiring, and the question is, what are we going to do about it? And there are tax cuts that benefit those who make under $40,000, and there are tax cuts that benefit the largest corporations. Now, we talked a little bit about some of the hospitals in your district, including Owensboro Health, Twin Lakes, Medical Leachfield, and the Kentucky Hospital Association itself has said it would be greatly damaged and essential services would be eliminated from that hospital. And as we know, once you start eliminating hospitals, services, you often then see them close. I visited some of the rural hospitals in my district, and as one of the heads of the hospital pointed out, when a community loses its hospital, the community eventually dies. Because nobody wants to be living in a community where when something goes wrong, they can't get care. If you are a pregnant woman and you have to drive 3 hours to give birth, that's a problem. Especially if you have something that goes wrong, right? So people leave those places. And that hospital I just mentioned, there isn't another one for another 22 miles. That's a little better than my places where they're 3 hours away. So I think, when I think about this bill, I think about who needs more help right now. What do you think? Does Owensboro Health, Twin Lakes Medical kind of deserve more of your attention and help, or Jeff Bezos?
Well, I've focused on that hospital. That hospital's in Litchfield in Grayson County. Like you said, it's 22 miles from another hospital, about 35 from another hospital, but important to that community. And as I said, that when you limit the provider tax, it changes the way that the state uses its money to match. So when you have an open-ended federal pool of money, and states have figured out how to not use any general fund money, or not use general fund money, use money within the healthcare system to match what a lot of people said, President Obama said, President Biden said, is that if we don't get a handle on this open-ended match, then we're going to continue to have budget issues, and we're trying to figure out the right policy to get there. And the 3.5 that's in the Senate bill was in President Obama's 2014 budget.
So I think the question is there is in this bill a multitude of policies that taken together. So what the hospital associations are telling us is you add together the provider tax, you add together the cuts to who is eligible, you add together all of the different pieces, and that's what leads to the hospital closures. And I think that that's what's really important. And the question that you're asked to do is where do you stand? Where are your priorities? Are you going to sit here and say, I am going to do everything I can to craft a law?
Well, I have worked
that
with
will
the people
keep
that
this
you're
hospital open?
quoting. I've worked quite closely with, and also we know that the General Assembly as I said, that people came from the Kentucky government, said that don't do anything with the provider tax and so forth. You need to, then said it to me, you need to make this a priority. And when the state budget, folks working in the state, I said, well, does that mean you're not making it a priority as well? I mean, and so your argument that you're making is if the federal government doesn't come in and do everything, then the states aren't responsible. And that's the problem. Medicaid has spent $700 billion this year. We're expected in 10 years to spend $1.4 trillion. It's going to double. And we're still, under this scenario, going to spend over $1 trillion on Medicaid. So the idea that we're cutting Medicaid backwards is just not accurate.
But we are cutting Medicaid. There is no question that we are cutting
We're going to
Medicaid,
spend, we're
and
going
you
from
will be
$700
taking
billion to
vote.
$1 trillion.
You will be taking a vote that will hurt that hospital. And the Kentucky Hospital Association, we talked to them. They are worried about the vote that you are going to be taking.
Well, I talked to them as well. I talked to them
Because
as well.
of what's going to do to the hospitals. Ranking Member Pallone, I mean, when we are talking about these cuts, it's the cumulative effect.
But their assumption
of
is the General
everything.
Assembly's not going to do
Is that-
anything, and that's what the program is set up for.
Is that, I mean, that is a concern, and it's a concern across the whole United States. Am I right on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're really, stressing the point too, which I made before, I think, which is that, when we talk about this $1 trillion in cuts to healthcare and these 17 billion Americans who are going to lose their health insurance, it's not just, the paperwork requirements, that we've talked about that makes people lose their health insurance. It's all these other cuts, right? So the provider tax cut, I think is, like maybe $225 or $250 billion. The paperwork is $330 billion, right? The ACA, the fact that you're not renewing the subsidies, the enhanced subsidies, is a big factor. All these efforts to block people from getting health insurance, either because you can't have automatic re-enrollment, you can't have a special enrollment period, you can't, I mean, the list goes on, and it is a cumulative effect on healthcare that just devastates healthcare. So if you're a hospital, you're sitting there saying, well, wait a minute, now I'm not going to have all these patients who are paying because they don't have insurance or they don't have Medicaid, and now I have all this uncompensated care costs that I can't absorb, and then I have all my provider cuts, the fact that I can't get the money, the reimbursement rate anymore because you're reducing the provider tax, how am I going to stay open? And the states can't do it. I mean, I talked to the governor over the weekend. You're talking about a $3.5 billion cut to health care in New Jersey. Our budget is that they adopted Monday was 57. You're talking about 6 or 7%. How are you going to make that up?
Right.
There's no way to do it.
I think that that's the problem, is that in each of these states and in every Republican sitting in this room, or those who are not sitting here, their states are going to have significant loss of people being able to show up at those hospitals, because in Kentucky, it's 184,000 people. In Missouri, 265,000 people will lose health insurance, Medicaid or ACA or Medicare. And this is where this idea of moral clarity and moral decisions come in, as was pointed out earlier. And it seems that, in order to have some of that moral clarity, you might need to decide to not run for reelection because you're going to get attacked. But we're hearing it from everywhere. Republican Senator Tom Tillis, what do I tell 660,000 people in 2 years or 3 years when President Trump breaks his promise by pushing them off Medicaid because the funding's not there anymore, guys? Because this is a decision. It's a decision you're making. Republican Senator Hawley, he ended up saying this, tweeting it, writing a New York Times article. We can't be cutting health care for working people and for poor people in order to constantly give special tax treatment to corporations. And then further, that argument is both morally wrong and politically suicidal. The moral test of a nation is how it treats those most in need of support. In our view, this legislation will harm the poor and vulnerable in our nation to the detriment of the common good. Its passage would be a moral failure for American society as a whole. The faith leaders, which included Jews, Lutherans, Catholics, Episcopalians, imams, it's seen by everybody. And then the Archbishop of the U.S. Archdiocese for the Military Services, because he sees the military who serve us. There's the responsibility of politicians to promote and protect the common good, including by working to overcome wealth inequality. And that's what we are here to decide to do today. Because in the end, these cuts are in order to pay for the tax breaks for the wealthy. That's the problem. If it was just, we don't have enough money, we're going to figure this out, we're going to work it out with the Commonwealth, that would be different. But that's not what we are dealing with today, is we're making these cuts in order to have the one-to-one that the Freedom Caucus wanted, but in order to then end up settling, that is the problem. And, and the problem is going to be that it's going to be the people in our districts who are going to suffer. And we know what that will look like, because there are going to be, we all met those people. We've gone out and they've come and testified, or we've gone to their homes, or we've gone to their places. Chair Smith, when we are here in May talking about no tax on tips, you pointed out that you ate at a restaurant and the waiter asked you if we would be able to deliver on the tax break for no tips. Did I remember that correctly? You're the one who said that, right? Yeah.
And this bill delivers no tax on tips.
Yeah. So
for that waitress.
Great. It was a male or female?
It was a female.
Oh, great. How many years will the tax break on tips last?
It'll last for 4 years, but that's very typical of tax policy. In the American Rescue Plan, you guys enhanced the child tax credit, and that's already expired.
The question was, how long
the
will
premium
the
tax credit is
last?
expiring at the end of this year, which you all made temporary.
How long will the tax on tips work? I'm sorry, I'm going to reclaim my time.
Gentlelady's time, and
if I'm going to be asked a question, I hope I can answer it, Mr. Chair.
I understand that.
Instead of just cutting me off.
Well, but one of the things we need to try to remember to do is to work through the chair. Instead of getting into a discussion with each other.
I'd like to reclaim my time, because I asked a question.
And then if you would, and then you can, a good way to do that is then say, and Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering if the gentleman would answer this following question, and then you can respond back
I
to the
didn't
chair, and
ask
we don't
a
get.
follow-up question.
And
That was
I know,
the
I'm just saying that, but instead of doing it directly, it works better if you run through the chair.
So Chair Smith pointed out that the tax break on tips lasts for 4 years. Maybe I'll ask the ranking Representative Moore here. How many years will the tax cut for Americans earning over $600,000 a year last?
Those will be permanent.
So those will be permanent. So Chair Smith, I would suggest that the next time you go to dinner and brag to the waitress how you're delivering a tax cut for them, point out that she's only getting it for 4 years, but somebody earning $600,000 and more is going to get it permanently.
And I would point out that whenever you talk to your constituents, that you would tell them that you voted against tax relief on tips, tax relief for overtime. Basically, 91% of your districts has the guaranteed deduction, and that's going to be slashed in half. So these are things that when you vote no, you're voting against a child tax credit, have a refundability at $1,700, which this does, down to $1,000. $1,000 is what the refundability on that child tax credit will be if you don't vote for this bill.
So thank you for pointing that out, Chair Smith, because the issue here that Democrats have is not with the child tax credit. We don't have an issue with many of these taxes that need to be extended. In fact, we will be presenting, and I have an amendment that would state that any of the tax provisions that benefit those earning less than $400,000 should stay in the bill. That we take out of the bill all of the provisions where the tax benefits go to the Jeff Bezos and Amazons of the world, and that we only keep that. Would you support that kind of amendment?
Would you vote for the bill if that amendment was adopted?
If that amendment was adopted, that would be a bill that I think you'll get a lot of Democrats supporting, because it wouldn't be a tax cut for the rich. That is our problem. That is our problem. So that is exactly where we're going. And by the way, when you went out to eat, do you remember how much you paid for that meal?
It was actually at a Mexican restaurant in my hometown. I think it was about $32.
$32, yeah. Well, you know, the thing is that when you were talking to that waitress, and I hope you gave her a good tip. I hope you gave her a real tip. If you gave
I
her a
always
30
do, because they
Thank
work
you.
so hard. I
They
hope that
work
you do
so
as
hard.
well.
They work so hard, and so you gave her a tip. Hopefully it was more than 20%, but it was about $6 a day, which gets us to about what you get. You were able to pay in a tip what a hungry veteran or a hungry mother would be able to get in food stamps a day. But I don't know, you probably didn't have a conversation with your waiter about whether she had health insurance. Because the reality, if you had, you might have mentioned that, or you might have noticed, I mean, most of our waiters and waitresses are service members. I think it's 2 in 5 tipped workers are on Medicaid or the marketplace on Obamacare, right? So the thing is that while you're giving a temporary 4-year tax break to your waiter, you can be taking away their Medicaid coverage or maybe their ACA. Maybe the waiter earned too little money to get Medicaid, so he's getting his health care through the Affordable Care Act.
If they're working, they're not going to lose their Medicaid. And that's energy and commerce, but that's the case.
I don't know, Ranking, can we?
Unless they're an illegal.
I'm going to ask Gwen Moore if she would like to join the conversation.
That's not true. Part of the problem is that they'll hit, there's marginal tax rates. So in my state, for example, you qualify for Medicaid or Badger Care if you're at or below 100% of the poverty level. So you could go to work for minimum wages, that would push you over the 100% of the poverty level. You know, if you made $16,000 a year, you would no longer be eligible for Medicaid. You'd be working yourself into poverty.
You're working yourself into poverty, and we have heard over and over again from people who are working not 1 job or 2 jobs, we don't pay enough money, especially for states who have a federal minimum wage and don't have a living wage. But, you know, if that worker wasn't getting Medicaid and they were on the ACA, they're getting perhaps tax credits, the premium tax credits, right? Ranking Member Pallone. And if a waiter is earning around $39,000, right, and is getting Affordable Care Act premium tax credits, they would see their bronze plan premiums rise by over 500% in 16 states. In Nebraska, that waitress's premium would go up from about $190 to $2,200. So that's why when we look at this bill, you can't talk about this bill, thank you for smiling. Isn't it awful the way that happens, Mr. Chair? You can't talk about this bill as just the tax provisions sit in isolation of everything else. And that's why when we talk about this bill, who is losing out? And it's people below that 40% who are earning 40% or less, because they're going to be paying more for their ACA payments. They're going to lose their Medicaid. They might lose their SNAP. It's when you put it all together, and this is what we're talking about, values, right? Because the reality is Republicans are tossing some short-term tax benefits to raiders, and they're giving away diamonds that last forever to the wealthy. So Chairman Thompson, I don't know if you've been out I don't know if you got to go to a wonderful Mexican restaurant, but you might not. If I just wanted to talk about what it would take, like when you went shopping this weekend, or if your wife does the shopping, were you able to have, what did you have? Were you able to go and buy some eggs, buy some steak, maybe some chicken, some avocados? You wanted to make your own tacos? Avocado toast, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry. I'm the secondary team when it comes to cooking. I'm the taster.
But I can tell you, those avocados, if we sent somebody who was on SNAP benefits into a store to buy groceries for 3 meals a day, she would not be able to buy an avocado, and she would not be able to eat.
And I'm sure you're aware why. In Mexico, where most of the avocados come from, we have a problem right now. A lot of the avocados are grown in the area that are heavily in presence of the cartels. And so USDA is trying to work on that to make sure that, there's adequate proper inspections within the grove. So that's really impacting the supply of avocados right now.
Right, but they're expensive. Basically, the point is.
They're more expensive than ever right now because of that.
So much is more
give me the
expensive than
reasons for
ever.
it.
So much is more expensive than ever. In fact, we now have a tracker that tracks how things are more expensive than ever. People might want to check it out. But that's the problem, is that it's not just avocados. I went in Clayton, New Mexico, another one of my beautiful rural towns. Great grocery store. You know, we have a problem with grocery stores in rural America because there aren't enough of them. This guy has a beautiful store. And then Ranking Member Craig, you know what this would be like. If you go and try to buy food for 3 meals on $6.16, you're not going to be able to do it. And in fact, that's why these archbishops and these faith leaders have said that we cannot support this bill. And I know Chairman Thompson.
I wish those faith leaders, and you named a few denominations, but I wish they were better informed. I wish they would be more discerning where they get their information. The fact is, everything we're proposing maintains inflationary adjustments, which would respond to what you're talking about, the inflated costs, whatever the reason that those inflated costs would be taken into consideration for determining SNAP benefits going forward in the future.
Well, I think they're fairly informed. I want to give a shout out to my own Archbishop Rester, and I think where he's basing it on, and I know you, a man of great faith, and believe, and you know Matthew, right? You know Matthew. What does it say? When I was hungry, you gave me to eat. When I was thirsty, you gave me to drink. Right. You know it really well. Ranking Member.
And I also know that Matthew is talking to the church and to the people, not to the Roman government. So I think it's important that if we're going to quote scripture, to make sure that it's kept in context. Matthew 7:16, which was quoted earlier, was talking about false prophets, and quite frankly, so I think we have to be very careful with what we say in this room and other rooms, that we don't play the part of a false prophet.
Well, in that instance, there's actually an exchange that's going on, where then the apostles say, but when have we ever seen that you haven't been hungry and you haven't been thirsty? He says, but it's in the least of us. It's how we treat each other. And that's what it's asking. Am I understanding that? It's how we treat each other. And I think that we have an obligation because we are elected by the people we represent to bring those kinds of values and work on them. But
Absolutely agree with that. If you're still addressing the question to me, absolutely agree with that. But keeping people, not providing a pathway to greater opportunity is violating that. Keeping people comfortable, stuck in poverty, making poverty a spider web where there's no chance for the American dream is just absolutely wrong. And, you know, and a lot of what we're working on in this bill actually is focused, the things I've worked on in this bill is, so I just speak for myself, is really focused at providing those ladders of opportunity, providing those encouragements, recognizing that there are different challenges and barriers sometimes that people run into. But we also, if you do a deep enough dive of some of these programs, like the SNAP program, you'll see that there's, the states have, you know, 8% waivers that they can offer because you can't anticipate everybody's life circumstances. You know, if you're.
The gentlelady yield.
Yes, excuse me, if you were done, I will yield
Yeah,
to.
sure. Just so there's no misunderstanding here. The majority of people on SNAP are not expected to work because they're children or they're senior citizens or they're disabled. Of those who are able-bodied, the majority of them work. The problem with SNAP, I would tell you, is not that we're providing people too much. $2 per person per meal is really too little. And we want to talk about making America healthy again. They ought to be able to go to the store and they ought to be able to buy avocados. They ought to be able to buy healthier food. So I don't want there to be this misimpression out there that somehow, you know, the majority of people on the program are either expected to work or those who are able-bodied are working or not working. They are. And you know what? And you're working and you're still earning so little that you qualify for SNAP. There's something wrong with that. So it's not about lack of opportunity. People are out there doing their best, working as hard as they can, and they get this measly benefit that, quite frankly, is inadequate, and we're nickel and diming it. So I thank the gentlelady. I yield back.
Yeah, and
If I may-
we
may
do want to
just-
hear what you're saying, so can you get closer to the microphone?
Sure,
Thank you.
and just to qualify, the most recent data shows that basically 30% of able-bodied adults without dependent children are working. 30%, 70% of just, and we're just talking about the demographics of an able-bodied adult without a so they don't have a disability, that do not have dependent children. 70% are not working currently that are on the SNAP program.
Ranking Member Craig, you wanted to join the
Well,
conversation.
I'd just like to also offer some fiscal year '24 data. More than, almost 70% of SNAP participants are in families with children, and more than 37% are in families with members who are older adults or disabled. So, look, the ranking member said most able-bodied folks in America who can work, who are on SNAP, are already working, number of children. But I keep coming back to this concept that somehow the Senate sent us a bill, and we can't ignore it. Maybe it wasn't there when it went over to the Senate, but as a body, we have to now codify what they've sent back to us. And I just, this idea that our veterans, that former foster youth, and homeless are going to lose their access to nutrition benefits. Folks, every month in this country, 1.2 million veterans depend on SNAP to put food on their table. And no, it's not all of the food that's on their table. It's supplemental. That's the name of the damn program for a reason. That's because they aren't making enough to be able to afford a day or week's worth of groceries for themselves and their families. And this idea we keep saying that able-bodied adults, you cannot tell me, and look, I mean, don't even try to say that you can look a veteran who served this nation in war or served our country, signed up to serve our country, that somehow they're not willing to go to work. There are all kinds of circumstances in which we know our veterans face when they come home. They risk a much higher degree of food security. They have a much higher risk of food security than non-veterans. 33% of disabled veterans and 20% of unemployed veterans are working age and are food insecure. So look, it may not have been a deal you like to cut, but this was the right deal for our nation's veterans, for former foster youth to help them get their feet under them, for homeless individuals in this country. Every year, 20,000 young adults age out of the foster care system, and they face higher rates of food insecurity. And so it's not enough to me to say that we're okay with just voting yes on what the Senate sent us back. This is immoral to tell our nation's veterans that we're going to take your food supplemental away from you.
And the House gets to vote. The Republicans control the vote, so it's going to be up to the Republicans to say this is not acceptable. And whether you're saying this is not acceptable because we don't like the budget numbers and the deficit numbers, and whether they're going to hold and not be Congress people who are caving again, or whether it's because it's wrong. But I want to go to the issue of rural communities and actually go back to the things about rural hospitals, because that is my community. And I've had Ranking Member Pallone actually meet with the rural hospitals, who, as you pointed out, Ranking Member Pallone, those are for the most part in the Republican areas of my district. $1 trillion. It went over, it was bad, and it came back, and it's even worse, right? That $50 billion rural health fund as a solution, but that isn't a solution because it goes away after a while, and it's just not enough. Is that right, Ranking Member Pallone?
Yeah, I mean, the rural members in the Senate, went back and forth on this, but from what I saw in the numbers that were ultimately adopted, it's woefully inadequate.
Right. And part of the theme that we see in Medicaid is the same theme about, people aren't working, right? And the reality is that when I've gone to my schools, Trump was trying to close Jobs Corps, where people are trying to get, better trained so they could have better jobs, so they don't have to be on Medicaid, on SNAP, but they need it so they're not starving while they're in school. But we hear this again and again, that they're only kicking off people who don't deserve to be there, right?
And when you talk about the job, that was June 30th, and they're done.
Yeah.
And in my district, I've been there many times. It's the best program there is to get people to work, and now it's gone.
Right. But what we have is this sort of trying to say that people who are on Medicaid, people who get SNAP are somehow fraudsters and lazy.
It's just
and don't want to work. And in fact, Senator Roger Marshall said, and I quote, "When they talk about people not being on Medicaid anymore, half of those people are on it because of fraud. Repeat it, half of those people are on it because of fraud or some type of abuse of the system. The other half is because they're unwilling to work 20 hours a week." Chairman Arrington, do you agree with that statement that half the people on Medicaid are basically committing fraud?
I'm just looking at the CBO report. It's a letter in response to my requesting and Chairman Guthrie's about who those 7.8 million people that my Democrat colleagues have suggested are being ripped off the safety net. It's an honest, straightforward question to the rhetoric that I think has been quite predatory, really, because I think you're preying on the fears of people that have no reason to be afraid. And in that letter, and by all means, we can have this discussion. But in this letter, CBO says 4.8 million are able-bodied adults between the age of 19 and 64 who have between 19 and 64 who have no dependents and who do not meet the 20 hours of community service, of school, or of a job, which is, by the way, only 10 to 15 hours lower than the bill that Bill Clinton signed in 1996 along with Joe Biden and other Democrats. But this is just Medicaid alone, 4.8 million. This is the nonpartisan, independent CBO that I think my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are fond of sourcing. I'm sourcing it right back to you, and I think it is so disappointed. I think there are some honest disagreements. I think there are really good questions about the debt and spending, and man, it's tough. It's tough for me. But this kind of BS about telling the world, and it's no wonder that people in your district are saying, I'll stop. You asked a question. I told you these are the data points from a letter from the Congressional Budget Office, and this is just for Medicaid.
So one of the things-
And AEI says 70%. I think that's what the chairman is quoted of saying, able-bodied adults, 70% aren't working. California and 5 other states have nobody working. Literally, nobody is working. Effectively, they don't enforce the work requirement. Not the able-bodied adults.
Now it's not like half of them, now nobody's working.
The able-bodied adults in California on SNAP are not required to work. They're not required, there's no enforcement. There are 4 or 5 other states similarly situated. And I think.
I mean, I think that the reason when we go to jurisdictions like mine, and the reason why we're seeing these numbers, and if you go out into the community, they are not people who are fraud or just aren't working, but I'm going to.
And if I could just remind folks that you've used about 37 minutes of time, and the chairwoman would be upset with me if I didn't point that out.
Well, thank you for pointing it out.
The gentlelady has yielded to the gentleman.
I just want to point out, you throw around the word able-bodied adults as if every able-bodied adult is equal, in terms of what's going on in their life. But an able-bodied adult who might not be working might be taking care of a child at home, or might be taking care of an elderly mother, or might be in between jobs, or might not be able to get into a work training program. I might live in an area where they don't have access to transportation. And so that's the deal here. So this is not, we're not trying to be, this is the reality. The claim that only 30% of non-disabled adults without dependent children work while receiving SNAP. I mean, we know that 70% of SNAP participants are children, seniors, or people with a disability, all of whom are exempt from work reporting requirements for what I hope are for obvious reasons. Many of the working age adults that participate in SNAP do so temporarily, often while between jobs or when their work hours are cut. It is exactly because they don't have work that they need to turn to the program oftentimes. And as a reminder, we give them only 3 months to find work again before they get kicked off the program for 3 years. For 3 years, thanks to SNAP's time limit. So that is, I mean, you may all find that to be humane and just. We don't. And so there's a difference in terms of values and in terms of what we believe is right. I thank the gentlelady.
Thank you. And I just also want to point out that, as was discussed earlier, that a lot of the reason why people will fall off of Medicaid is because it becomes very complicated, right? And we've had hearings where we've heard people talk in New Mexico. I mean, the SNAP application is like, the average SNAP application is 17 pages long, and in some places 21 pages. It's like Republicans who always talk about wanting to cut regulations, they don't mind putting more regulation and more paperwork and a mountain of paperwork on working people. But I would also point out that this is a crazy one, that the moratorium on simplified eligibility, so to try to make things easier, there was actually a rule that said, let's make the application sort of more streamlined, simplified, eligible, so it works. And that actually, they're barring that in the Senate bill. So not only are they trying to sort of make it harder for you to eligible, but they actually are getting rid of the rule to make it easier to apply for these things. Because I'm running out of time, I just wanted to touch quickly on tax credits, and I'll try to be quick. So I wanted to just touch quickly on the issue of the energy tax credits and the fact that we are seeing energy costs rise. And while we discussed earlier that they did get rid of the tax, the new tax on renewable energy, we are still going to see rising energy costs, electricity costs from this bill. And I think that that is just a really important thing to point out. Mr. Chair, I would like to enter into the record the energy innovation, federal clean energy tax credits make energy more affordable, a meta-analysis, and I know you're going to ask me for the date, and it is March 2025.
Thank you. Without objection, so ordered.
And what this goes through, because we've seen lots of documentation, the tax on renewable energy would have been really bad, right? But the fact that they are pulling out of renewable energy projects early that are benefiting Republican states primarily, right? Because they're wind projects. Once again, I represent an area with huge Republican area. We've got lots of wind power. We have lots of oil and gas too. But the idea that we heard earlier, oh, we shouldn't be subsidizing. We need to remember, we subsidize oil and gas and fossil fuels and coal to the tune of about $3 billion was 2022, right? And now they're decreasing the royalty rate on oil and gas. They're going to make another, I think, another $6 billion. So we are constantly subsidizing fossil fuel. And it's sort of like the Republicans, it's like renewable energy is where it's at, right? That's the next frontier. And we need to do a lot. It needs to be a little bit of everything. But what they want to do is say, oh, no, we don't really want to use electric lamps. We prefer the gas ones. We shouldn't really put any of our correspondence in email. We should send it all by paper post. I mean, let's keep the horse and buggy. Who wants a gas-fired car? But that's what they're doing, right? That's what they're doing. They're taking us backwards. And so I wanted to be able to give an opportunity. As you know, I'm the last Democrat. So I wanted to give an opportunity. Is there anything else that you wanted to raise, Representative Moore, with regards to this? The bill before.
Thank you for this opportunity. I have heard the scheme of requiring work requirements, and it's a major economic solution to raising the $4.5 trillion in tax cuts. And again, I have been very aggrieved, the committee is aggrieved, that we are characterizing our constituents as lazy and bums in order to do it. Let me just mention some other people who will be losing health care that we haven't talked about. We've also claimed that illegal immigrants have been receiving health care. And that's been a feature of these testimonies and these discussions. I just want to say that legal immigrants who were brought to this country because of asylum, people who have U visas or V visas because they're facing violence, were people who were going to be able to get Medicaid. These are people that will no longer be eligible for Medicaid. There are legal immigrants who have lived in this country for decades. People, scientists, doctors, engineers, people have worked and paid into Medicare for 30, 40 years who will no longer be eligible for Medicare, even though they have paid into the system.
Thank you, Representative Moore, and I'm going to try to move along, but I did want to make sure that Ranking Member Boyle, was there anything else you wanted to raise? I take it the Medicare issues, the regressive manner in which this is a transfer of wealth from the poor to the wealth. Did you want to add anything else? Because he's signaling me to stop. Yeah. To you, if there's anything else you wanted to add.
No, I will just say briefly, is I know we've been here all afternoon, but given the importance of this piece of legislation, it is certainly warranted, and this might be our last bite at the apple. Let's not lose the forest through the trees. I come back to how I began this some 5 hours ago. The reality is that if this becomes law, 17 million Americans will lose their health care. Millions more will lose their nutrition assistance. Millions more will be impacted by these devastating cuts, all to help pay for tax cuts that are skewed toward the top 1%. That is the bottom line or the headline about what this bill is really about. There's a lot there, 1,000 pages. We're still figuring out some things that were added minute by minute on the Senate floor as horse trading was going on. Nothing can obscure that overriding reality. Millions of lives will be adversely affected by this legislation. I yield back.
Thank you. And the last thing is, it's not just the skewing up to the wealthy, because there are some trees that are really problematic. And I think that it was discussed earlier, the elimination of a tax on firearm silencers and short barrel rifles and shotguns that would cost $1.7 billion. And that would be a lot of families that we could feed with the SNAP programs. 396,000 families could be fed with just what they're giving away for the silencers, right? The mafia tax, I don't know. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Ranking Member?
I would just like to bring us back up to a high level on the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. This is the most effective anti-hunger program that this country has ever seen. Every dollar we invest in this program returns $1.50 to our overall economy and about $1.80 in rural communities across our country. And when you cut $200 billion in SNAP benefits to this nation, you are literally taking around $25 billion directly out of the pocket of this nation's family farmers. But that's not all, because it affects the entire food supply chain. It's the truckers who drive the food to the grocery stores. It's the clerks that puts that food on the shelves. And of course, it's the hungry children and seniors and veterans that we are trying to support as a nation. So I want to say to all of my Republican colleagues, I hope that you will seriously reconsider, especially because at the end of the day, you are doing this for no other reason to give tax breaks to the already rich in our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hear often from the farmers, the small farmers. In my district, I have small farms, not the kind that need a $38 million estate tax benefit, but they are hurting because they sell the Double Up Bucks programs. I love the Double Up Buck program. They do too. It's how they make their living. Thank you for the indulgence, and Mr. Chairman, the last Democrat yields back.
Yeah, gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Mr. Langworthy for any questions. Sorry. Apparently the list is.
I am not going to ask any questions. I want to salute each of our committee chairs for the diligent work that has gone into the hundreds of hours of putting this together over the last 14 months into this reconciliation process. You know, I really want to salute Chairman Guthrie for the work of the Energy and Commerce Committee. You know, my colleague brought up the Clinton-era work reforms, and these are bringing accountability and fundamental fairness. And as I travel around to businesses and talk to workers on factory floors, they are saluting the fact that the people, you know, that can work and choose not to work will now have to work for benefits that they work hard to provide for their families every day. So I think that it's to take a lesson from a Democratic president and bring it into the future is something that is going to help us bring fundamental fairness and equity across the program. So thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Mr. Scott for his time for question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot of long-winded discussion here today. I thought I might read for the general public just from the bill. Modifications to SNAP work requirements for able-bodied adults. Now, regardless of what you've heard from other people, this is what the bill says. Exception 6(o) of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008 is amended by striking paragraph 3 and inserting the following. Exceptions, paragraph 2, shall not apply to an individual if the individual is under 18 or over the age of 65. So if you're under 18 or over the age of 65, none of the SNAP changes impact you. That's what's written in the bill. Medically certified as physically or mentally unfit for employment. So all of the discussions that you've heard from the Dems about us kicking disabled people off SNAP benefits, they're just not true. This is what's actually written in the legislation. A parent or other member of a household with responsibility for a dependent child under 14 years of age, otherwise exempt under Section D2, a pregnant woman, and it goes on from there. So anybody under 18, anybody over 65, anybody who is medically certified as physically or mentally unfit for employment is exempt from any of the changes. So all of this talk that we're kicking disabled veterans and all off of SNAP, it's just a flat-out lie. Now, with regard to the matching funds, what we have said here is that if you have an error rate of less than 6%, the federal share of the cost of the allotment described in paragraph 1 for that state in a fiscal year shall be 100%, and the state shall be 0%. If you're a business owner and you've got a 6% error rate, you know what you are? You're bankrupt. The federal government owes it to the American citizens to have better than a 6% error rate on people's SNAP benefits. So I want the American citizens to know you're not being told the truth by the dramatic statements on the other side. If you're disabled, you're exempt from the changes. Under 18, exempt from the changes. Over 65, exempt from the changes. That's what's written in the language. I don't have any questions for any of the members. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott, for clarifying the record. Mr. Griffith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've had a lot of discussion about the bill, and folks earlier in the afternoon were saying that nobody had time to read the bill, and I'll just say we got it in my office around 11 o'clock. I had it printed out. I had 245 pages read before I got here, and I finished up the rest of it while Ms. Scanlon was talking. So a lot of folks have had an opportunity, and when we get to the floor, everybody will have had an opportunity to read it. It does help that I read the first bill as well, so there were sections where I got to it, and looking at the cheat sheet, it was identical to what was there before. So I don't make myself read the same chapter twice, but I did read it. Now, that said, I do want to ask my chairman, Chairman Guthrie, a question. Chairman, I think we can pretty well rest assured this is not the last bill that will ever pass the United States Congress. Do you agree with that? I agree with that. And as a part of that, we're always trying to improve things on Energy and Commerce Committee. So as we move forward, will you commit to work with me and others on the Energy and Commerce Committee and in the House as a whole to analyze the ongoing status of the health of our rural hospitals and rural health care in general and rural health care providers so that we can improve access to health care in rural communities?
I will.
And I suspected those would be the answers to the questions, but I just want to underline for everybody that even when we disagree, we're all trying to move things forward. And sometimes when we disagree, things don't work out exactly the way people intend. And I know that in my district, as a result of some of the policies in the Affordable Care Act, we had 2 hospitals that closed down. One of them has since reopened. And but we're all working towards this goal, and I appreciate you, Chairman Guthrie, agreeing that at least in the Energy and Commerce Committee, and I think all the others as well, that we're going to continue to move the United States forward. And as we see opportunities to improve, whether it be telehealth, which you and I have talked about a number of times, or other ways that we can improve healthcare in rural communities, we're going to do it. Isn't that correct? That's correct. All right. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Griffith. Mr. Jack, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief in closing. You know, to really wrap up all the testimony we've heard today, and I think we're all grateful for everyone's testimony. This bill is a codification of President Trump's agenda, and in large part, many of us and many of our colleagues were elected on an identical platform when we ran for Congress. And That platform was embraced by 77 million Americans. It earned an 86 electoral vote margin in the 2024 presidential election. So I'd love to start with my good friend Chairman Smith. If you'd just like to, again, wrap everything up in your testimony today, how is this codifying President Trump's agenda?
So I would totally agree, Representative, that this is following the priorities that the president laid out when he was running for office and 77 million Americans supported. We're delivering on no tax on tips. No tax on tips, 70% of Americans support that. We're delivering on tax relief for seniors. 83% of Americans support that. We're delivering on no tax on overtime. 71% of Americans support that. And we're also making permanent the expiring provisions of the 2017 successful Trump tax cuts. And 62% of Americans support that. This is the largest tax cut in U.S. history. It is also the largest cut of mandatory spending in U.S. history. That's phenomenal. And it is also the largest investment in securing our borders in U.S. history, creating the Golden Dome. All these things that the president campaigned on, it is in this bill. It is absolutely in this bill. And I know people were talking about suppressors earlier, and I think it's really important. The reason why that's became an issue is because of pistol braces. The Biden administration put pistol braces under the short barrel shotguns, which they shouldn't be. And it did. And for the first time in a century, we eliminated a tax on the Second Amendment. I think that's a huge win. For the first time in history, parents are going to be able to have school choice. And I think that's super important. So this is a bill that is delivering on what members of the House campaigned on, members of the Senate campaigned on, and clearly what the president campaigned on.
Very well said. Chairman Guthrie, same question to you. How is this bill, in closing, a codification of President Trump's campaign?
Well, that gets to the all the above and energy dominance. There's a provision in here for making sure that we invest in critical minerals, we invest in delivery of energy. And President Trump was very strong. This said that America was going to be energy dominant, and it's important that we are, given what's going on in the Middle East, and this bill delivers.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Arrington, same question to you, my friend.
I think that I think a reprieve from failed economic policies to unleash the spirit of our entrepreneurs and risk takers is in order. And our economy is the foundation of everything great about this country, including our way of life, our quality of life, certainly our global leadership. So, you know, there's always going to be more cuts for a budget chairman. There will always, cuts that I'd like to see materialize. But you've got to work on both ends of the equation. You've got to grow the economy while you're bending the curve on spending. And so I think it's substantial, the impact that these policies that President Trump implemented and executed on in the first Trump administration, and now we're doubling down on them. And I suspect, just like the first round, all boats will rise on the tide of prosperity. I think that's the key feature, quite frankly, of this. But the fiscal reforms are no small things. And again, I think they are there to serve as a sort of a win-win-win. Win for the program sustainability, win for those who are trapped in dependence, and a win for taxpayers who should not subsidize people who refuse to work, like the 4.8 million people that on Medicaid per CBO, or people who are here illegally. And so a lot of good things in here, and I appreciate the question.
Thank you, Chairman Arrington. And lastly, Chairman Thompson, to you, how does this, your section of the bill, codify President Trump's campaign priorities and agenda?
Well, thank you so much for the question. You know, President Trump knows that food security is national security. And that all relies on really the success of those hardworking families all across our country that are producers. Those folks that are farmers or ranchers or foresters. And this bill, and those families have, I mean, they're at probably a 50-year low in terms of economic challenges, from inflation to all the different things that have happened over the past number of years. And it's really put them in a challenging situation. We saw that in December when many of them, for the first time in a family's history, were not going to be eligible for taking out a loan to be able to produce a crop or produce a herd or produce a flock. This, the One Big Beautiful Bill, the agriculture title, really, I call it Farm Bill 1.0. It makes historic investments in reference prices. It adds base acres for farmers who've not been eligible for. It modernizes the dairy margin program. There's investments in the conservation programs, in crop insurance, in the trade programs of market access program and foreign market development program. We double those. It has investments in research, investments in animal health, including our large animal veterinarians, and the three-legged stool when it comes to animal health. That's our laboratories, that's vaccination polls that we have started in previous farm bills, and our large animal veterinarians, and so much more. Specialty crops. This is most significant specialty crop. Now, this is 1.0. It's just the things that we were eligible to put into budget reconciliation. But what it leaves is a very small portion at a very small price tag, and at the same time, President Trump cares about those who are most at risk, and within the nutrition title, this is really about making sure that we have sustainability of programs like SNAP and all the other programs under the nutrition title, not just sustainability, but that we're in a position to make sure the people that really need the help get it. But it's more than providing supplemental nutrition support. It's providing a hand up towards the American dream, with the investments that we make, which is about $1.1 trillion over 10 years. That's the nutrition portion of the Farm Bill. This really is about making sure that, folks have that opportunity to through SNAP employment and career and technical education, and have a shot at, reaching a rung a little higher in the ladder of opportunity. And I will say, I've seen that work in my travels around the country, and I've done 115 listening sessions with 42 states, 1 territory. I've seen it work, and when it works, everybody, our farmers, our grocers, our truckers, all do better because families are able to actually find they have more income. And at the end of the day, they're able to buy, they're not limited by what they're able to afford because we've given them a shot at the American dream, which comes through the dignity of work.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I appreciate it. To our ranking members, thank you for your testimony. And Madam Chair, I yield back to you.
Madam Chair, I just have a technical question.
Yes, sir.
Before you came in, Mr. Scott was reading about a provision on who's exempt from the work requirements under SNAP, and I was wondering where he's reading from because, the House version of the bill that you voted for took it from 18 to 7, and my understanding is that the Senate bill moved it to 14. So you said 18, and so I'm wondering, did something change?
I'm on page 17.
Yeah, well,
That's the 18 is under the age of 18, at the age, or 14 is the age of dependence.
Right, that's, which is, he said 18, so it's actually 14.
He might have missed.
Well, 18 to 64 is when the requirements kick in.
Yeah, so, right, if you're 30, if you have a 14-year-old at home, you have to work, right?
14 or under, you're exempt.
I don't know, yeah. Anyway,
A parent or other member of a household with responsibility for a dependent child under 14
right,
years of
okay,
age.
yeah, right. I thought you said 18, I'm sorry.
No, so it's 14.
Okay, 14, yeah. Yeah, so you have a 14-year-old child who has health issues, whatever.
Not
You
true.
still
If
have to
he's,
work.
if they're disabled, it's different.
Right, well, I mean, or somebody who's is troubled in school, or whatever, who's not classified as disabled. Again, life is complicated. Thank you.
Medically certified as physically or mentally unfit for employment is exempt, and this is just the exemption from the work requirement.
So the 14-year-old is alone all summer. Okay, thanks.
That's-
Well, you're
that's
working,
not-
yeah.
Make a clarification.
Well, and as I pointed out, there are many people who work full-time because they have to, and they choose not to be dependent on other people. They have 14-year-olds sometimes at home all summer long, too.
And there are people who work full-time who still are eligible for SNAP. And that's a reality.
And there are some who choose not to be eligible for SNAP or other taxpayer-funded programs. Ms. Houchin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to commend our chairs for their hard work and leadership, Chairman Smith, Guthrie, Chairman Arrington, Chairman Thompson. Two of my chairmen are at the panel today, Budget and E&C, so thank you. What? Pick your favorite? I can't. I like you. I like all my children. No, I'm just kidding. But I do want to note that this is a bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill is a bill for hard-working Americans. It's a bill that will still protect our most vulnerable. There's been a lot of rhetoric from the other side about this bill that I want to just allow a couple of our panelists to respond to. One is on coverage loss. The Democrats keep throwing around numbers, exaggerating coverage loss numbers. In fact, the number of people that Democrats have said are going to lose access to health care, even when this bill was still in the House, went from anywhere from 13 million to 17 or 18 million. It was just a number that kept getting thrown around. But when I read the CBO analysis, that's not what I see. Chairman Arrington also pointed this out earlier. Chairman Guthrie, can you, and Chairman Smith, can you explain where those exaggerated numbers are coming from? And doesn't that include policies that the Democrats themselves have chosen to let expire that aren't even in this bill?
There's a couple answers to that. One is some of those numbers are, you have to look, there are CBO scored numbers, but you have to look at who they are. So if you look at the 4.6 million, and now that the dates changed on work requirements, and there's some, that's a little higher, but it's people that that are able-bodied that choose not to work, and it has the same exemptions that were just read. We also, in Medicaid, include people that have substance use disorder. They're going through treatment such as that. So they're truly able-bodied, and there are studies that say there are people that fit that category. The other one that's frustrating is like when you're sitting here listening to the back and forth, especially when they're going against my good friend Ways and Means chair about putting limits on how long tax on tips or 4 years or whatever. Well, one of the over 5 million of the coverage loss is from premium tax credits, which was in the IRA, when people who voted for the IRA chose to fund programs like green energy funds, where there was a nonprofit that was politically connected, created itself, 1 month, put $100 in its checking account, got a $2 billion grant, paid $847 million. So I think my friend from New Mexico has left, but when she goes and visits her hospital and she sees people lost coverage because that tax credit expires, she made that a priority over insuring people. That's a decision. I mean, if the shoe fits on both sides of the feet, and if she's going to say that's your priority there, it's her priority as well, and she has to own it.
Chairman Smith.
Yeah, I would follow up with Chairman Guthrie. According to CBO, the numbers that they provided, they said 4.8 million would lose their health insurance who are able-bodied adults who just choose not to work. And so that is what CBO showed in regards to that. But it also provided, CBO said that 1.4 million will lose it because they're illegal immigrants. And then 1.6 million will have access to other forms of subsidized health insurance, including the option to stay on Medicaid. And then 1.3 million are already ineligible for the program period, but they're on the system. And these are numbers from CBO, which I think is quite important. And if you look at people losing Obamacare in this bill, according to CBO, 1.8 million are illegal immigrants. Not legal immigrants, but illegal immigrants. And then 1.1 million are just simply fraudsters who don't submit common sense verification requirements, and that's according to CBO. Not according to us, but according to CBO.
Ms. Houchin, would you yield for 1 second?
Yes.
Mr. Smith, I'd like to ask you to repeat those numbers because I think it is important that the American people hear the facts from CBO. I've had people writing me alleging what we've been hearing from the other side today. They allege it. And I say to them, please ask your sources to state the facts, not what they're being fed. So would you please read those numbers again?
Absolutely. According to CBO estimates of those on Medicaid losing health insurance, 4.8 million are able-bodied adults without dependents who choose to not meet modest work or community engagement requirements. And then 1.4 million are illegal immigrants. And then 1.6 million will have access to other forms of subsidized health insurance, including the option to stay on Medicaid. And then 1.3 million are already ineligible for the Medicaid program, period. They shouldn't be on the program, but they're doing it. And when you look about the ones that CBO estimates of those on Obamacare losing health insurance, 1.8 million are illegal immigrants, and 1.1 million are fraudsters who don't submit common sense verification requirements. And this is from CBO.
And Chairman Smith, those are the only people that CBO, in their report, claims will be losing their health coverage under the bills.
Yes, and the number you hear of 17 million, that's the 5 million that's going to lose from the premium tax credits, which the Democrats in the IRA decided to make it temporary. Instead, they did all the green energy credits permanent, and guess what? 90% of those green credits that you passed in the IRA goes to companies valued at more than $1 billion. Not working families, but 90% of those credits that you focused on is valued over $1 billion.
So when given the option to prioritize healthcare for working families or energy subsidies, they chose the energy subsidies.
They absolutely did. Environmentalist, wealthy billionaires succeeded, and they were the winners of the IRA.
And just to be clear, Chairman Smith, if we're paying for healthcare for all of those people you just mentioned, able-bodied adults choosing not to work, people who are ineligible, people who are fraudulently accessing the program, and illegal immigrants, if we are funding healthcare for those people, does it not reduce the amount of money we have available to take care of vulnerable families?
Absolutely.
So why would we want to continue funding healthcare for those groups of people that you've just mentioned when it creates less resources for vulnerable families?
Republicans' priorities are for U.S. citizens, not illegals.
So despite the rhetoric from the Democrats, they could have raised the top tax bracket when they had full control of the White House, the House, and the Senate. There's been a lot of talk about how the Republican bill favors the wealthy and that we should increase taxes on the wealthy. The truth is that this bill creates permanent tax relief for everyone across the board. But the Democrats had full control of the White House, the House, and the Senate. They passed two, not one, but two reconciliation bills during the Biden administration, but did nothing to raise the top bracket. So don't Democrats have a credibility problem on this issue?
Absolutely. If you look at when the Democrats controlled the White House, the House, and the Senate, they passed 2 reconciliation bills, the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act, and both of those had tax chapters. And in both of those, the Democrats refused to increase the top tax rate that we currently are arguing about, and you're saying that we're giving a tax cut to Bezos. You refused to do it when you controlled everything. And guess what? The hypocrisy last night in the United States Senate, the vast majority of the Senate Democrats voted against an amendment on the floor that would raise the top tax bracket for anyone over $25 million. It's hypocrisy.
Well, thank you, Chairman Smith. Thank you to our panelists for your long testimony. I will reiterate, this is a bill for working families. It's a bill that will help the hardest working families have tax relief. We're unleashing American energy. We are securing the border. We are providing for our defense. No bill is perfect, but this one big beautiful bill is a good bill. I thank the panelists and I yield back.
Madam Chair, that's a misinterpretation of the CBO report that we just heard here today.
Well,
it's not. It doesn't say what it does. And yeah, and this bill does give a tax break to Jeff Bezos, and I don't think he deserves one, quite frankly. $50 million for a wedding.
Mr. McGovern, thank you very much. Hearing no other questions or seeing no other member who has not spoken, our panel is dismissed. Thank you very much for being here and for your patience. I need to call out some names. Mr. Moylan, Mr. Carter, Ms. Dingle, Mr. Olszewski, Mr. Cisneros, Ms. Randall, Ms. Elfreth, Mr. Dexter. If you all could take seats. Excuse me, Ms. Dexter, pardon me. If you all could take seats up here, sort of in the order I've called you. Moylan, Carter, Dingle, you're there, Debbie, number 3. Olszewski, Mr. Carter, you're over that way. Mr. Cisneros right there. Miss Randall. Miss Elfreth, Miss Dexter. Thank you all very much. While we wait for Ms. Dingle to have a seat, I want to point out that I asked for 2 random pages of the bill that came from the Senate, and there are approximately 125 words per page. Just so you know, in case people are concerned about how many pages you can read, there are approximately 125 words per page. I just counted 2 pages at random.
And Madam Chair,
And it doesn't take too long. The margins are pretty narrow, as you can see. Like I said, 125 words, and I think even most members can read that pretty quickly.
Madam Chair, with respect, though, you can read legislative language, that's one thing, we all can read, but actually understanding what that legislative language means and getting independent analysis, so that takes a little bit while longer.
Well-
I hope we can all agree that that's the challenge here.
Well, for those of, I think most of us have been around a little while and have some sense about how to handle that legislative language.
Section A.
I'm going, you all can put your written testimony into the record. I think all of you have been here before. Put your written testimony into the record. We hope you will keep your comments to 5 minutes. And I thank you very much, Mr. Moylan. You are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on an issue that weighs heavily on my district, the need for our island to be fully included in the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, also known as RECA, provisions in the Senate's amendment to H.R. 1. For far too long, the people of Guam have dealt with the consequence of U.S. nuclear testing in the Pacific without recognition and without justice. Between 1946 and 1962, 67 nuclear weapons were detonated in the Marshall Islands, just 1,200 miles from our shores. The fallout from those tests did not stop at international borders. It did not discriminate based on island or person. It carried through the wind, into our environment, and into the very lives of our people. The fallout wasn't just physical. It left in its trail lasting emotional and generational scars that are still carried to this day. I speak today not just as a member of Congress, but as a son of Guam. I speak for the survivors, the widows, the caregivers, and the families who have waited decades for Congress to act. I speak for those who are no longer here to share their stories because they died waiting for someone thousands of miles away to acknowledge what happened. Guam has become a forgotten casualty of the nuclear era. Federal agencies have confirmed that our island received measurable radiation exposure as a result of U.S. nuclear testing in the Pacific. And yet, despite this clear evidence, Guam remains excluded from RECA, a program that was designed specifically to address the harm caused by our nation's own policies. Guam is not asking for a special treatment. We are asking to be treated with dignity equal for the same recognition afforded to other downwind communities across our nation. My constituents are dying from cancers linked to radiation exposure. Families are left with questions that were never answered. Veterans and civilians alike suffer the consequences of decisions made without their consent and far beyond their control. Including Guam and RECA is not just a matter of eligibility, it's a matter of moral responsibility. It is about recognizing the hidden cost of national security and ensuring that those who shoulder that burden are not left behind. Today, we have an opportunity to right this wrong. If Guam is not included now, we risk losing a critical chance to provide long overdue justice to the people of Guam. I urge this committee and this Congress to act with urgency and include Guam and RECA. Don't let Guam be forgotten once again. Let our people know that their government sees them, hears them, and stands with them. It's time to deliver the justice that has been long denied to radiation survivors. Si Dios Masi, and I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moylan. Mr. Carter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member.
My amendment is simple. It states that 100% of any reduction in state expenditures resulting from reduced enrollment must be reinvested back into Medicaid. That means that this money will go directly into helping children, mothers, people with disabilities, and seniors instead of going toward tax cuts for the richest of the rich, billionaires, and corporations. My Republican colleagues say that they want to help the most vulnerable populations and get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. Everyone here, Republicans and Democrats, are in favor of curbing waste, fraud, and abuse. We all know that that's not what this is about. Republicans are ripping health care away from the very people they say Medicaid was, quote, intended for, just to pay the biggest dividends for billionaires, tax scams in the history of our country. No matter how they try to spin it, the reality is this. This big, ugly bill will shutter nursing homes, will close hundreds of hospitals, including rural hospitals in red districts, and blow up state budgets. This is unacceptable. Medicaid is a safety net for millions of Americans and a pillar in our healthcare system. These cuts will disproportionately affect states, especially red states like mine in Louisiana, that rely on Medicaid funding. That's why I'd like to request unanimous consent to enter these two documents. Two resolutions.
Without objection.
Thank you, ma'am. These two resolutions were passed in Louisiana legislature that is a majority Republican-run House and Senate with a Republican governor who all recognize via these resolutions, these cuts will be devastating. They will hurt Louisiana. They will hurt Louisianians. They will make this an unlivable proposition. House Resolution 369, a bipartisan resolution passed by the Louisiana Senate representatives last month, urging Congress to prevent any cuts to Medicaid that would adversely affect Louisiana's hospitals and communities they serve. Senate Resolution number 32, a Republican-led concurrent resolution that passed in Louisiana State Senate last month, urging Congress to avoid cuts to Medicaid. State legislators in Louisiana, Republicans and Democrats alike, agree that this big, ugly bill is a disaster. These cuts won't just hurt Medicaid patients. No one is safe. If you have private insurance or Medicare, these cuts will also affect you. Less federal Medicaid funding means states will raise taxes for everyone or be forced to cut public services to offset loss in revenues. It means longer wait times in the emergency rooms, especially in rural areas, as uninsured people turn to hospital emergency rooms for health care. It means higher premiums and less coverage for everyone. It means hiring freezes and layoffs at a time when we're already experiencing health force shortages. It is indeed a crisis. It is essential that we continue to support and strengthen this program, not make it harder for people to access and keep their health care. Republicans know that cuts to Medicaid are shameful and will put the most vulnerable at risk. That's why they're pushing false narratives about waste, fraud, and abuse, so they can cover up their billionaire tax scam. If Republicans really care about making a better Medicaid program and improving healthcare systems by getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, then I see no reason why they wouldn't support my amendment, which simply says these funds must be reinvested into the program to build a stronger Medicaid for all those who deserve it. In fact, during the almost 27-hour-long markup in Energy and Commerce in May, I asked my colleague from Georgia, Mr. Carter, what percentage of funds will go back into Medicaid? He said, and I quote, all of it. Well, ma'am, where I'm from, all of it means all of it. So there really should be no issue with supporting my amendment. I urge my colleagues to vote yes and even co-sponsor this amendment that makes good sense for the American people. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Ms. Dingell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, and all the members of the committee. For months, I've raised serious concerns about this Republican reconciliation bill that will enact the biggest loss of health care coverage in American history. CBO's most recent estimate is it'll strip health care from 17 million Americans. I have almost 15,000 letters here from the governor's office sent me of people in Michigan who are scared to death they're going to lose their Medicaid and what it'll mean to their families. I would love to enter it into the record, but
Without objection.
thank you. Thank you for doing that. Medicaid is the, but people care. I mean, this is something that just makes it, I can't go anywhere in Michigan right now. Mothers are coming up to me crying in elevators. Medicaid is the largest payer of health care for so many people. This bill is going to hurt them. It's also the largest payer of long-term care in America, which is why I filed an amendment to ensure Medicaid home and community-based services, or HCBS, are not cut or reduced as a result of this bill. We know that the majority of seniors and individuals with disabilities would prefer to receive care in the comfort of their own homes, where they can maintain an independent life, remain engaged in their communities, and age with dignity. Yet hundreds of thousands of Americans are already sitting on state wait lists to access home-based care, and this bill will only exacerbate this issue. No one should have to sit for years on a waiting list to get the care that they deserve, and the fact of the matter is, home care is cheaper than nursing homes. It saves the government money. Let's be honest, our long-term health care system is broken, and until someone you love is using it, you don't realize how bad it is. We cannot talk about reforming our long-term health care system without addressing the need to increase support for the home care workforce, who often work long hours for low pay, no benefits to provide care to people we love. And that's why I'm strongly opposed to a provision that would prohibit independent provider home care workers providing HCBS services from being able to make deductions from their pay for health insurance, skills training, and other employment benefits, despite the fact that this does not impact Medicaid spending and has consistently been deemed legitimate by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. I have filed an amendment to strike the provision, which will ensure that the care workforce is protected and maintain stability for those who rely on care. I've also filed an amendment in support of President Trump's most favored nation drug pricing executive order that was issued in May 12th. In fact, I offered this exact amendment supporting President Trump during the Energy and Commerce Committee markup last month. The president, by the way, thinks this is in the bill. I've heard him say it on television. This amendment supports President Trump's executive order that aims to lower medication costs for Americans by preventing drug companies from charging Americans higher prices while giving discounts to other nations. No one in America should have to pay higher prices for medications than patients in other nations, which is why I was shocked when every Republican in Energy and Commerce voted against this amendment that supports the president's own prescription plan. And even more shocked when I did way too early the next morning and they played that clip. And they thought that this provision was in the bill. It's not. I'm ready to support President Trump on this. It simply doesn't make sense. This logic is backwards and absurd, and we need to lower prescription drugs for Americans. And before I end, I want to express my serious concerns about this bill clawing back critical funding that protects our environment, our public lands, and our wildlife, especially endangered species. I have filed an additional amendment to strike the rescission of funding for ESA recovery plans. As a co-chair of the Endangered Species Act Caucus, protecting our nation's wildlife is one of my top priorities. I'm deeply concerned that provisions included in this bill will cause our nation to backtrack on the progress we've made in species conservation. I want to remind my colleagues that for 50 years, the Endangered Species Act has protected and brought back many of our beloved species from the brink of extinction and has a 99% success rate. You got to do this and work in a bipartisan manner to start addressing conservation early. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Dingle. Mr. Olszewski, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the Rules Committee. You know, despite promises from the administration and from this congressional majority to lower prices for struggling Americans, this terrible bill will do the opposite, making things indefinitely and infinitely harder for families that are struggling just to make ends meet. Just one awful and cruel example. $300 billion in SNAP cuts for 42 million households who rely on the program to put food on the table each and every day. 20,000 of those families live in my district. 80% of these households include a child, a senior, a disabled person, or a veteran. Let that sink in. As we've been discussing, the Senate just passed their version of the bill, one that expands work requirements for SNAP and shifts $64 billion of administrative costs to the states. It also granted, as you all discussed earlier, at least temporarily, an exemption to both these impossible burdens to just 2 states, Hawaii and Alaska. We have to start by asking ourselves if this bill is so awful that it requires outright exemptions to certain states in exchange for votes, as has been reported by multiple media outlets and discussed in this room. Why are we passing it in the first place? But if you insist on passing this big, ugly, cruel bill, I'm offering 2 amendments to H.R. 1 that would extend these waivers to every state in the country. Because what's good enough for Hawaii and Alaska should be good enough for your home state of North Carolina, Chairwoman Fox, to Mr. McGovern's beloved state of Massachusetts. To be clear, I do not support this bill. I do not support gutting SNAP benefits and other lifelines like Medicaid and utility assistance for Americans who are struggling with higher costs. I do not support ballooning the deficit. I do not support lining the pockets of billionaires. But fair is fair. And if House Republicans insist on these misguided SNAP cost shifts, which states, by the way, will not be able to cover, and redundant work requirements, we must allow states to obtain an exemption. Not just 2, not a few, all of them. Madam Chair, I came to Congress as a county executive and as a public school teacher. I saw the devastating effects of hunger firsthand, especially for our kids. I worked hard to address food security, and we leveraged SNAP dollars and braided it with both state and local funding to ensure that every kid could receive a free breakfast and lunch. No stigma, no judgment. We just fed hungry kids. In fact, I was at an event this morning at a library where we were offering summer meals to our young people because it's the right thing to do. And so with our community partners, we're making a huge difference. We're feeding our kids. But this heartless bill threatens to undo the progress we've made. It literally will take food from the mouths of our kids. So I ask my amendments be made in order and be adopted. And before I wrap, just one other point I wanted to make. There are absolutely provisions of this bill that I and fellow Democrats would overwhelmingly support. No tax on tips, no taxes on Social Security. I can assure you, Madam Chair, if these pieces of legislation were put forward, we wouldn't need reconciliation to pass them. I mean, no tax on tips passed the Senate by unanimous consent. So let's not put things that we can agree on a bipartisan basis as the reason to do all these other terrible, cruel things. I really thank you for the time, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olszewski. Mr. Cisneros, my neighbor down the hall.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee. Well, here we are once again to discuss the same deeply flawed piece of legislation. No matter how hard Republicans try to cover up the truth, we know this bill is bad, and we know why. Millions of people kicked off their health insurance, millions of people losing nutrition assistance, funding for clean energy stripped out, adding $4 trillion to the national debt, and much, much more. I'm here with my Democratic colleagues to amend this big, ugly, harmful, and wasteful bill, and I urge this committee to make these amendments in order. My first amendment seeks to provide funding for urban hospitals to offset revenue losses this reconciliation bill will cause due to the proposed Medicaid and marketplace actions. It's estimated that urban hospitals would see a total loss of $337 billion. This will lead to issues of overcrowding, infrastructure strain, worsening health inequity, and increasing healthcare costs and wait times. This amendment seeks to support health centers like the community safety net hospitals in my district. We cannot jeopardize the financial viability of these hospitals and risk their ability to provide quality care, especially for low-income, uninsured, and vulnerable populations. There has been a lot of conversation around supporting rural hospitals in this bill, which is important, but this bill hurts everyone, regardless of geography, urban hospitals included. My next amendment seeks to help more small businesses receive the support they need to provide child care that attracts and retains employees. For the purpose of the employee-provided child care tax credit, this amendment would use the definition of small business concerns that small business and the SBA already use and understand. This definition is a smarter and more tailored way to ensure working-class families benefit from better child care options from small business employers. My third amendment would ensure Congress is authorizing the funds needed to hire and retain skilled workers at DoD child development centers and provide much-needed upgrades to modernize the infrastructure of these centers. My proposal would take funding from an unnecessary weapons program and use it to increase child care fee assistance for service members to $200 million. It would also add $1.3 billion for Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, and Space Force Child Development Center facility maintenance and include $1 billion for child care worker compensation. Our service members should not worry that the facilities where their children go to are understaffed or in desperate need of repair. My next amendment seeks to reassert congressional oversight at the Department of Defense as it relates to DOGE. Elon Musk and his chaotic reign over the U.S. government may not be in control of DOGE anymore, but that does not mean that we as members of Congress should neglect our duty to conduct oversight. I support increased efficiency in management at the Department of Defense, and I know many of my colleagues do, but that is not what this is. Simply put, my amendment would allow the department to access the first $100 billion of this bill's funding, but before the department can use the last $50 billion, it would require DoD to answer some basic oversight questions about how DOGE and the Department of Defense are working together. Up to this point, our questions to the department have yielded unsubstantial or non-existent answers, and the administration seems unable to explain the role of DOGE in the Department of Defense. At the very least, we should understand what this unauthorized department is doing to the Department of Defense, which has the largest portion of federal budget in the U.S. government. Finally, my last amendment points out what we all know, that nobody wants this bill. My amendment would revise the short title of the bill to the Nobody Wants This Act. On June 30th, ABC News reported on a poll of the big ugly bill that found the majority of voters opposing this legislation. Fox News conducted a poll of registered voters in mid-June, where a majority of voters, 59% to be exact, said they oppose this bill. Specifically, Fox News reported by a 21-point margin, voters oppose the federal budget legislation passed by the House of Representatives that the president calls the One Big Beautiful Bill. About half think this bill would hurt their families. Multiple other polls from a range of outlets, Pew, The Washington Post, and many more, show the majority of Americans don't want this bill. Republicans in Congress don't want this bill. Nobody wants this bill. I would hope that my amendment would help my Republican colleagues see that fact. With that, thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Cisneros. Ms. Randall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee for the opportunity to once again testify on this big budget scam. I'm here today on behalf of the hardworking constituents of Washington's 6th Congressional District, including more than 27,000 federal employees. I'm here on behalf of the 1.8 million low-income children and adults who rely on Medicaid in my home state. But I'm also here today on behalf of the 72 million Americans across the country who rely on Medicaid. Because what has been made abundantly clear in the last few months is that those Americans who live in states with Republican leadership are not being listened to by their members of Congress when they are sentenced to losing their health care. A senator from Iowa, in response to concerns from her constituents at a town hall over Medicaid cuts, said, well, we're all gonna die. Apparently, she doesn't care that 700,000 Iowans rely on Medicaid or that 36% of Iowa's children rely on Medicaid. The senator from Kentucky said they'll get over it. But does he know that 1.4 million Kentuckians rely on Medicaid and that 44% of the births in Kentucky are covered by Medicaid? Medicaid covers also 68% of the nursing homes in Kentucky. I guess the senator isn't worried about selling out those constituents because dead people can't make phone calls and turn up at town halls. The senator from South Carolina, as recently as this week, said, we aren't cutting Medicaid, which is an outright lie. In South Carolina, 1.3 million children and families rely on Medicaid. And yet, after passage of the bill this morning, he said, I feel great. The gentleman from Louisiana's 4th District said, if you're going to be on the public wagon and you're able, you should try to help pull it. He also claims that Medicaid cuts are teaching a moral lesson to young men. 1.8 million people rely on Medicaid in Louisiana. Rural hospitals in his district, who also rely on Medicaid to keep their doors open, have been begging him to change his mind. I'm here because I actually listen to my constituents. I'm listening to Larry from Aberdeen, who wrote to me saying, I urge you to reject the Republican reconciliation bill, which would inflict severe harm on rural communities. Many families in these areas already struggle with lower incomes and higher levels of hardship. These cuts would exacerbate poverty and threaten local economies by risking hospital closures and declining businesses for local retailers. Protecting rural communities should be a priority. Do not support a bill that prioritizes tax cuts for the wealthy over the basic needs of our family. And I'm listening to Jessica from Tacoma, who said, I'm reaching out today to urge you to protect Medicaid. My daughter is one of the 80 million Americans who depend on Medicaid for health coverage. She's developmentally delayed, autistic, and profoundly deaf since birth. Without Medicaid, not only will she not have health care, but she will also not be able to work. She's a janitor who cleans public restrooms, but she needs a job coach to enable her to remember what to do. With the job coach, she does her job very well and has even won an award for efficiency. But Medicaid pays for the job coach. Congress says they want people to work. Please don't let them take away that ability from my daughter and people like her. I've filed 8 amendments with this committee, including one that would strike the entirety of the Medicaid provisions from this bill. The Vice President said that the minutia of the Medicaid policy is immaterial compared to the ICE money and immigration enforcement provisions. If that's the case, then there should be no problem removing these Medicaid provisions that will result in people literally dying. I also feel compelled to add that in this discussion about who is able-bodied and who is not, I think we haven't heard anyone comment on how frequently you have to recertify that you are disabled in order to continue receiving federal benefits. I have experienced that in my family's life. My sister was born with extreme developmental disabilities so that she was like an infant her whole life. And yet, over and over, for the course of the 19 years that she lived, we had to continue to prove that she was disabled enough to qualify for the benefits that kept her alive. We cannot ignore what we are doing to people in this country, and I urge the committee to make my amendment in order and to adopt it to save millions of lives. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Randall. Ms. Elfreth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, and the members of this committee for sitting here this afternoon and trying to make sense of this devastating bill. I'm here to request the committee to include the following provision in the reconciliation bill, Amendment 55, increasing the deduction for educator expenses. Because instead of tackling the very real affordability crisis facing tens of millions of Americans, our neighbors included, this bill instead gives the ultra-wealthy annual tax breaks that are triple what the typical American household would earn in any given year. And even worse, as been discussed in this committee so far, These tax breaks are being paid for by cuts to healthcare and food assistance. Up to 17 million Americans who will lose their health insurance, 5 million SNAP recipients who are at risk of losing their benefits. Again, already when so many of our neighbors are facing very real affordability crises. I'd also want to add that I represent 44,000 federal employees in my district and 2 to 3 times that in contractors, thousands of which have lost their livelihoods after decades of service to this nation. They don't know what health insurance looks like next. They don't know how to put food on their tables. They rely on Medicaid expansion and food banks simply to feed their families and keep their families healthy. And I ask us to just think about those folks as well today. So not only is this bill the biggest cut to health care in American history, it's also the largest transfer of wealth in history from those who have the least from those who have, to those who have the least to those who have the most. And I sincerely plead with my Republican colleagues to reconsider these measures. But if we're giving away tax breaks, I'd ask you to consider one more. If you want to invest in American competitiveness and our national security, start with the children and their ability to thrive. Start with our teachers who reach into their own pockets to pay for school supplies for those very children. My amendment is simple. It would increase the amount educators can deduct from their taxes on qualified out-of-pocket classroom expenses from the current $300 to $1,000 and to continue to index it to inflation, which we know is impacting so many families. Over the years, the amount of money teachers are spending out of pocket on items for their classrooms continues to rise, and well over 90% of teachers spend their own money on school supplies and other items that their students need to succeed. On average, teachers can spend $820 out of pocket on school supplies. If you reject all of the common sense amendments we bring to you today, I would encourage my Republican colleagues again to reject this harmful bill. I urge support of my amendment, and I thank the committee for your willingness to hear me out. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Elfreth. Ms. Dexter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here today to offer several amendments grounded in a simple and powerful truth. Government should care for its people, not abandon or terrorize them. The big, ugly betrayal bill will devastate our communities by ripping away health care, cutting food assistance, increasing energy costs, increasing government-sanctioned ICE terrorism of our communities, decreasing government oversight, and jacking up prices for the middle class, while leaving our states holding the bag. And all for what? To give tax breaks to billionaires. As a physician, I spent nearly 2 decades caring for some of the sickest patients in Oregon. I've seen the consequences of what happens when people don't have health insurance. This bill will strip coverage from nearly 17 million Americans. These cuts to care will remove health insurance for some of the most vulnerable people in our communities. If eliminating care from 1 in 20 Americans wasn't enough, these cuts also target hospitals and nursing homes. Make no mistake, passage of this bill as it stands will negatively impact every person in this country. Hospitals and nursing facilities will close, ER times will increase, clinicians will be overstretched and demoralized, Planned Parenthood will be defunded, eliminating life-saving care for women across this country. We must pass my amendment that will ensure that coverage losses will not result in increased deaths among U.S. children, seniors, and neighbors with disabilities. Now, food assistance. This bill also slashes SNAP benefits for 42 million Americans, directly harming families, farmers, truckers, and grocers across this nation. Deanne, a 78-year-old in Estacada, Oregon, now spends 90% of her income on rent after her roommate died. SNAP is how she eats. The next amendment I offer today is for all the people in this country like Deanne. It would stop this bill from proceeding until we are certain that no child, no senior, and no veteran will go hungry because of it. I am floored that I have to offer an amendment like this, but I hope my colleagues will show courage and join me in accepting this incredibly common sense measure. My third amendment, offered alongside my colleague Congresswoman Crockett, requires ICE agents to clearly identify themselves and not wear face coverings while conducting their official duties. ICE agents, if legally and responsibly conducting their duties, should have nothing to hide. People in this country should not have to wonder whether the person handcuffing them is a government agent or an imposter. Our constituents, especially our immigrant neighbors, deserve to know who is stopping them and why. Anything less continues our descent into authoritarianism. If these horrific provisions weren't enough, this massive misguided handout to billionaires will also hike electricity costs for households, increase power outages, and devastate America's clean energy economy. At a time when electricity rates are already rising faster than inflation, this bill doubles down on expensive, outdated energy sources and slashes the very investments that make power cleaner, cheaper, and more reliable. And it's working families that will pay the price. A constituent from Clackamas County wrote to me in distress because Oregonians cannot afford another hit. And I couldn't agree more. In the richest country in the world, it's unacceptable that working Americans can't keep the lights on. This bill could raise energy costs for households by hundreds of dollars annually. And according to experts, we'd lose more than half of all new grid capacity planned over the next 10 years, an extinction-level event for the clean energy jobs of tomorrow. My amendment puts a stop to these disastrous rollbacks. We cannot allow this all-out assault on America's middle class to go forward. Before coming to here today, I answered calls from constituents imploring me to fight this bill, some in tears about what this bill will do to their family. Our constituents are living paycheck to paycheck and are working tirelessly just to survive. Our job is to fight for them, not billionaires. I urge my colleagues to support these common sense amendments. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'm going to defer asking any questions for the time being. Mr. Scott, do you have any questions? You have none. Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you all for being here. I think this is important. I think it's important for people to see that their representatives are demanding better from this institution. Mr. Mullen, I think you have a good idea, and I don't think it's going to make it in this package, but I'd like to work with you on that. And to everybody else, thanks for coming here to defend people's health care and people's, food benefits and their basic rights. I think you mentioned the nobody likes this bill, but I like that. Let me read you a quote. I wonder if you could guess where this came from. Quote, "I don't like cuts, and we're going to have to see the final version." Any guesses who that was? That was Donald Trump today about his big, beautiful bill. That was him being questioned by press before he went to Florida for his press conference. He has no clue what the hell is in this bill, right? And he certainly doesn't. He says he's against the Medicaid cuts. I mean, this is like the biggest hit to Medicaid in history. I mean, but I just want to say one thing. I don't know if you were here for the previous panel, but toward the end, I found it offensive to hear the rationale for the cuts in food benefits and the cuts in Medicaid. The chairman of the Budget Committee, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, and one of our members here, of course, they talk about fraud, waste, and abuse, but don't get specific about it. But then they went into this line about, this is all about going after illegal immigrants. And we were told that, that all these illegal immigrants were somehow on Medicaid and on SNAP. The bottom line is undocumented immigrants are not eligible to enroll in federally funded coverage, including Medicaid, CHIP, or Medicare, or to purchase coverage through the ACA marketplaces. They're forbidden. The federal government saves $0 from kicking undocumented people off of Medicaid because zero federal funds go to cover them. Only some states that are being penalized by this bill cover them with their own state funds. Nearly 16 million, or 92% of people losing coverage due to Republicans' health care cuts are American citizens. These are people who are here lawfully. And so, when fraud, waste, and abuse doesn't work, they throw out illegal immigrants. Also told that, that of the 7.8 million people without insurance in 2034 under this bill, 4.8 million are people who are able to work but who refuse to work. Again, that's not, they come out and talk about the CBO report. That's not what the CBO report says. CBO's report states that these are able-bodied adults between the ages of 19 and 64 who have no dependents and who do not meet the Republicans' red tape requirement. Ms. Randall talked about all the red tape. All these new requirements, you know, they don't just take your word for it. You got to go through all this red tape and satisfy the federal government that, in fact, you're doing what they claim they want you to do. Research shows that the able-bodied population Republicans are targeting are typically women at the older end of their working years. They are not young men on a couch playing video games, as has been falsely claimed. Furthermore, evidence shows that as much as 4.8 million Americans losing coverage would occur among people who work or should qualify for an exemption, but nevertheless lose coverage due to red tape. More than 92% of the people relying on Medicaid are already working. They're in school or caregiving or unable to work due to illness or disability. The populations that you're all up here advocating for live complicated lives, and throwing more hurdles, you know, for them to have to jump over will just mean they go without health care or they go without nutrition assistance. And that's not the kind of America that, you know, I want us to be. I mean, I want us to be able to be there for everybody, and to lift up people who are vulnerable and who are struggling. And I'm getting calls as well, like all of you, from, you know, not only you know, elected officials, but regular citizens who are like, they don't, these Republicans, they don't understand my life. They have no idea what I'm going through, and I don't fit any of their categories. You know, I could be an able-bodied adult, you know, with, you know, who's taking care of, you know, an elderly person in my house, and somehow I lose my SNAP benefits if I'm not at work, but I can't afford long-term care to someone to check in on my mother or father or grandmother or grandfather. I mean, that's why, you know, some of us objected to the process that got us here. I mean, this is like rushed. There's no, I mean, 4th of July, I mean, there's nothing happens on the 4th of July other than the fact that Trump wants to throw another party for himself. He didn't know what the hell's in the bill. And yet we're rushing this through. Nobody knows the implications of what's in this, what the Senate sent over to us. But we do know that a lot of people are going to get hurt. And again, the Republicans spent so much time demonizing struggling families, and yet they say nothing about the fact that, you know, Jeff Bezos is getting a tax cut, even though he could spend, notwithstanding the fact that he could afford to spend $50 million on his wedding, you know. We talk about fraud, waste, and abuse, because someone in the SNAP program might, instead of getting $2 per meal, might get $2.50 per meal, but, you know, there's no accountability at the Pentagon. When's the I said this morning, when, you know the last time the Pentagon, the Department of Defense passed an audit? Never. Never. I mean, you know, not a peep. But if it comes to food or health care, you know, that's fair game. And again, I mean, I just want, I want you to know how important it is that you are here. I think people are watching this debate, and they are seeing who's on their side and who's not on their side. And I said this morning, and I'll repeat it again, you know, I do believe that this is probably one of the most dangerous, disastrous bills in modern history, because it impacts the stuff that people care most about, you know? I mean, their health and well-being. And, you know, we'll see what happens. But again, I appreciate you being here, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. And I, too, want to thank all of the witnesses. I mean, the conversations you're talking about with your constituents sound like the conversations I've been having, whether, you know, it's someone I run into on the street or someone in the grocery store. We had a town hall on Sunday. And, you know, people are really concerned. And I really appreciate the thoughtful amendments that you're offering, because they really highlight the vision that Democrats are putting forward for the country and the contrast to what we're seeing from the Republicans. I mean, you're talking about fairness for everyone. You're talking about what our families need to thrive, what our kids need to thrive. You're talking about a government that levels the playing field or invests in Americans rather than putting the thumb on the scale for the wealthy and the well-connected. Talking about a government that's looking to meet the challenges of the future rather than propping up failed theories like trickle-down economics of the past. So really appreciate the thoughtful amendments, the words about, the families with kids with disabilities. I heard a lot about that over this weekend. The concerns about veterans and others who are going to go hungry. It all resonates, it's all true, and I just really appreciate your coming forward with these amendments. Thank you.
Mr. Neguse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to all our witnesses, and I certainly agree with Ranking Member and Representative Scanlon regarding the eloquence that all of you have demonstrated with respect to the amendments that you've suggested, and I think expose the cruelty of this bill that I think will have disastrous consequences, certainly for all of our constituents and ultimately, I believe, all Americans. I had, I guess, just one question that are perhaps maybe might be a few questions for the gentleman from Maryland. Because while you are new to Congress, you may be surprised to learn that you and the chairwoman here have something in common, which is that both of you come from states, you have the privilege of representing states, that have very similar error rates with respect to SNAP. And I don't know if you were here previously, and you hopefully heard some of the discussion that we had about this absurd provision that Americans are now learning about, that apparently Senate Republicans put into this bill regarding SNAP, ostensibly to get the bill across the finish line, to get Senator Murkowski's vote. And I just kind of want to walk through this, because my sense is that your amendment attempts to equalize everything and essentially remove this deal that was made in the Senate from the bill. And if your amendment were not ruled in order, I want to kind of get a sense as to how this bill will work in practice. So, in Maryland, the SNAP error rate right now is 8.85%. In North Carolina, it's 8.11%. So under this bill, right, assuming it's enacted into law, the state of Maryland and the state of North Carolina have really only three choices. One, raise taxes to essentially pay for what is a cost share that's never been imposed on states before. Two, cut SNAP funding and force countless vulnerable citizens to no longer have access to food assistance. Or three, this new option, which is increase your error rate above 13%. So basically overpay SNAP or underpay, you choose. But make sure that your program is not working appropriately. And if you can get to 13%, you can join the 10 states that have such poor error rates that they're exempted from any kind of cost share for 4 years, including the state of Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Actually, only a Democrat state would actually intentionally increase their error rates. A Republican state would work to reduce them. And
well, that's fascinating. If that's the case, well, if that's the case, and I didn't yield to the gentleman, but in any event.
But you did forget that one.
I hear you.
You
I will simply say this. If that's the case, then you could just remove them entirely. Why include these 10 states as part of this deal if apparently Republican states are so committed to reducing the error rate on their own volition? Why don't you have that cost share start tomorrow? Clearly, that's not the case. Clearly, Republicans in the U.S. Senate. What was that?
I'd be fine with the.
Then you should vote against the bill. You have an opportunity tomorrow to make that clear. Well, that's unfortunately, I assume that that'll be fine for the people of Georgia because, as I said, they're exempted from this, so they don't have to worry about that. But the people of North Carolina do, as do the people of Maryland. So I don't know if the gentleman wants to opine on that.
I thank you for the question, Mr. Neguse, and that's why we are offering this amendment. We are offering the chair and her colleagues the opportunity to not penalize the great citizens of North Carolina, to not penalize the residents of Maryland. We can create an even playing field where all states are in the same space as it relates to SNAP, where all states have the opportunity to work towards improving our error rates and not being penalized and, in fact, incentivized to go in the opposite direction. I think that is a terrible thing to be incentivizing. I thought your conversation with Mr. Roy earlier was very instructive when he agreed And again, I'll enter in the record as well from earlier. I want to enter in the record that there's one time that I'm agreeing with Mr. Roy as well, that this is not sound policy. This will hurt our states. And so I would encourage this committee to both vote for the amendments. I don't know how you rule it in order if you're advancing a bill that already has these requirements in it. So I would encourage this committee to rule the amendments in order, adopt the amendments, and then tank this bill, because it will take away those benefits for hungry kids.
Hear, hear. Couldn't have said it better myself. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
I too want to thank each of you, because what we are engaged in right now is an effort to make sure that the American public knows that this time around, House Republicans are stealing Americans' health care in the light of day. They are brazen about it and unashamed about it. Now, they are fighting among themselves about it, but there are only a few that are willing to have the courage of their convictions to vote no. We saw a no vote and then a retirement in the Senate, right? The question is, what will they do in the House? Because we know that all of you have been approached by Republican colleagues who don't like some aspect of this bill. Some have told us today, Representative Norman does not like the increased deficit. And he said, I'm going to vote no on the rule. I'm going to vote no on the bill. We'll see if he's one of those congressmen who are not caving again. Hopefully, you'll stick to his word. I wish we would hear from those moderates who say, I'm going to vote against it, because it's going to kill the rural hospitals. And so thank you for bringing that. I wanted to ask a couple, and before I go to the questions, I think there's a real difference in your point about giving away things to one state for a vote, but not treating everybody the same. I think we have an obligation as legislators to see when our communities face similar hardships that we need to pass laws. It's the United States of America that benefit everybody equally. And Representative Moreland, I am pleased, as you can imagine, that New Mexico is included in the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. There are many aspects of this bill that many Democrats support. That is righting an injustice. But what is sad is that Guam and other communities were not included. And you know that the coalition did not ask for that. The coalition recognized that the harms from the radiation from our nuclear program felt by all American citizens need to be treated equally. Thank you for making sure that you came and made sure that the American public knew that it wasn't right. And this is one of those amendments that would be wonderful it could get in. I mean, it's your Republican colleague who's asking for this, right? And in fact, most of the compensation for those victims of radiation are actually Republican states and Republican districts. New Mexico is one of the few that's not. But anyway, a special plea that his get in because it's the right thing to do. But I wanted to, ask Representative Randall, you were pointing out some of the horrible things that have been said about people who receive Medicaid and people who receive SNAP, because they are working. And this is going on. I wanted to read you this, that Tommy Tuberville, one of those other awful quotes, Senator Tommy Tuberville said, open quote, "These inner city rats live off the federal government," close quote. Do you know family and friends and community members who receive Medicaid benefits, who receive SNAP, who receive Pell Grants?
Yes, I do. And, you know, while a lot of my district is rural, I also have the city of Tacoma. And I got a message from a mom this morning who is the twin sister of a sibling with disabilities similar to my own sisters, and the mom of a young boy with really complex disabilities. You know, he's relied on Medicaid and other state and federal subsidies for a long time. And today she messaged me. She said, I can't stop crying. I can't look at Owen, her son. I had to leave him and his nurse at home. I can't imagine a life where I have to do it all by myself again. Now with my disabled sister living with us too. My heart is broken and I'm so tired. Please keep fighting for us. And I think that exhaustion from as parents of children with disabilities, of siblings who care for loved ones with disabilities, you know, folks who are taking care of their own parents as they age, that exhaustion and trying to do all the paperwork, get to all the appointments, make sure that you are keeping the person you love cared for and safe, and checking all of the boxes and cutting through all the red tape so that you can get them the support that they are entitled to. It's all exhausting. And to have debated here in our nation's capital whether or not you even deserve those benefits that you work so hard for breaks my heart.
Right, and to call them rats, to say that they are, half of them are engaging in fraud and the other half don't want to work, when they are these children and they are these families and they are people we all know. I mean, I would ask the entire panel, including Representative Moreland, do you all know somebody personally, a family member, a friend, who has used SNAP, who has used Medicaid, who has used Pell Grants? Absolutely. How about the audience? Is everybody here? I mean, really? I mean, that's why Americans are so upset about this. And that's why the American people don't support this bill. It is underwater, almost 2-to-1. And then when they hear about the bill, when they actually learn what it does, they are get even madder. And Representative Dingell, you have always fought for the care economy, because the reality is, you describe it so eloquently, it is not just, it's also about the economy, right? That's why we need to make sure that we have the ability to both take care of our children, and they get Medicaid, and they get care, and they get the nursing home, but also those in the nursing home. Because if it's not somebody in the nursing, who's going to drop out of the workforce and take care of these beloved family members of ours?
First of all, the long-term care system is totally broken, both for seniors, and the whole caregiving system is totally broken, quite frankly. Caregivers don't get benefits. They will work 2, 3, 4 jobs and still be living below the poverty line. A senior came up to me and just started sobbing and said, are they going to kick my husband out of the nursing home and put him on the street? By the way, I had a mother I got on the elevator at the University of Michigan Hospital to go to my asthma doctor, and she just burst into tears and said, you cannot, I won't be able to bring my son here. He'll die. Please tell me that's not going to happen. I mean, there's story after story after story like that. These are real people's lives. People say people aren't working. There's another couple. There's a young boy that was put on an artificial heart at the University of Michigan. He's going to get a heart transplant. Both of his parents work. They both have insurance. If he doesn't have that Medicaid, he will die. People are going to die because of this bill.
Actually, and it has been estimated there would be 52,300 deaths that are policy deaths related to this bill. These are choices. So when you talk about being in favor of life, you could make policy choices. But let's talk about clean energy and renewable energy. Thank you for your amendments. Because it's not just, it's bringing the cost down of electricity, because they said they were going to bring the cost down and they haven't, right? I mean, although Trump thinks that gasoline is like, what did he say, $1 something? It's like, I don't know anybody's, once again, does anybody have gasoline worth $1 in theirs? No. You know, not a lot of truth comes out of that man. It's not $1.98. It's just not, right? But the other piece of that is we are giving away a competitive advantage to China, right? Like part of what you were trying to do with your amendment it's multifaceted, right? Like you're trying to both save jobs, lower costs, save the planet, and if we have a party on the other side that says they don't like China and they don't want to give everything away to China, what does their bill do to our competitive stance with regards to China?
Yeah, thank you so much, Congresswoman, for that. The stipulation that any part that comes from China eliminates the project from being eligible, and that the projects have to be completed by 2027 if they're for renewable energy is just insanity, because even if they're in the middle of production right now, we know that delays in permitting and the supply chain and all these other things are going to disappear potentially because of the risk. People are going to stop investing in these energy projects because they're not going to have a sustained income or revenue from that. So we have invested millions, if not billions, hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars across this country, and certainly in Oregon, where we need resilient electrical grids, we are in inordinate risk right now of blackouts and insufficient capacity with the loss of currently planned or in-process projects that this bill would kill.
Right, and this is another area where Republicans actually want us to do this. They don't want us to have, the only energy we want to do is the energy of last century. They want us to have an all of the above approach. You know, I know that I'm going to get tagged for time, but very nicely, I'm sure, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, Representative Carter, Louisiana. I mean, I have here 267,550 people losing coverage, and this is just an estimate. Are you concerned that it's actually worse than that? And we've seen the press reports about people in Louisiana begging the speaker not to move forward on this.
As evidenced by the two resolutions that I entered into the record. These resolutions were passed by Republican-held House and Senate in my home state, demonstrating that these cuts will impact Republicans and Democrats, people throughout the state in every single one of our congressional districts, including the Speaker's District, where nearly 40% of the people in the Speaker's District are dependent on some way, shape, or form of Medicaid. You can't make this stuff up. How tone deaf can you possibly be to not see and hear? In our home paper today, we had an op-ed that was written by all of our hospital CEOs, from rural areas to all throughout the state, with real numbers, not numbers that came from Republicans or from Democrats, but numbers that are coming from those people who live the numbers. The administrators, the hospital operators, the people who pay the bills, who maintain the care for the individuals. They said this will be catastrophic. People will die. Hospitals will close. I was in the state Senate when we expanded Medicaid. Immediately, people got on the rolls. Rural hospitals started opening. People started being healthier because they had access to health care. The reverse is also true. When you cut Medicaid, rural hospitals will close. Those precious minutes when you have a stroke and you need to get to a hospital, those moments will go away and people will die. When you have to drive 50, 60, 70 miles to get to a hospital, people will die. This is not just hyperbole. This is real. These are numbers that are not made up by Troy Carter. These are numbers that are well documented by noted experts. When we talk about limiting dollars for NIH, National Institute of Health, when I talked to Robert Kennedy Jr. last week, he said that we were going to stop funding research for HIV/AIDS because we hadn't come up with a cure yet.
Oh, God.
You can't make this stuff up. The question I ask is, what happened? What happened to you?
Yeah, thank you very much, and it would be nice if the speaker would listen to all of the hospitals in his district. That would be called actually listening to your constituents and not Donald J. Trump. I yield back.
Thank you, Mike. Before you all leave, I'd just like to mention, thank you very much for coming. And as you leave, I'd like for the next group to come in, but there's going to be noise, so let me mention the names, and I'll ask you to sit in the order as these others. Hoyle, McBride, Hayes, Chantel Brown, Horsford, Ross, Menendez, and Sykes. So thank you all very much. Thank you for being so orderly and cooperative. Representative Hoyle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the committee. I rise today to offer a series of amendments in this big bogus bill that speak directly to what Oregonians and Americans across this country have been asking for: real support and not lip service. I represent a district in Oregon, district made up of working people, small business owners, students, and rural communities who are tired of just barely scraping by. So that's what I'm focused on. My first amendment would double the Pell Grant because the cost of higher education is crushing our children's future. A generation ago, when I went to college, a Pell Grant could cover most of a four-year public college education. And now, students are saddled with tens of thousands of dollars in debt before they even start a family or buy a home. And it's not just an education issue, it is a workforce issue, it's a kitchen table issue. We need to make good on our promise to the next generation. If you work hard and want to better yourself, you should have that opportunity. My second amendment would strike the changes to this bill to the Medicaid provider tax, a backdoor way to gut rural health care, and my communities cannot afford the consequences if this bill passes. The current version of the bill leaves an $8 billion shortfall in rural hospital funding. In places like Coos Bay, Roseburg, or Gold Beach, that's not a line item. That's the difference between having a hospital and not having one. Rural hospitals are already struggling. In Oregon, 11 of our 33 rural hospitals are at immediate risk of closure, and they can't afford another hit. The Medicaid provider tax is a tool states use to keep these hospitals open. And it's not just our hospitals. My third amendment focuses on another critical rural lifeline, the timber revenue sharing. This bill would gut payments that counties receive from timber receipts, funds they rely on for schools, public safety, and basic services. These payments help keep rural governments functioning when the tax base just isn't big enough. But as timber production has declined, these payments have dwindled, and now this bill would gut what's left. This makes no sense whatsoever. My amendment would stop that and restore these revenue streams. If you're serious about helping rural America, you don't slash their health care and defund their schools in the same breath. And my final amendment would address the fact that this is a debt-busting bill. It would add the text of the Wall Street Tax Act, and it's simple: make Wall Street pay its fair share. Right now, high-frequency traders are moving billions of dollars in the blink of an eye, not to build anything or create jobs, just to skim off the top of a system that's already rigged. My amendment would place a tiny fee, 1/10 of 1%, on these risky transactions. And to be clear, this is a tax that affects speculators, not retirees, not everyday investors. This amendment alone would raise over $700 billion. That's enough to fund Pell Grants, support rural hospitals, and more, while not blowing a giant hole in the deficit. Let me close with this. I don't just represent families like this. This is the kind of family that I come from. And if you took this bill at face value, you'd think that the average working American is looking for a handout. We don't need to be taught the value of work by a bunch of career politicians who've never missed a paycheck or had to choose between paying their rent and paying for food. Working people don't need lectures, they don't need pity, and they sure as hell don't need to be scapegoated by the same politicians who are cutting their health care, defunding their schools, and then blaming them for being left behind. My constituents and the people across this country, they want work. They want to provide for their families, and they want a fair shake, and they don't want to be kicked while they're down. So pass the bill if you're gonna, but don't wrap yourselves in the stories of families like mine to justify it, because those are the people that are going to be hurt. My amendment offers a better way rooted in fairness and respect for the people that we represent, and I urge my colleagues to support them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative McBride.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, and all of the members of this committee. Today, I join in defense of seniors, and specifically in defense of a CMS rule that makes coverage more affordable and accessible for seniors in Delaware and nationwide. The CMS rule helps lower-income seniors navigate the complicated web of eligibility rules and paperwork between Medicare and Medicaid. It streamlines enrollment in Medicare savings programs that help pay for Medicare premiums and out-of-pocket costs like deductibles and copays. In other words, this rule helps low-income seniors afford their Medicare benefits they've been promised after a lifetime of hard work. It streamlines eligibility and reduces paperwork. Today, I offer an amendment that is as simple as it is essential. If this budget is going to delay the implementation of that rule, then Congress should at least ensure that it won't make things worse for seniors. That's what my amendment does. It says this section of the bill cannot take effect unless the CBO certifies that it won't reduce access to medically necessary care or increase out-of-pocket costs for those who are eligible for Medicare and Medicaid. Right now, 16% of all Medicare beneficiaries are enrolled in a Medicare savings program. That's over 10 million Americans. Nearly 20% of all Medicare beneficiaries are dually eligible for Medicaid. In Delaware alone, that's more than 35,000 of my neighbors, mostly older, mostly low income, and all just trying to live out their retirement with some shred of dignity. The 2023 CMS rule is a common sense fix. It allows automatic enrollment when someone is already eligible. It reduces paperwork, and it's projected to help nearly 1 million more low-income seniors access coverage by 2029. Delaying this rule, as this budget does the opposite. It means more paperwork, more confusion, more delays, and more seniors falling through the cracks. This budget is designed to slash coverage for 17 million Americans and create red tape so thick that even those who are eligible for coverage will fall through the cracks. And for what? To make it look like costs are being cut when really you're just shifting the burden onto the backs of retirees. The majority claims they're not touching Medicare, but this provision is a Medicare cut. It's a backdoor attack on benefits seniors have earned and need. It punishes people not for breaking a rule, but for failing to navigate a maze of them. It's the worst kind of austerity, bureaucratic cruelty dressed up as budget reform. It's not fiscal responsibility, it's using red tape to do the majority party's dirty work. I've heard from seniors in Delaware who already struggle to understand the paperwork required to keep their coverage. If this bill becomes law, they'll be asked to do more, to submit more documents, re-verify eligibility more frequently, and bear higher costs just to stay covered. And when they inevitably get tripped up, the system will let them fall. That's why my amendment is so important. It simply says, before this part of the bill takes effect, let's get a neutral assessment from the CBO. Let's make sure we're not making things worse for the very people who we're supposed to be helping. If this delay really won't harm access or raise costs, there should be no reason to oppose my amendment. But let's be honest. We all know why the majority doesn't want that check, because it will confirm what they would rather keep quiet. That this provision, like much of this bill, is a hidden cut, a way to avoid saying you're cutting care while still doing it anyway. Let me just close with words from President Lyndon B. Johnson when he signed this program, when he signed Medicare into law. Quote, "No longer will this nation refuse the hand of justice to those who have given a lifetime of service and wisdom and labor to the progress of this country." That was the promise, a promise of dignity in retirement, of security in aging, of care that doesn't depend on your income or how well you can navigate red tape. This bill breaks that promise. My amendment is a small check, a safeguard to protect seniors from needless harm. I urge this committee to adopt it. Thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you, and thank you to this committee for allowing me to come before you once again today on the same issue, SNAP and retaining nutrition benefits for the majority, for 42 million people in this country. Hunger is a policy choice, and once again, we are considering legislation that makes the choice to take food away from people. Nowhere is that more apparent than with Republicans in the Senate, where they went to great lengths to exempt certain states from their dangerous policies in order to secure votes. If it's so great and it doesn't cut benefits or food to people, why was Senator Murkowski trying to protect her state at the expense of 48 others? The Senate worked through the night rewriting provisions by hand to convince the parliamentarian to approve workarounds to exempt certain states from the most harmful provisions of this bill. They bent over backwards to spare some Americans from these cruel policies to secure tax cuts for billionaires. In fact, today at 12:44, President Trump tweeted in part, and I quote, "Elon may get more subsidy than any human being in history by far, and without subsidies, Elon would probably have to close up shop and head back to South Africa." Republicans in Congress made it clear that they have the power to choose who goes hungry in this country. They have the power to choose who is harmed by this budget. Last week, 23 governors sent a letter to congressional leaders to raise the alarm. If states cannot come up with the money to replace federal funds, they will have to cut SNAP enrollment or end their programs entirely. The choice was clear: to protect certain Americans from going hungry. In my home state of Connecticut, 390,000 individuals are at risk of going hungry because of this legislation. Under this legislation, Connecticut could be required to pay up to an additional $221 million annually for SNAP benefits and an additional $39 million in administrative costs. These funds must come from somewhere. Connecticut, like many other states, will be forced to choose between feeding hungry people and using those funds for other critical services like housing, public health, education, or even public safety. The governor of Pennsylvania expressed concern that if this bill passes, this program may end permanently in his state. We do not have to make this choice. States should not have to make this choice. My amendment would strike the nutrition subtitle from this bill, eliminating these dangerous cuts and untested policies. It would protect 42 million Americans who rely on SNAP to help put food on the table. It would ensure hungry children, seniors, and people with disabilities are not losing benefits to pay for tax cuts for the billionaires. The wealthiest nation as the wealthiest nation, we can afford to feed our children. We've heard a lot from my colleagues about how this bill does not cut food to hungry children and working families, and it only applies to able-bodied adults. That is absolutely not true. If it were true, Senator Murkowski would not have been working so hard to carve Alaska out of this provision. My amendment is an opportunity to demonstrate our values and protect these programs if that is what we truly want to do. Much of what we're talking about with work requirements and some of the other provisions, we tried to offer workarounds for that when this bill was first considered before the House. We offered amendment after amendment to try to make this bill better, and every single one of them was rejected. We should not be forcing Americans to go hungry so that billionaires could get another tax break. As Mr. McGovern said earlier, the Defense Department has never passed an audit. Elon Musk has more subsidies than any human being, according to Donald Trump, in the history of humanity. So why aren't we starting there? Why are we looking to take $2 per person per day from the most vulnerable individuals and not having any conversation about the wealthiest, the most well-connected, and some of these defense programs that are bloated and have never passed an audit? I urge this committee to support my amendment. I urge the American public to read this bill and look at these provisions and understand what it says and who will be affected. Because at the end of the day, it is our neighbors, it is our friends, it is our children, it is our church communities, it is all of the people that we represent. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Hayes. Representative Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak on this amendment. My amendment would strike one of the cruelest provisions in this bill, a provision that was already bad when the House first passed it, and then the Senate Republicans somehow made it even worse. The part of the big ugly bill rips food away from seniors, families with teenagers, veterans, homeless individuals, and those aging out of our foster care system, just to hand tax cuts to the wealthiest Americans who do not need them. I would like to ask my Republican colleagues on this panel the same question I did the last time I was here. How? How exactly does taking food away from struggling families, seniors, and veterans make this country safer, stronger, more secure, healthier, or dare I even say great? And once again, you all can't answer that question because there is no answer. No reason will justify kicking vulnerable people off a program that gives them $6 a day to spend on food. $6 a day. Let's talk about what this provision in the bill really means. It means telling seniors who spent decades working that now they're on their own. It means telling veterans who put on the uniform that their service doesn't matter. It means telling teenagers aging out of foster care, good luck, but figure it out yourself. It means punishing homeless Americans who are already fighting to survive. It means forcing parents with teenage kids to choose between caregiving and feeding their families. These are not faceless or nameless numbers. These are real people in your districts and in mine. Here are a few stories from Ohio and the people that I represent. Anthony visited the Greater Cleveland Food Bank just a few weeks ago. He is homeless, and he is doing everything he can to get back on his own 2 feet. SNAP isn't some line item on a budget to him. It is a lifeline that provides just enough to prevent him from going hungry as he searches for stability and work. And under this bill, Anthony would have 90 days, or he loses everything. Then there's Mary in her early 60s. She's battling serious health issues. She's worked her entire life. She's not on Medicare yet, not on full Social Security. She's caught in a dangerous gap, a gap that this bill targets. That's not reform. That's punishment. And then there's Mallory, who is caring full-time for her 99-year-old grandmother while raising a teenage daughter. Because her daughter is 14, not 13, not 12, Mallory would be forced to get a job or lose basic benefits for her entire household. We are literally telling caregivers like Mallory that if you are not punching a clock, then you don't matter. What kind of government does that? What does this say about who we are as Americans? So when they vote today, I hope my Republican colleagues remember their names: Anthony, Mary, Mallory. And let me set the record straight. SNAP is not a job program. Never has been and never will be. SNAP is a lifeline, not just a line item in a budget. SNAP is an anti-hunger program, and food should not be some sort of reward for productivity. It is a basic human right, and no amount of spend, talking points, or tax cuts for the rich will change that. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Representative Horsford, you're recognized.
To the chair, to the ranking member, to the members of the committee, I'm Stephen Horsford, representing Nevada's 4th Congressional District. I want to thank all of my colleagues here today and those who have submitted 400 or more amendments to this one big ugly bill. And I'd ask the chair to make those amendments in order so that we can debate these issues on the floor in front of the American people, because they deserve to know who. Who are we here to fight for? I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump or Elon Musk. I'm not here to meet some deadline for the president. I'm here to represent the 750,000 people in Nevada who elected me to do a job, and that is to fight and to represent and to stand for the future of them and their families. And it's been months since my colleagues and I started sounding the alarm about how devastating the impacts of this bill would be. And guess what? The American people see it. They feel it. They know it, and they reject it. Just look at the polls from Fox News to Pew. The minute voters learn what's actually inside this bill, their answer is loud and clear. No way. No way to cutting 17 million Americans off their health care, the biggest health care cut in American history. No way to ripping food from the tables of women and children and veterans. No way to hiking household energy costs on working families. And no way to putting 3.5 million clean energy workers, folks who are building up America's future, out of a job, which would be the biggest job cut in history. And to do what? To line the pockets of billionaires and special interests. I don't work for them. Even Senator Lisa Murkowski said it. The House needs to recognize that we are not there yet. Well, Madam Chairwoman, let me make it plain. This bill will never be there. It's cruel, it's reckless, and it's wrong for the American people. That's why I'm offering common sense amendments to do what this bill refuses to do. Put the working people of this country first. A lot has been said about work and the dignity of work. I want to talk a little bit about no tax on tips and the tip workers. I represent the largest share of tip workers in the country. Right now, millions of restaurant workers and tip workers in America make $2.13 an hour, Madam Chair, $2.13 an hour. Yolanda, a fountain worker who I invited to come to hear the president talk during his State of the Union, because I wanted her to hear directly after he made a campaign promise around no tax on tips. I wanted her to hear the details. You know what she feels now? No tax on tips has become some tax on tips. Because for tip workers, they cap it at $25,000. They don't do that for the billionaires. It's temporary for 4 years. They don't do that for the big corporations. Temporary relief doesn't pay permanent bills. So let's reward work and not wealth. So here's my ask. Make no tax on tips permanent, and let's do it right. No loopholes, and don't let your boss call wages a tip or let someone pass a birthday gift off as a tip. If we're serious about helping workers, you'd vote for my amendment. But let's zoom out. This bill doesn't just hurt workers, it devastates entire industries like tourism. In my home state of Nevada and in states all across this country, tourism is an economic lifeline. But Trump's reckless blanket tariffs are crushing it. The numbers are staggering, $64 billion in losses to American tourism this year alone. And while they do that, this bill slashes funding for the Brand USA program, proven to generate huge returns for our economy. For every dollar invested in Brand USA, we get another $13.70 back in visitor spending. Yet Republicans are gutting it in this bill. Once again, they are creating economic uncertainty, not producing economic opportunity. Working families can't find homes that they can afford. Why? Because Donald Trump and Republicans are making construction materials more expensive, driving up costs for builders and home buyers alike. So I'm offering an amendment to help fix that, to support construction workers, reduce housing costs, and to make sure that first-time buyers actually have homes to buy. I know my time is over, but let me just say this. It's time that we reject this cruel, rigged, and reckless bill, that we put the American people first, that we stand and fight for their future and not for the billionaires like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos. I yield back.
Thank you. Representative Torres, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and Ranking Member McGovern. I'm here to testify in opposition of this Republican reconciliation bill and in support of including amendments that would help address some of the many serious problems with this legislation. I did not think that it was possible, but the Senate version in many ways is worse than the House version. This bill is a disaster for the American people. It would throw nearly 17 million people off Medicaid, known as Medi-Cal in California. It would cause hospitals to close in the areas that need them the most. It means longer wait times in the ER and even fewer doctors and nurses, and people dying from preventable diseases. For California, this bill puts 3.4 million at risk of losing health coverage. It drives up health cost insurance for 2 million more and causes residents to drive farther and wait longer for the care that they need. In my congressional district, more than 330,000 people relied on Medicaid, and many would lose their health care coverage under this bill. Take, for example, the story of Mr. Houston. Mr. Houston from Chino in my district, his wife suffers from dementia and receives care through Medi-Cal's in-home supportive services program. My staff helped Mr. Houston and his wife secure this assistance. But if you strip away Medi-Cal, Mr. Houston will be forced to quit his job to care for his wife, as they cannot afford the care his wife needs without Medi-Cal. I asked my Republican colleagues, who in the heck are you to decide who gets to live or die, who gets the care or not? These cuts will affect families like Mr. Houston's, who work hard but still need Medicaid's critical support to maintain their livelihoods. However, this Republican big ugly bill goes even further than that. More than 31,500 constituents in my district rely on health care coverage under the Affordable Care Act. You remember the Affordable Care Act that you voted multiple times to try to kill. Well, thanks to this bill, those premiums will skyrocket. So maybe you will eventually win that battle of killing the Affordable Care Act. This legislation also cuts food assistance for more than 3 million Americans. The bill would put over 700,000 Californians at risk of losing their CalFresh benefits due to cuts in SNAP and make us lose 200,000 jobs. More than 110,000 of my constituents rely on SNAP to help make ends meet, and most of those are households with seniors or children or the working poor. The working poor who cannot reduce their work hours to go into an office in person to reapply for their benefits, buried under needless bureaucracy. That is what you're creating, more bureaucracy. And all of these cuts for what? So your billionaire donors and big corporations can get even more handouts. So everyone else pays higher health premiums and has less access to care they need. This is unacceptable and un-American. I submitted a number of amendments that would help address these attacks on working families. Amendment number 322 protects the health care of nearly 340,000 of my constituents by striking the nearly $1 trillion of Medicaid cuts contained in this bill. I also have an amendment to prevent hundreds of billions of cuts to food assistance programs like SNAP. I have submitted an amendment to lift the SALT deduction cap imposed by the 2017 Trump tax scam bill. The reality is that this simply shifts more federal taxes onto Californians, when our state already contributes $83 billion more in federal taxes than it receives in benefits. We are the donor state of America, but yet you're punishing us. If anyone deserves to have an exemption, I would say it would be the donor states of America that help lift the rest of your communities. I also have common sense amendments to prohibit the use of federal funds to deport non-citizen U.S. military veterans unless they have access to legal counsel in a fair hearing before an immigration judge, to prohibit ICE agents from using chemical irritants against members of Congress, and to require ICE agents to visibly display badges and present official identification during enforcement actions. Lastly, I have an amendment to prevent the political persecution of states by a vengeful president intended on stopping federal funds to states just because he disagrees with their politics. And finally, I have an amendment that prohibits FEMA from canceling grants that have already been awarded, except in cases of fraud or noncompliance, and requires reporting to Congress if a cancellation occurs. I think that the American people should know what is in this tax giveaway for billionaires, made possible by trampling on working families like those in my district. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Representative Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee for the opportunity to testify about my two amendments. Although it is clear that this bill needs a complete overhaul, I offered two amendments to address a few of this bill's many harmful provisions. The first is number 201, and the second is number 107. My first amendment is straightforward. It would prohibit the health policies in this bill from going into effect if they would result in the deaths of individuals due to reduced access to health care services. The data is clear. Uninsured people tend to be sicker and die earlier than people who have insurance. To put it simply, having health care coverage saves lives. Access to timely medical care saves lives. Access to affordable medication saves lives. But this bill will leave 16 million people, 16 million of our neighbors, without access to health care and life-saving health services and medications. My Republican colleagues are rushing to gut Medicaid to pay for tax breaks that only benefit the ultra-wealthy and giant corporations. I imagine it is why they have held debates, markups, and votes in the middle of the night. I imagine it is why they refuse to do town halls, because for us in the Democratic caucus who have done town halls, no one at those town halls says that health care is too accessible. No one says that health care in this country is too affordable, yet Republicans want to take health care away from 16 million people. And I believe that if the Republican majority was listening, they would not support this bill because there's no way around it. This bill means that American people will die. Mothers, fathers, children who rely on Medicaid will lose their lives. And if you believe that that isn't true, then you can vote for my amendment to give an important and necessary assurance to the American people that they are safe when the Republicans are in the majority. My second amendment would strike the section of this bill that rescinds funding for reducing air pollution at schools. And I have to say it again. It rescinds funding for reducing air pollution at schools. We know that indoor air pollutants pose serious health risks to children, and air pollution can affect educational outcomes. In a classroom of 30 children, 3 are likely to have asthma. One study found a decline in children's English and math test scores for every increase in particulate matter in their school's air. And air quality at schools tends to be worse indoors than it is outside. Yet this bill rescinds much needed funding that supports our children's health and well-being. My amendments are extremely common sense. No law should result in dirtier air in schools or more deaths and less access to life-saving care. I do believe that is something that we should all agree upon, which is why I'm hopeful that you will support my 2 amendments. Yet not one Republican voted for either of my amendments during the Energy and Commerce Committee markup on this bill, including our colleague from New Jersey's 7th Congressional District. That just proves the hypocrisy of what Republicans are doing with this bill. They say it's about putting America first, but they can't even get on board with preventing needless deaths. They can't even support protecting our children from dirty air in schools. We can only make America great if we put our great people first. And this bill fails to do that. This disgraceful bill abandons those who we have the privilege of representing. We serve in the most powerful legislature of the most powerful nation in the world. Congress has the obligation to protect our nation's land, air, and water, enshrine civil rights for those who have been denied them, and invest in America's future. We can leverage our nation's immense resources to meet the basic needs of every American. We can legislate for the future of our country and for future generations, one that is promising and hopeful to our children and grandchildren. But instead, this administration and congressional Republicans have abandoned their responsibilities to the American people by advancing a bill that fails all of our constituents, which is why we should all be voting no on it when it comes to the floor. But let me give a few examples to explain just how harmful this bill is. Congress authorized Medicaid because every American deserves affordable, accessible health care. Now, with health care costs at an all-time high, 17 million Americans will lose coverage under this bill's health care provisions. Congress authorized SNAP because no American should ever starve. Now, with so much work left to do to address food insecurity, malnutrition, and hunger, this bill cuts benefits that put food on the table for working families. Congress authorized tax credits for clean wind and solar power because transitioning to cheap, reliable, renewable energy sources will create jobs and power our homes. During a historic heat wave that is driving up electricity costs, this bill sunsets those tax credits. And as millions of families struggle to make ends meet, this bill explodes the deficit by providing trillions of dollars in tax cuts to corporations and the Americans who need the support the least. This Republican bill will hurt workers. It will hurt the American people, it will hurt the economy, and it will set us back instead of moving us forward. It is why it is so damaging and so hurtful to everyone that we have the privilege of representing. That's why I'll be voting no against it, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Menendez. Representative Sykes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and to all the members of this committee. Thank you for allowing me to come and testify before you today. Just a few weeks ago, we were gathered here to debate the House version of this reconciliation bill, with many of us staying up most of the night fighting for the opportunity to advocate for our constituents. Thank you for welcoming me back for the second time to the Rules Committee. My colleagues and I offered amendments to strike the cruel and harmful provisions in this bill that would raise costs for Americans, including our most vulnerable individuals and families who simply cannot afford to spend another dollar to even feed themselves, much less pay for a billionaire tax cut. A few weeks ago, the Republicans on this committee and in committees across the House voted against every single one of our amendments that would restore benefits to their constituents and lower costs. and voted to pass this legislation on the House floor. Last night, Senate Republicans voted against similar amendments despite constituents, businesses, and hospitals in their states begging them to cut these awful provisions, and yet they voted to pass this heartless bill on Senate floor. I've said before, there are no coincidences in Congress, and it is clear that this legislation and those who vote for it not only intentionally plan to cut health care for millions of Americans, but do so with determination. But we're determined too. So here I am, just a Congresswoman standing in front of Rules Committee, offering amendments that would prevent the devastation we all know this bill will cause for our constituents, including my amendment to strike the section of this bill that would cut Medicaid by $930 billion, an increase from the $880 billion from just a couple of weeks ago. In my district, Medicaid means an opportunity to live, and that is what I'm fighting for today. Nationwide and in Ohio, about 40% of births are covered under Medicaid. And for Black women in Ohio, Medicaid covers 71.5% of births. In Ohio, we have some of the highest infant mortality rates in the entire country. And for Black women and for Black babies, deaths are even higher than their white counterparts, upwards of 3 to 4 times higher. It is no surprise then that Medicaid expansion reduced maternal mortality in the states that expanded it, like Ohio. This is literally life-saving coverage. And yet this bill threatens to take health care away from an estimated 17 million people, including nearly 500,000 Ohioans. Worse still, this bill doesn't just take away health care from vulnerable families, especially in rural areas, it also defunds trusted providers in our communities, including in districts represented by Republicans. I'm talking about Planned Parenthood. Last week, we saw the Supreme Court rule that states could eliminate Medicaid reimbursement for the providers they disagreed with. This is clearly a political decision aimed at creating a nationwide abortion ban, but will have far-reaching consequences beyond access to abortion care. You should be able to see the qualified doctor that you trust and go to Planned Parenthood and get screened for cancer, receive birth control, and get a checkup. And this bill would prohibit Medicaid reimbursements at Planned Parenthood for all states. This will absolutely cause clinics to close, clinics like the one in Akron, which is one of the most active in the state, where people will go to get the low-cost care that they need. Well, you may be thinking, in my district, we are blessed to have several outstanding hospital systems. Other parts of the country are not as fortunate, particularly many of the rural areas, as my Republican colleagues represent. But this bill makes cuts to Medicaid at the provider level, cutting provider taxes and state-directed payments that allow states to fund their Medicaid program. In Ohio, this will be upwards of $16 billion. This means reduced services and hospital closures, which leads me to another group of people who will be impacted by this bill: the 22 million healthcare workers whose jobs are on the line. This includes more than 30,000 people in my district whose livelihoods are connected to the healthcare industry. Our hospital systems are our largest employers. Our local economy would be decimated if significant population of healthcare providers are suddenly unemployed. And for what? A $930 billion cut to the healthcare system. Also, billionaires can get a $910 billion cut to their taxes. Again, heartless. Now, I'm sure there's someone running the math out there trying to figure out exactly how much this bill is going to cost our rural hospitals, but it doesn't take a genius to know that $50 billion added to the Senate bill is not enough. Madam Chair, our seniors rely on Medicaid, and many of them as their primary way in which they get long-term care. And I don't think that most people went into this election season thinking that the mandate was that their grandmothers would be kicked out of their nursing homes. Yet, it is estimated that this bill could cause 1 out of every 4 nursing homes to close. And so I'm mortified that this bill has passed the Senate and is poised to pass the House again. To stem this devastation, I'm offering an amendment to strike the entire section addressing Medicaid from this bill. Again, it does not have to be this way. We do not have to cut health care for millions. Hospitals do not need to close, and people do not need to lose their jobs. As I close, I want to say that just before midnight in the state of Ohio, Governor Mike DeWine signed the state's biennium budget. Among many of its provisions, there was trigger language to eliminate Medicaid expansion and significant changes to funding for SNAP programs. By 5 o'clock, I received an email from the CEO from the Akron-Canton Regional Food Bank, and this is what the email said. Currently, 1 in 7 people in our community may be struggling with hunger. That's more than 200,000 of our neighbors. As our community continues to navigate economic hardships related to rising costs, we expect more individuals and families to turn for us for support. Amelia, our community deserves access to safe, nourishing food, and our food bank needs additional support to meet this increased need. That's why we are looking to compassionate supporters like you who will refuse to let our neighbors go hungry. will you make a gift today? On behalf of the food banks and the Ohioans we serve every day, thank you for your generous and unfailing support during this critical time. Well, Dan, this is what I'm doing to stand up for the 200,000 people in our community, refusing to go away silently, allowing Republicans to take away food access to hungry people. Even more disappointing than anything else, the tie-breaking vote to pass the bill out of the Senate came from Ohio's own Vice President, J.D. Vance. He voted against the will, against 3 million, people who are on Medicaid in Ohio. That's 25% of the population. 1.4 million who look for food assistance, $9 billion in payments to hospital systems, the potential closure of 11 rural hospitals in our state. That is what our vice president voted for the great state of Ohio. Mind you, a red state. So I'm under no illusion that you will accept any of the 6 amendments that I'm offering to lower our taxes, to promote work, expand earned income tax credit, to continue to support and expand American manufacturing. But nonetheless, I am grateful for the opportunity to sit here to advocate for my community, for the state of Ohio and all Americans. So again, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
No questions, thank you.
Well, first of all, I want to thank all of you for being here. I want to thank you for your amendments. I would love to support all of your amendments, you know, on the House floor. I'm not very confident that they'll be made in order, but nonetheless, they're thoughtful amendments and they're good amendments. You know, one of the things that has bothered me about the process that has gotten us to this moment is that it's been lousy. I mean, this is legislative malpractice. I mean, you know, the chairman of the Agriculture Committee was here a little while ago, and Ms. Hayes and Ms. Brown serve on that committee along with me, and we were talking about the additional burden that states are going to have to assume under this bill, right? And all of the costs, and that some states won't be able to find the resources to make up what they now have to do. Some may opt out of SNAP. You know, and I was saying that, you know, one of the frustrating things is that, you know, we're hearing from governors now, we're hearing from others, but we didn't do a single hearing on it. I mean, if we had done a hearing in the Agriculture Committee on this topic, we could have brought in everybody and had a thoughtful conversation. And I think it would have become much more clear to the chairman and to others why this is a really bad idea. You know, we're talking about cuts in Medicaid and throwing people off of health care, and my Republican friends are talking about cuts to SNAP and cuts to Medicaid as if like we're gonna save money, right? No, I mean, if you can't have access to health care, you know, the only time you will see a doctor is in an emergency room, and that is the most expensive drain on our health care system. You know, if you are going without food on a regular basis, you know, if you're a kid, you're not going to learn in school. You know, if you're a senior citizen taking your medication on an empty stomach, you're going to end up in the emergency room. If you're a worker who's missing meals on a regular basis, you're not going to be productive in the workplace. There's no savings here.
Would the gentleman
I'm
yield
happy
for
to
just a
yield to the
second?
gentleman.
I just want to add that we're dealing with a series of competing crises. It would be one thing if governors only had to worry about backfilling the cuts to SNAP, but they also have the cuts to Medicaid, the cuts to public safety, the grants that have been, the revision of the grants. So when I hear many of our Republican colleagues talk as if there is no state, not a single state, that could absorb the amount of cost sharing that will be put back on them. And even when we talk about, I mean, I talk about it ad nauseum, cuts to SNAP and how it will harm children. What many people don't understand is that when students lose their SNAP benefits, they are no longer automatically eligible for free or reduced lunch. So those school districts no longer get those CEP, community eligibility provision, the reimbursements that they get. So local districts will also have to absorb those costs. So it's not just one thing that governors and states have to worry about recovering funds for. It is all of these things at the same time, and I wish that there were some Republicans in the room to even listen, because even if they don't make it in order, even if they don't vote for it, I want them to go to bed tonight with that on their heart.
But there's an additional issue that needs to be discussed in addition to the outright cuts, and that is the additional burdens that will be placed on people who are vulnerable and who are in need. Representative McBride talked about the red tape. There's a lot of new red tape here for people. And when you're talking about a program like SNAP, for example, which is $2 measly per person per meal. I mean, that's it. I mean, try to find a cup of coffee for $2 here in the Capitol. You won't be able to do it. But to have to fulfill all these new requirements and fill out all this new paperwork and all the additional red tape, a lot of people are going to just say, "To hell with it." It's not worth it. We should be talking about the fact that the benefit itself is inadequate. I mean, $2 per person per meal. I mean, I'm sorry, it's embarrassing that in the richest country in the history of the world, that is the SNAP benefit. And again, instead of worried about the fact that the Defense Department's never passed an audit and we're spending $10,000 for toilet seats, right? People here are more consumed with the fact that, oh, somebody on SNAP who might get $2.50 instead of $2 for their benefit, like it's the end of the world. People can't live on SNAP. A lot of people on SNAP are working full time, and they still can't put food on the table for their families. I mean, like, this is not some exorbitant benefit, and we're giving a tax cut to millionaires and billionaires. We're giving a tax cut to Jeff Bezos, who just spent $50 million at a wedding. I mean, we should have not seen this coming, because at Trump's inauguration, the people in the front row were Jeff Bezos and the richest people in the world, right? I mean, so they're getting what they want. And Elon Musk, yeah, it's okay to subsidize him. Oh, by the way, the president was asked whether Elon Musk should be deported, and he said he's open to it. That was today, because Elon Musk came out against this bill. But I mean, but I think there's something really cynical and sinister going on here. I think, in addition to the cuts, this red tape is aimed at trying to deny people who legitimately should be on these programs the ability to do it, right? I mean, and so they feel like they can, they can even cut even more, because people will not be able to comply with all the new burdens. And I'm just like, what the hell are we doing, Mr. Menendez?
Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to touch on 2 points with respect to the healthcare provisions that you alluded to that we discussed on in Energy and Commerce. And one is, we obviously heard about the fraud, waste, and abuse in the Medicaid system, right? And all the savings that they're going to find. What I find so frustrating is, if they really believe that's the case, why would you not reinvest it into the program?
Yeah.
Why would you not reinvest it into Medicaid or other healthcare programs so we can have healthier outcomes for all Americans? To use those savings, which I frankly don't believe exist, but to use those cuts and the 16 million people that lose access to healthcare to pay for tax cuts for individuals who don't need it is just nonsensical and inhumane, in my opinion. 2, with red tape. Right? We've already seen in Georgia what these red tape requirements do. 1, it adds to administrative costs, so we're spending more money on administrative burden, less money on health care, and all it does is just knock people off of health care, in addition to them not being able to qualify for some of the expansion tax credits. The last thing I want to say is, you started with process, right? And you've seen how rushed this process has been on arbitrary deadlines. When we first voted on this bill, the day after, our colleague from Georgia said that if she had known there was a 10-year moratorium on AI, she wouldn't have voted for it. So how can there be any assurance that the folks who are pushing this harmful bill through have full awareness of everything that's in it, given the tight turnaround from when the Senate passed a much different version to when they're going to be voting on it on the House floor? It's too important to rush, and for that reason alone, we should take a deep breath and a deep pause, and they should really consider the harm that they're going to do to the American people.
And the other, the final thing I'm going to say is, again, the people who are going to be hurt are the most vulnerable in our country, right? I mean, our seniors, our children, struggling families, and veterans. I mean, there was an exemption I said to the chairman of the Agriculture Committee, they had an exemption for veterans from some of these new red tape work requirements. And in committee, he bragged about how he worked with the previous administration to get them in place. And then here, he said, oh, no, he's in favor of not providing exemptions for veterans and kids who are from foster care and, and a whole bunch of other categories. But, I read him his quote back, and he said, well, I may have said that. But the bottom line is that we're supposed to be about helping people, right? And so we're hurting people who, quite frankly, are looking for our help, and we're helping people who don't need our help. I mean, when you look at the tax benefits in this bill, I mean, it is, the top 1%, get 22% of the benefit. The top 5% get 43% of the benefit. The top 10% get 52% of the benefit. The top 20% get 66% of the benefit. I mean, and that's fair? I mean, and people are saying that with a straight face, and again, the Lisa Murkowski, I mean, voted for this bill because she got some stuff that, quite frankly, most people don't know she got, but then said, I'm counting on the House to fix it. And I was like, have you been paying attention? I mean, the House of Representatives is like dysfunction on steroids. I mean, we don't fix things here, unfortunately. We don't solve problems. The idea that somehow this leadership here is going to come to the rescue, I mean, what should happen is that they should go back to the drawing board. There should be a conference. There's too much in this bill to just, take everybody, even I said earlier, Donald Trump doesn't even know what's in this bill. I mean, this morning he said he doesn't like cuts. Well, that's what this bill is, right? It's cuts and at the same time, and here's where kind of the people on the progressive side and the conservative side come together, and that is, after all of this, you are increasing the deficit and the debt by over $3 trillion. Like, I don't get it, but yeah.
So thank you, and to add to that, talking about requirements as if they're very simple, it's just very simple. You just have to prove where you live, which is difficult if you're transient, right? If you're getting kicked out of your apartment. I know I have a family member who I help fill out her Social Security requirements because she's not able for it, and it is not easy. And so if you're going to add those requirements, and then say, well, if they make one mistake, they're then thrown off their safety net, whether it's food or Social Security or Medicaid. This is not a small thing. And then finally, because we have Medicaid expansion in Oregon, and we have managed to, before the Affordable Care Act, my county had a 21% uninsured rate. And a lot of those people that were uninsured were farmers and small business people. These were people that couldn't access health care, or they had previous conditions. And you know who ends up paying for that? We end up paying for that. Because then they end up in the hospital, they end up in the ER, and the fact of the matter is, this is going to break our system. But when we say these are very, very simple things that somebody could just fill out and just show us that they qualify, it's a trap. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have, we should absolutely have requirements for who qualifies for these benefits. But to say that we're just simply going to make sure that only deserving people, when you're throwing up barriers, that people who are struggling, or people who are cognitively impaired, or people who are under stress, or people like in my district who had their post office keys, they got stolen, and it's going to be a year before they can have a postal box near their house, so they can only go on Saturdays because they work full-time to get their mail. I am sorry. That is not easy. That is not simple. And I think we have to stop kidding ourselves. If you really want to make sure only people who qualify for these things get services or get benefits, then let's make it simple. And that is not part of this plan for a reason.
And the final thing I'm going to say, and I think my colleagues on the Agriculture Committee know this only too well, if you don't comply with the red tape that's, and the new burdens when it comes to SNAP, you have like 3 months to be able to fulfill the new requirements and comply with the red tape. If you don't, you're off the benefit for 3 years. For 3 years. I mean, again, I don't know who thought this was a good idea, but it's not only a bad idea, it's a rotten idea. And again, I thank you all for being here. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Scanlon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really thank all of you for coming and for offering your amendments. I know that the House Democrats have offered over 400 amendments to this big bad bill, despite the fact that you only had about an hour in which to draft them. And dozens of you have come to testify about those amendments in the hope of limiting some of the harms of this bill, which has been produced without our input. But it's also really interesting that people are coming to the Rules Committee from all different committees, because you start seeing the aggregate impact, and there's been a little bit of discussion about that. We talked about the fact that multiple groups, the Yale Budget Lab, the CBO, have talked about the fact that the aggregate impact of this sweeping bill is to take money away from the 20% of the lowest earners in our economy and give it to those who earn more, with the combination of tax cuts, benefit cuts, increased energy costs. That's something that's coming out of this. We're all going to see increased energy costs, the paperwork costs, and that's before we even get to the costs of the Trump tariff wars. So this has a huge impact, particularly on the most vulnerable people in our economy. And I was really grateful, speaking of aggregate impact, when Rep. Hayes started talking about what happens with SNAP and how the decoupling of SNAP and the student lunch program is going to impact our student lunches. But let's think about the other part. If people are losing their Medicaid coverage, and we're talking about kids with disabilities, can you talk a little bit about what it's going to mean when schools are not getting reimbursement for the health care that kids with disabilities need in order to access special education?
Well, I think it's all of these things. I mean, all of these programs are intertwined. When you talk about families who receive Medicare or even SNAP benefits would qualify for LIHEAP heating services. In Connecticut, that's a big deal. But to your question, students with disabilities receive many services at school. They're occupational therapists, they're speech pathologists, mental health services. Many of those funds are cut in this bill. So the idea that students don't receive any preventative care or any sustaining care, that they don't have the certified professional staff on site in schools to help not only identify these issues, but get them early supports and intervention so that they can stay in a classroom alongside their non-disabled peers where they can thrive. This bill cuts in so many different ways, so it's not just one thing. I think we operate on all of these different committees and everybody is focusing on the thing that applies to them, but there's an intersectionality between everything in this bill, and the common thread is that the most vulnerable people are affected. I just saw that the president has withheld billions of dollars in grants that were already awarded to local school districts for after-school program, for summer programs, for all of these things, money that has been allocated, appropriated by Congress, and they're stopping them with no explanation. So most school districts, by April, you're already planning your budgets for the next year. They don't have a July 1st deadline. You already have to plan ahead for the next year. Make sure you have enough teachers, make sure you have enough staff, make sure you have enough faculty. It's already too late for school districts. And I fear, and I think it is the intention, that many students with disabilities, with special needs, with exceptionalities, who receive services at school to help them, just give them the accommodations to meet them where they are, because they're still capable of learning. All of those things are going to be stripped in this budget, and it's such a dangerous proposition, and it's personal for me, because every time a Republican Congress and this president are at the bat, they target public schools, teachers. In the last Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, there was a $250 deduction that teachers used to be able to claim on their taxes for supplies that they paid for out of pocket. That was what they decided to strip. So as a classroom teacher, I was spending thousands of dollars in my classroom and used to be able to claim $250 on my taxes. They stripped that to give tax cuts to the wealthiest, and we're doing it the same thing, just throwing crumbs at the most vulnerable communities to give the most, as your chart said, to the top 10%.
Thank you for that perspective, and I think it is important. I mean, I spent a decade on our local school board. I mean, local public school education is really kind of the heartbeat of our country. And I'm just adding these things up as we're talking about it. So you've got the loss of school lunch reimbursement for a lot of kids. You've got the fact that the schools are going to have to pay people to do the new paperwork, so that's more personnel costs. We've got the loss of Medicaid funding for some of those special needs students, the after-school
The
programs.
physical upgrades that Rep. Menendez spoke about, many of
Sure.
those things we added in during COVID, because when we were talking about social distancing and putting kids back in school, most schools didn't even have functioning HVAC systems.
Right.
So we tried to address that with infrastructure, and much of what we did, all of those things rescinded once again.
And just on the infrastructure point, Pennsylvania just passed a law to help schools invest in solar energy. And it was a broadly bipartisan bill because it helped the school districts reduce their energy costs. Labor liked it because it got them jobs. Folks who are concerned about the environment liked it because it was a transition to renewable energy. Those programs, they just started awarding those grants, and now they're all being gutted because of what's going to be in this bill to rescind all the solar tax credits. So,
Can I,
yes.
one more thing? That bill with infrastructure, we replaced lead pipes that were bringing clean water to so many school-aged children. So many, like so many of our schools in urban areas are 100 years old with 100-year-old pipes. So we were intentional about addressing clean water for kids. So to think that that is something that should be rescinded, I just don't understand the direction of this bill.
As I said with the last panel, I think it does show a clear contrast in terms of what our two major parties are interested in doing and our worldview and where we think the country should go. So thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your amendments, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you so very much for coming and testifying, because as we pointed out, every amendment is not likely to be adopted by the rules. But what every amendment does is tell the American public what Democrats are willing to stand for, what they're willing to fight for, and what they're willing to make sure that we come and do this for as long as it takes. So thank you for doing that. Representative McBride, I saw a post of yours where you said the Republicans are not, what was it? They're not pro-life, pro-family, or pro-freedom. They're just pro-billionaire. And I know that you do a lot in fighting to make sure that families can get the care they need, and that seniors, as your amendments indicated. And I think this affects everybody. I'm trying to ask some of the people who have not yet responded on the panel. It's all a web. I mean, in New Mexico, one of our legislators said, when you touch one part of this intricate network that is holding up America and American working families and Americans with disabilities, the veterans, and the middle class, it affects the rest of it, right? And the Medicare cuts are particularly harmful for seniors, $530 billion of Medicare cuts. Medicaid cuts are also pretty darn difficult. Can you just talk a little bit more about why your amendments are so key when you think about everything being connected?
Well, thank you so much, Representative, for that question. What is clear is that this legislation is a fundamental remake of the American healthcare system. This is Trump care. And Trump care means 17 million Americans losing coverage. It means rural hospitals closing. It means patients paying more out of pocket and having to drive further to get care. This is a fundamental and dangerous rehaul of our healthcare system, which, to your point, is a delicate system, and all of the different aspects work together. But what's so incredible is that so much of this bill is inserting waste into that system. It's inserting waste into the Medicaid program and the Medicare program by adding excessive paperwork, excessive bureaucracy. They are importing the worst parts of the private healthcare system into Medicaid and into Medicare to make it more complicated, to push people off of care, to make people just give up entirely around getting care. I think this big ugly bill needs to be doged. They need to remove the waste from this bill because it is excessive. And to your point, this is all about tax breaks for billionaires. The entirety of this bill is about tax breaks for billionaires, and to just partially pay for it, they are handing the bill to Medicaid patients, they're handing the bill to Medicare patients, they're handing the bill to hungry families, they're handing the bill to state governments, they're handing the bill to healthcare providers, they're handing the bill to future generations. I understand why this majority doesn't want to have their fingerprints on these cuts. They're trying to push off the difficult choices to state governments. They're trying to make it the fault of patients who can't keep up with the paperwork. This is trickle-down cruelty. And I know this president loves gold things. This is a golden shower of benefit cuts toward the American people. So we'll continue to fight for it. And I would rather us be here fighting to expand coverage, fighting to pass paid family and medical leave, fighting to pass affordable child care so it's actually affordable to start a family and raise a family. But this bill makes it harder to raise a family, it makes it harder to get care, and people will not only lose coverage, people will die.
People will die. 52,300 is what the estimated is. It's a policy choice. And then to your point, earlier this evening, we presented the fact that they have repealed the rule which was intended to simplify the application process because they don't want it to be easier. The purpose of the paperwork burdens is to kick people off, especially when we know that more than 92% of those who can work are already working on Medicaid, and that's why it is so unpopular. And the fact that in Ohio, people don't want to see this bill happen, right? You pointed that out very clearly about what people are worried about in Ohio, and what do you do when you have leaders like you do in Ohio?
Well, thank you, Madam Congresswoman, for the question. You know, Ohio was one of the states that expanded Medicaid under a Republican governor, under a Republican state legislature, and yet here we are, our Republican vice president voting to put the nail in the coffin to get rid of health care for over 400,000 people in the state of Ohio. It is exceptionally devastating that the leader, the second person in command in this country, would do that to his home state. But the reason why I brought up in particular, as the Congresswoman from Pennsylvania mentioned, the compounding impacts of this was states have government budgets, state budgets to pass. We have a 2-year budget in Ohio. And there is so much burden shifting from the federal to the state government, which really is just going to the lowest earners in all of our communities. For example, you know, we're talking about the changes to SNAP, where one of the 10 states, including Ohio, is one where the counties who deliver SNAP benefits are going to be impacted. Counties collect property taxes, and in our state, property taxes are higher than they have ever been. Folks have been trying to get property tax relief, but they may have to add some type of levy in order to pay for the administration of the SNAP benefits. That's a compounding way in which we're going to impact particularly seniors and keeping people from being able to live their American dream because they won't be able to afford a home. We also will have an issue, as I read, about food banks. The state budget in Ohio cut 25% of the funding to food banks, plus on top of that, the food trucks that have not been delivered to our community food banks. and there's more coming in the cuts from this bill. Those are more compounding impacts that are going to be left on the backs of middle and low-income individuals, and not to mention the uncompensated care from our hospital systems. Just because people don't have health care does not mean they stop having chronic diseases. Diabetes does not go away. The pregnancy does not go away, and especially not in many of these states who have banned abortion and other maternal health coverage. But they are going to show up in emergency departments looking for health care, and it's going to be uncompensated, and these hospitals are going to suffer. We have nearly 30,000 employees who rely on the healthcare industry to keep them employed, which means that they get money in their pockets. And as I asked in the committee last time, when my constituents lose their jobs because of these cuts, are you going to call them lazy? Are you going to tell them that they don't want to work? Are you going to say all of these negative things about them when they need to access SNAP benefits, but oh my goodness, they're not going to be there because you've already cut them? This is just a circular firing squad amongst the most vulnerable people, all while in the backdrop, Jeff Bezos is in Italy with a $50 million wedding with the most lavish of lavish entertainment, and it is to his benefit that this bill is going to pass, so that after his lavish wedding, he will now be able to take a 2-month-long honeymoon. Meanwhile, the folks back in my district are suffering, struggling, and hungry.
Right, 489,815 Ohioans will lose their health care under this bill. And it goes on. And thank you so much, Representative Horsford, for mentioning the impacts of the tariffs and the trade wars, because it is all connected, right? And I bring up in front of this committee almost every, I'm not offering the amendment now because Democrats already have over 400 amendments to try to make this bill better. But, you know, they stop the clock. Republicans think that they can pass all these tax cuts for billionaires, and it doesn't cost anything, right? With their new math magic that they are doing, they also think that they can stop time. They have stopped the clock on whether we should consider Trump's tariffs. It's Congress's duty to take them up, and nobody on that side of the dais is willing to say, I will debate and vote on the tariffs. They're afraid to do so. And those tariffs hurt your workers, and they probably hurt your workers a whole lot more than any value they'll get from no taxes on tips, because those no taxes on tips aren't lasting very long, and they don't really count, as Representative Hoyle has pointed out before. They don't really count if you're not itemizing, right? And they go away in 4 years. And you know what? It's like 68 cents. 68 cents, guys. That's what, if you're making less than $50,000, it's all you get a day.
Will the gentlelady yield? I would just add, today is July 1st. I got constituents that are focused on covering the rent, making their mortgage payment. The rent is too damn high. The cost of health care, the cost of child care, the cost for families to make ends meet is too high. Donald Trump and Republicans promised that they were going to focus on bringing down cost. That is not what this big, beautiful, bogus bill for billionaires does. And for tip workers in Las Vegas and elsewhere, you cannot on one hand say you're helping workers by giving a temporary tax relief that's capped when you're taking away health care, when you're taking away access to nutrition, when you're taking away access to child care. Those are the fundamental costs that drive a family's budget every month. And they're not capping the cost or the tax, for billionaires. Why not apply the same tax cap that you're proposing on tip workers to the billionaires? Why not make the tax cuts for billionaires temporary like you are for tip workers? If you really care about working people like you claim, then why not prioritize them over the benefits of billionaires? I'll tell you why. Because you're screwing America with this bill. Your priorities are about favoring Donald Trump. He cares about one person, himself, and his billionaire donors. And what is so enraging to me is that my constituents are going to pay the price. All of our constituents are going to pay the price because they're cutting on the backs of the American people to give tax cuts to the very wealthy, and all in the result will also add more than $3 trillion to our federal debt that we're all going to pay for. But guess what? The people still have the power in this. And so my message is simple. We do need to stand up. We have to speak up. We have to fight back. That is part of our responsibility as their representatives. And my constituents know that I'm going to keep fighting for them over the billionaire class every single day.
Representative Crowe.
Yeah, thank you. And further to that point, I worked 2 jobs putting myself through college. I was a Pell Grant student, was on the TRIO program, and was the first in my family to graduate from college and had opportunity. And I worked as a waitress before they raised the tipped wage to $2.13. And I can tell you, never once did I itemize my taxes. Because when you're making that kind of money, you don't itemize your taxes, you take the standard deduction. So all this no tax on tips, you know, it really doesn't work for normal people who use the standard deduction. So it's just a talking point. And my constituents, the constituents who are going to lose their jobs in my rural communities, who are working on the wind farms, who are working on the infrastructure projects that just got canceled, who work in tourism, because tourism has really gone downhill because of tariffs and because international visitors are afraid to come to the United States. So our tourism industry is being crushed. All of those people can't eat a talking point. They can't pay their rent with a talking point. They can't buy birthday presents for their kids with a talking point. That's all this is a talking point. But still, we got the richest 1% that are going to get. They're going to make bank. I think trickle-down cruelty is probably the best way I've ever heard to describe it. And we all know it has been proven over and over again. Trickle-down economics doesn't work for working people. So thank you so much for bringing that forward. Again, I think we have to make this clear. That is a talking point, and that's all it is.
So, and Representative Chantel and Representative Torres, you also pointed out, and I know that from your very different perspectives in the communities you represent, why this doesn't make sense, and your amendments are needed to fix this bill, right? And what's interesting is Senator Murkowski wants us to fix, even though she could have voted no, and we'd be done and we'd be home, right? But no, she had to send it over to us. But so many of the representatives, when we sent it over there, they said, oh, would you fix it over there in the Senate? Well, they didn't fix it, they made it worse. So our amendments would fix it. And Representative Torres, Representative Chantel, I don't know if you wanted to add a little bit more to that discussion.
The only thing that I would add to this discussion is it's compiling of injustice, where we have tariffs, where we have terrorizing ICE raids in the community, violently beating up hardworking people at their workplace, storming into work facilities. While all of that is happening, children that need to feel safe in their school don't feel safe in their school. Grants are being canceled to our local governments because of this hateful agenda against the state that pays for your constituents to have a meal on their table. Because California is a donor state. And while you cancel our grants, how do we respond to the need to have running water in school, to fill the potholes? Californians are not shy about taxing themselves. They pass local bonds, local taxes. It's not the state legislature that is passing these taxes. It's the citizens themselves that want to see better schools, that want to see better access to public libraries. that decide to tax themselves. And how does the federal government respond to that? You continue to punish the state by refusing to provide an exemption for state and local taxes, SALT. I mean, that is an assault on working families. Already that our insurance, fire insurance rates have gone up so high, the cost of living has gone up so high, and on top of that, you can't even have an exemption for the local taxes that you're having to pay to fulfill the failure of the federal government fulfilling their promise to provide our grants and to return our money back to California.
Representative Chantel?
Thank you. I think when you talk about kicking families off and increasing their work requirements, when work requirements already exist, these are really more paperwork requirements, as we've talked about. And ultimately, at the end of the day, and I'll be very brief, this bill is going to make people poor, sicker, and increase their debt, period.
That's what it is, and when California says it's a donor state, New Mexico is not a donor state, I will say, but it was $83 billion in 2022 that you sent that you did not receive. Thank you, I yield back.
Tell people, if you'll let me tell you, we have Representative McGarvey, Representative Scott from Virginia, Representative Min, Representative Delaney, Representative Crockett, Representative Supermoya, Representative Sewell, and Representative Liccardo. And if you'll come in the line, it would be helpful. First seat over here. I don't see Representative Scott. Is he here?
I don't see Bobby Scott. Yeah, I don't either. Yeah. I don't see Bobby Scott, so I would announce Johnson, Mr. Johnson,
Johnson?
from Georgia.
Well, how about we do Suzanne?
Well,
No, okay. They gave you the list?
yeah.
Okay. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia, would you come and take Mr. Scott's place? Well, that's all right. If you guys just scoot down, if you don't mind, scoot down. You got it? Oh, well, never mind. You're all members of Congress. Come on. Whew. Okay. Most of you have been here. You know the drill. We ask that you submit your written comments for the record, and I ask that you keep your comments to 5 minutes. And if you get asked questions by the panel members, answer them in a short way. Thank you very much. We'll start with you, Mr. McGarvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This budget hurts people. Kids, families, seniors, veterans, young and old, and for what? So that the richest 0.1% of Americans can pay less in taxes, and while they're driving our nation's debt up by $3.3 trillion to do so. It's wrong, it's cruel, and it's a choice. Republicans wrote it this way. That's why I'm offering 3 amendments. 1, to protect rural hospitals. 2, to keep our veterans from going hungry. And 3, to ensure our healthcare costs don't go up. This budget will hurt rural Americans everywhere, but it punishes the people in my state of Kentucky the most. If this bill passes, Over 133,000 rural Kentuckians will lose their health care, more than any state in the country. 35 rural hospitals will close, more than any state in the country. Kentucky will lose $10 billion in rural Medicaid reimbursements, more than any state in the country, all while losing over 20,000 healthcare jobs. And it's easy to picture what happens next. All of a sudden, when something goes wrong, you know this is going to happen. When your parent has a heart attack, when your kid is in an accident, when your wife goes into premature labor, when minutes matter, when driving an extra 30 minutes is literally the difference between life and death. It isn't just people on Medicaid. These cuts hurt all of us. They mean worse care, longer waits, and higher prices for everyone. They are cruel and they are wrong. My second amendment is simple. It keeps the Republicans from jacking up your healthcare costs. This bill actually forces states to impose copays and other out-of-pocket costs on you, the patient. How much more? A lot. People in Kentucky who get their care through Connect could pay an extra $542 a year. If you have chronic conditions, that could go up to $1,200 a year just to stay alive. Last night, I had a town hall in Louisville, Kentucky on Medicaid. I heard from people who were already stretched to the breaking point. A mom named Betsy told me a story about her adult son who has chronic conditions. He said, if this bill passes, is it easier for me to just die? I heard from other people who are skipping their meds, who are delaying care, who are scared to check the mail just for another medical bill. Now Republicans want to raise our health care costs even more, not for better care or more coverage, but to bankroll another tax break for the ultra-rich. It's disgusting. I offer my final amendment with this simple principle in mind, that our veterans should not have to fight one more battle, especially for food. Veterans don't just serve, they sacrifice. Time with their families, their health, potentially their lives. And when they come home, our obligations to them are not optional. This amendment ensures that no veteran will endure the Republicans' burdensome new red tape when they're hungry. Because for someone who's already served our country to have to prove themselves again in order to eat, that's not accountability. It's absurd. A budget is a moral document. It's not just a statement of what we value, it's a reflection of who we value. I value the people who are counting on hospitals in their rural community for care. I value people who can't afford higher copays. I value the people who put on a uniform to keep us safe and keeping them from going hungry. That's who I'm fighting for. Not the billionaires, not the ultra-rich who already have enough and are about to get an additional tax break, but for the Americans who truly make this country great. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on these common sense amendments, and I yield back.
Representative Mann, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. I've sat and listened to a lot of this debate and heard a lot of the back and forth around the Medicaid cuts, the cuts to food banks. But, you know, as I step back and recall the origins of how this bill came to be, I remember back to January 20th, and it started with a discussion of waste, fraud, and abuse. It started with DOGE. And the reality is, if Elon Musk had found $2 trillion in cuts in waste, fraud, and abuse, we wouldn't be talking about cuts to Medicaid. We wouldn't be talking about cuts to food stamps or SNAP. The reality is we're talking about these massive cuts because the goal of this bill was never about waste, fraud, and abuse. It was never about putting able-bodied people on Medicaid. It has always been about a immoral tax giveaway to the richest people in the world. And I just want to note that the last TCJA in 2017 was estimated to give $350 billion to foreign investors, not even American investors, foreign investors, because the way it was structured, giving benefits to pass-through entities like corporations and private equity funds. That is what we're talking about right now. We're talking about massive cuts. So when Republicans claim, oh, this is not going to kick anybody off Medicaid, I don't believe them because that was never their goal. They don't really care about what this does to Medicaid. They care about what this does as far as finding a pay for their giant tax cuts. And so when I talk to my hospitals, when I talk to my healthcare providers in my district, I have the same stories we've heard throughout. Our hospitals will close. Our pediatrics departments will close. Quality of care will go down. People that are struggling right now to find care are worried that they will die. And that is the reality in districts across America right now. And that is what is happening with this horrendous abomination of a bill that is the most immoral bill I've ever seen in my lifetime. And I will just note that while our families are struggling across this country, what this effectively means is that if Jeff Bezos decides to get a divorce, marriage doesn't work out, he can get married like 10 more times and have 10 more weddings like the one he just had, all on the dime of American taxpayers. That's what this is about. Immoral. Now, I've got 7 amendments. I will try to briefly go through them. They're more targeted. I've got 3 relating to the environment. The first is number 76, oil and gas financial assurances. And this bill amendment would prevent the ugly bill from reducing oil and gas royalty rates until there's a full accounting of the industry's untold environmental liabilities. We know that big oil has gotten away with a ton of liabilities that they're leaving on the backs of taxpayers, including off the coast of California, which I represent. And what this bill would do is ensure accountability for the oil industry. My second amendment, number 114, wind and solar in national energy policy, would prohibit the Secretary of the Interior from conducting any fossil fuel lease sales under this bill until the Trump administration's national energy policy no longer discriminates against wind and solar energy. If Republicans are honest about their claiming that they want an all-of-the-above approach to energy, we should not be getting rid of the cheapest and most effective forms of energy, particularly when they're already online. Adding penalties of the kind that this ugly bill purports to do kneecaps us. And it kneecaps us in a way that is backward-looking, not forward-looking. Everyone around the world knows that the economy of the future is going to be built on clean energy, not fossil fuels. We could be investing in 8-tracks and beta, VHS players and the fax machine as well, but that would be terrible economic policy. By doubling down on fossil fuels and abandoning the clean energy economy of the future and ceding it to China, we are making a huge economic mistake, a huge foreign policy mistake, because this is a national security matter as well. And at the very least, we ought to make sure that the playing field is level. My third amendment is number 160, fitness to operate for offshore drilling. And this amendment would establish a fitness to operate standard and prohibit offshore oil and gas leases from being awarded to companies with outstanding environmental liabilities, previous noncompliance with federal laws and regulations, or those that lack the means to mitigate environmental risks. Too often, offshore leases are resold to wildcat companies that are not able to pay for the liabilities that are incurred. We've seen this happen time after time off the coast of California. They leave taxpayers holding the bill. They declare bankruptcy, give dividends right before then. We need to put a stop to that. This amendment would effectively hold those oil companies accountable. Number 197, this amendment would block federal funding for special government employees in DOGE, including former employees like Elon Musk, until the Departments of the Interior, Agriculture, and Commerce determine that these individuals have not violated financial conflicts of interest law. We have seen too many people playing too fast and loose with the rules. We don't have any full accounting or transparency, whether Elon Musk or Big Balls or any of the other people associated with DOGE have actually complied with the rules that they're supposed to comply with. Do they have conflicts of interest? Have they cut spending in ways that, or reallocated spending in ways that have benefited their own pecuniary interests? We don't know the answers to that. It's about damn time we figure this out. This is a question of good government. And at the end of the day, the rule of law still needs to hold in the United States of America. My next amendment is number 231. And this is based on a bill that Representative Liccardo and Representative Vindman and I have put forward, the POCA bill, which would create a private right of action for violations of the Impoundment Control Act, potentially with the ability to sue perpetrators personally if they act in bad faith. And this is important because what we've seen right now is a blatant disregard for the rule of law by members of this administration, including Elon Musk, Big Balls, and the people involved with DOGE. For too long, they have just sat there and decided that willy-nilly they're going to ignore the law, cut funding in ways that harms real people, including people I represent, people that you represent, and it's about time that we had accountability here. What? Okay, sure, I'm trying to. Okay, two more amendments here. My next amendment is very simple. This is number 232, no new tax cuts for Americans earning $100 million. And this would basically just say that there would be no new tax cuts for anyone making $100 million or more. My last amendment is number 285, and this would prohibit ICE agents from wearing masks and require them to identify themselves. We have seen in my district and across Southern California, ICE agents wearing jeans and sneakers and masks. They look more like gang members than they do like law enforcement agents, and they're jumping out of unmarked vans. It's hard to tell if they're actually law enforcement agents. It's about time that they adhere to the same standards that other law enforcement agents do. We don't see our local police masking up, hiding their identities, refusing to identify who they are. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. And I just have to say, thank you, Congressman Min and so many others around this table for the incredible thought leadership they have in all of these amendments and stepping forward to really make and fight for Americans across this country. Before I speak to the substance of my bills, I do have to again address and reiterate what many of my colleagues have said about the dangerous and immoral impact of the reconciliation package. To me and many of my constituents, it's just an abomination that this bill will make life worse and less affordable for working families, not only in the 6th District of Maryland, where I represent, but across the country. And again, it seems like it falls on deaf ears, but this bill will hurt Americans, and every district in America will feel its impact. Yesterday someone said, make America great. No, I think this is going to make America break. And I really think it is heartbreaking to see what's going to happen. Under this bill, more than 3 million people will lose access to food assistance, including over 2 million children. And again, this has fallen on deaf ears, and more than 17 million will be stripped, of course, of their health coverage for the next decade. And in the 6th District, many rural hospitals are really very fearful of closing. That 17 million people are denied life-saving care because of not what they've done or where they live or how little they earn, but it'll be because of what we do tomorrow in our votes. And to make matters worse, this bill represents a breathtaking act of fiscal hypocrisy. For decades, my Republican colleagues have raised the alarm of an increasing national debt and federal deficit, but they have tucked into this bill a $5 trillion debt ceiling hike with no offset, no pay for, and no common sense. This is not governing. It's a betrayal of public trust and a breach of our fiduciary duties to our constituents and to America. And don't just take my word for it. Let's listen to some of the Republican colleagues. Senator Tillis said that this would force states to consider eliminating Medicare coverage and cutting services for our most vulnerable. Senator Murkowski said we need more process and a better outcome for the American people about what this bill has to offer. And I joined Johnny Okowski on his amendment concerning that all states should be able to have some of these waivers or carve-outs, not the caribou carve-outs, but, let's figure out that there is something across this whole country that will protect us. And then rushing this means stripping health care and slashing services. And not one constituent in my district has wanted this to go forward. So I have several amendments, which I'm going to briefly go through. My first amendment is simple. It is Amendment 78, and it blocks any charges to nutrition policy under this bill unless there is a certification that no household with children under 18 will see their SNAP benefits cut. I shouldn't have to introduce this, but we are, because under this bill, over 2 million children will lose food assistance, and in my district, 1 in 9 households depend on SNAP, half of them with children. This isn't just about hunger. It's about dignity. It's about not going to school hungry and a right to live without worrying about where your next meal is from. The second, number 86, blocks the reckless cost sharing of SNAP from the federal government to states. It requires the Food and Nutrition Service, the Economic Research Service, and every SNAP agency in each state to certify that the change won't reduce benefits, shrink eligibility, or force states to cut their vital services. In Maryland alone, the state would have to absorb $75 million per year because that money would be pulled from other critical programs for low-income families. And several of my colleagues have spoken to this, but really there is a layering and a tsunami of cuts that's coming for rural America. Medicare, Medicaid, cuts and potentially to Social Security as we look at our veteran services, but then with SNAP, and our states cannot handle it. And last, I'm going to say my amendment 993, I'm calling it the fiscal sanity circuit breaker. And that's what we need. It would block the bill from taking effect unless the Comptroller General certifies it will not increase the federal deficit by more than 2.5% per year. And it will look at economic impacts, including employment, investment, and GDP growth. Only by managing debt below the rate of long-term economic growth can the U.S. debt be sustainable. But the truth is, while Republicans talk tough about deficits, this bill easily adds over $3.3 trillion, and much more probably, and pairs deep cuts to food and healthcare with tax giveaways and a blank check $5 trillion debt ceiling hack. Mr. Norman, who I note is not here but is on the committee, tweeted, "It's not more spending and more if it's more spending and more deficit spending, it's a non-starter." Although I might not always align with my Republican colleagues, I appreciate that some of them on the other side are talking the talk and voting no, highlighting the need for fiscal responsibility. My fiscal sanity circuit breaker is common sense. If my colleagues truly believe in this bill, my amendments should not be a problem. And if they oppose them, then we should be honest about the harm that they are voting to inflict. To the parent wondering how they'll feed their child, to the state official staring at a financial cliff, and to the taxpayer tired of being misled by empty slogans and worried about our country's fiscal trajectory. That's who I'm fighting for. So I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support these amendments. Let's show the American people that this chamber can still act with decency, with honor, with honesty, and with courage. I urge support on them. And I will last say this vote will be one of the most important, if not the most consequential vote of our entire public service careers. This vote will follow us always. It will define us, our priorities, and our values, and our country will remember it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Representative Crockett, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and to the ranking member. I appreciate an opportunity, and I don't know that I'll have time to go through all 8 of my amendments, but I did submit 8. Amendments 121, 149, 196, 258, 314, 325, 342, and 355. I would respectfully ask that they all be ruled in order. Now, let me tell you why I'm here. I'm here fighting for people in my district because Republicans are willing to sell out working and struggling folks in my district, and frankly, there's two, to appease billionaires and big corporations. Now, I know we've had a lot of talk about how much SNAP costs a day, and the fact is that it's only $6 a day that a person gets when they get SNAP benefits, but we've not talked about the cost of Medicaid. It costs approximately $10 a day to ensure a kid gets health care through Medicaid. So we're talking about to take care of kids, let's say they've got SNAP and Medicaid, only $16 a day. But another thing we've not really put into perspective, we've talked about these billionaires, and we've talked about the fact that this is all to benefit them. No one has talked about how many billionaires we actually have in this country. We have more billionaires in the United States than any other country, but the total number is 83. Last time I checked, we have 435 members in the House, and we have 100 members in the Senate, yet somehow 83 people in this country have more representation than the hundreds of thousands that are about to lose their health care as well as their SNAP benefits. If I just started going through the Republicans that sit on this committee briefly, I would tell you that, Chairwoman, you have 112,000 people that are about to lose SNAP benefits just in your district. I would tell you that it is estimated in your state, as your senators stated, that roughly 651,982 would lose their health care, or I would tell Rep. Fishbach that 67,000 people on SNAP, and in the entire state of Minnesota, 173 would lose their health care. I could go on with these numbers, or I could tell you about the fact that even when we look at my state, and I know that Chip Roy sits on this committee, but he's not here right now, but we have 56,000 people that are on SNAP in his district, but in the entire state of Texas, we have 1.6 million people that may lose coverage. And somehow we have 83 billionaires. And somehow they have 535 people that are speaking up for them every single day to make sure that when they get married for a second or third or fourth time, that they can go ahead and have another $50 or $60 million wedding. Instead of protecting access to these programs, you're cutting them to help billionaires who pay less in taxes than some of the teachers in our country. You claim to want a tax system and budget that helps people, but that's impossible when you're subsidizing tax credits off of the folks who can't even afford to treat their kids or family to a nice meal because federal minimum wage hasn't gone up in 15 years. If y'all want to make a better system, then adopt my amendment number 314 that would require an increase in the federal minimum wage of $15 in order for corporate tax breaks to go into effect. Speaking of wages, this bill doesn't even give the same level of help to people living on tip wages and working overtime just to put food on this table as it does for Trump's billionaire buddies. In fact, the bill only allows no tax on tips and overtime until 2028, and we've talked about this. Listen, this is a joke. This was nothing more than a campaign scheme. This was about saying, you know what, I'm gonna make this promise to you. And we can talk about the fact that there have been a lot of promises made, yet a lot of promises broken. In fact, that was one of the reasons it seems like that, you know, Senator Tillis has decided that he's done and he's gonna get out because he understands that there's nothing but broken promises that are being made, broken promises that look like, say, I'm going to deport the bad guys only, and then we end up with children with cancer or Americans or undocumented taxpayers that contribute more than $100 billion in taxes. Those are the ones being thrown in cages and sent to other countries. Or we look at the fact that there was a promise made and broken that Doge was supposed to be the magic trick. Now Elon is being threatened with deportation and the cancellation of his own contracts, which historically have been estimated at a whopping $38 billion after he decided that he was going to spill the tea about the Epstein files. And frankly, the truth is that we know that we could cut a lot of those contracts to Elon, but somehow that hasn't been done. Instead, we, the American people, have been left with a hefty tab of incompetence by Doge and feeling extremely vulnerable. In fact, there was a Doge employee who was fired, and I appreciate this man, but truly, transparency and truth has no place in this particular government. This former employee of Doge says that during his short time embedded with the Department of Veteran Affairs, he did not find levels of waste, fraud, and abuse that he had expected, and it was pretty surprised, actually, at how efficient government was. I will wrap up by saying this. I don't really understand what it is that y'all plan to go back and tell your constituents. I'm glad that some of y'all decided to show up, but the reality is that you have sold your constituents out for 83 people in this country. And each of our districts should have approximately 766,000 people. How is it that you can explain that we still are running up the credit card and we have nothing to show for it except for the fact that we won't have food on the tables and we won't have health care? And with that, I will yield.
Thank you. Representative Subramanian.
Thank you, Madam
recognized
Chair.
for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for having this hearing and staying late tonight, and thank you to all the members of the committee. I want to just talk about a couple of things. First of all, there's a lot of wasteful stuff in this bill. When you have a bill this big, you're going to end up with a lot of bad provisions that people may not hear about. And so a lot of my amendments are actually aimed at bad provisions or provisions that aren't there that should be there that are hurting Virginians and especially my region. These are amendments 108, 113, 144, 235, and 269. And the first one is a real whopper. I mean, because the Texas delegation in the Senate wanted to have their vote bought and paid for, they decided that they would actually spend hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer money to take the space shuttle that's in Northern Virginia at the Air and Space Museum at the Smithsonian and move it all across country to the Space Center in Houston. Now, I actually grew up next to the Space Center in Houston, and they already have a full replica model of that space shuttle. They also have 6 other flight vehicles as well. So this isn't going to increase visits to the Space Center in Houston, where my family is. It's actually going to take away people's opportunity to, for free, see a space shuttle and show off American dominance in space for the past 50 years. And that's going to cost taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars just to buy a couple of votes in Texas. Next, for some reason, and no one's been able to explain it to me, last year the Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority, which owns the assets, Dulles Airport and DCA, which many members of Congress fly out of, actually renegotiated their lease with the federal government at a rate where they could afford to make improvements to those airports and make sure that we can also make flights affordable and airlines be able to use those facilities. And what happened is in this bill, we're actually blowing up a lot of those agreements, and we're doubling, in some cases, the amount that they have to pay. And that's going to be passed on to anyone who flies in and out of DCA and Dulles, and that includes all of you, all members of Congress in this room as well. And so that's going to cost everyone money, and certainly in my region, where we all fly out of Dulles and DCA, it's going to cost us a lot of money. And we have a toll road that is meant to pay off some of those expenses, and those tolls are going to go up on every single person who uses those tolls. I'm talking about the Dulles toll road. And so we have a lot of issues with the fact that we already have very high tolls in our region in Virginia, and they're just going to go up because of this bill, and no one's been able to explain to me why that is. And then finally, one of the president's branded golf courses is in my district, and he likes to come out there and golf, and that's fine, but then he golfs a lot. And I didn't realize this. He golfs almost more than 20% of his free time, his time actually, and not free time, his actual time, he's awake, is spent golfing. And he comes golfing so much that it's costing our region a lot of money, and it's costing our local sheriffs and local police a lot of money to make sure that that area is secure for his golf trips. And so what I'd really like to do is just make sure that we can at least reimburse my region for all the golf trips that the president is costing us. And so finally, there's a 9-figure slush fund for DOGE as well, and for Russell Vogt and the OMB. And no one's been able to explain to me why, to capture waste, fraud, and abuse, we need a 9-figure slush fund for them. Now, the last time I checked, some of the stuff that they were using money on was to set up sleeping pods in the GSA's building while firing half the people in that building. And so these are a lot of examples of waste and fraud. They hurt my region, but I can assure you that everyone can look through this bill, and I've read through most of it, if not all of it at this point, and you'll find that your region will be hurt by some of the waste in here. And the second thing I'll say is, I agree with this notion of this bill, this big, ugly bill being about broken promises. I mean, just look at what some of the stuff the president has said. He said about Medicaid and cuts to Medicaid, we're not going to touch it, right? And he said he would veto a bill that would cut Medicaid, and yet this bill kicks millions of American citizens off of Medicaid, 17 million, nearly 17 million. And he said that cuts to food assistance program are going to give everybody more food, but this bill puts 5 million people at risk of losing some or all of their food assistance. That includes 300,000 children in Virginia. And let's be clear, this bill is also going to make energy more expensive. He said that, the president said, we're going to get your energy prices down by 50%, but the studies have shown that this bill is going to spike energy costs up to $250 billion nationwide. In Virginia alone, we're going to see an 8% increase in energy costs. And finally, the biggest whopper of all is that this bill is supposedly going to reduce our deficit, and we know that that's not true. In fact, it's going to add $3 to $5 trillion to our national debt. It's going to hurt our deficit, and it's going to mortgage our children's future. This bill is bad. Our Virginians and Americans deserve better than these broken promises. I yield back.
Thank you. Representative Sewell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Ranking Member. My amendment would extend the Affordable Care Act's premium tax credit to Americans who are caught in the coverage gap, as well as Americans who will lose their Medicaid coverage as a result of this horrible bill. We must extend the premium tax credits for low-income citizens below 138% of the poverty line. I have heard from countless constituents who fall in the coverage gap, and they are desperate to keep their health care. I recently spoke with one of my constituents Her name is Kiana, and Kiana was caught in the coverage gap. She lost her Medicaid coverage following the end of the COVID public health emergency. When she tried to qualify for Medicaid again, she was told that she made too much money. She made more than the $295 a month to qualify. In my state of Alabama, we have a bare bone Medicaid program. It's so bad that you have to really be P-O. You can't afford the O or the R. So people like Kiana are really scared about this cost shifting. The cost shifting will mean that Medicaid will not happen in the state of Alabama. The fact of the matter is they're not going to pay for it. They're just simply not going to pay for it. Madam Chair, I firmly oppose this so-called big, beautiful bill that has come to us from the Senate. Let me be clear, there's nothing beautiful about stripping health care from working families. There's nothing beautiful about taking food off the table of our most vulnerable neighbors. And there is certainly nothing beautiful about putting rural hospitals on life support. Madam Chair, this bill will gut Medicaid as we know it. It will slash funding for millions of children, seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities. Medicaid is a lifeline. It is a bill. This bill will cause 17 million Americans, including 170,000 Alabamians, to lose their health care. And it doesn't stop there. This bill will also gut SNAP benefits, a program that puts food on the table for hardworking families, for children who need breakfast before school, for seniors who are choosing between groceries and their medicine. In Alabama, it means 750,000 Alabamians could lose their nutrition benefits or worse, see them reduced. The cuts in this bill are not just numbers on a page. They are empty cupboards and shuttered clinics. There are hospital wings closed in small towns already struggling to keep their doors open. They are parents lying awake at night wondering how they're going to be able to afford medicine for a sick kid. We should be strengthening the safety net, not shredding it. We should be investing in the health care and well-being of our most precious commodity, our people, not ripping it away from them in order to pay tax cuts for billionaires. This bill is not a blueprint for prosperity. It is a roadmap for further inequality, for deeper poverty, for rural communities left to fend for themselves while the powerful walk away with more. Madam Chair, we were sent here to stand up for those people, not to abandon them. Let us stand together and reject this careless, heartless bill. Let us build something truly beautiful, an America where health care is a right, not a privilege for the few. A right. No child goes hungry and no community is left behind simply because of their zip code. I oppose this horrible bill, and I ask that my amendment, which will make it a little bit better, is considered by all. Thanks. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Sewell. Mr. Liccardo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I have 4 amendments to H.R. 1, and I appreciate the committee's consideration. But rather than delving into the complexities of these amendments, I'd like to take a step back. I'd like to step back from whatever we're going to tell the public in press releases tomorrow if this bill passes. I'd like to talk about what we'll tell our children and our grandchildren a decade from now if this bill passes. The children who count on us, not just the ones in our homes, but all of America's children, will suffer immensely under this one big bloated borrowing bill. We are the grown-ups, but under this budget proposal, we're not governing like grown-ups. Grown-ups look out for kids. Grown-up governance recognizes the moral priority of our progeny. It emphasizes the imperative of taking the long view, of saving, of sacrificing, and investing today for our children's tomorrow. We have a fiduciary duty, indeed a sacred duty, to act in their best interest. You've heard from my colleagues how this bill cuts lifeline programs for our youth, from their health care and Medicaid to their school lunches and SNAP to their student aid and Pell Grants. But we're doing much worse than even that. to our children. That is, we are spending their money and borrowing from their future to pay for our present. Now, many Americans could be forgiven for believing that with all these cuts, the GOP leadership must be proposing a budget that will actually reduce our monstrous $1.9 trillion deficit. But they would be wrong. The one big bloated borrowing bill will accelerate America's accumulation of debt by $3.9 trillion over the next decade if we include the interest payments according to the Nonpartisan Committee for Responsible Budgeting. Add another $1.4 trillion in new debt when Congress inevitably makes several of the temporary provisions of this bill permanent. Now, while congressional leaders may gaslight the public about the bill's true cost, nearly every independent expert, from the Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office to the Conservative Tax Foundation, knows better. The bill also hasn't fooled the markets. After we passed the less costly House version of this bill, only weeks ago, Moody's downgraded U.S. bonds in view of what they called, quote, current fiscal proposals. Wary bond investors have pushed bonds yields higher, and you can expect more of that in the years ahead, as we all pay a hidden tax from this bloated budget through higher interest rates. Now, I feel bad for my Republican colleagues. I know that President Trump painted each of them and all of Congress into a corner by publicly promising $5 trillion in tax giveaways he had no idea how to pay for. An even bigger problem is that Congress has no idea how to pay for those promises either. That's why this bill leaves, at best, $3.9 trillion of additional debt on the credit card. Now, I know that grown-up budgeting is hard. When I came into office as mayor for the 1 million residents of the city of San Jose, I faced nearly $4 billion in employee retirement debts that were crippling our city's budget, courtesy of politicians who were happy to make promises that they had no idea how to pay for. For more than a year, we spent hundreds of hours in difficult negotiations, but we forged an agreement that helped us save billions, helped us reactivate fire stations and hire police, and I left my successor with a $30 million surplus. We Republicans and Democrats could similarly negotiate a much better budget than this. Let's doge this bill, let's sit down and let's negotiate. I'd like to help my Republican colleagues to do what they know is right. When he realized that the Senate just added another $670 billion to the House's already bloated budget bill, Speaker Mike Johnson today told the media that, quote, I'm not happy with what the Senate did to our product. He shouldn't be happy, nor should any Republican member of this House. Let's fix this bill to make Speaker Johnson happier. Let's fix this bill for Republican Senator Murkowski, who today publicly urged us to do so. Let's fix it for Marjorie Taylor Greene, who today called it a shit show. Above all, let's fix this bill for our children. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you very much. Representative Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What has been called a big and beautiful bill is as cruel and ominous a piece of legislation as I have ever seen in my many years on this earth. The big ugly bill cuts access to health care for 17 million Americans, so tens of thousands each year will die prematurely and will die preventable deaths because big shots in government want to give their multimillionaire and billionaire donors, like Jeff Bezos and those who attended his $50 million wedding in Venice, another huge tax cut. $3.8 billion in tax cuts, the lion's share going to folks like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and yes, the king of crypto, Donald Trump himself. While condemning the needy to preventable disability and premature death, this cruel legislation also cuts funding for food to feed the needy. I would be ashamed of myself if I ever voted for something like this. I would not be able to live with myself enjoying my $174,000 a year salary and government-subsidized health insurance, while 17 million of my brothers and sisters lose their access to medical care, and 3 million hungry children and senior citizens go without food just so that folks can buy another super yacht. I'm here this evening to speak up for the least of these. On my way here today, that phrase came to mind, the least of these, and so I Googled it when I sat down in here. It took me to Matthew chapter 25, verse 40 through 45. And to paraphrase verse 41, for I was hungry, and you gave me nothing to eat, and I was sick, and you did not come look after me. I'm here this evening to speak up for the least of these. I'm here this evening because I'm deeply troubled by the big ugly bill which weaponizes the social safety net against those who need it most. Among its gravest failures is the omission of support for unaccompanied minors who are forced to navigate complex immigration proceedings without legal counsel, leaving kids, children, infants alone, frightened and unprotected in court. My amendment directly addresses this moral injustice by providing critical funding for appointed counsel, ensuring that children's rights are respected, their dignity is preserved, and justice is truly served. Through the crafting of this harmful Trump-appeasing bill, the Republicans, MAGA Republicans, have deliberately undermined Medicaid, with one senator dismissively claiming that concerned Americans would simply get over it. Such remarks reveal that they fully recognize how dangerous this bill weakens essential health care protections and will result in the unnecessary deaths of 500,000 people over the next 10 years. 500,000 of our brothers and sisters will lose their lives because of what MAGA Republicans are trying to do just so that their donors can get another tax cut. Section 71-102 removes critical safeguards against coverage lockouts and annual and lifetime coverage limits, jeopardizing children's long-term health. Additionally, Section 71-119 imposes an unnecessary 80-hour work requirement that has consistently stripped coverage rather than promoting employment. You want sick, poor people living in rural America? I'll talk about rural America, not about those inner city rats that Senator Tuberville talked about. I'm going to talk about my brothers and sisters in rural America who would be forced to get up from their sick beds and find a way to get to town or out to the field so that they could find a job and work a minimum 20 hours a week, 4 hours a day, 5 days every week before they could become eligible for coverage that would enable them to get well so that they could work again. Healthcare should be a right and not a privilege in the wealthiest nation on earth, and access to a doctor must never be weaponized against the sickest of us. My amendments strike these harmful sections, restoring compassion, equity, and common sense to Medicaid. We watched as this bill rushed through under the cover of darkness, likely because it recklessly cuts critical funding without transparency. My amendment requires transparent public reporting, ensuring communities have visibility into how their resources are managed while protecting vital investments in climate resilience. Lastly, Madam Chair, whatever you did not do for one of the least of these, you did not do for me, is Matthew 25, verse 45. I think we should all keep that in mind as we go about our business today. And with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. I think most of us on our side of the aisle think about those verses and others every single day. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. McGovern.
First, I request unanimous consent to insert a statement from Representative Houlihan in support of 4 amendments, number 8, 19, 28, and 37. Taken together, these amendments would make significant progress in ensuring that this legislation will not harm Americans across the country.
Without objection.
And I just want to thank all of the panelists for being here. I mean, I support all of your amendments. I share your concerns. I mean, I really am deeply disturbed by the fact that this is a bill that's going to hurt the most vulnerable in our country, and it could reward those who are well off and well connected. If we are lucky enough to be in the majority again, I hope one of the things that we will look seriously into is honest-to-goodness campaign finance reform, because there's too much damn money in politics. And you look at some of these provisions, and you can tie it directly to contributions. And I don't think that's what the American people want, and that's what has corrupted the system. But I have no questions. I just want to thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Mr. Scott.
Just, my colleague from Georgia, those of us in rural Georgia would appreciate if y'all would stop cutting our forest lands down and maybe come get those solar panels off our farmland and take them back up there to Metro Atlanta. We'd be appreciative of that. Thank you. I yield back.
Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Just want to thank all of the panel members for their thoughtful amendments, for their testimony, for their patience in waiting to testify tonight. I think collectively, you've told quite the story of both the harm to our communities that this ugly bill will inflict, as well as the real hypocrisy and the real underlying purposes for why these cuts are being made to justify giving to those who have the most rather than those who need the most. So thank you. Appreciate all of you. I yield back.
Mr. Jack.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Thank you very much to the panel once again. And I'm, ditto on everything that was said and everything you said. Something that we haven't talked a lot about, and we have a Ways and Means member here. And, ways and means, right? And the means or the ways is how do we get tax revenue? And I just wanted to ask a really quick question because it seems that the tax cuts are one thing, but we also, under Trump and this administration and the budgets, really seen an opening door for the tax cheats, right? And right now, it's the estimate that the cuts to the IRS are going to lead to $1 trillion in revenue loss, $1 trillion in revenue loss. There's already been a $500 billion shortfall in what we got from last year. Like, we don't have to cut Medicaid and SNAP and everything else if we would just make sure we made people pay their taxes. Madam Chair, I'd like to enter into the record, Trump pardoned tax cheat after mother attended $1 million dinner from May 26, 2025.
Without objection.
And Representative Sewell, I think that this issue goes to the ranking members of there's way too much campaign money flowing in so that tax cheats can get away with stuff. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
The fact that we would be willing to cut IRS service workers by such a big amount, I think it was $700 million they're going to take away, means that we don't have the agents to go in there to find these tax cheats. Instead, I've seen in my district, the low-hanging fruit is to question someone's child tax credit or earned income tax credit, not to go after all of the complicated tax, things that would really bring us a lot of money and a lot of revenue, to your point. We wouldn't have to cut so much of our Medicaid if we just taxed the very wealthy and then pay their tax, not figure out ways and loopholes not to pay their taxes. And so, in terms of campaign finance, I think that the article that you submitted to the record is really atrocious. It was a person who was convicted as a January 6th rioter and literally was able to get a pardon after his mother paid $1 million to go to Mar-a-Lago and attend a $1 million per person dinner with our president. And miraculously, 3 weeks later, that person was given a pardon. And this person not only was January 6th, but also defrauded the government, is what he did. He defrauded the government millions and millions of dollars. Medicaid, absolutely. So, look, I think that all of us here today have submitted amendments that we think will make this bill better, but the fact of the matter is it's a horrible bill. And the American people know it. Over 60% of them don't agree about the bill. And I think that we as lawmakers should really be putting the people first. And I think that the power of the people should be more important than the people with power. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. I thank our witnesses for being here, and I'm going to call up, you all are excused. Let's see if we can work this again. Mr. Takano, you're in the first seat. Mr. Amo, Congresswoman Morrison, Congresswoman Ansari, Congressman Espaillat, Williams, Bonamici, Goodlander. You're close, Suzanne. You didn't have to move far. You might. Thank you all for being here. Your written comments will be, may be submitted for the record, and I ask you to keep your spoken comments to 5 minutes. Mr. Takano, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This 900-page bill is a travesty and a gut punch. It puts the interests of the richest and most connected billionaires, polluters, and tech companies over every other American who is just trying to get by. It decimates healthcare. It literally takes food off the table of the vulnerable, and it even stoops so low that it actively harms veterans. This big, ugly betrayal undermines our shared American values and allows this administration to continue its brazen efforts to strip our great nation for parts to be auctioned to the highest bidders. And it boggles the mind that the Republican Party wants to deny 17 million people health care. Republicans have chosen to decimate health care infrastructure in rural and underserved communities. Republicans have chosen to harm seniors by forcing them to choose between basic necessities and health care. Republicans have chosen to callously hurt disabled people who need long-term care. No one is spared from this monument to greed, and that includes veterans. To allow my colleagues a modicum of course correction, I'm offering several amendments to try and blunt the impact of this devastating billionaire handout, to blunt the impact on our veterans. First, I've introduced an amendment to exempt veterans from the new Medicaid work requirements. This is something that Senator Murkowski tried to achieve for all the people of Alaska. She only was able to achieve waivers of work requirements for SNAP recipients, but she did indeed she was concerned about both. And it was because of the obstrusities of the bird rule and the workarounds that they could not achieve that. But nevertheless, her concern is something that I think all Americans should also share, that these terrible work requirements that are really, as my colleague Sarah McBride called them, trickle-down cruelty, a golden shower of benefit cuts. You're trying to impose this paperwork, this intended inefficiency, intended government inefficiency in order to cause people to not get their benefits because we'll just lose many, many people through the cracks. Currently, 1.6 million veterans rely on Medicaid. And while the bill may exempt veterans with 100% VA disability ratings, it would still subject as many as 1 million other veterans to bureaucratic red tape just to keep their health care. We shouldn't be doing this to our veterans. We shouldn't be doing this to anybody who is going through a complicated set of life experiences, whether it might be taking care of a loved one, being a caregiver, or any number of different things that we could imagine. People who are lower income are facing tremendous life choices, and our veterans, we can all imagine what sorts of trials and tribulations our veterans are going through. Veterans with disability ratings other than 100% may still have service-connected disabilities that present significant impairments to employment. Singling out veterans with 100% disability ratings is not reform, it's cruelty. Our veterans have sacrificed enough at the altar of freedom. We should not be forcing them to sacrifice even more. Second, if you're going to rip away veterans' health care, the least we should do is tell them. My amendment would require HHS to notify veterans who are losing Medicaid coverage due to this bill. Third, I've offered a similar amendment requiring USDA to notify veterans and service members if they're being kicked off of SNAP. Over 1.2 million veterans live in households that receive food assistance through SNAP. Again, this bill takes away from those who served and gives to those who stockpile wealth without sacrifice. And if I had had enough imagination, I would have offered an amendment to provide a waiver to our veterans who are on SNAP in the way that Senator Murkowski was able to get a waiver for the people of Alaska, got the waiver for those work requirements for those Alaskans who are in need of SNAP. We should have done the same for our veterans. Fourth and fifth, I propose creating websites through HHS and USDA to help veterans navigate the fallout, to provide information about alternative health care and nutrition resources for those losing Medicaid and SNAP coverage. It's a modest effort to clean up the mess this bill creates. I also have an amendment that would strike the bill's decade-long delay of the 2023 Borrower Defense Rule implementation, a consumer protection rule that provides loan relief to borrowers who've been defrauded by their colleges. Student loan borrowers should not be forced to repay loans for classes or degrees from schools that have lied to, deceived, or misled them. This delay makes it significantly harder for student borrowers to make a successful claim when they are victims of misconduct and cuts predatory institutions and loan services a break instead of pushing students to and over the brink of default, which devastates individuals, their families, and taxpayers. We should not be paying for tax breaks for the wealthy by making students have to pay on their loans that they have been defrauded on by these for-profit monstrosities, Madam Chair. And I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member, members of the committee. I honestly can't believe that I'm sitting here today again to try to convince my Republican colleagues that it's immoral to sell off the health of the American people in order to cut taxes for multimillionaires and billionaires. But that's exactly what the Republicans' big, beautiful bill does. Unfortunately, the Republicans' budget is even worse than the last time I sat here before this committee and pleaded with the Republicans to not make the largest cut to Medicaid in our nation's history and upend our nation's healthcare system. But here we are discussing this bill yet again, and the cuts are even bigger and the impact on our healthcare will be even worse. The Republicans' budget is a betrayal of the American people. It is the largest cut to Medicaid in our nation's history, $1.1 trillion in healthcare cuts. It will kick 17 million Americans off their health insurance. It will force hospitals to shut down. It will force nursing homes to shut down. It will restrict access to reproductive health care. It will increase health care costs. It will increase premiums. It will increase out-of-pocket costs. It will make more families go bankrupt from medical debt. It will cripple our nation's health. And that's not even getting into any of the rest of the disaster of this bill. The largest cut to food assistance in our nation's history, killing more jobs in one single bill than ever before in history, increasing consumer energy costs, raising property taxes in all 87 counties of my home state, exploding the national debt. The list goes on. But I'm a doctor and I'm thinking about people's health. And today I want to talk about the unconscionable disaster this bill is for Americans' health and our nation's healthcare system. One thing I want every single American to know is that even if you don't use Medicaid, even if you don't know anyone who uses Medicaid, the Republican budget will affect you too. It doesn't matter what insurance you have when your local hospital closes. And with this budget, hospitals will close, clinics will close. This will be a catastrophe for all of us. We will all have less access to health care. It's incredibly dangerous. But I don't want us to lose sight of the human impact of this. As this bill gets closer to becoming the law of the land, I can't stop thinking about my patients. I see their faces, the faces of the mothers and the families I've taken care of who got their health insurance through Medicaid. Do they not matter? Are they somehow less important? Where are they supposed to go to get health care? 80 million Americans get their health insurance through Medicaid. Almost half of all American children get their coverage through Medicaid. What are you doing? Where is your humanity? What is the most chilling and soul-crushing part of this entire process is that the Republican majority doesn't care. They don't care. And this isn't speculative. It isn't being presumptuous or guessing about their intentions. They are literally telling us. The Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, called gutting Medicaid minutia and kicking millions of Americans off their health insurance immaterial. Republican Senator Mitch McConnell said Americans who are concerned about losing Medicaid will, quote, get over it. Republican Senator Joni Ernst defended the life-threatening gutting of Medicaid by saying, well, we're all going to die. As we sit here today, I am outraged by what Republicans are doing to future generations. I never want to hear Republicans say that they are the party of families ever again. Half of all children in the United States of America get their health care coverage through Medicaid. 1 in every 4 children in the United States of America get food assistance through SNAP. Republicans are taking away health care and food from our children in order to prioritize billionaires and perpetuate wealth inequality. It's wrong, it's immoral, it's unconscionable. We haven't even begun to unpack all the ways in which this bill is a moral abomination and honestly an embarrassment of a piece of legislation. If you were serious about putting together a good budget for the American people, you wouldn't try to shove it through on an artificial deadline. You wouldn't force debate through the dark cover of night. You wouldn't vote on it without even reading the text of the bill. But the Republican majority is just unquestioningly doing the president's bidding. They have ceded all of their power to the president, who is beholden to his billionaire class. The more the American people learn about this bill, the more they hate it. You've seen the polls, you've received the calls and emails. You know the American people don't want it. That's why I'm submitting an amendment to scrap the whole bill. Listen to the people you were sent here to represent. Let's start over, write a bill for the American people, not the billionaires. Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Mr. Amo, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ranking Member and distinguished members of this committee. Look, we all know the saying. We've heard it a bunch of times today, probably. Budgets are a statement of values. You know, this has guided me through this process, this long process that we've been on, and a big, bad process I think it's been. 126 days ago in February, 82 days ago in April, and 40 days ago in May, the House voted on some form of this Republican scheme that would take the health care and food assistance away from millions to pay for tax breaks for the rich. Republican members in this chamber have had opportunity after opportunity to debate how to avoid hurting millions of people. You've had a chance, countless chances to improve this bill, to state values. From the Budget Committee to the Rules Committee, I've been sounding the alarm alongside my Democratic colleagues. You know, we pulled a college-style all-nighter to demand Republicans listen to these values we share, values that I hear at home in Rhode Island. Yet, here we are, July 1st, 2025, once again voting on this big, bad bill for billionaires. Has it gotten any better? Nope. Republicans have undoubtedly made it worse. And every step of the way, every vote we've taken, every debate they've participated in, Republicans have been faced with a question. Does this budget reflect your values? And every single time, whether or not they've said it, they've answered with a resounding yes. Republicans value the wealthy over the working class. Republicans value tax breaks for billionaires over health care for the vulnerable. Time and time again, Republicans have refused to correct this reverse Robin Hood scheme. And I proudly voted no over and over in committee and on the floor, but Republicans refuse to join us. And we'll try, I guess, through this process to make this bad blueprint to bolster billionaires a little less bad. Republicans are stealing from the poor to give to the rich, period. It's immoral. And as such, I've introduced an amendment, Amendment 139, to raise the top tax rate back to 39.6%. This amendment fulfills a request from President Trump himself months ago. I'm not sure he knew what he was doing when he put it out there, but he called for raising taxes on millionaires. Let's do it. This bill also pushes the dream of higher education further out of reach for millions of Americans. So I introduced Amendment 130. I think it originally saw light in the Senate with one of my home state senators, Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, to index the maximum Pell Grant to inflation. This amendment honors the legacy of a great Rhode Islander, Senator Claiborne Pell, by ensuring vulnerable Americans and Rhode Islanders and students throughout the country can climb the ladder of success. This bill would rip away health insurance from nearly 17 million Americans. I introduced Amendment 96 to block implementation of these dangerous policies until we confirm and have certainty that Medicaid enrollees won't lose coverage. Pretty common sense. We've heard over and over and over again, this bill does not take Medicaid away from a single person. Well, after all of that insistence, if you pass this amendment, you will make it the case that not a single person will lose coverage. This is a common sense amendment. But let's be very clear, with no ambiguity, this bill takes 17 million Americans off of Medicaid, no matter how you slice it. Now, we also know that this bill would gut the tax policies that spurred a clean energy boom throughout the country. This will increase Rhode Islanders, people in the Northeast, people across this country already sky-high energy bills and eliminate thousands of jobs. So I introduced Amendment 106. I know that this also was led in the Senate by another one of my senators, Jack Reed, and it blocks bad policies from taking effect until we confirm electricity prices will not be increased for any American household. Make a commitment to the American people that the priorities that Republicans have put forth for months and months and months that they've articulated actually have a potential of seeing the light of day. But I don't think that will be the case. And this bill would eliminate two taxes on gun silencers, short-barreled rifles and short-barreled shotguns. This would make Americans less safe from gun violence and cost $1.7 billion over 10 years. There is no better definition of a lose-lose. And yet, this found its way into this big, ugly bill. So I'm proud to co-lead Congressman Mike Thompson's Amendment 146, which would strike this dangerous and expensive provision. These amendments won't solve everything. They will blunt the brunt of the big, bad bill's betrayal for the American people. So I'll leave you with this. this bill is worse now, I'm an emphatic hell no, and I beg you, vote no. I yield back.
Thank you. Representative Ansari, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since 8 a.m. this morning, I have been leading a read-in for our future, joined by students, joined by labor unions, joined by advocates, other members of Congress, to read the almost 1,000 pages of the big, ugly bill and expose just how cruel and egregious it is. I have spent all day hosting readers for this. We started outside the Capitol. Now people are still downstairs trying to get through this bill, and it still is going to take another couple of hours. So to my Republican colleagues, I have a genuine question for you. I'm sure all of your constituents would like to know, have you read this bill? I mean, have you taken the time to even try to look at it, try to skim it? I mean, new text came out today. And if you have, does all of us being here right now, sitting here, mean that you're okay with everything that's in it? Are you okay with millions of people losing their health care as a result of this bill? Are you okay with people losing their homes as a result of this bill? Are you okay with millions of jobs being lost because of the clean energy rollbacks? Are you okay with billions of dollars going to ICE to rip families away from one another, to allow and enable Donald Trump to continue to break the law and to cement himself as a dictator of what is now an authoritarian regime? Either way, honestly, I don't know which one is worse, but I know that either way, your constituents and Americans deserve so much better than this. I'm here today offering 9 amendments to mitigate the drastic impacts that this bill would have in this country. I would like to highlight 3 of those amendments. My first amendment would prevent the natural resources title of this bill from taking effect until all subsidies for the fossil fuel industry are eliminated from the federal government. By even the most conservative estimates, the federal government gives $20.5 billion of fossil fuel subsidies to big oil annually. But Americans are not getting a fair return on their investment. In fiscal year 2022, direct subsidies to big oil exceeded revenue by $2.1 billion. Beyond dollars, the human toll of the climate crisis is staggering. Extreme heat, which is a deadly issue in my district, is already claiming 1,300 lives annually. By the way, extreme heat actually kills more people than tornadoes, floods, and the majority of natural disasters combined. Researchers estimate that if we continue to heavily rely on fossil fuels, extreme heat deaths could rise to 26,575 lives lost annually. We have to turn away from fossil fuels. They're a bad investment for our future, both from a fiscal and a human health perspective. I'm also offering an amendment that would require the Secretary of Interior and Comptroller General to ensure that this bill would not result in increased energy costs for Americans. Instead of investing in clean, renewable energy, Donald Trump and Republicans in Congress are using this big, ugly bill to continue giving handouts to big oil and fossil fuel polluters at the expense of working families. I serve on the Natural Resources Committee. We have had a number of hearings titled Unleashing American Energy Dominance. But then when you get into the weeds of it, there's no discussion of renewable energy. There's all of this talk about unleashing oil and gas all across the country when we already produce more oil and gas than any country in the world at any point in our history. At a time when energy prices are soaring and so many Americans are struggling to pay their bills, the last thing that we should be doing is enacting policies that will increase energy prices even further. Unfortunately, that's exactly what this bill does. If my Republican colleagues are serious about lowering costs for Americans, they should have no problem supporting my amendment to ensure that this bill does not result in higher energy costs before it takes effect. And lastly, I'm submitting an amendment that would utilize any alleged savings made by cuts to education funding to fill budget shortfalls in the Pell Grant program. The Congressional Budget Office projects that the Pell Grant program will have a shortfall of about $2.7 billion at the end of fiscal year 2025, which would widen to $9.9 billion by the end of 2026. It would then widen by $7 billion every year. This big, ugly bill tries to solve this problem by stripping Pell Grant eligibility from single parents and workers who need to go to school part-time. Pell Grants make getting a degree possible for people. for rural families, working families, students who are the first in their families to ever be able to go to college. These are future teachers and nurses and doctors and innovators. We cannot make school even more unaffordable and out of reach for them. This bill is a massive step backward for our future. It sells out our communities, guts our healthcare, and slashes programs that millions of Americans depend on. Letting this bill pass will be a death sentence for many in this country. And the fact that you can all sit here so callously, not caring at all, and doing whatever it is that Donald Trump tells you to do is disgusting. I yield back.
Representative Espaillat, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee. The American people will probably see this exercise and consider it to be an exercise in futility, that dozens of members of Congress come before this committee, they present meritorious amendments to make this bill better, and they're not heard. But in fact, I don't feel that. It is a collective testimony of where we stand on this bill. And this bill does not live up to the promises that Republicans made to the American people. Americans were told once, twice, 3 times, forever that Medicaid was safe from cuts. Instead, we see provisions that will cause millions of Americans to lose their health care and millions more to pay higher premiums and copays. Americans were told that Republicans were putting power back in the hands of states, but we see policies that would attempt to control how states decide to use their own state funding. Americans were told that this bill will reduce the deficit and restore the middle class. And yet we see instead this bill would allow for millions in tax cuts to the very wealthy and add trillions of dollars to the national debt. So this is a collective testimony that we're putting forward today that shows how the Republican Party has failed the American people. And several hundred amendments have been brought forward, including 112 amendments from members of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, which I'm proud to chair. I have introduced 3 amendments, Madam Chair. Amendment 312 will require a study on how Medicaid cuts will impact safety net hospitals and federally qualified health centers that provide services to medically underserved communities. Now, that's so important because they will get disproportionately hurt by these cuts. These safety net hospitals will potentially have to close. And so we must measure the level of hurt that this betrayal will perpetrate against the American people. Medicaid cuts are not just obviously harmful to patients, but they are also detrimental to healthcare facilities that predominantly serve Medicaid and Medicare recipients. Now, I have 488,000 Medicaid recipients in my district. This will severely hurt more than half, much more than half of the district. Many of them are seniors, children, women that relied on Medicaid and will see this program gutted. In the district, there are 18 funded healthcare centers, federally funded healthcare centers that provide services to over 1 million people every year. So this will devastate the district, this will devastate the country, but ultimately, this is a collective testimony that we're putting forward that unmasks the betrayal of the Republican Party to the American people on the pledges that you made, that you would not cut Medicaid. And in fact, we're seeing that you're devastating it. I've also introduced Amendment 282, which will require also a study on SNAP cuts, the biggest cuts in SNAP history. Yeah, this bill is big, all right. It's the biggest cut in healthcare in the history of our country. It's the biggest cut in food stamps in the history of our country. And it's the biggest transfer of wealth from the poor and the middle class to the richest in America. So this bill is big, all right, in those three categories. And the cuts in SNAP will not only hurt recipients, but it will hurt small businesses, grocery stores, bodega owners that rely, in many cases, 50% of their business is through food stamps, the SNAP program. So they will be hurt. Small businesses, grocers, not just in cities, but in rural areas as well. And finally, Madam Chair, I have Amendment 320, which will prohibit funds from being used to conduct immigration enforcement in houses of worship, in churches, in synagogues and temples across America. You should not be afraid to be arrested and deported when you go pray to your God. 65% of the American people believe so. These are the three amendments. People don't want this bill. I urge the adoption of the amendments. And I yield back.
Representative Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the committee, for being here to listen to us after a very long day. Y'all, I'm at the Rules Committee for the second time this Congress to try and fix the billionaire bailout budget, the most expensive single bill in American history, transferring wealth from working people to billionaires. I thought back in May that this bill just couldn't get any worse, but the Senate said, just wait, and they actually proved me wrong because the bill is actually worse. The first time the House debated and passed this bill, my Republican colleagues tried to hide it from the American people, debating it in the middle of the night, hoping that folks back home wouldn't notice what they were doing. This time, their cruelty has been on display in broad daylight all day long. My Republican colleagues are forcing a bill through that, Madam Chair, most of your colleagues haven't read this bill. They're voting to take food from the mouths of millions of families without even reading the bill. Democrats and Republican families alike who rely on SNAP, and y'all need to understand that the reliance on SNAP and the strain on food banks, they serve meals to millions across this country, not my constituents, but across all districts. When SNAP is slashed, food banks feel the pain in real time. Higher demand, increased strain on volunteers and donated supplies. This would make a bad situation worse for food banks across the country, including the Atlanta Community Food Bank in my district, which is already struggling after a $15 million funding cut following the defunding of local food purchase assistant cooperative agreement programs under this Republican administration. But I need to be clear, just because the Atlanta Community Food Bank is headquartered in my district, it serves 14 districts across the state. I was hoping that my colleagues from Georgia would have been here when I had an opportunity to speak, because in the 3rd Congressional District of Georgia, the Atlanta Community Food Bank serves people there. And I know that some of my other Republican colleagues in Georgia, 4 of them, also are served by the Atlanta Community Food Bank. Real people, like my constituent Denisha, will suffer, Madam Chair. Denisha is among the 1.4 million people who receive SNAP benefits in Georgia. She's a mother of 5, already struggling on SNAP just to make ends meet. I had an opportunity to talk with Denisha because she contacted my office after she discovered that her SNAP benefits were missing from her EBT card. Denisha says that she will do anything to feed her kids. That sounds like any and every mama that I know. Denisha turned to food pantries to help her family, and she told me food pantries are struggling too right now, and they could not even help me to feed my family. When SNAP is threatened, food banks are often the only place families can turn. So today, I propose an amendment adding a food bank relief fund to the bill. My amendment would appropriate $25 billion to the Emergency Food Assistance Program, supporting food banks that so many people turn to in these uncertain times. That's only a drop in the bucket compared to the billionaire tax cuts. The Food Bank Relief Fund is just one of the 18 amendments that I'm leading today. This moment will go down in history, no matter what path my Republican colleagues choose. I've chosen to fight for the people in my district who've called me day and night to ask me to oppose this bill. But make no mistake, this bill is not about cracking down on fraud or waste or abuse, because we're all against that. It's about taking food from children and seniors who depend on SNAP and ripping away the health care from nearly 17 million Americans who need Medicaid. Although I know my Republican colleagues will refuse to change their billionaire bailout budget and accept any of these amendments, I'll continue to bring the voice of the American people that would be harmed by this bill into the debate. Y'all, I came to Congress to serve the people. And I've heard from my colleagues on both sides of the aisle claiming that they're here to serve the people as well. But the Republican budget abandons them. These are real people, not line items in a budget. Families who rely on SNAP to keep their children fed, seniors choosing between food and medical treatments, veterans already without stable housing. Instead of delivering for them and the promise of America, you're giving tax breaks to billionaires. That's not public service, it's betrayal. So when you go home to your districts, you'll have to answer for it. I know I'm going to answer to my constituents that I'm fighting for. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Congresswoman Bonamici, you're recognized.
Thank you to the chair and the ranking member, and thank you to the Rules Committee for being here and for listening to us today. I want to first align myself with so many excellent amendments that are designed to stop the harm that will come from these devastating cuts to Medicaid and SNAP. I met with hospital leaders, the Hospital Association, the leaders of the community health clinics. The word that they agreed was applicable is catastrophic. 97% of Oregonians have insurance, and that is because we have been very innovative and forward with Medicaid expansion, and 1 in 3 Oregonians, including many children, get their health care through Medicaid. But I want to talk about a couple of other issues that are in this big bad bill that are not getting as much attention. The first is my amendment number 348 about student loans. This bill is a sweeping, calculated assault on American families, on students, and on institutes of higher education that give people the opportunity to be educated. This bill attacks higher education, making it even more expensive for students and their families. It eliminates PLUS loans. It modifies repayment plans to remove some of the lowest cost options for borrowers. Monthly student loan payments will increase dramatically. So my amendment, number 348, provides a necessary protection for existing student loan borrowers who are shortchanged under this terrible bill. These borrowers made important life-changing decisions based on the loan programs and repayment plans that were available to them at the time. They should not have to have unfavorable loan terms forced on them just to pay for Republican tax cuts for billionaires. So if left unchanged, this bill will set more borrowers up to fail. As written, it will dramatically increase the number of borrowers who will default. None of us want that. It's not good for borrowers, it's not good for the economy, and it's not good for the country. So I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment to honor the promise that's made to student loan borrowers and allow them to remain in their current plans. My second amendment I'd like to speak in favor of is number 436, and this strips the so-called institutional accountability provisions. The damage doesn't stop with student borrowers. It slams doors of opportunity shut for those who need it most. So in addition to making colleges and universities less affordable, this bill targets specific programs of study based on ignorant and arbitrary low-earning outcomes. Although the Senate's accountability proposal is unquestionably better for schools than the House's so-called risk-sharing plan, I'm glad that's out, the Senate's bill would discriminate against programs that lead to careers in valuable but perhaps low-paying fields, especially in public service and the arts. What if a student wants to join the Peace Corps or become an early childhood educator? These are fields with low salaries, but that doesn't mean the work isn't valuable or that the students didn't benefit from their education. An analysis from the Urban Institute found that programs in human development, health and medical, administrative services, human services, and teacher education, they will all see the greatest losses. Madam Chair, people should not be punished for choosing service over salary. My amendment would strike this harmful provision so colleges and universities will not be penalized for the career paths their graduates choose to pursue. If my colleagues are truly interested in accountability for higher education, they can support gainful employment and the 90-10 rule. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and end the assault on these valuable educational programs that make our country stronger, more innovative, and more competitive. The next two amendments are related. One is from Ranking Member Scott and the other is mine, because this bill doesn't just fail students, it fails children and families. So Mr. Scott's Amendment 279 and my Amendment 388 stop American children from going hungry. Federal nutrition programs, including WIC, SNAP, school meals, and more, are investments in the health, learning, and development of children and young adults across the country. There's no excuse for slashing lifelines to children in need. Every congressional district is home to people facing hunger. Now is not the time to be making everyday life harder for American families and taking away vital nutrition support. These amendments are pro-family, pro-children, pro-mom, unlike the rest of the big, bad, ugly bill. Finally, I'm supporting 3 amendments from, that I'm working on and co-sponsoring with Representative Magaziner, having to do with NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. I serve on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and I know how important NOAA is. But this bill sabotages safety and puts Americans directly in harm's way. So these amendments will strike provisions that gut NOAA and kneecap our ability to forecast weather, protect coastal communities, and maintain the very sanctuaries that sustain our fisheries, economy, and way of life. Rescinding funds for NOAA's permitting and reviews will delay overdue projects that are designed to blunt the worst extreme weather events and harm coastal economies. And stripping support for community resilience will leave families defenseless against rising seas and billion-dollar disasters. Cutting research means we'll fly blind into the next hurricane, heat wave, or harmful algal bloom event. This bill is like cutting off the fire hose during a 5-alarm fire. In summary, I didn't think this bill could get worse, but it did. It's regressive and reckless and strips healthcare, food assistance from millions. It's legislative malpractice, and history will remember those who stood up for those in need and those who voted to burn it all down. I yield back.
Ms. Goodlander, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern. I am here tonight before this committee once again because this is the last committee, the only committee standing in between the people who I work for, the hardworking people of New Hampshire, and this big bill. And I brought the bill with me tonight because you might call me old-fashioned, but I read every bill we vote on in this body. We've had this text for less than 12 hours. And yet here we are tonight, once again in the dead of night, pushing this big, brutal bill across the finish line in an arbitrary deadline. This bill is 887 pages. Even if you don't read this whole bill, which every member of this body should, it should catch your attention that it includes the biggest cuts to Medicaid in American history. It's a beautiful bill only for one group of people, and that is the billionaires who are gonna make out like bandits with tax giveaways galore, tax giveaways that they don't need. For the rest of America, this is a brutal bill. Its brutality is measured in the trillions of taxpayer dollars that this bill is going to add to our already sky-high national debt. Its brutality is going to be measured in the costs that millions of fellow Americans will pay in dollars and in their lives that are going to be upended by this bill. Look, we had very little time, way less time than any deliberative body should have to introduce amendments. I've introduced common sense amendments that try to go directly to the costs that this bill is going to impose on millions and millions of Americans. Energy costs and housing costs, healthcare costs and food costs. But what I want to say tonight is that when we vote on this bill, I hope every member of this body will keep in their minds and in their hearts the real cost, the real human beings who are going to pay the price. The little boy in the town of Boscawen, whose life depends on Medicaid and on SNAP, and whose life is going to be forever changed by this bill. He will be in my heart and on my mind when we vote on this bill. The cancer survivor in the city of Keene, who literally would not be here today if this bill, this big, brutal bill, were law today. She will be in my heart and on my mind. The patriotic healthcare providers in the North Country of my state who've come to me with tears in their eyes because they know that this bill is going to shut down critical access hospitals and people will die. They will be in my heart. And so too will the extraordinary people I sat with this afternoon. The last thing I did before I came down here to this committee was to sit with a group of extraordinary people who are trying to do the Lord's work in providing health care to those who need it most. They will be in my mind and in my heart as we vote on this bill. I hope you will read every word. I hope that the absence of our Republican colleagues here tonight is not evidence that they are not paying attention to the harm that this bill is going to wreak on our country. I urge this committee to adopt the common sense amendments that have been put forth tonight, but no amendments can fix the damage that this bill is going to cause to our country, and that is why I'm a hard no. With that, I yield back.
Thanks to all of our witnesses. Mr. Austin, do you have any questions you would like to ask? I'm sorry, Mr. Scott. Yep, Mr. Scott. Mr. McGovern.
I just want to thank all of you for being here. Your words are powerful, and I think it reflects what the American people are thinking right now. I think people are really scared and frightened, and especially those who have benefited from some of the programs that seem to be targeted. So we will do everything we can on this committee to be wind at your backs to try to advocate for your amendments. I'm not going to ask any questions, but I do want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a letter that we just received from the Congressional Budget Office, basically telling us that this big, awful bill got more expensive. Since coming, it has added an additional $110 billion to the Senate, original Senate bill. So now, it would increase the deficits by over $3.4 trillion, not $3.3 trillion. So every time we deal with this, it gets more expensive. So in any event, I ask unanimous consent.
Without objection.
I thank you again. I yield back.
Thanks. Mr. Griffith. Okay, Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. I just want to echo the ranking member's thanks to all of you. The passion which you have brought to this discussion, and each of you telling the stories of your constituents and trying to help people understand the problems with this bill, each of you in a different way. I think together the tapestry is really, really powerful. I know some folks took some unusual measures to make sure that everybody knows what's in the bill, and that's a huge undertaking as well. So thank you, everyone, for all your work. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Neguse?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions. I would echo the sentiments of the ranking member and Representative Scanlon with respect to thanking the witnesses for their impassioned testimony, and certainly believe all of their amendments should be considered by the committee. Hope springs eternal that perhaps we'll be able to convince our colleagues in the majority to consider them. I guess one note that I think bears mentioning, and it's in response to Dr. Morrison's testimony, just because it's rare that we have an opportunity to have someone whom has spent her entire career serving patients and ultimately closest to the people whom will be devastated by this bill. I'm curious if you've heard from hospitals in Minnesota in the last, I guess, 24 hours here, 12 hours since the passage of the Senate bill. And the reason I ask that question is I've certainly heard from Colorado hospitals, and we're kind of collating a lot of these statements that are now being issued this evening and earlier today from hospital associations across the country. I was just reading one from Virginia and just detailing the impacts to Southeast and Southwest Virginia, in particular the rural hospitals that are going to be closing if the Senate language ultimately is signed into law. So I wonder if that's consistent with what you're hearing?
Well, it certainly is. And I think it reflects everyone's experience. The hospitals in my district and across the state of Minnesota are literally panicking. Some of the there are two kind of main safety net hospitals in Minneapolis, and they both are concerned that they will have to shut their doors. And the implications for the Minneapolis-St. Paul metro area, the state, the region, are catastrophic. We've used the word catastrophic a few times tonight. So yes, I've been hearing from hospitals, from providers, from patients panic.
Well, I've heard the same, and it's all the more reason why I think your amendment ought to be adopted. I also look forward to the debate on the floor tomorrow, because there are a number of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle who made a lot of noise in advance of the Senate's consideration of this bill, making the case that the Senate's approach to hospital provider fees was in their view, far less compassionate approach. And there are many of our colleagues who signed letters to that effect, directed to members of the United States Senate, Republican members of the House, who made the case that they simply could not support the approach that the Senate was taking because it would close rural hospitals in their districts. And now they're going to have an opportunity to perhaps test the adage of, action speaking louder than words, because they'll have an opportunity to vote up or down on this bill, it seems. So in any event, thank you for all the witnesses, and I'll yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez.
Once again, I join and echo the comments about being concerned, as well as the concerns about hospitals, including South Carolina Hospital Association, Louisiana Hospital Association, Kentucky Hospital Association. Like, they're all concerned, and they recognize it. And interestingly enough, some of the associations, like in Kentucky, as well as in South Carolina and North Carolina, they actually point out, we liked the House bill better, right? So now it's back over here as a really bad bill, and the question is, what are the legislators, what are the Congress people going to do here, right? Are they going to stand up for, we didn't like their bill, but at least it wasn't as bad as what the Senate is doing to their own hospitals. And with regards to reading the bill, several of you mentioned that, Representative Ansari, that question actually was asked of the committee ranking members and chairs, and they were here having to testify on a bill that they hadn't had time to read. So you're bringing to light what was in that bill. I think it's very important for the American public. Your testimony tonight, bringing to light through your amendments, is very important to the American public. Hopefully everybody is going to watch it and see it, because we're all going to post it and retweet it and repost it. So if you're watching out there and you like what they said, make sure that you're letting your neighbors and friends and family know, so their neighbors, friends, and family won't get kicked off of their Medicaid, their Medicare, their Affordable Care Act, their Women's Reproductive Act, their education loans, everything. So thank you so very much.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure-Fernandez. Thank you to our witnesses. You all are excused. Kennedy, Clyde, Frost, Adams, Kamlager, Dove, Wasserman Schultz, Goldman. Alma? I know most of you have been here for a while, and you've heard what I've said before. Your written comments will be put into the record if you give them to us. We ask you to keep your verbal comments to 5 minutes. I don't see Mr. Goldman. He was here earlier. We'll slot him in here. Dr. Adams, if you want to move up one, you don't have to, but you'll be after Mr. Frost. If you or prefer, you can just stay right where you are. Mr. Kennedy, I think you win the prize for being here the longest, I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Patient.
You're recognized.
Duly noted. Duly.
He might have something to say about that after tonight.
Well, I'll get right to it, Chairwoman. Thank you very much. Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee. Today, I offer a critical amendment to strike Section 71-113, which targets and defunds community health centers that provide family planning services, even in states where those services are protected by law. The broader provisions in the underlying legislation, the big ugly bill, include the massive cuts to Medicaid, which would decimate access to care for millions of Americans, particularly low-income women, children, and seniors. In May, when we convened at 1 a.m. in this very room, I sat here the entire night and listened. I listened to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle talk about the implications of this bill. When it was finally my turn to speak around 11 a.m. that morning, I stood up and sounded the alarm, and one by one, so did my Democratic colleagues. We highlighted the consequences of moving forward with this dangerous legislation and exactly who would be harmed in all communities across the country. In response, the Republican majority shoved this legislation through anyway, with many members later claiming they were unaware of what was actually even in the bill. And now here we are again. After the Senate Republicans somehow managed to make this legislation worse, this isn't just the largest health care cut in American history, it's a direct attack on Americans. This legislation cuts more than $1 trillion from Medicaid, Medicare, and the Affordable Care Act, leaving nearly 17 million Americans uninsured. As a representative of a community with 285,000 people who depend on these services, including 110,000 children, let me focus on what's at stake with the Medicaid provisions outlined in this bill. Since the passage of the Affordable Care Act in 2010, nearly 25 million Americans nationwide have gained access to care through the Medicaid expansion. That means moms have access to prenatal and postnatal care, children can get regular checkups, and people struggling to put food on the table can still see a doctor before minor issues become emergencies. It means those in rural areas, often far from major hospitals, can visit clinics, access telehealth services, or get prescriptions filled without having to travel hours for basic preventative care. In New York, expanding Medicaid has given over 1 million people access to care. With this bill, New York will face billions of dollars in new costs, while other states could see their expansions repealed entirely. This will cost every single state in this country dearly, both financially and in the human cost. I cannot understand why members of this majority would rip life-saving care away from their constituents in the name of tax breaks for billionaires. It's unconscionable. As an occupational therapist myself, I've worked with patients, young and old, people who rely on Medicaid for necessary care. Without access to care, our healthcare system will become destabilized, and these same patients will suffer. And for those not on Medicaid, who can afford private health insurance, they'll be sent back to the bad old days, forced to deal with overcrowded emergency rooms, more expensive premiums, higher copays, and more costly deductibles. Everybody gets hurt. In the meantime, hospitals, nursing homes, and community health centers will close. Congressional Republicans are forcing families to choose between life-saving medicine and going hungry. And they're putting lives at risk This Republican bill shifts the burden to states, to hospitals, and to the people who can least afford it. It's an attack on the American people. It makes Americans less safe and healthcare less accessible. Healthcare is a human right, not a luxury reserved for the few. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I'll be voting no on this big, ugly bill. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Representative Clyde, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appear before you today to testify in support of my amendment to eliminate the tax registration requirements for suppressors and short-barreled firearms under the National Firearms Act. House Republicans have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to deliver real conservative constitutional change in Washington. This Congress has laid out bold priorities for President Trump's one big, beautiful bill, including tax relief for working families and small businesses, major investments in border security, strengthening our military, and unleashing American energy. Yet we also have a rare opportunity to restore significant Second Amendment freedoms. For 91 years, yes, 91 years, the National Firearms Act has unjustly subjected American gun owners to unconstitutional infringements on our Second Amendment freedoms. When I came to Washington, I promised to not only protect and defend my constituents' Second Amendment rights, but to restore these God-given freedoms that have been taken from us. Removing the National Firearms Act taxation and registration of suppressors and short-barreled firearms provides a tremendous step towards achieving this critical goal. That's why for months I've led the fight to ensure that we deliver as many pro-2A wins, pro-Second Amendment wins in the budget reconciliation as possible. I successfully added a provision to the House-passed bill to eliminate the unconstitutional taxation and registration for suppressors under the draconian National Firearms Act. I then worked closely with my Senate Republicans to go a step further by eliminating both the National Firearms Act taxation and registration requirements for short-barreled firearms as well. However, the unelected Senate parliamentarian struck this provision down, erroneously claiming that it violated the Byrd Rule. I vehemently disagree with her, and I believe many of her rulings prove she's incapable of making sound, nonpartisan decisions. Let me be perfectly clear. The taxation and registration under the National Firearms Act are inseparably linked. The registration database is the method used by the government to account for the tax paid on each firearm by the serial number of the firearm. And I'd like to show you something. This is an example right here of the tax stamp itself, for any of you who want to look at it, all right? This is a tax stamp from an actual Form 4, National Firearms Act, NFA, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, Form 4. And it says right here, submit the appropriate tax payment, and we will affix the National Firearms Act stamp. And this is the stamp right here. As you can see, it has a serial number on it. This is actually the serial number of the firearm for which the tax was paid. And you have the date, 9/11/2022, and then you have another one right here, a different serial number for a different transfer tax, and another one, and another one, and another one. All of them, you see, are a National Firearms Act tax. Now you have two taxes. You have one that's a $5 tax, and then you have one that's a $200 tax, depending upon the type of firearm. In this particular case, it's a $200 tax. Therefore, if you have no tax, you have no foundation for the registration database. Despite this fact, the unelected Senate parliamentarian determined that the pro-Second Amendment provision in the Senate bill was not budget-related and therefore violated the Byrd Rule. This is simply false. Her ruling was flat out wrong. The tax stamp right here is clear evidence that you have a serial number of a firearm used to document the registration and the tax on the form itself. While I still believe eliminating the taxation of these firearms takes an impressive chunk out of the infringement caused by the National Firearms Act and sets up a strong foundation to challenge the registration requirements in court, I never want to rely on the courts. I believe we can and must do more. That's why I've introduced this amendment, which reinserts the Second Amendment victories the American people demand and deserve. My amendment would ensure the Senate has another opportunity to consider my common sense provision to remove these firearms from the tax database of the National Firearms Act. This amendment gives us another chance to eliminate the 91-year-old taxation and registration of suppressors and short-barreled firearms, championing American Second Amendment liberties instead of tolerating the partisan, unelected Senate parliamentarians' illogical ruling. The American people are demanding that we fight, and my amendment ensures that the fight lives on. I urge this committee to make my amendment in order to restore Americans' Second Amendment rights, and I look forward to taking any questions. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Clyde. Representative Frost, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. This is truly, I believe, an evil bill that should never become law. The single largest transfer of wealth from the working poor and the working class to the ultra-rich, billionaires, and mega corporations in this nation's history. And I don't understand why anyone would vote for it, at least anyone that's read it. And of course, after this passed the House last time, a few Republican members came out to admit that they didn't read the full bill. Well, I did, and this list of unacceptable policies I think are important to bring up, things that we should definitely strike. I mean, this bill is big and is evil, taking away healthcare coverage from nearly 17 million people, 11.8 million people who would lose their care due to cuts on Medicaid, approximately 5 million people who would lose their care due to Republicans sabotaging the Affordable Care Act. And in Florida alone, more than 1.9 million people could lose their health care. Children eligible for the Children's Health Insurance Program, CHIP, will be out of coverage and have annual and lifetime limits set on their care. Organizations Planned Parenthood is defunded, leaving many people with nowhere to go for cancer screenings and prenatal care. Hundreds of billions of dollars will be cut from Medicare, reducing access to care for seniors. States will be stripped of the ability to raise funding to provide health care to their lowest income residents. Hospitals and nursing homes will be closed, especially those in rural and underserved communities. In fact, studies show 1 in 4 nursing homes will be forced to shut down. Nursing homes will be less safe by dramatically reducing staffing and safety standards by closing 338 rural hospitals and 579 nursing homes. Co-pays for people on Medicaid will increase. Those able to stay on the marketplace coverage would see annual premiums nearly double to $1,300 or $3,000 for families. Monthly health insurance premiums for millions of families will spike by failing to extend the ACA enhanced premium tax credits that expire at the end of 2025, and as a result, 4.2 million more Americans will become uninsured. The Thrifty Food Plan, which helps people on tight budgets eat healthy, will shrink. Free school meals that are jeopardized by threatening SNAP eligibility for millions of children, literally taking the food out of children's mouths in schools. Food banks will be further strained, and they're already at a breaking point. Millions would lose their SNAP benefits, single mothers and families trying to feed themselves and their children. Grocery costs could rise for 40 million Americans. Energy bills will increase by up to $400 per year for families across the country and 10% for businesses. This puts nearly 400,000 jobs at risk. It can push mortgages to increase by more than $1,000 a year and small business loans by more than $800 a year. Taxes will increase for nearly 100 million families who pay an average of $1,000 or more a year. Meanwhile, the top 0.1, not 1%, the top 0.1%, the billionaires, will gain $309,000 in 2027 alone. That's $847 a day. Certain clean energy tax credits from the Inflation Reduction Act will end, which reverses progress on combating the climate crisis and climate change. The climate collapse will be sped up by requiring a minimum of 4 oil and gas leases each year in each of the 9 western states. Support for our national parks and other federal recreation land will be cut. A permanent unlimited tax credit for private school vouchers will be created, and this tax credit would give private schools 2 to 3 times the tax benefit of other nonprofit organizations such as houses of worship, veterans groups, and homeless shelters, literally taking food from our public education system and putting it in the hands of the private system. Borrowers, student loan borrowers' ability to pause student loan payments when experiencing unemployment or financial hardships will end. Monthly student loan payments will be even more expensive for borrowers due to eliminating the SAVE plan and replacing all income-driven repayment plans with a new, more expensive repayment assistant plan. The Consumer Financial Protections Bureau will be dramatically slashed by capping the amount of money from 6.5% down to 12%, making it easier for banks and creditors and other huge corporations to rip off our people. And there's so much more in this bill that harms our constituents, that harms people across this country. I urge people to read the bill and vote no on it. And I do have to bring up one thing, because Representative Hank Johnson earlier brought up some Bible verses about taking care of each other and the poor. And Madam Chair, you looked at him and said, you read those verses, which is great that you read them. I read them too. James 2:26 says, faith without works is dead. So we can read the Bible verses all you want, but until you stand up for the health care of people, the poor, the people in our communities, those works are dead. I yield back.
I know that scripture very well, too. Dr. Adams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our ranking member and all the committee members. This is just not a beautiful bill. It's backwards. It's beyond beautiful. As a matter of fact, it's a betrayal to the American people, and it's going to hurt a lot of beautiful people. Just to give tax breaks to billionaires. And let me just speak about North Carolina, because 663,000 North Carolina Medicaid recipients would lose their health care. North Carolina would have to pay more than $500 million more in SNAP costs, and 238,000 North Carolina college students would see their student loan payments doubled or tripled. Now, this bill, which now has $1 trillion, it adds to the Medicaid cuts. It's going to cause Americans to die from lack of health care by being unable to seek medical care and access necessary medical equipment and afford life-saving prescriptions or manage chronic illnesses that require consistent treatment. And all of this just to give handouts to billionaires who can't afford medical care. Listen, you can't be healthy if you're hungry. We've got to be concerned about feeding our people, feeding our children in particular. This bill takes food out of the mouths of children to feed the pockets of people who never have to worry about where their next meal is coming from. Because, you know, if your stomach doesn't growl, you don't feel the pain that's coming from mine. The bill slashes financial aid to students working to realize the American dream, only to prioritize tax breaks for the wealthiest Americans who can already afford it. No tax on tips and overtime, well, that's a little disingenuous, because this bill expires in 2028, and it will cap how much you can receive. It's going to make tax breaks for the wealthy permanent. And this bill doesn't cap the tax breaks for billionaires, nor does it place a time limit on the wealthy tax breaks. So why does it do that for other workers? Well, it's backwards. It's a big, ugly, backward bill. It moves our country backwards while adding $3.4 trillion to our debt. And I introduced an amendment that would change the definition of the gross income of student loans that's currently in the bill for student loan repayments. The Senate version basically says that if you're married, your spouse's income can be factored into the calculation of loan repayments, which would mean higher payments. My definition would simply get rid of that loophole. And so we know that higher loan repayments limits the ability for students to achieve the traditional life milestones, such as buying a home or starting a family. It keeps people from the American dreams. It's going to hurt a lot of beautiful people. Overall, this bill goes against our American values. It does not make America great. And with great fear and disgust of what this bill will mean for Americans across this country, I cannot support it. We've got to continue to make sure that we provide for the least, the lost, and the left behind. We've got to make sure that we do the right thing for the right people at the right time. Now is the time. This is a bad bill. It's ugly, it's mean, it's evil. And Madam Chair, I'm not going to support it. I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. Ms. Kamlager Dove, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. You know, I too am going to start with some scripture. Deuteronomy 24, verse 14, 15. Do not take advantage of a hired worker who is poor and needy. Pay them their wages each day. Otherwise, they may cry to the Lord against you, and you will be guilty of sin. You know, I started my day in my district, actually trying to protect constituents of mine from getting kidnapped by the federal government. And these are people who are working, these are people who own businesses, and they are also people who do not have criminal convictions. And while that was happening, the Senate passed this betrayal of a bill. And then I got a call from a working mother who has a child with special needs. And she is not on Medicaid, but she sees a really good doctor who is able to see her child and take care of her child because that doctor sees Medicaid patients. And then I went to the airport so that I could come here to this Doom room and talk about this bill. And I ended up talking to a mother with a very young child, and the child had a leg lengthener. The child was also on Medicaid. And I couldn't help but think, what's going to happen to this child when these Republicans pass this bill? What is going to happen to this child's health care? What is going to happen to this child's future? I'm from California, Los Angeles, and in my district of 700,000, 410,000 of my constituents are on Medicaid. 7 out of the 10 highest Medicaid enrollment districts in this country are in my state. My district, Los Angeles, is number 4, but Republicans represent the top 1, 2, and 3 highest Medicaid enrollee districts in the country. And I'm wondering, what happens when you all pass this bill and those constituents get cut? I mean, and they die. Do they not matter? Do your constituents not even matter? Because trust me, if they don't show up in the morgue, they will show up in urgent care or in the emergency room, and that is going to cost all of us so much more. But this bill is not just about cutting Medicaid or SNAP or getting rid of baby formula for new mothers. This bill is also about cutting Pell Grants, access to student loans, deferment options for young people who are trying to get an education. This bill will eliminate jobs because, trust me, if hospitals and community clinics and doctors' offices close, jobs will go too. And this bill cheats working Americans by giving the richest of the rich permanent tax cuts while not doing the same for those who are just getting by. And that is why I am offering an amendment that does something my Republican colleagues claim they want to do, but apparently just can't bring themselves to the finish line, making the overtime tax exemption permanent. You see, Republicans have been busy tweeting about no tax on overtime as if it's some eternal gift from the heavens. But when you read the fine print, which I know isn't as fun as tweeting, you find out that their provision actually expires after just a few years. And this bill doesn't even include all overtime. If your hourly rate is $10 and your overtime rate is $15, then you're only allowed a deduction of $5, not the full $15 you've earned. So I have to ask, are no taxes even in the room with us? Yet again, their false god, Trump, fails to deliver for the American people. To be clear, they want workers to believe they're getting a forever tax break, but they quietly snuck in a sunset clause. That's not a real promise. That's a bait and switch. It's a cheap headline at the expense of hardworking Americans who deserve better, who deserve the truth. My amendment does the honest thing. It strikes the sunset clause and makes the overtime tax exemption permanent. Simple, straightforward, and without an expiration date. because working people deserve more than tweeted out promises. They deserve to actually keep what they earn, all of it. If my colleagues really believe in honoring hard work, if they truly believe that every extra hour a worker puts in should be rewarded, not taxed away, then this is their chance to put their votes where their tweets are. Let's stop the performative politics. Let's actually deliver permanent, real relief for workers and show them that Congress can be a place of action, not just empty words. You know, this bill will make America more sick, more hungry, and more broke. At least it will do that for the majority of working Americans, because we are all connected. If you close a hospital in somebody's district, it impacts those who are on Medicaid as well as those who are not. It impacts those people who have jobs there, and it will certainly constrict the economy in those districts because there will be fewer jobs to go around. I'm going to end the way I started, with Proverbs 13:5. The righteous hate what is false, but the wicked make themselves a stench and bring shame on themselves. I will not be voting for this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Gentlelady Ms. Wasserman Schultz of Florida for her 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member McGovern. Here we are, back in the Rules Committee in the dead of night, talking about a bill that hardly anyone has read yet. I'm proud to join my House Democratic colleagues tonight to shine a light on this disastrous, big, ugly bill that is nearly 1,000 pages. I have several amendments filed on this bill to make lives more affordable for the American people and to root out waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government for real, not the pretend fake way that Republicans are saying their bill does. Amendment number 16 adds a new subsection requiring the Secretary of Health and Human Services to certify in writing that the reductions and rescissions made by this act will not affect cancer survivors currently on Medicaid or Medicare. It's a tiny bit personal to me, Mr. Chairman, because as a cancer survivor, I can tell you that it is unfathomable for me to imagine that in addition to getting a diagnosis where you are staring down the barrel of your life and whether it will continue, that you would also, after this bill passes, have to worry about whether or not you're going to actually be able to be cared for by a doctor or get any health care at all. There are thousands of people prior to the Affordable Care Act or who have not been able to access Medicaid who actually die as a result of not having that kind of health care coverage because they get cancer and their symptoms worsen and the cancer eats them alive and they die because they can't get basic access to health care. When you catch cancer early, we know we can save people's lives. When you don't, when they don't have health care, then you are literally killing them. So that's on you. This amendment should be a non-controversial common sense policy, protect the health care of cancer survivors. If Trump and Republicans truly want to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, this should be a no-brainer. And it shatters me to know that this bill will harm people who are grasping for hope, desperate to survive this terrible disease. Over 10% of cancer survivors rely on Medicaid for their care, and more than 1/3 of children newly diagnosed with cancer in our country are enrolled in Medicaid or CHIP. Medicaid is a lifeline to so many cancer survivors, and they don't need any obstacles or uncertainty to accessing their care, nor do they need to struggle just to stay alive. Or also, Republicans can stuff more big tax breaks into the pockets of the big corporations and the super rich. This is truly inexplicable. Survivors who rely on Medicaid will die because of this bill. My next amendment, number 184, requires the Secretary of Agriculture to certify that no students will be made ineligible for free or reduced school lunches. Why are you okay with kicking children off of their school lunches? My governor of my home state refuses to take federal funds so that kids can have free breakfast in the summer. This abject cruelty and complete lack of caring about people who are less fortunate is mind-blowing. But you certainly demonstrate how much you care about the fortunate. Amendment number 200 prohibits funds from being used to construct new ICE detention facilities near environmentally sensitive areas like the Everglades in my home state of Florida. Democratic and Republican administrations alike have invested in the protection and rehabilitation of the Everglades, which is an economic driver for Florida. By constructing any new facilities in this protected space without consultation with tribes or to understand the impacts on the decades-long Everglades restoration efforts, spending billions of dollars for the last 25 years is totally wrong. Talk about waste. I mean, nothing spells waste like just lighting on fire hundreds of billions of dollars because we are now dropping a detention facility in the middle of the sensitive ecosystem that we've spent billions of dollars on that has an airstrip on it that was supposed to be a much larger airport, abandoned decades ago because it was deemed too environmentally sensitive to put infrastructure there. To say nothing about the human rights violations that would occur, putting humans in cages without regards to human rights. I'm also proud to join an amendment offered by Representative Thompson of California, striking Section 70436 from the bill, which would give tax breaks to people buying suppressors. How does this provision do anything to uplift the middle class or lower prices? It doesn't. Republicans are about to ram through a slew of awful policies that will weaken our country, economy, communities, and families everywhere. This bill is downright evil, as my colleague from Florida said. It's shameful. You want to talk about saving taxpayer dollars? Then fund early screening, fund treatment, fund prevention for advanced stage cancer, because we all know that preventing diseases like cancer and catching it early is far less costly than treating it when it is advanced and spread. Access to insurance saves lives and lowers costs. I know you know that, but you simply don't have the courage to stand up to Donald Trump and defend your constituents for fear he'll tweet you a primary opponent. And spare me the excuse this bill only kicks off ineligible people from Medicaid. That's malarkey. In the words of one great American, this is false and you know it. This moment calls for courage, not self-interest. It requires a heart, not a headline. There are 109,929 people who rely on Medicaid for their health care in my district. That includes 68,732 children under the age of 19 and 27,000 seniors. That's who I'm here for tonight at almost midnight to stand up for, because you won't. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member McGovern. I'm here today to support two of my amendments to this big, ugly bill, but I want to say a couple of things first about how absolutely dreadful and devastating this draconian bill is, and that it's gotten so much worse since you all passed it out of the House by one vote and sent it over to the Senate. Now, 17 million Americans, more than 5% of this country's population, will lose their health care. $1 trillion, up from $800 billion, will be cut from Medicare. Many more jobs will be lost, hospitals will close, emergency rooms will be overstuffed, and care will be dramatically reduced. And we're only dealing with this bill because the Senate carved out those terrible, terrible policies from Alaska to buy Senator Murkowski's vote. This bill is going to reduce SNAP by 30%, $250 billion. I know, for one, I just looked this up, that there are 90,000 constituents in Mr. Langworthy's district in our shared home state of New York, 30% of whom will potentially be losing their SNAP benefits. This bill does not eliminate the SALT deduction cap, as many of my Republican colleagues in New York promised, and it goes back to the same $10,000 cap in just 5 years, which of course prevents anyone from planning in the future and potentially buying a house. It eliminates so many clean energy subsidies, and this one is baffling, because you can think climate change is a hoax. Fine, let's not even focus on that. Let's talk America first. America first is American manufacturing, is lowering energy prices, at least that's what I hear. Well, there have been over 200,000 jobs that have been created in this country by the clean energy subsidies from the Inflation Reduction Act. Over $400 million has been invested. And most of that's been in red districts. It's your own districts. And Trump, as you will remember on the campaign trail, asked oil executives to give him $1 billion and he would take care of them. Well, this bill is taking care of them, because you're killing the growing American-made clean energy industry in your own districts that helps meet our energy needs, just to throw a bone to the oil industry. Now, it'd all be better, at least you'd have an argument to say, oh, these are dramatic cuts, but we have to do it to get our fiscal house in order. Well, of course, this bill doesn't do that. It increases the deficit now by $3.3 trillion, up almost $1 trillion from the House bill. There are some members of this Rules Committee who have said over and over and over again, they will not accept a dollar more into our deficit than the House bill. This is $1 trillion more and much more than that when you factor in the interest payments. And 80% of these tax benefits go to the top 10% of earners. The lowest 20% of earners would lose $1,000 a year on average. Going back for a second to Mr. Langworthy's district, the House version of the bill that you voted for was estimated to kick more than 34,000 of your own constituents off of health care. And this bill is worse. What are you going to tell them? That you took their health care so you could give tax cuts to Donald Trump and Elon Musk? And this is actually fewer people than your other Republican colleagues in New York, including Mr. Lawler, Ms. Maliotakis, and Mr. LaLota. And then finally, ICE funding. Notwithstanding all these cuts, we're increasing ICE funding by tens of billions of dollars, including, most importantly, by giving the plainclothes, unidentified, masked ICE agents an average of a $40,000 bonus. So if you can be part of the secret police, you get paid an extra $40,000. And so my first amendment would address this increase in ICE funding, Amendment 278, which just simply says that no funding may be used to prevent the members of Congress from conducting their statutorily authorized oversight of immigration enforcement and detention facilities. I, for myself, have been denied access to ICE facilities that are housing immigrants in violation of the law and the Constitution. And this one is simple. Do my Republican colleagues believe in congressional oversight? Do you think that the Department of Homeland Security should be accountable for these billions? Do you think that so little of people who are not citizens in this country that you will let them live in squalor for weeks? Have you no decency? And I will submit my other amendment for the record, but I do hope that you will make them both in order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. Ms. Fishbach, do you have any questions?
I'll yield back.
Thank you. Mr. McGovern.
I want to thank you all for being here at this late hour, and I want to thank you again for your passion and for standing up for people, quite frankly, who don't have a lobby and who don't have a lot of money to come to Washington and go to fundraisers and hobnob with members of Congress and members of the Senate. So I thank you. I support all your amendments, with the exception of Mr. Clyde's. I don't support yours. Your amendment would expand the hitman handout in this bill even further by removing gun silencers, short-barreled rifles, sawed-off shotguns, and other firearms that are easily concealed from regulation under the National Firearms Act. This goes even further than the version of the big ugly bill that passed the Senate earlier today, which removes the excise tax of $200 on silencers and these other weapons. JCT says that this tax cut for silencers and sawed-off shotguns costs $2 billion. And the National Firearms Act controls the most dangerous weapons available. It subjects them to strict registration requirements. This amendment would essentially mean that silencers and short-barreled rifles could be sold in private sales without background checks. It would be easy for gangs and felons and sex offenders to get them. Combining a silencer and a concealable short-barreled rifle with easy-to-assemble and totally legal parts would allow people to convert them into untraceable, unregistered machine guns. This will make it easier to commit violent crimes and get away with it, plain and simple. And this provision was removed from the Senate, as you mentioned, because it violates the Byrd Rule. And the parliamentarian in the Senate, just for the record, it was originally appointed by Harry Reid, but then was kept on by Mitch McConnell. And the current leader, John Thune, said that he has no intention of removing her, but this is a dangerous and unserious proposal. Madam Chair, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a letter from a variety of law enforcement organizations for continued support of the National Firearms Act.
Without objection.
Ask unanimous consent to insert in the record an article in the New York Times from August 25th, 2023. A lawmaker hid one key fact as he fought checks on gun shops. And it talks about how Mr. Clyde did not disclose that one of the 2 gun stores he owns in Georgia was placed in the monitoring program in 2020 and 2021. I assume you still own those gun stores.
Without objection.
Basically, this makes it, I guess if you own a gun store, you could probably sell more guns if this became part of the law, it became law. And finally, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from CNN entitled, "A Republican House Member Just Described January 6th as a Normal Tourist Visit."
Without objection.
I yield back.
McGovern, Ms. Houchin. Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Clyde. I think I agree with Mr. McGovern that I support the amendments except for yours. I understand you disagree with the Supreme Court and the parliamentarian and the various courts that have upheld the Firearms Act over almost a century, correct? You disagree?
No, I don't disagree with the
you
Supreme
agree?
Court. I don't disagree with the Supreme Court. They have not ruled on that yet, especially after the Heller decision of 2008 that declared the Second Amendment to be an individual constitutional right.
Okay, understood. I think we'll all disagree on that one. But you do own a couple gun shops, right, at least?
I do.
Taking in about 12 million a year?
I believe in the constitutional right to keep and bear arms,
But
as I
you
think
have a
every
couple-
solitary person should believe in. Yes.
Your business is selling guns and accessories, is that right?
We are enabling the individual participation in the preservation of liberty. That's what we do.
And I understand that the push to deregulate silencers and braces and other things is being led by the gun sales operations because there's a higher profit margin there, and sales of guns themselves tanked after the pandemic ended. So from what we understand here is this is yet another NRA gun manufacturer supported grift effort to make money, and I would just seek unanimous consent to introduce the Washington Post article from June 27th, Republicans' tax bill would water down a central gun law.
Without objection.
Thank you, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Langworthy. Thank you. Mr. Neguse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to all the witnesses for your testimony. I certainly agree with the ranking member and Ms. Scanlon in supporting all of the amendments with the exception of yours, Mr. Clyde. But I appreciate everyone being here, and clearly you all are impassioned about the amendments that you've submitted. And I guess one question would be, and I'm going to start with you, Mr. Kennedy. I take it, you're here at midnight. As Chairwoman Fox said, you've been here perhaps longer than just about any other member. I think it's probably safe to assume you're prepared to use, every tool, legislative tool that you can to oppose this bill. Is that a fair estimate?
Yeah, I think this bill is the worst budget bill ever proposed in American history. It is a bill that creates the largest shift of wealth in American history. Some refer to it as the reverse Robin Hood, stealing from the poorest Americans to give to the richest Americans, increasing the debt by over $3 trillion, updated tonight by our ranking member to $3.4 trillion now. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. When you talk about the nearly $1 trillion, over $1 trillion in Medicaid cuts and Medicare cuts and nutritional assistant benefits, and cuts to the exchange that'll defund the Affordable Care Act, that'll cut 17 million Americans off of health care that they currently qualify for. That's going to increase emergency room wait times. It's going to strain our hospitals' finances. It's going to increase premiums and copays and deductibles for those that have the ability to afford health insurance. It's going to cut funding for education. It's going to cut funding for every aspect of our lives that make our economy run. People are going to be hurt. Jobs are going to be lost. The economy is going to suffer, all to give billionaires in this country a tax break. It's despicable.
I certainly agree with you, Representative Kennedy. I assume if your amendments are not made in order, you'll oppose the rule tomorrow?
Absolutely.
Representative Wasserman Schultz, what about yourself? You've introduced a number of really important amendments. I was very moved by your personal story, of course, as a cancer survivor. And if these amendments are ruled out of order, will you vote for the rule?
This bill is an abomination, whether my amendments are made in order or not. I came to Congress not to destroy lives, but to build them and to lift people up. And there are apparently some people who came to Congress for a different reason.
Mr. Clyde, I saw you tweeted out a statement that, I don't want to misstate your words, but something to the effect of you're fighting to the end to push this particular amendment, this provision that you're fighting for.
It's constitutional.
So I assume, yeah, I hear you. So given that, given your passion for that, I assume you're going to vote against the rule when this amendment is excluded?
How I vote, you'll find out when I vote, okay? But I'll tell you this, that my amendment would certainly make the bill much better.
Well, but do you realize your amendment's not getting ruled in order? I mean, that's not, you don't actually think that it is getting ruled in order?
We shall see.
Well, I mean, I hope you'll stick around. So, because you've testified before this committee before, so I mean, I know you understand this. We're going to finish here in just about 5 minutes.
That's fine.
And then as the members depart the room, the chairwoman is going to call up the rule. There are going to be no amendments to this bill. So this is kind of theater here. Unless you're willing to vote against the rule tomorrow in 9 hours, I guess, if you feel so passionate about this amendment, you said it's constitutional.
It is.
You clearly are impassioned
Well,
about
if you
it.
don't ask, the answer is no.
What was that?
If you don't ask, the answer is no.
But you know the answer is no. Chairwoman, are you going to rule Mr. Clyde's amendment in order? Am I mistaken on this? Is that? I thought this was a closed rule.
Just like Mr. Clyde said, you'll have to wait and see.
So I guess in 7 minutes, we all will find out, lo and behold, that your amendment and all the other amendments that have been submitted are not going to be entertained. And I guess I would just say, Mr. Clyde, if you feel this passionate about it, because some of your other colleagues, Mr. Massey, for example, are very passionate about particulars with respect to this bill and willing to vote against the rule to ultimately ensure that his worldview is reflected. So insofar as you believe this is, a sacrosanct constitutional principle, as you've described, I would think that you'd vote against the rule. But in any event, I hope you'll stick around for a couple minutes for the chairwoman to announce that your amendment has not been made in order. But Mr. Moran?
Yeah, I just want to reemphasize a point that Mr. Neguse is making. It's not just up to this committee. You have some power over this process. You can vote to block your own amendment, or you can vote against the rule that blocks your own amendment. And maybe Mr. Clyde knows something we don't know. After all, this is not a bill, his amendment is not about feeding hungry children or making sure people have health care or making sure people have access to monies to be able to get a good education. This is about
restoring a
guns
constitutional
and
right.
gun silencers and gun store owners making more money. So maybe that's more in line with what they might make in order. But in any event, you do have power over this. I thank the
So I thank the ranking member.
Well, thank you for acknowledging that Republicans have power over it.
Yeah, I think he's, in any event, we've belabored the point. As I said, I hope you and all the members will stick around for a couple minutes so that you can tweet out that your amendment that you fought so vigorously for here was not ruled in order, which we all knew was going to be the case. But in any event, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Mr. Scott.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Clyde, they're great at trolling. I'm glad you're smart enough not to take the bait that they try to wave in front of everybody where they, do these things. But I want to, many of us don't believe that any of the things that you talk about would be available to anybody in America without the Second Amendment.
Right.
And I know historically, before you ever became a member of Congress, the government illegally seized your assets.
Right.
And there's actually a law written that has your name on it.
That's
That
correct.
Doug Collins
That's correct.
wrote, that went through the House, the Senate, and was signed by the president because of the way you were treated by the federal government,
That's
correct?
That's correct. And everyone here who was around in 2019 voted for it. So thank you very much.
Because of the way Mr. Clyde was treated by abusive individuals in the federal government. If I did a Google search or an eBay search for solvent trap right now, what would it bring up, Mr. Clyde?
Well, it would bring up something that screws onto the end of a rifle where you can clean a rifle with it, and it traps the solvent that drains out of the barrel of a rifle.
And maybe it could hold a Napa 4003 or a Wix 24003.
Perhaps.
Not legally, but if I wanted to use something to suppress the sound of a rifle in a crime, if I was going to commit a criminal act, that would do it, wouldn't it? Pretty
Well,
much the same thing that I pay $1,000 for, the same end result. If I go to a gun store, I go through the process, tax stamp and everything else, I'm gonna have somewhere between $800 and $1,000 in a good suppressor. I can do it for $50 right now. Not legally.
Correct. Not legally. Not legally. But you can still make your own suppressor legally. It's called an ATF Form 1.
$200.
That's correct.
Right. I can do the filing fee. So you know more about this issue than pretty much anybody else out there in Congress. And now I want to get back to what Mr. McGovern said. He said it would allow you to make a machine gun. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
It doesn't say anything about select fire weapons.
No. This amendment has nothing to do with select fire firearms.
That's right. And that is, I want to make that very clear. This is not about, this has absolutely nothing to do with machine guns. It does not allow anybody to manufacture a machine gun, which requires a certain license.
That's correct.
Through the ATF to actually manufacture the license, manufacture the weapon, not just own it. If you've got anything else you want to say, Mr. Clyde, I'll give you the 2 minutes I got left, and then again, if you're still here watching this on TV, I appreciate it, but just understand this. If you're disabled, you're exempt from any of the changes that are made to Medicaid and SNAP. So,
I would like to add something, because the whole point here is that the registration scheme of the federal government is a registration of the tax, okay? They're inseparable, the two are. And there's a decision by the Fifth Circuit, all right? I believe it was in 2000. It says, following Szynski versus the United States, which was 1937, numerous courts have held that the registration provisions of the NFA, including 5861 Delta, are permissible incidents to the legislative taxing power because registration facilitates the collection of taxes on the making and transfer of firearms. That's the Fifth Circuit Court. So it's registration and the taxation are inseparably linked. When you get rid of the taxation, you must get rid of the registration. It goes on to say, the test of validity is whether on its face the tax operates as a revenue-generating measure, and the attendant regulations are in aid of a revenue purpose. That's section 5861 Delta. Making possession of an unregistered weapon unlawful is part of the web of regulations aiding enforcement of the transfer tax provision.
I'm
5811.
Mr. Clyde, I've got 27 seconds. I just want to make this final point. The parliamentarian does play politics from time to time. They did that in the, what did y'all call the horrible thing y'all did, the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act, when they allowed the Democrats to specify an old definition of socially disadvantaged farmers. And by allowing the Democrats to use the non-current definition of socially disadvantaged farmers, which did include women, it allowed the Democrats to exclude all white people from eligibility for the payments through their two pieces of legislation. The federal courts overturned that. The parliamentarian played politics with it. And with that, Madam Chair, my time's expired. And
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
I'll begin by yielding time to the ranking member.
Two things. One is if you don't believe this violates the word rule, then you can put it back in. You're on the Rules Committee, you can do that. Secondly, you know, it just blows my mind that there's more passion and energy when it comes to talking about guns than about making sure people with cancer have access to health care. That tells you all you need to know about the difference between Republicans and Democrats on this. I thank the gentlelady, and I yield back.
Thank you. And I'd also point out that Democrats, you know, what we see a lot is the tweet no, but vote yes, right? That you have these convictions. You know, John Lewis had a conviction about civil rights, and he was willing to cross the bridge knowing he was going to get beat up, right? You have the ability, you don't even have to do that. You can just say, my amendment's not in order, this is a constitutional issue, and I am voting no on this rule. It's not even that hard, right? And that is what, it's not a bait, it's an obligation, and it's a power we have. The vote is our power, and the vote is supposed to be our power exercised on behalf of the people we represent. And I wanted to ask Representative Frost a question about what we're hearing here, because I think it's important to bring the other perspective of what is it like to have been a victim and to have lived through and counseled and worked with so many other victims of gun violence, because they never acknowledge the number of people who are killed on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, utilizing guns often secured by those who should not be holding them.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I got involved in politics when I was 15 years old because I didn't want to get shot in my school. There was a Sandy Hook shooting that pushed me into this work. 3 years later, a gunman walked into Pulse nightclub a mile away from where I was working and murdered 49 people and injured another 49. He didn't like them because they were gay and Latino. 3 months after that, I survived an instance of gun violence in downtown Orlando on Halloween of 2016. Hundreds of us running away from the gunfire. And that's after I had been involved in this work for three and a half years. You never think it's gonna hit you home, and then it hits your home. And then it hits the block you're on. 2 years ago, at the scene of 400 violent crimes, silencers were found. I just think it's despicable that the gun industry, the gun lobby, wants to push forth amendments like this that would result in more people dying just so they can sell more guns. No one on the Democratic side is advocating for anything crazy or radical. We want common sense gun reform that most Democrats, most Republicans, and most NRA members want. But it just goes to show you that organizations like the NRA don't even represent daily gun owners. They represent daily gun manufacturers and the people who sell the guns. They have no problems with more people dying as long as they can sell more guns. And if we want to talk about a safe America, over the last 3 years, because of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act passed by Democrats, signed by Joe Biden, and the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention, in the last 3 years, gun violence has gone down more than it has in our country's history. Cities of over 1 million people, gun violence has gone down 40%. This year, we're on track to have a reduction of 20% from last year. So we know that these solutions work, while of course respecting the rights of people, but also protecting the most sacred right, which is the right to live, the ability to walk down our blocks, go to our churches, our synagogues, our schools, our temples everywhere, and not fear being shot. And this false notion that you gotta pick one, you gotta either be for the Constitution or you know, you're okay with people dying. I mean, it's just false. We are for rights, but we're also for making sure that the right to live is preserved. And that's been the fight of my life. That's why I came to Congress. And that's why I'm proud to be a Democrat and oppose this horrible bill.
Thank you. And I think that the theme that we are seeing is, you said it, a right to life versus their desire for profit. You just described that, and in this bill, that's what we see over and over again, the right to life, because you need the health insurance, versus the right for profit.
Yeah, see, they say they're pro-life because they want the baby to be born, go to school, and get shot in the school. Die in the school, die on the streets. No, that is what they say.
I move to strike his
I'm not going
words.
over the cliff.
Wait, you've gone over. We were going to be quiet, but you've gone over now.
You didn't use any.
I meant every word.
We are going to strike your words. But on the other hand, it might be good to leave your words. It might be good to leave your words. Because that's how you feel. But you are not going to come into this room and impugn our integrity. You will not. We are pro-life people from conception to natural death. Most of us are. And don't you come in here and say, we want to preserve life so people can get shot.
That's what I've seen.
Are you through, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? I hope so.
Well, Madam Chair, I want to thank all of our witnesses for coming in and laying out the distinct perspectives and approaches between how we believe this bill will affect Americans, their ability to get health insurance, which is essential to their ability to both live a healthy life and to continue to live. And with that, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I did make a motion that has not been acted on. If you would like for me to withdraw that motion, I will withdraw it.
Mr. Scott, I think it's better to leave those words in the
That's fine.
in the
Let's let
record
them know how they feel.
than
You
to
did not make a
take them
proper
out.
motion, just for the record.
You're withdrawing your motion. Thank you. Thank you. The panel is dismissed. Thank you very much.
By the way, I might remind my Democrat colleagues of Proverbs 13:5. Democratic colleagues of Proverbs 13:5, and you can add 14:5 to that too.
Seeing no other members wishing to testify on H.R. 1, this closes the hearing portion of our meeting. The chair will be in the receipt of a motion from the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith.
Madam Chair, I move the committee grant a rule providing for the consideration of Senate Amendment to H.R. 1. The rule makes an order of motion offered by the chair of the Committee on the Budget or his designee that the House concur in the Senate Amendment to H.R. 1. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the motion and the Senate amendment. The rule provides that the Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. Finally, the rule provides 1 hour of debate on the motion equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on the Budget or their respective designees, and the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees.
Thank you very much. You've now heard the motion. Is there any other discussion or
Yes.
amendment to the rule?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. McGovern.
1 hour of debate on this? Yeah. No, this is, provides 1 hour debate. Yeah.
1 hour debate.
1 hour of debate on this whole thing?
Yes.
I mean, you gotta be kidding me. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee provide 4 hours of debate for the motion to concur, equally divided and controlled between the chair and ranking member of the committees on budget, ways and means, energy and commerce, and agriculture. CBO says that 17 million people will lose their health care because of this bill. Shouldn't energy and commerce get at least an hour to debate that massively consequential policy on the floor? Millions of people will lose food support due to the SNAP cuts, and you can't spare an hour for the Agriculture Committee to discuss the ramifications of those cuts? The bill has trillions of dollars in tax cuts, but you aren't giving an hour for Ways and Means to discuss them on the House floor. Not to mention all the other provisions in this bill on everything from immigration to Alaskan whaling to professional gambling to coal subsidies. I don't know about you, but my office is buried in requests from members who want to debate this bill on the floor, and we're having to turn lots of them away. This 4th of July deadline is completely self-imposed, but 3 extra hours of debate won't interfere with it. So I urge a yes vote on my amendment, and I yield back the time.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I
The
ask for a
amendment.
roll call on that one.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Yes.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Callan? Aye. Ms. Callan, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Is there any further
Yes,
discussion?
there's quite a few. Madam Chairwoman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move to strike the text of the rule and instead make an order, a motion offered by the chair of the Committee on the Budget or his designee, that the House disagree to the Senate amendment to H.R. 1 and request a conference with the Senate, debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on the Budget. This bill will hurt people in every congressional district, and Republican leadership is racing to get it passed before their own members even figure out what the hell's in it. There's no real deadline we're working against, none. July 4th is just an arbitrary marker that Trump made up. We're rushing not because the country demands it, but because he wants to throw himself another party. This isn't policy, this is ego management. So why not slow down? Why not actually do the work to fix all of the problems we've spent so many hours in this room discussing? Why not fix the problems instead of pretending we're in the middle of some 5-alarm emergency? I understand that the Senate and the Speaker are trying to jam all of you, but you don't have to be complicit. And remember, a conference has a big advantage. It forces an actual agreement, so you don't have to trust the Senate anymore. Even Chairman Arrington seemed to want to go to conference when I asked him earlier. That's your budget, Chairman. He's supposed to be in charge of this process. I urge a yes vote on my amendment, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Ask for a roll call, Madam Chair.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach?
No.
Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Callan? Aye. Ms. Callan, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have another amendment. I'm offering this along with Representative McLean Delaney and Representative Houlihan. This is the amendment I offered during the first go-around that would restore already appropriated and awarded NIH grant funding. As of June 4th, 2025, 2,282 NIH grants awarded to institutions in the U.S. have been terminated and not reinstated, totaling over $3.8 billion in funding. And over 1,000 NIH employees have been fired. This is disastrous and completely unacceptable. I've said it before and I'll say it again. We can't just stop research and expect that we can pick it back up again in a few years. Patients rely on this research and the grants that fund it. There are people whose only hope for treatment is an NIH-supported clinical trial. It is truly a matter of life or death. I don't know if my Republican colleagues are really understanding what this means for everyday people, so let me share a couple of stories. A few weeks ago, Austin and Julia Schlueter reached out to my office to share a story from the front page of the Washington Post. It was about their dad, Richard Schlueter. In June, as a part of an NIH clinical trial, Richard was supposed to receive a custom-made treatment for a cancer that has spread to his bones. Due to NIH staffing cuts, his treatment has been delayed at least a month. The researcher running his trial estimates that some patients may have to wait until as long as September. People with metastatic cancer do not have a few months to hang tight. We are talking about revolutionary treatments that can save people's lives. There is no time to waste. This past weekend, CBS Sunday Morning aired a segment on the potential impacts of staffing and budget cuts to NIH. They interviewed a man named Kevin Callahan, who is a participant in a clinical trial for a vaccine that will prevent pancreatic cancer from reoccurring. Pancreatic cancer is an incredibly aggressive form of cancer that has an 80% reoccurrence rate and a 20% survival rate within 5 years. And the vaccine seems to be working for Kevin. It's been 5 years, and so far his cancer has not come back. Nothing short of a miracle. That's what the business of the NIH has been for the last 137 years, delivering miracles. Now, people in this administration and my colleagues here will try to tell you that all of these cuts have no impact on everyday people, that they're just getting rid of the fraud, waste, and abuse. I'm here to tell you that's just not the case. That's not the truth. The NIH is getting us closer to cures for Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, and every kind of cancer, and it's turning hope into reality. Kevin and Rich's stories are just two of hundreds of thousands. They are just a few of the many adults, children, and families who would have no other option without NIH. So denying the funding that researchers have earned and that patients are relying on is just cruel. So approving this amendment won't fix this horrible, ugly bill, but it will certainly save lives, and I urge a yes vote.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion, Chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed.
Roll call.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
In the opinion, Chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Is there any other amendment?
Madam Chairwoman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 156 offered by Democratic Leader Jeffries, which strikes all provisions that would cause millions of Americans to lose health care and food assistance. Leader Jeffries testified passionately before this committee in May about the devastating effect that this bill would have on American families. And out of respect for his position as the leader of the Democratic caucus and for the millions of Americans who will be hurt by this bill, Republicans should allow Leader Jeffries to offer his amendment on the floor for an up or down vote, and I urge a yes vote on my amendment, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion, Chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed.
May I ask for a roll call?
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach?
No.
Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it, the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chairwoman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 1, offered by Representative Gillen, which strikes the limitation on the state and local tax deduction.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, the amendment's not agreed
Ask
to.
for a roll call.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there other amendments?
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 13, offered by Representative Sykes, which strikes the Medicaid cuts that are contained in the bill. President Trump has repeatedly stated that he would not cut Medicaid benefits, including when this bill came before the House, and he reportedly told congressional Republicans to not, quote, not F with Medicaid, end quote, but roughly 17 million Americans will be kicked off of Medicaid because of this bill. So this amendment would align the bill text with the president's stated desire not to cut Medicaid. I urge a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
So, Madam Chair, I think it is really important to point out the policy choices that are before us and their impact on Americans' morbidity, like how many Americans could die from these policy choices. And I pointed that out earlier, that the study has shown it is 52,000 people. But I think another really important fact of what happens when you have these Medicaid restrictions combined with the restrictions, the expiration of the Affordable Care Act tax credits, is that you're also going to have uncontrolled hypertension, 343,000 cases. That's heart attack, stroke, kidney failure. These are people who are going to get very, very sick and not be able to be productive members of our society. You're going to have uncontrolled high cholesterol, untreated mental illness, 296,000. 300,000 people will not get assistance, health care for their mental illness, untreated substance use disorder, excess cases of uncontrolled diabetes, 288,000 people. These are diseases that you know. Everybody around this dais knows somebody who has suffered from those. My brother just died from a heart attack. And these are the kinds of things that when you don't have health insurance, you do not get care for, and people die or they are severely disabled from it. And so it is not an attack on impugning anybody's integrity. It is the fact that people will get sick and people will die because they don't have access to health care. And for that, I support the amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Ask for
The
roll call.
amendment's not agreed to. Mr. McGovern requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule.
McGovern?
I move the committee make an order amendment number 124, offered by Representative Hayes, which strikes harmful provisions that would slash food assistance for children, seniors, and veterans. This bill is a disaster. It's a disaster for the 16 million children 8 million seniors and 4 million people with disabilities, and over 1 million veterans who rely on SNAP to put food on the table. It will cut the modest food benefits of about $2 per meal for millions of people in this country who need a little help to get by. The SNAP cuts contained in this bill also threaten access to school meals, because if kids get kicked off of SNAP, they are no longer directly certified to receive school meals. So, again, you heard the case, why this is important. I hope my colleagues will vote to make this in order. I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the questions on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
No. In the opinion, Chair, the noes have it.
As for roll call.
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 2 offered by Representative Brown, which strikes the ineffective SNAP time limits. This big ugly bill strips food assistance from veterans, young people just aging out of foster care, homeless individuals struggling to get back on their feet, families, and older adults. It takes food away from families with kids and older adults who face incredible barriers to work. The new time limits in SNAP don't force people to work, they make people hungrier. What this bill does is especially cruel. It eliminates the time limit exemption that was put into place to protect the modest nutritional assistance for veterans, former foster youth up to age 25, and homeless individuals. As I mentioned before, and the chairman seemed to have forgotten this, but Chairman of the Ag Committee actually celebrated these exemptions at our committee's markup on this ugly bill. And now he's done a complete about-face, which I don't quite understand. If you want to protect veterans, former foster youth, homeless individuals, families, and older adults from losing access to SNAP, you should support this amendment. And again, if you lose access to SNAP, you lose it for 3 years. I urge a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Madam Chair, we did not speak enough about the impact of these restrictions. I think we talked about veterans and everybody can relate, but on foster kids who are aging out. Think about it, these are kids, they don't have parents. And once they age out, they are all on their own. There's nobody who can catch them. And so to allow them to be able to have access to $6.16 a day worth of nutritional assistance as they go through Job Corps, some way to get to where they can be and should be, I think, is really important. And so for that reason, I'm very glad that this amendment has been proposed, and I urge its adoption.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the questions on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed
As
to.
for a roll call.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 279, offered by Representative, ordered by Ranking Member Scott and myself, which prohibits the bill from going into effect unless cuts to Medicaid and SNAP would not result in fewer families being eligible for free school meals. Again, this awful bill becomes law. Millions of kids could lose access to free school meals because of the way SNAP interacts with school meals. Children who lose SNAP benefits also lose direct eligibility for free and reduced meals at school. And so, again, I urge a yes vote on this amendment, especially if you want to protect school meals for kids.
Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair. Yeah, this provision has been a particular concern in my district. We have several schools that have the community feeding waivers so that they can provide free school lunches to everyone in the district. And if the SNAP cuts cut too many kids off this, then they won't be able to provide the school-wide lunches, and that means more kids will go hungry, which means they will not learn as well in school. So I think this is a really important amendment, and I'd urge everyone to support it.
Is there further discussion? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Ask for roll call vote, please.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 59, offered by Representative Del Bene, which makes the child tax credit fully refundable and increase the credit amount from $2,000 per child to $6,360 for newborns, $4,320 for children ages 1 through 6, and $3,600 for children aged 6 through 17. The Democrats passed an historic change to the child tax credit in 2021, cutting child poverty in half. Under the Republican bill today, families making $400,000 a year get the full child tax credit, but lower income families may get nothing or just a fraction of that due to how Republicans structure the credit. The official nonpartisan Joint Committee on Taxation estimated that next year, if the Republican bill were to pass, 17 million children who are American citizens would be blocked from getting the full value of the child tax credit. I urge a yes vote on my amendment, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Yes, please.
Ms. Scanlon?
Thank you. I mean, we've heard a lot of testimony today about the fact that this bill is going to result in a wealth transfer from our poorest Americans to the wealthiest. The bill does not provide meaningful tax relief for working families in the middle class. It slashes benefits that millions rely upon to make ends meet. So one thing that we can do, and that we know to be a really effective policy to reduce poverty and help families with the cost of living, is to reinstate the expanded child tax credit that was issued as part of the American Rescue Plan. That expansion nearly eradicated child poverty in the U.S. We had historic lows as a result. So instead of giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, let's give families a real tax cut that will actually benefit kids by reinstating the expanded child tax credit. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Ask for a roll call, Madam Chair.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 146, offered by Representative Mike Thompson, which strikes section 70436 of the bill, which eliminates the transfer and manufacturing tax on silencers, short-barreled rifles, and short-barreled shotguns. This bill is full of handouts to special interests. I mean, as we talked about, the bill gets rid of an excise tax on gun silencers. That tax has been in place for nearly 100 years, and it's a vital public safety measure. And the Senate went even further and also got rid of the tax on sawed-off shotguns and rifles, which are more easily concealed under clothing. over 400 silencers were found on or traced to violent crime scenes in 2023 alone. This will cost the American taxpayer nearly $2 billion and is a brazen attempt to make it easier to commit violent crimes and get away with it. I mean, we're talking about cost savings, and you're adding $2 billion to the deficit and the debt by eliminating this tax, and you're cutting food, you know, from SNAP for families. I mean, anyway, I urge a yes vote on this, and I, you know, hope we'll make it in order.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the
Madam
questions
Chair, I
on
would
the
just tell you,
amendment.
if there were that many suppressors found, they were probably homemade suppressors and not those that were actually manufactured from somebody that is actually licensed to manufacture suppressor.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
For a roll call on that one.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order, amendment number 102, offered by Representative Chu, which prevents federal contributions to Trump accounts for children of taxpayers who earn at least $1 million. I mean, this is, her amendment would place a very modest guardrail around the Trump accounts proposed in this bill. Again, I think this is the right thing to do, and I would urge a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed
As for a
to.
roll call.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order, amendment number 42, offered by Representative Doggett, which reduces the cost of the bill by about half by ensuring only the 98% of taxpayers earning $400,000 or less each year receive a tax break, and the 2% of taxpayers earning over $400,000 do not receive any new tax breaks. And again, if Republicans want to put their money where their mouth is and provide tax relief for working families, not millionaires or billionaires, they should support this amendment. And you know, again, this alone would save the American taxpayers trillions of dollars, and I urge a yes vote on my amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order, amendment number 83, offered by Representative Chu, which ensures that no one earning more than $10 million per year receives a tax cut. So Republicans just voted down a motion to protect tax relief for families making under $400,000 a year. This new amendment would ensure that those making over $10 million per year would not get a tax cut. Under this bill, people making over $1 million a year would get an average of $96,000 tax cut compared to those making less than $50,000 who will get less than $1 per day. And so the question is, do you want to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on tax giveaways to those making over $10 million a year? That's what this vote is about. I urge a yes vote on my amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not
I ask for
agreed
a roll
to.
call on
Mr. McGovern asked for a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Madam Chair, I
The
have,
noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 304 offered by Representative Gomez, which establishes a 39.6% tax bracket for income over $1 billion. Okay, so for those following along at home, Republicans have voted down our amendment to limit tax cuts to those making under $400,000 per year, and they blocked another amendment to ensure people making over $10 million a year won't get a tax cut. So we'll see how this goes. This amendment would block Republicans from giving another tax cut to Americans making over $1 billion per year in income. That's $1 billion with a B. Republicans are kicking millions of Americans off their health care and SNAP benefits in order to finance tax cuts for, that basically are giveaways to billionaires. I'm giving my friends one last chance to redeem themselves by voting in favor of this amendment. Again, this would prevent tax cuts for people earning over $1 billion a year.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
I would point out that it's estimated that there are only 813 billionaires in this country. So basically, sorry. Madam Chair, thank you. I would point out that there are only 813 billionaires in this country. So basically, when you are voting against this amendment, you're saying these 813 billionaires are more important than all the other people in my district, or that's how it could be seen by some. And so I would urge people to consider the hundreds of thousands of people who will be losing Medicaid that we have pointed out in your district, and think about them. Think about the middle class and the working class, who they need the tax cuts and the extension of the tax breaks. But the 813 billionaires, they're just doing fine. In fact, they have $50 million weddings as they float in on their $500 million yacht. I don't think they need another tax break. So that's why I'll be supporting the amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not
Roll
agreed
call on
to.
that.
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Yes.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make in order amendment number 213 offered by Ranking Member Raskin, which lifts the ban on burn, jag, and COPS funding for state and local police to ensure that they can receive funding for community violence intervention and prevention initiative efforts. Strong, effective community violence intervention and prevention efforts are key to ending gun violence all across the country. I've seen these problems work in my region. Over the past few years, Philadelphia has seen a significant drop in gun violence year over year using data-driven strategies to the point where the city is now only suffering from its lowest levels of gun violence in over a decade. We've seen similar results in the city of Chester, also in my district, which has seen a 72% decrease in shootings. Lives have been saved. And I know my district's not the only one where this work is happening. People have been coming from around the country to study the techniques that have been used with our gun violence intervention programs. So right now, we should be building on this progress not going backwards. This bill is actually defunding the police at a time when people across the country continue to live with the fear and grief caused by senseless gun violence. And this administration is kneecapping critical gun safety efforts, efforts that keep guns out of dangerous criminal hands. Republicans are seemingly using this bill to prevent key funding for state and local law enforcement that can be used on violence prevention programs, programs that help law enforcement protect their communities, and programs that work. Restricting this funding just shows an effort by congressional Republicans to prioritize the NRA over American people. So I would ask for support for this amendment, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion
I'd
of
ask
the chair,
for
the
a roll
noes
call
have it.
vote.
The amendment, Ms. Scanlon requests a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 79 offered by Representative Jayapal, which prohibits the use of funds in Subtitle A of Title VII from being used by Immigration and Customs Enforcement to detain or deport U.S. citizens. This amendment is straightforward. It should be uncontroversial. It would ensure that none of the funds in this bill are used to detain U.S. citizens for immigration enforcement. U.S. citizens should not be detained by ICE or any agency conducting immigration enforcement. Republicans told the American people that immigration enforcement would target dangerous individuals, but that has not been the case. The administration's obsession with quotas and mass deportation is wreaking havoc across our country and violating the rights of U.S. citizens, among others. Reports of U.S. citizens being wrongfully arrested and detained during immigration enforcement started coming out just days after Donald Trump was sworn in. Some have been detained for merely speaking Spanish. Others were held for 10 days, despite consistently telling Department of Homeland Security officials that they were citizens. ICE detention of U.S. citizens because of reckless and indiscriminate immigration enforcement is both unconstitutional and dangerous. Even ICE acknowledges that it has no authority to arrest and detain U.S. citizens. Their internal guidance says, as a matter of law, ICE cannot assert its civil immigration enforcement authority to arrest and/or detain a U.S. citizen. Alarmingly, ICE has already deported 3 U.S. citizen children, ages 2, 4, and 7, to Honduras. In another case, they did this despite the father petitioning in federal court to have his 2-year-old U.S. citizen child released to him. According to an attorney for the family, ICE did not allow the mother and father to communicate after she was detained. ICE should never have been detaining that U.S. citizen child to begin with, who they unlawfully detained for 3 days, let alone deporting her. Congress has a duty to act. We must ensure that government funding does not support illegal or unconstitutional actions. This amendment is a necessary safeguard against this administration's reckless approach to immigration enforcement. I urge a yes vote on my amendment and yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 201, offered by myself, which directs the Secretary of Agriculture to reinstate the Local Food Purchase Assistance Cooperative Agreement Program and the Local Food for Schools Cooperative Agreement Program. We've heard a lot today about the impact that SNAP cuts are going to have on children and particularly school lunches. I want to point out yet another slap in the face to both working families and local farmers. The Trump administration canceled $1 billion in funding for two critical programs that do exactly what Republicans like to claim they're in favor of, supporting our communities, our farmers, and our kids. First, the White House gutted $470 million from the Local Food Purchase Assistance Program, which helps states, tribes, and territories buy fresh local food from nearby farmers and get it to food banks and hunger relief programs. This isn't a case of waste, fraud, and abuse. It's real food from real farmers going to real people in need. Then the administration went after the Local Food for Schools program, which helps schools buy healthy local food for school meals from small and underserved producers. Cutting this program hurts both kids and farmers. Let's be clear, this wasn't about saving money. It was about pushing an agenda that leaves families hungry and small farmers behind. That's why I've introduced this amendment to reinstate these critical programs, because the health of our children and the strength of our local food systems should not be up for grabs. I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the
I'd
noes
ask for
have
a
it.
roll call.
Ms. Scanlon requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Ms. Scanlon?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 210, offered by myself, which prohibits funds from Title 10, Subtitle A, from being used to implement or defend Executive Order 14160, entitled Protecting the Meaning and Value of American Citizenship. Thus far, 4 district courts and 3 courts of appeal have all found President Trump's executive order trying to end birthright citizenship to be a clear violation of the 14th Amendment, because for more than a century, there have been few legal questions as open and shut as whether being born in the United States makes someone a U.S. citizen. And to suggest otherwise is nothing but an un-American attempt to rewrite both our history and our Constitution. Now this president and some of his allies are claiming victory because Trump's Supreme Court refused to confront the merits of this attempt to undo birthright citizenship. But the legal challenges are not over, and the blatant unconstitutionality of this executive order remains exactly the same. So my amendment would make clear that no funds in this bill can be used to enact or defend the Trump administration's unconstitutional effort to end birthright citizenship. I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Ms. Scanlon requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Ms. Scanlon?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 187, offered by myself, which strikes the section of the bill that repeals the authorization and rescinds funding for addressing air pollution at schools. This amendment would strike a provision that cuts funding to help communities address air pollution in and near schools. It's sickening that this program is on the chopping block, a program that for a minor sum helps schools address air pollution that worsens asthma, harms brain development, and leads to more sick days. It's particularly important when so many of our public schools are decades old, sometimes centuries old, and really have serious air quality issues. In the region that I represent, 1 in 4 kids suffers from childhood asthma, so it's even more important. Our children spend nearly 1,000 hours a year at school. If their air isn't safe, their learning suffers and their health is at risk. This program is just common sense. I would hope we could agree that nothing is more important than the health of our children. So please support this amendment, protect our kids, and keep our air clean. I yield back.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scallon?
Aye.
Ms. Scallon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, you're recognized.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 474 offered by myself, which would strike section 70101 as presently written and replace it with section 70101, maintain middle-class tax rates and increase rates on the rich. We had discussion earlier today about how Democrats stand with the importance that we will support the extension of the middle-class tax cuts. But we are not in favor of providing additional tax cuts and tax breaks to the wealthiest people and richest corporations who funded many Republican campaigns. They say a budget reflects your values, and a budget reflects who you prioritize. With this bill, Republicans are prioritizing those wealthiest corporations and people. But they're not just prioritizing billionaires. They're also throwing working and middle-class families under the bus. The top 0.01% will receive $309,000 in tax breaks under this bill. That's more than $847 a day. My amendment makes clear that Democrats support tax cuts for working and middle-class Americans, but it just asks the richest Americans to pay their fair share. Very straightforward, the amendment. If you're in favor of tax cuts and tax breaks for middle Americans, support this amendment. If you, out there, anybody listening, if you make less than $600,000 a year, your tax rates would not go up under my amendment or under this bill. If you make more than that, your tax rate's just going to go back to what it was in 2017. So with that, Madam Chair, I urge a yes vote on my amendment and for the middle class.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
On behalf of middle-class Americans, I request a recorded vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scallon? Aye. Ms. Scallon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 167 offered by Representative Chu, which strikes the provisions that make Affordable Care Act coverage more expensive. This bill doubles down on cruel and dangerous cuts to Medicaid coverage by closing off the ACA marketplace coverage for eligible individuals. You're going to stick people in the middle. You're going to kick them out of Medicaid and then not let them get on the Affordable Care Act. It is insanity. And this is what leads to, when you go visit your rural hospitals and they worry about this, they say, oh, these are the private pay, which means no pay. And when you don't get any pay at your rural hospitals, that's what leads to having them go under. It's a purgatory of no health care insurance. This bill also removes year-round enrollment for low-income families. This means a family of 3 making less than $39,970 a year would be disqualified from reduced premiums. Now, that's not a lot of money for a family of 3. In 2025, enrollees with an income of less than 150% of the federal poverty, which is at $39,000, made up the largest share of all marketplace enrollees, 47%. So you are basically harming almost half of the people on the Affordable Care Act. Now, my suggestion is actually very popular among Republicans. Trump pollster John McLaughlin found that even most Trump voters oppose shortening the open enrollment period. In fact, 56% of Trump voters oppose it. So if you're listening to your Republican voters, and I listen to mine in my district, I urge you vote for this amendment to make sure that the Affordable Care Act is affordable.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Recorded vote, Madam Chair.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach?
No.
Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 192 offered by Representative Underwood, which makes the Affordable Care Act enhanced premium tax credits permanent. Now, this is one of those tax credits that we should be making permanent, not just the tax cuts that go to the wealthy, because these premium tax credits are critical in making health coverage in the Affordable Care Act marketplace more affordable. And they're going to expire at the end of 2025. About 22 million people, including 5 million small business owners and self-employed workers, will see their coverage costs skyrocket, or they'll lose coverage altogether because they can't afford it. They'll make the decision that when their health insurance goes up, if you are a 60-year-old couple and you're making $82,000 a year, your health insurance is going to go up from $581 to $2,364. And that's if you live in Wisconsin. Wisconsin Congress people might be worried about this. They have Pennsylvania, Arizona. These are serious numbers. And if you're a 40-year-old, it's also very scary. It triples. So it's really bad if you're a 60-year-old. It's really bad if you're a 40-year-old. So without this, the extension of this valuable credit, an estimated 4.2 million people will be uninsured in 2034. 4.2 million. These are the kind of people we're talking about that we need to make sure we get covered. I want to inform my colleagues that the expiration of these healthcare subsidies are widely unpopular, once again, even among Republican voters. In fact, Trump pollster John McLaughlin found that 77% 77%, including 73% of Trump voters, would likely vote for a candidate who voted to preserve those premium tax credits, which help low and middle-income Americans pay for the Affordable Care Act plans. Most Americans and Trump voters are also less likely to vote for congressional candidates whose vote causes more than 17 million people to lose their health insurance. Once again, what you guys are doing is widely unpopular, even among Republicans, but here is an opportunity to help 4.3 million people continue to get their health covered. I urge a yes vote on my amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The clerk
A recorded vote.
and clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach?
No.
Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 125 offered by Representative Morrison, which will restore funding for Planned Parenthood. This bill will force the closure of 1/3 of Planned Parenthood clinics. That cuts access to not just essential reproductive health care, but prenatal care. So if you care about making sure that women who are pregnant get the kind of prenatal care they need so they can have healthy babies, you want to support the Planned Parenthood centers that often operate in deserts. Yet the Yale School of Public Health today, they have provided us with the information that says that these closures will lead to about 100 additional maternal deaths every year. 100 women who would not have to die except for this bill. I'd also point out that they noted that there were going to be 42,952 uninsured births. Now, when you have an uninsured birth, it means that likely that woman hasn't gotten the kind of prenatal care that will lead to a healthy baby. And let's think about where these Planned Parent centers are at worst. Greeley Health Center in Congressman Gabe Evans' district in Colorado 8, Flemington Health Center in Congressman Keene's district, New Jersey 7, Allentown's Health Center in Congressman Ryan McKenzie's district in Pennsylvania, and then clinics in Eau Claire, Las Croix, and Wisconsin Rapids in Congressman Derek Van Orden's district. These clinics are also in places where there are not other facilities close by. Defending Planned Parenthood really means more women with undiagnosed cancers, more STIs going untreated, and fewer options for birth control. This is a backdoor attempt to get abortion banned, but you are hurting women's health in the process. So if you care about women's life, about women's health, and you want to make sure there is access in underserved areas, I encourage you to vote for my amendment, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Leisure Fernandez,
a recorded vote.
the clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach?
No.
Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
Four yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it, the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
so since we will be likely passing this rule in the dead of night, in the next morning, we are really relying on this electricity. In fact, we have relied it on all day, and that's why I have an amendment to the rule to move the committee to make an order amendment number 38 offered by Representative Thompson to strike section 70501 through 70515 that repeal the clean energy tax credits. Repealing these tax credits is a hike on working families. You're going to have them pay more for their energy costs. The bill would raise energy bills by an average of $120 a year just from repealing these electricity credits. In some states, it's worse. It's going to be $403 more in Texas, $310 more in Kentucky, $274 more in Missouri, and $163 more in Pennsylvania. Nationwide, families will pay $25 billion more for their energy per year by 2040. That's not reducing costs. That's just a whopper of a price increase for our Americans. And in the repeal of energy efficiency, home solar, clean vehicle credits, the cost to families are going to skyrocket. But you know, Republicans don't oppose all energy subsidies. They only like subsidies that go to big oil. In 2022, fossil fuel companies received $3 billion in direct subsidies, and we heard earlier today that it is actually higher when you consider all the subsidies. I think the figure was about $22 billion. Clean energy supports lots of jobs too, 3.5 million jobs. And it's backed, another very popular thing that Americans like, it's backed by 60% of Americans. And while we debate and Republicans move to kill it, China is leaving us behind in the race to lead the $2 trillion global clean energy economy. If you vote against this amendment, don't pretend it's about energy dominance. It's about picking winners. And you're picking billionaires and dirty fossil fuels over working families. And with that, I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Is there any other amendment or discussion? Hearing no further discussion, the question is on the motion from the gentleman from Virginia. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 In the opinion, all those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is not
Madam
agreed to.
Chair, I ask for a roll call on this.
A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach?
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, aye. Mr. Roy? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, aye. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Jack?
Aye.
Mr. Jack, aye. Mr. McGovern?
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Ms. Scanlon? No. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Neguse? No. Mr. Neguse, no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Absolutely not. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, no. Madam Chair?
Aye.
Madam Chair, aye.
The clerk will report the total.
7 yeas, 6 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to report is agreed to. Accordingly, I'll be managing this rule for the majority.
And I'll be doing it for the
Mr. McGovern will read for the minority. Without objection, the committee is adjourned.